double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got them coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone would show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young black successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Live until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer to you. Oh, ready, let's go. Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know like I know. We'll take it round and round again.
my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you, it beats for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Now you bring me back to life. Bring me to life. No.
I stopped on my side, tried to run on a faulty line. I'm safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to You bring me to life. Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. You got a voice, then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you wanted to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody.
up your sign though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that.
That sounds like a pop song.
Take a dive before you die, y'all. It's the only way to live. You can't be without it, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Try before you sign off. Shit can kill the sick. Real stars. It's the only way to live. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Pick up panel to be right on. Yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back or keep your eyes on. Long ago. Doesn't matter what it gon' cost. Never gave a shit. Real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be. Anywhere you wanna be. Yeah. Hold up your sign, though. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. They ain't count on that. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. They don't want all that. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Rush. Take off. Rush at the rush. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Brother.
see the world. Aren't we all insistent to be small? Set aside your subdivine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your omission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt. Yeah.
These are those moments I don't think anybody else is going to forget.
Welcome back to the tech capital of Denmark, everybody. We're right here in Odense, ready to kick this party off, ready to get this show started. The ESL Pro League Season 10 finals are in town. My name being Trace Arathis, and I am more than honored to bring to you what is the 10th season and the conclusion of it there of the Pro League, right here for ESL. We've had 48 teams across this entire world come together and ultimately have attempts at trying to get into this Pro League finals, but so far, 600K still standing on the line. We've got quite a few matches today. You can take a look over here on your screen to see what is exactly coming your way. But there's one little tidbit I need to add in there. Pending Liquid's travel, their first best of one will be moved until after the first best of three. That's right, Liquid versus North down there at the very bottom of the day. Should be at the end of the day, but, well, it's been a rather long night for those guys, so we're going to have to give them just a little bit of leeway. Either way, on the other side of things, the B stream will be kicking off as well. You can begin to take a look at some of these matches. Navi coming in full force there, and it's going to be Ty Lud. They're going to have to deal with them first and foremost here this morning as we do look to get things started, as we do progress towards OdenCon at the end of the week, where all these Pro League finals are going to be going on. I can't be doing the show alone. Would try. Don't think it would go very well, but I do have two analysts right here that are ready to start talking some counter. I've got Chad Burchill and I've got Davey Stafford.
And we all got the dress code.
We did the dress code, yeah.
I thought we were going to make it really hard for Davey. Like, we give him, like, we all dress up in Santa outfits, you know, when we do the first ones close to Christmas. But no, you've rocked up. You got the bomber on. You're well set. And you got the grey.
Yeah. I kind of got the knockoff version. Yours is much cooler than mine, but this one's still all right.
Trace has got the grey too. So everybody here, we didn't even talk about it, and it's worked out. I feel like an Olympics broadcast.
Yeah, that's basically what we are at this point, the Olympics. And speaking of the Olympics, there's only one way for you to get involved here, jumping through all the hurdles, jumping over all the obstacles. Go ahead and head over to social media, use hashtag ESL Pro League, get involved, get activated. Also, let me tell you about the YouTube channel, just in case you have to go to work, just in case you have to go to family dinner, something just makes you miss one of these matches. Head over to our YouTube channel at ESLCS and catch up on all of the VODs. Now, let's continue on with where we are right now, guys. There's a flurry of topics to be had here, and I think the appropriate place to start would have to be somewhere along the ESL Pro Tour and how it all kind of ties into this.
Yeah, it's just kicking off, right? This is the initiative by ESL to kind of tie the year together more, make more of a storyline. So we go from event to event, and it means something. It doesn't just rock up to a tournament, you get a win, and then you move on to the next one. It's all going to culminate. We've got the Katowices, we've got the Colognes, they're the top of the mountain. You've got DreamHack Opens involved. It's exciting.
It is very exciting stuff. There's one man that can certainly tell this story just a little bit better than we can, so we're going to let him do just that. Pay attention, everybody. This is the ESL Pro Tour.
Counter-Strike has grown for the past 6 or 7 years. Tournaments have gone from studios and convention centers to major arenas. Over that time, we have built some of the world's most amazing tournaments. When there were few of them, the purpose was clear, and we didn't really need to connect them into a single story. When they became many, that sense of purpose got lost to some degree. There wasn't a narrative, there wasn't a rhythm, and it's exactly this that we want to address. So we had a good look at what we had, and we took it apart and put the pieces back together to arrive at what is our vision for Counter-Strike. All of our competitions will be categorized into Challenger and Masters events. Challenger events will be at the foundation. This is where future stars will get the first opportunities to shine before they become world-class players. World-class teams will play on the Masters level. Those will be lucrative tournaments on the world's biggest stages and on 5 different continents. You could say, hey, it's still the same tournaments, but what's profoundly different are the links between them. Each event will help drive the story to its grand conclusion. In esports, we need to identify the best team in the world. We will do that twice a year at the Masters Championship tournaments, Intel Extreme Masters Katowice in the winter and ESL One Cologne in the summer. No more scattered standalone tournaments. Instead, one extraordinary story where every chapter, every page has a purpose and a meaning. One place for players to start their journey and to finish it. That's what the ESL Pro Tour will be.
Yes, the ESL Pro Tour. This is something that I have personally thought was a really good idea. We're looking at the division between Masters levels events, Challenger level events, and we're also looking to send some teams into Katowice and Cologne.
Yeah, for sure. And like, here's the points that you can be accumulating at different tournaments over the year, right? All these are going to add on up, and that's going to get you into those Master Championship events that Trace is talking about, the Colognes, the Katowices, the ones that everybody wants to attend, the events with all the prestige.
Yeah, and speaking of prestige, here's the DreamHack Masters Malmo and how it all shook down. Fnatic coming out on top gives them that berth in the Katowice 2020 for the Intel Extreme Masters. Vitality and Astralis fall short there, but I think we could begin our conversation around what Fnatic accomplished over there in Malmo, because, well, they found some success in Dallas at ECS. I'd say it's been a pretty good end of the year here for Fnatic.
Yeah, though they kind of came out of nowhere at Malmo. I don't think many people predicted them to actually win it, but they were able to get the upsets and take the win. But they were also playing really good Counter-Strike, which is what was interesting. Brolan was popping off. JW was finding his form. And if they, like, it's going to be hard for them to continue that because of the style in which they won, but it is promising for them either way.
It is super promising, almost as promising as Beijing turned out. And I'm not talking about for the 100 Thieves. Well, they weren't able to steal it there. Astralis looking back in full force, ready to just kind of sling it around, Chad.
Yeah, and that's what we want to see, right? This Astralis team, they had a little bit of I guess a grey patch earlier in the year, but things are looking green for them now as they're continuing to pick up steam. Losing over there in New York to EG, that was a rough loss for them in the best of 5, but they made short work of the teams in the playoffs over in Beijing, destroying FaZe, and then going into that best of 5 against 100 Thieves who had just joined the organization. Well, they weren't able to get it done, but Astralis got themselves a spot in Katowice already.
They did. Now, let me remind you all that the last spot for Katowice coming out of this road to the Pro Tour here would come from the Pro League itself. So whoever does win here will go on into Katowice to join the likes of Fnatic and Astralis. And you're probably asking, well, what if Astralis win again? Now, that's a real question, right?
That's
a good one.
I was going to ask it.
Well, if they do win again, it does roll down based off of the ESL World Rankings.
Okay.
So it's not necessarily that it just goes to the second place team here, third place team here. No, it actually kind of rolls down. Now, let's talk a little bit about Cologne because we have a similar situation sitting here, Chad.
Yeah, so this one right here, so the points that you accumulate over all these tournaments, we just mentioned New York, we mentioned Beijing. As you go through these events, you're going to be accumulating points. Now, the ones that have been earned before Katowice will decay at 50% going into Cologne, right? So that's something you have to keep in mind as we go on through, but you can see here with the rankings on screen where the teams are currently sitting.
Yeah, and Liquid sitting way down there.
Yeah, that's not great for them. It's not a good start. I've heard that not going to many events will do that to you.
Yeah.
It took a few off.
Yeah, they did.
It actually does catch up with everybody real quick. Kind of like that of ESL's EU Pro League, which is exactly what we're going to catch up on right now. We got to bring in the guys that actually brought you all of the action, and that's going to be our commentators, who are Hugo and Harry, who find themselves situated at the helm here for the entire day. I do have them over here to my left. Guys, what's good?
Yeah, no, I'm ready for this, Trace. I'm looking forward to it. I got the memo with the dress code as well. I showed up in my bomber. I'm here. But this guy, this square, over at his shirt.
Harry. Some of us dress to impress, okay? We're not all casual like you.
Let's take, like, Hugo, man, what about, like, the European division that you and I obviously casted all of was surprising in your eyes?
We had a lot of Counter-Strike, Harry. I think one of the coolest things was that Group B that we had in the third stage. We obviously saw Heroic go through that group, but teams that were also in attendance were NIP and Vitality.
Yep.
Each team in that group picked up 2 wins and 1 loss, and that ended up with a round difference decision that led Heroic through. Vitality and NIP not able to get through in the second stage as well, which was a huge surprise.
And let me just ask you guys about Vitality and NIP. With them not being here, what does that mean? Does that kind of change the outlook you have on them?
Well, I mean, I think the thing that's really interesting is if you look at the Pro Tour, Vitality, they're currently second in that road to Cologne now. They're missing this, so that's surely going to have some implications, not only in terms of their results for the end of the year, but how things are now looking to the future as well.
Well, guys, I'm going to let you not really go anywhere. You're not really going anywhere at all.
We'll stay right here.
We've got some Counter-Strike covered, but we'll be catching up with these gentlemen just a little bit later. Now we need to discuss what was in A, or at least the Americas side of things. I was working there alongside of Davey, and we're going to be able to talk a little bit about some of the things that we saw over there. Most importantly, it's EG, Sharks, MIBR, and Liquid that go through it and make it relatively easy on themselves. And if you look at the rest of them, well, ATK, they kind of slide through. You did get 100 Thieves here in the end. Weirdly enough, the Renegades are here, and then not in the second stage, but then here again.
Yeah, it's really strange what they got going on over there, you know? They're mixing it up. The Aussies everywhere. They're flying all over the place, switching things up. But yeah, for the NA group, pretty much what we saw in every single one of these groups was the favorite one. It was actually kind of crazy. There was almost no upsets in from the stage 1, stage 2. The only kind of upset maybe was that in stage 2 for Group B, Furia lost to United, but it didn't really matter anyways because 100 Thieves just clean swept the group, easy peasy. So every single favorite won in their groups.
They certainly did. Speaking of winning, we have one winner on board who wants to talk about APAC. What is it, Chad?
So look, this one right here, relatively straightforward as well. You have the Greyhound boys who have just become Renegades, literally today. They went through without losing a single map. It was between them and Order when everything kind of came down to it. And Dust2 was close, had Ustillo playing for Order. People might remember him from the Renegades days a couple years ago. And then when you look at China and Southeast Asia, Tyloo, the clear favorite in that region, they did drop a map. It was to Invictus, a team that they've been playing against a lot. But I think the 2 favorites that we're expecting made it all the way to Odense.
Yeah, I think they did, and there was a little bit of a discussion about where everyone got placed here, right? I mean, we're talking about the groups themselves. Well, we might as well talk about what those groups are, maybe even look at the teams that are going to be joining us here in Odense. We have 16 total, and for the Pro League finals, it's all kind of culminated in to this moment. And I guess we could talk a little bit about Group A. Let's just dive right into that one.
Well, it's the more difficult of the two groups. I think a lot of people would agree with that sentiment right there. When you're looking at the teams in this group, actually, when you're looking at the teams across the field, it's very dense. I think we're hardly missing many teams that we would hardly missing many teams that we would consider contenders. Right, a few didn't make it. NIP, Vitality, we touched on that, but everybody else is coming in pretty decent form, other than Flights. I won't be having any discussion about that. I'll just be la, 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 la. But I think that if everybody can perform to a relative level, we should have a hugely competitive group. Actually, both groups.
Yeah, both groups are both really strong. I think, like you said, the only team, like the really notable team that's missing would be Vitality. Yeah. NIP a little bit, like they probably would have expected to be here, but you know, Vitality's the main one that's missing. But other than that, both of these groups are really stacked. Like we have all the best teams that are going to be playing.
They're super stacked. I mean, we're looking at Navi, Tyloo, FaZe, and MIBR. We're going to be jumping into that one right now. I want to talk about what is that of the evil geniuses, what they've kind of shown as a form here of late, and what they're really bringing to the table as we start to look ahead to this one.
Well, it seems like with these guys, they really just don't travel well. Like that's really what it comes down to. You know, I know you don't want to talk about flights or jet lag or any of that stuff, but you know, these guys really just don't travel well when they play at events that are far away from the home region. For whatever reason, they really underperform across the board.
Look, a big problem for these guys is the amount of events that they have decided to play in this year. I think I saw a tweet where it's almost 24 events by the time the year's come to a close. Now, for those of you who can't do quick maths, that's 2 a month. That's a lot of events. And when you think about certain events running longer than a week, like the major, or you have the full minor system, that's a lot of events to be getting into 1 year. It's not been great for them. It's been up and down, and I think their play style is exactly like that because it's very individual heavy.
Well, last year's winners and, what would be the Intel Grand Slam winners of Astralis are back in town. They've got the #1 seed next to their name, of course. Now, if you continue down this path, we can talk about what last season's winners are in Montpellier.
Yeah, well, when we were over there in France, that was a nice event, Trace. We got to go to the beach.
It was a pretty cool event.
There's no beach here.
Yeah, there are no beaches, but there are some sands and there are some snows. What we do have is a little bit of I guess, sand on the party there of Liquid. I mean, they did hoist the trophy. Now they're kind of finding themselves back into a similar passenger seat alongside of Astralis.
Well, yeah, I mean, they just put up a pretty good showing against Astralis in the final of ECS, and they did well, but overall in the end, Astralis was able to still take the win, even on home soil and in North America. And the thing about Liquid is that because they play a similar style to EG in the sense that they're really individual heavy, like they have to be hitting their shots for their play style to succeed. So in the same sense of EG, they really just don't travel very well, and it's going to be tough for them today.
Yeah, and that's a bitter pill to swallow, I think, if you are on one of those teams and we travel, we suck. That's just the way it works out. Right now, though, we need to go ahead and check in on our sidelines with Banks. James Banks, who do you have?
That's right, I've got Yanko from FaZe, and they're going up against MIBR in this opening matchup for them. Now, this is quite an intense one. First of all, you used to be on MIBR, and Cold playing his first match against them. But the thing I want to ask you, Yanko, is how much from what you've seen from MIBR has changed since the days of what you've watched? Is it easy to predict in any way? Does anything help you in this?
I think things have changed significantly. You know, the roster is a lot different, and the game, just the meta game, has evolved a lot as well. You know, I've just watched these tournaments while we were at home. In general, watched some of their games there as well, and I think they're a good team. You know, like some of the games that they've lost have been pretty close. I think they've been a bit unfortunate in some of the rounds that they've lost. It could have gone another way for them and had some even better results at the tournament. So yeah, you know, I have a lot of respect for those guys, and it's been a while since we played last summer, and obviously the rosters are even more different now, so I think it's going to be a fun one.
Now, in terms of this, like I was saying, this is going to be Cold's first matchup. Do you think he's going to be really into this of like, okay, it's time to prove it? Because you guys have been having a good role as well.
Yeah, I think he's excited about the matchup, but, you know, we've learned from some of our previous tournaments and some past mistakes that, you know, we need to keep our emotions in check and keep a level head and just, you know, focus on ourselves and not think too much about our opponents. So in regards to that, we've, you know, talked about and prepared how we want to approach this matchup as well to do a good job with that. So yeah, I think, as I said, I think it's going to be a really cool matchup, and I expect a good game.
And is there anywhere in where you guys lose this? Because you guys have been pretty damn strong across all of this, and I know you guys are going to be hungry for the win.
Of course, like anything is possible, but we are just super confident about the matchup. We're super confident in our ability, and we had a good amount of time to prepare after the last tournament. So yeah, I think we're taking this one home for my boy.
for your boy. This is the man. This is the man of the moment. Cold, for you, how badly do you want this win?
Of course, like, win is important. I think it's gonna be a good match as well. I think like I'm really prepared. We are really prepared as a team. But like I'm trying to not be anxious, so I'm trying to control my emotions. And I think it's gonna be a good match. Like they are playing really good. Like just have bad results, but like they are playing really good as well.
Well, you've been playing lights out recently as well. It's good to see you back in form, smiling away. I'm looking forward to this game. Thank you guys for your time. We're going to go back to the desk now.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right. We actually did get that special little treat there at the end, which would have been Coldzera, giving a little bit of insight in terms of feeling the emotions of this game. Jack, can you attest to that?
Yeah, it's going to be a passion-filled game, I think. It'll be a lot of yelling.
Yeah, a lot of yelling. And I would love to continue to do some yelling, but right now we need to go to a break so that we can jump into this first best of one of the day. The ESL Pro League finals are starting here. They're starting now. You are in the right place at the right time for a good time. We're going to be coming up after the break with FaZe Clan versus MIBR. Don't go anywhere. This is ESL Pro League.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is Game Fuel. It's domination in a can. Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
my bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. And you say you wanna be somebody. Then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
Welcome back to Daneland, everyone. This is Astralis country. As you can see, things are swimmingly going for them. But right now, we're going to be looking at what is FaZe and MIBR. Over on the other stream, might I remind you, Navi versus Tyloo. It could be a simple thing over there, but it could not also be a simple thing. You never know what Tyloo's packing in terms of a punch. However, here's where we're going to start to center our attention. MIBR, FaZe Clan, old teammates, former coaching staffs, a whole lot of storylines. And right here at the ESL Pro League, that's what we're all about. I got Davey, I've got Chad, and we're ready to dive right into our first match of the Pro League Finals.
It's a juicy one. I have to make sure that look, Tommy didn't like my tweet very much because he didn't think it was hugely accurate, but coldzera benched himself back in July, right? He wasn't able to get onto FaZe straight away. There was obviously a lot of negotiations, but for him to bench himself from the Brazilian team, from the household name from that country, mean that he had no faith in that project anymore. So for him to be leaving, coming into this game, he's going to want to make a statement. He's going to want to come in here and drop bombs and make sure that he made the right decision and show the world.
Yeah, it's just like you tweeted out. This is his first time playing against his old team. So like he said earlier, he's trying not to get anxious, let his emotions, there's going to be some emotions in this game for sure from both teams. MIBR is going to want to beat Cold. Cold's going to want to beat them. This is going to be fun.
Yeah, there's absolutely a discussion here, and there's a lot of eyes that should be looking at this one. In terms of the just sheer firepower in the server, across both teams, there's a ton of it. coldzera being someone that we can highlight over on the FaZe Clan side.
Yeah, and he's been clicking lately with Nico. Since FaZe have had a bit of resurgence in form, that duo in late-round situations, 2v3s, 2-on-2s, they look amazing. They play off of each other very well. We know they get along outside of the game. They're vocal about that. It's a big reason that this change came on in. And then I haven't even mentioned Olof. I haven't mentioned Rain, and obviously the youngster there, Brokey, who, look, in a couple of situations, 2v1s, he looks a little bit out of his depth, but they're using him in this team as more of a supportive element to plug holes. And there's even been mentioned from Yanko in interviews that he's been placed with coldzera on purpose and using him a bit like a taco.
Yeah, that's actually what's crazy about this FaZe team is that you have Nico and coldzera on the same team. That's two of the best round closers in Counter-Strike history. Like as far as like you were talking about, any situation where it's those two left alive, you're going to favor them to win the round. So really the X factor for this FaZe team is actually Rain, because he's the entry fragger. He's the one who goes in. If he is even like a little bit on form and you have the round closers that FaZe has, that was sort of the catalyst for them actually able to take big wins against some of these teams.
What about MIBR? What do we know about Made in Brazil, and perhaps even just talking about what they accomplished throughout this year, maybe even focusing on Chicago?
Look, it's been a lot of ups and downs with this team. They haven't actually been able to click and refine that form that we remember back from 2015, 2016, when the Brazilian teams were some of the best teams in mid-round decision-making, and the way that Fallen was able to open up rounds at the AWP. Things have changed. It's a whole new project now, right? KNG's joined this roster, and that got me really excited because I think that he's going to bring a lot of hunger to this squad, but they've also swapped roles around. He came in to be the primary AWPer, didn't kind of work out. They want to use him a bit more flexibly, so Fallen's taken back over that mantle. And this team, they're looking better and better, but that word I just used, flexible, that is, when you watch them play on their CT sides, it looks like they're just doing whatever they're feeling. It looks like so many of their plays are just through the gut, and that can either be your biggest strength or your biggest weakness, because you're not predictable, but it's also hard to know what you're doing every round.
Yeah, and I guess that's something we could even follow up with you, Davey. Does that seem like that could be the big flaw in their game plan right here? Is it's that flexibility is not always fantastic?
Yeah, if you're going to play that way, you have to make sure everybody's on point. Like you can't, and when you have a guy like KNG, you brought him in to be the star player. When he was playing at INTZ before he joined this MIBR team, he was absolutely popping off. He was going wild, and then he's joined this MIBR team, and he's been super underwhelming. He hasn't lived up to his expectations.
No, and the expectations are this. It's that we get into the game, we get this best of one underway. Again, one best of one, we need to talk about maps, we need to talk about vetoes, and where this one's going.
And this is hugely important. I think the viewer at home needs to understand the importance of this best of one. If you lose this, you go through the lower bracket and you have to run a gauntlet. If you win this, you can set yourself up to get through into those playoffs. I don't want to say easily, because you have to win a very difficult best of threes, but it all starts with the first ban, Trace. So I'm not feeling a nuke, and I'm not feeling a vertigo, that's for sure.
Yeah, but if I really had to go with my gut feelings, and Davey, maybe you know this too, I mean, it's not going to be, I mean, it could be a Dust 2. I'm leaning more towards Mirage.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to be Mirage, and that's not at all because I already have the info.
Well,
guys, you're not meant to ruin it for everybody on like the first day.
I'm not about this lying thing, all right?
Okay,
that you guys do.
Respect.
I steal opinions and I lie.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's how I get through in life. But I think you are both bang on, and it will be Mirage. Drum roll, please.
So now you're stealing my guess also.
Yes.
Steal opinions, stealing guesses.
And there it is.
See, I knew it all along.
And Chad's sleeping on cloud 9. So there's that. Mirage is the map. That's where we find ourselves in this best of one. You do not want to lose this one. You don't want to fall through your opener. Again, having to stumble your way back up to the top in this one's going to be brutal. We've got all the best teams.
Yeah, I think going into this across the board, no matter what map we would go into, I think FaZe are more well-regimented. I think they have a better approach to the game. They aren't easy to read. They have the standard utility at the start of the rounds, which makes it, you know, oh, they're doing a default round. Whereas MIBR, like I said, they have a few more holes to be plugging, but Mirage is a map where that isn't such a big deal because it plays at a bit faster rate. My biggest issue is that double AWP setup of KNG and Fallen on the CT side. If they can make it work, that's so potent, that's so scary. But if they're both missing shots, then it comes down to Fur's aggression and Taco and Lucas anchoring the B and A bomb sites respectively.
And you know, the thing that we kind of talked about a little bit ago would be that of the controlling emotions. And we're talking about coldzera playing against his former teammates. Something I kind of want to revisit here. Davey, what could be going through your mind when you're playing former teammates?
Well, you want to win. Like it's like extra. There's something weird because when you're a professional and you're playing, you want to win every game. Like that never changes. You don't not want to win less. I don't know how to explain it. You want to win every single game you play, but when you're playing, when it's like personal instead. Because when you're playing and you're competing and you want to beat the other team, it's not personal. It's nothing against them. It's just about you. You want to win. But when you want to beat somebody that's on the other team so bad it becomes personal, that's when you can let your emotions get out of hand.
Trace, we've seen this before as well. Because remember when Taco was on Liquid and they were playing against each other and there was the banter, the yelling, the back and forth, all those bits. That'll be the same in this regard, right? And we know Cold, like if somebody tries to disrespect him in game, he's just going to fire up. That like makes him go like Super Saiyan bloody 4 or whatever it is. It's been a while since I watched Dragon Ball Z. So. But yeah, he loves that kind of stuff. So I think that he's going to have done his homework. You know, he's someone who always does his homework. But if he comes in, he is the highest rated player for this FaZe Clan roster on Mirage. And they've only played it 4 times. It used to be a staple of their map pool, something which has dipped away as they've started to favor things like Nuke, which is crazy to say when you're talking about a FaZe Clan. But he's going to be over towards that B bomb site. Nothing's changed for him. He's doing the same role, and so are most of his old teammates, right? KNG's just kind of taken his spot. Lucas has gone over towards A. And the way that this roster is approaching the map, Trace, I think it's just going to be a bit of a brawl.
Real quick, who do you have in the opener, FaZe or MIBR?
FaZe.
FaZe.
Okay, well, I guess we do have a pretty unanimous decision right here. I'm ready to get into the game, one best of one, to kick things off for the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. Here in Unsa, I, for one, am ready to party. FaZe Clan, MIBR, and it's Harry and other Harry.
Thank you very much, Trace. Yes, Hugo, you're alongside me right now, or other Harry as he might now be referred to as. And I mean, what a game. What a game to start us off here, right? There's so much as we head into this to be taking into account. We got that fun situation with Cold and Yanko, you know, both having previously been a part of this MIBR squad and now sat on the other side of the fence.
Yeah, this music is getting me ready for the game, Harry. I am hyped up, and we're getting into Mirage. This is going to be a brawl. Great puggy map for two very explosive, very talented individual teams, and we're going to have to find out who will be this first victor to open up Season 10 of the ESL Pro League Finals. We'll right into the pistol round. FaZe on that CT side, and MIBR, they're setting up for a B play, but triple stack here for the FaZe clan. They are going to be more than ready. It's actually not a B play. It's actually an underpass crawl with the bomb. They're going to be splitting A with utility being thrown from Fallen into B to fake it out. That's going to keep these rotations here, and it's all a fake.
Yeah, Olaf up in the connector, gonna spot that bomb there as they now show their head out in middle. Taco and Fur both finding openers here for MIBR, and FaZe suddenly throw it into this 3-on-5. They're lacking the manpower, the firepower in this one. Bomb plant's gonna come through. Rain trying to deny it from CT, but he just gets spammed on down, doesn't even really get a chance there. Brokey back in with one. But for him and Nico in a 2-on-4, I don't know if that's going to be enough.
I like how they didn't rush the bomb plant as well. Lucas almost got caught putting in the numbers, but he had cover on that A site, and Nico trying to draw himself back into this round. They might be able to. Brokey's found another kill coming in through jungle, and there's a kit as well on this man with a smoke. Bomb is open though, and Taco has a great position to hold on in the Palace. He's still looking to win one of these duels before the CTs get into the site, but right now, smoke on the bomb. That gives FaZe a chance to stick the defuse. Brokey can just go wild. Taco, he's going to have to get out of the Palace, but Nico's taking his head off, and Lucas is spamming. He doesn't know. The bomb defuse comes through, and FaZe clan take that pistol despite the kills from MIBR.
That was a 2-on-5 at one point in time in favor of MIBR, but somehow, some way, I thought for sure this was going to be the Brazilian squad getting off to a good start here on Mirage. But that is not the case, and now pistol round going the way of FaZe. Investment coming on in from either side. Important to note, Lucas, he's been throwing a Krieg, the rest of the gang cobbling together what they can. Fallen even saving a bit of extra cash to try and bring that AWP out as fast as he can.
Oh dear, there's no one on B here for FaZe. We've only got Cold, and he has no utility after throwing his solo smoke inside of the apartment. So MIBR, they could just burst in with these SMGs and get the bomb plant down. That could make things very difficult for FaZe. 4 players grouped up with KNG setting up flashbangs for this T side, and over to the right you can see our lovely observer, Rushley, getting ready to catch all the frags.
It's what he's so good at. And this round, Cole might make it easy for him here. Actually, it's Lucas to go ahead and get that trade, that Krieg, now making its presence known in this round for MIBR. There's even a Famas down towards short that maybe they could try and get, but Nico's already gone out, gone wide, and has his prying eyes on this bomb site. Flash gets thrown out, but it's not going to force Nico off the angle. He'll instead just hold on back. FaZe clan looking for a way to get back into this, but a Fallen cracking shot there onto Olaf, and down goes the MP9. One at a time, FaZe are falling apart in this round, and the force buy from MIBR looks like it might be enough. Brokey's trying to get out of danger, but he can't get away from Fur, and it's only Nico. He might just about hold on to the M4, but that is going to be it for FaZe. MIBR, they are straight back in with a round.
Yeah, that's what you love to see as well. And a really nice execute from MIBR, right? They save so much utility for that post plant that by the time FaZe even get those rotations back towards B, the market's smoked off. I mean, Olaf can't find a kill on that apartment wrap. And as soon as Fallen gets that scout shot, you know the round is done. FaZe have lost their flank, and everyone else double set up towards the market. Nice, easy conversion from MIBR with that force buy. We're seeing so many T forces, turn out successfully nowadays, especially with that Krieg being so accessible as a T. Oh, that is a fancy camera angle, but right now it's FaZe forcing the issue back. Olaf saving money for the AWP, but everyone else on pistols and armor with this 1M4. MIBR showing some mid-control early, getting KNG into position with this AUG, but No one really contesting it from FaZe, with the exception of that player on short, Cold, just giving it a bit of interest.
You mentioned Olaf saving for that AWP. That's something that I think is, a really good talking point for this this FaZe squad, right? If you remember in the Pro League back in the old regular season, Hugo, he comes into it and he was looking incredible, but it was kind of towards the end, and when some of the games felt like they were slipping through their fingers, it did feel like the pressure got to him a bit on the big green gun. So I'm really looking forward to see him try and bring it out early here, so we do get that eye test as to how Olaf is looking on the AWP. This round, very, very slow from MIBR. They are really taking their time. They're waiting for someone on FaZe to test the waters, try and get aggressive. No one has, so eventually, 45 seconds left, MIBR, they can't wait forever. They're going to set up in the apartments and try and go for this B play.
Yeah, 3 CTs here as well, so FaZe have the numbers ready and waiting. Broky's first contact. He doesn't have armor, but it doesn't matter. Gets away with that frag onto Taco. Olaf, significant damage onto the players dropping out, but they will find him successfully and get the site open for business. Bomb plant can be allowed, but Cole waiting in the wings. He gets another one. It's trading back and forth. MIBR just holding on to the advantage here, but they have to rush the bomb plant. And FaZe could push in through this smoke. Once they hear that go down, they will. Nico's in the site, and he's dropped both the players. FaZe on the board. Surely here, KNG tries to save the day, but Nico locking in 3 kills off of that saved M4. 1 gun held on for FaZe in the previous round, and it does everything here.
And you're already hearing them get pretty loud, right? We just heard some yelling there as that round comes in. And I'm loving this. The fact that this is like a real, I think the Des did a great job. I think it was Davey saying, about how some matchups, right, you do go into it and it can feel a bit more personal. And we even heard that in the interview, right, as to how they're mainly going into this focused on their own game. But I think, we're starting off with a very, very back and forth matchup. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of history between these two teams. And I mean, what a way for the game to begin, right? Now we've got another investment coming in from MIBR. It is these 4 Spy Wars to kickstart the first game here at the ESL Pro League Finals.
The question is, when will they even stop, Harry? Because no one wants to be that team giving away eco rounds and giving a lead away for free. MIBR want to contest this until they can break the money of FaZe. But that's a question in and of itself, really. Galil and Krieg in round number 4 here for MIBR. FaZe far more well-equipped, and we're going back to the A site here, this time a little bit faster. Great pace. Lucas is already out on top of the site, but he doesn't check default, and Rain gets away with 2. This MP9 absolutely shredding MIBR limb from limb, and there's no trade just yet. The Molly in the Palace keeps that player out of position, and KNG, he needs to come and activate, but he can't. Falling as well. Olaf with 2 on the ramp, and now it is just KNG. I'm sure they've got the assumption that he's still here in the apartments. They're even wrapping him to cut off his point of rotation. There's nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, and the bomb is down for the CTs.
And Olaf here's KNG. He's going to be very aware that they could have pushed up at the ramp, so he will get rid of Olaf Meister at least. It's whether or not he's ready for Brokey. He's now taken up this forward position, and he is not. Brokey will finish this round off, and it's going to be FaZe finally securing 2 rounds in a row. You can now breathe that little sigh of relief over on this CT side, knowing that you should have another free round coming on up, right? No money in those bank accounts for the MIBR side. They want to focus on a buy in the next round. Another thing that I think is important to note is early on, where they were taking some chances to save for that AWP, where they were looking to bring it out, that money isn't going to be there now for the T side, and that is not the case for FaZe over on their side of things. You can see Olaf has a bit of residual cash, as does Cold. I imagine they're going to try and jiggle this money around to facilitate that AWP buy as fast as they can.
Yeah, it won't be here, but to go back onto that AWP conversation that you were picking up earlier, right? You said how Olaf sometimes, if he gets off to slow starts, he can get in his head, he can have weak performances with that AWP, but luckily, alongside him, he's on a team where the AWPing power is just throughout everyone, really. We've seen Nico, Cold, and Brokey pick up this AWP from time to time on this team, and that just adds a world of, of detail, a world of depth for FaZe. As, if someone's not feeling it, just hand it over to another guy. Brokey can play it towards that B apartments, as he often does. But for now, it's FaZe sitting 3-1 up, back on the rifles, and for MIBR, it's just these default pistols. Couple of investments here and there, but we're not expecting too much in this round. Should just be FaZe's chance to really build up that money. So MIBR crawling in through underpass. No utility to get out onto A as well, so these rifles are really going to tear these players apart.
Oh, and that nade is so well timed. Nico has just already done so much damage in this round. He's even going to hear the tag, so he knows there's players out here in mid. And with all those kills coming in, the bomb now dropped. The chance for MIBR to find or do anything in this round is out the window, and it's only KNG left once again. Now, he has gotten out through Palace. He has actually gotten under scaffolding here, and FaZe aren't aware of that possibility, so maybe this could lead to KNG getting one, but I think the second they know where he is, and with control of that bomb in mid, the hope of this Deagle finding anything is slim to none. Nico, the one man who is low, is back in CT. KNG's just got to try and be ready for it, but he doesn't seem to account for that. And that will be FaZe, only losing one man there, getting their fourth on the board, and we're already seeing some great stuff from the likes of Nico, who's sat up top in the charts right now, 8-1.
I was going to say multiple 3Ks as well in some of these rounds. So obviously that one's an anti-eco, but even on the B site push when Fulham was planting for sure, Nico just diving through the market smoke and getting a triple there as well. He's up 8-1 right now, and that is what you love to see here for FaZe Clan. But the guns are out here for the Brazilians, and their chance to get back on this T side. It's a split default here with a couple of players working out through mid. Olof in the window with the AWP as well. But with that top mid smoke, he doesn't want to peek out too wide and give away a kill. Just going to forbid mid for the time being. Players in the connector to burst out off the back of a flashbang if need be. There's a tag onto Fallen, but not the killing blow. Bomb going to be coming back through T-spawn towards A, and Fur's going to be lurking late out underpass as well. So this is going to be an A split, and only one man actually on the site to deal with that. That will be Rain.
Yeah, but this double con setup from FaZe might have just come in at the perfect time. MIBR moving into the connector. Cold and Nico, they both get picked up. Now, Fallen does accidentally remove one of his teammates. It's not the end of the world, though, because the rest of these kills are coming in the meantime. Olaf gonna strike another from the tally. Finishes off Fallen, the man that he tagged earlier on in this round. Brings it into the realm of a 2-on-3. They're gonna have to allow that bomb plant, as Brokey waits for Olaf to try and get into a bit of a better position here. No one's giving anything up to FaZe, though. And so I'm anticipating this is just going to be the save, right? While these two players have plenty of money, the rest of the team, that is just not the case. And so if you hold on to these, you can jiggle that money around. You can bring a full buyout into the next. MIBR, though, they will be arriving on that scoreboard once again with a second round now to their name. And in spite of all that early damage and what looked like the perfect setup from FaZe, right, MIBR do a good job of crunching their way up through the connector and taking minimal losses in the process.
Yeah, very aware of the setup there, right? We had a player tucked in that little left side connector corner, can often go unchecked, and you can get a lot of frags from that position. But yeah, Fur was on top of it, didn't let FaZe go down without a fight. And that's a second round taken from this T side. Obviously, as you say, that money saved, or the gun saved rather, for FaZe means they can still buy up into this and not let MIBR necessarily get back into this one too early on, but the building blocks are there here for the Brazilians. Nico, he's got a gun, few. Nice read from Taco as well on Rain's position inside of the site from the last round. He had that MP9 on default a couple of rounds prior, read by MIBR. Staying aware of the positions that FaZe like to play here, and back towards middle here for this T side. Once again, the AWP is not going to be combating it. Miss mid-smoke, that's a bit of a problem here, as Olaf is going to have a chance to peek out if he wants, but with that smoke getting missed, MIBR just decide to bail. Lucas is going to leave, go back towards T-spawn and set up for this A side execute.
Yeah, both these, more so FaZe. I think MIBR have been anticipating a bit more aggression from their CT squad thus far. And they've never been getting it, so we've just seen a lot of these kind of, late round set pieces called from MIBR. As standard as they come, this one's just going to be one of these standard A-side plays with two players looking to get out from the Palace. Taco here leading the charge, has Lucas alongside him, and they'll go in dry. They haven't given anything to telegraph this push yet. Taco getting a lot of ground, finally dealt with there by Rain, as he does spot him trying to crawl under the scaffolding. Rain, they've got to deal with him. He's putting up more and more damage, and even as Fur gets that trade, it's not at a heavy cost, right? He gets brought down to just 10 points of health there with the dink from the M4. KNG bested over in middle. kill, and now Lucas and Fur with less than 100 points of health between the two of them in a 2 versus 4, and they think they've got the A bomb site. They think they've got it under lock and key. Brokey's going to swing wide, and together with Nico, they make quick work of MIBR in that round.
Yeah, nice. Even Brokey waiting a second there before he peeks. He doesn't just peek initially off of the sound of the plant. He waits for his teammate to get into position to watch the Palace, get that trade onto Lucas when the swing comes in, and yeah, MIBR not going to be able to get that bomb down. That was almost really a requirement here for this T side. They're not going to be able to buy up with the money in this state, so they would have loved to get that extra $800 per player. Unfortunately, FaZe not giving them an easy way back in, and this 5-2 lead is really starting to build now for the CT side. Bit of a rough spot for MIBR to be in. Really just going to be expecting pistols and armor in this round for some of the players. And FaZe already finding confidence to start off this game.
I mean, obviously, everyone over on the desk put this one in favor of FaZe,
Yeah.
right? I think, you know, you look at their recent performances, you look at how they've been in the server, and you can very much understand why, but you can never forget with this MIBR squad, some of the runs, some of the history that these guys have made, right? And I think, especially considering that little revenge matchup between Cold and MIBR, this is a series I'm hoping and I'm expecting to go the distance. I think anything less than that, regardless of who picks it up, it's going to feel very disappointing.
It might be our force bought into this round as well. That's a big call to make, but these cheap Galils really do offer rifle rounds when they would otherwise not be apparent. It's a fast A play, and Rain again using this default box to his advantage. 2 kills, not the dink onto KNG this time, who will get a kill back into the round, and that's going to enable the plant as well. MIBR not waiting to get that bomb down. They put it immediately with these smokes. FaZe going to have to play in for retake now. They've got the kits, they've got the AWP, and plenty of utility to find these frags.
Yeah, KNG, the player with a Molotov, he's actually under scaffolding, so he's not in a position where he can really throw that in to try and deny the bomb plant. Instead, he's got to get all the kills, and he's only good for 1. It's Fallen, now dealing with Brokey, just Olaf left to find, but Olaf's going to catch him with the USP there through the edge of that smoke. No kit on Olaf, though, and there were kits around. He doesn't have enough time to grab the defuse. Just to his right, I'm pretty sure, inside of the bomb site, there was a kit, so bit of a shame there, bit of a perhaps a miscommunication from FaZe, but that's a little bit gut-wrenching considering, you know, there were kits in play. There was definitely the chance.
That's so unfortunate. Two out of those 3 players on the retake had kits. Both Nico and Brokey had them. Obviously, Nico dying on the ticket box, and then Brokey, as you said, inside of the site, right next to the bomb, in fact. Olaf, you know, we'd have to go back and see. I don't know if he would have had time, depending on the position of the kit, but it would have been damn close.
It almost seemed like one of those ones where if he went for the kit straight away and then goes for the defuse, it's fine. But because he's stuck on it for a second or two, it's like, I just don't have time, guys. I just don't have time.
Rather save the AWP than take the risk of going down with the bomb, right?
You know, one upside at least for FaZe is not only do they take the AWP out of that round, and that now allows them to reinvest, right? Olaf has already dropped a gun over, as we can see, thanks to this wonderful little HUD overlay. But you'll note that, you know, the money for MIBR, even though they get that round, it's not picture perfect, right? With everyone falling, everyone going down, you do still have Taco on a Galil in this one. The players that have upgraded onto those harder hitting rifles, they're very limited in terms of the utility. So for MIBR, one player, I was going to say that you really didn't want to fall early was Taco, but he's already thrown all of his utility in. He's already expended all of that into this A bomb site. The rest of MIBR have as well. So this is looking like a fast A play from the Brazilian squad, maybe trying to change the pace up a little bit here as they've already got players deep in mid and in that ladder room as well.
Yeah, Olaf's coming back into the window as that smoke fades, but does he realize there's a player up and above? Lucas is waiting. Got to be aware of that short side as well. Olaf going to come back in to check. This could be his death if he's not aware. But Lucas gives away his position with a shot through the plates, and it's going to be at least gain for FaZe Clan knowledge. But does that make them lean further towards B, you might wonder? As Rain gets flashed into the ramp, he gets away with a kill. That's massive. Fallen trades immediately, though, and MIBR, they're surely going to speed things up off the back of that kill. Let the connector player try and work, but Nico spotted him, and he won't let him get out. 2 for Nico. Great stuff on this A site. This has been a pillar of consistency here for FaZe. Nico and Rain able to hold off this position many times, and Nico is not done. A 3rd kill once again. That's his 3rd triple kill in the CT side already, and we're only 10 rounds in. Nico making MIBR work for this, and that's another round for FaZe Clan. We're just not having concurrent rounds here, Harry. It's so back and forth, so many force buys. It's the exact kind of game we wanted.
The thing I'm loving as well is how much utility we've seen both Nico and Rain now get out of this default box, right? It's such a strong position in this A-bomb site, especially if you've got those supportive elements nearby to throw in the flashbangs, to throw in that utility to set you up. And well, good night, KNG. He was holding the ramp. He was waiting for that peak. Admittedly, it's only with the scout, but Nico just domes him. And, oh, wow. I love that little replay. My word, dude. We're getting spoiled with the level of production already, mate. We're on the first game of the day.
Nico, he's not going to get any more this time. I was expecting him to kill both players, Harry. I'm not going to lie.
Nico, over in mid. He's dead. Oh, well, you know, it happens to the best of us. 4-on-4 for MIBR, and they're going to take that all day long. They've retrieved the AK from Nico down in middle. And now they're going to go back through T-spawn over here towards this A-bomb site once again. They've been here in what feels like the majority of these rounds outside of the pistol, right? Since the rifles have come in, it's only been these A plays, and every time they've struggled getting past Rain. This time he's here alone, though. Will he be the bane of MIBR again, or are they finally going to break past this man?
He's actually going to give up the site here and play for CT. FaZe opting for a retake. They have not won a retake in this game with the exception of that pistol round. All 3 bomb plants for MIBR have been converted, so this could be a problem for FaZe moving forward. Let's see if they can deal with the pistols and that 1 AK. Rain not spotting anyone on the site, but they are making a lot of noise trying to cross. Luckily enough, Plant's going to be kind of hard to get down. Lucas trying to do it openly, and Fallen has got that cover. Rain going down in CT. Olof's going to move through to try and help, but here's what we talked about. These retakes for FaZe have been rough, and right now they're a man down with no option to get back in. Olof looking for the shot to Fallen, doesn't connect. And FaZe, if only they knew what they were up against. Lucas on 10 HP, Taco only on a deagle, Fallen's got no armor. This is such a winnable round, but that bomb is ticking away, and First found himself another shot, getting Brokey up on Catwalk. That will call the save for FaZe. They're just going to bail out of this site and give MIBR a 4th round. That's all these bomb plants still getting converted for MIBR, so definitely good to see them rushing the plants when they can. Oh, Fallen, man, he is just nailing shots with his scout today. From the 2nd round onwards, he just won't stop.
Well, yeah, that's the weird thing. It feels like he's only found success on the scout. In a lot of these buy rounds, you know, he's been struggling. You know, he only had a few kills to his name a few rounds ago. There he gets 3. So hopefully that's a bit of a confidence boost for Fallen.
He actually did go down as well after the round ended, I imagine, to one of those saved weapons. Olaf lost his AWP, though, as well. So, you know, there are casualties, at least on both sides of things here for MIBR and FaZe. But MIBR, honestly, they're in a really good position right now. While they're down by 2 rounds, Harry, you know, the money's getting so back and forth. And when you go for these constant forces and start trading rounds, it typically favors the T sides, right? Because you've just got those cheaper guns, that Galil as well, that we're seeing MIBR really abuse in this T side of Mirage. And that is just great to see. Timeout coming to a close here as we get back into the swing of things. And FaZe, for the first time this game, might have to finally start giving away a round, take an eco, and let MIBR catch up. Oh.
Yeah, something that's been very interesting is that FaZe, you know, they're always kind of teetering more over towards this B side of the map. And that round there, it does come back to hurt them a bit. And considering how much we've seen MIBR just opt for these set pieces late into the game, or late into the round rather, over at this A side of the map, finally we see FaZe taking that into account, right? And just stacking everybody here, hoping that MIBR play into their hands. And it looks like they might. Cold versus Taco. Oh, does manage to best him initially, jumping on down, getting out of the danger zone, albeit briefly. And MIBR, they're spotting a lot of bodies here. They're seeing a lot of players inside of this site, but they're dealing with them adequately. Kills coming in. Cold, still alive, still on this Krieg, but he does get put down. Olof's managed to find one with his USP up into Palace, and now as an AK, strong position to be in. The utility is going to have to be very well utilized here for MIBR to keep him out of position, but that smoke goes in, and that is now going to hold Olof back. They've done a good job of minimizing the amount of impact he can have in this position, and yeah, for Olof, he's just got to bow out, right? He's just got to back away, and Lucas does not want to let him hold on to this Krieg. They spot him trying to run the gauntlet, and Olof's still going wide, still trying to take these fights. They double peek into him, and KNG does not let him save today. 3 kills for him in that round there. So the two players who frequently don that AWP over on the MIBR side, finding 3Ks in these last 2 rounds. Bit of a confidence boost. And now we see that first AWP purchased up here over on KNG at least.
Yeah, crazy to think the first T-side AWP coming in at round number 11 here for MIBR, and that just shows how this economy has been rocky road all game long. Olof does have his though to fight back, and let's see if we get that head-to-head battle. He is in middle. KNG just holding towards the connector though, and once again flashing Olof off of this position. He's just going to smoke himself out and safely retreat, give away that mid control to MIBR. FaZe have not been too heavily contesting for this position, and MIBR, they're just going to ditch it as well. They know that FaZe don't have the info, so for all FaZe know, MIBR could be all over mid. Instead, it's back to this B site, and now these heavy B setups that FaZe have been playing round after round are finally going to pay off. We've got Olof here with the AWP and 2 more players behind him.
He's going to give away that AWP resides here, even tagged up on that re-peek, and they just go running on in. They know they've weakened it, but will they anticipate this heavy setup crossfire between Cold, Brokey, and Olof, and they are holding every single pixel at this point, apart from the one that Fur is in. He's sneaking on in, and no one aware of this. Olof now, he's got so many places to look. He's got to have eyes in the back of his head, but he has gotten rid of Fur. That's going to take some of the pressure away. Still has Brokey as well over on the truck. Do be sure to bear that in mind. MIBR, they're wondering, where's Brokey gone? Where could he be? They think he's in jail, but no, he's repositioned onto the truck. They'll read it well. The Molotov puts him in the prying eyes of KNG. And now, Nico and Rain, these 2 players that have been stellar over at the A side of the map, they've got to try and get FaZe their first retake off, and they will deal with KNG. It's that AWP on Fallen now that's got to show its worth.
Yeah, just this one man alone at the back of the bench, and they have not gained his position either. They have no idea. That bomb's planted for short, so for all they know, he could have been coming late in through middle. Fallen getting that first shot, now going back to the market. Rain's up closer already, and Fallen doesn't realize how close he is. The arm showing though, and Fallen takes it away. A round for MIBR. Once again, these retakes not happening for FaZe, and it's the AWP on Fallen to close out another, equaling up the score as well, 6-6. But most importantly, breaking the money of FaZe right there. That was such a strong B-site setup for FaZe. They had a 5-on-3 initially, Harry, with Olof getting that kill on the AWP, and then even the player on Catwalk finding one more. Tucking in for a really passive setup, but MIBR do a great job of pulling back those disadvantages, and now we're going to see them really start to streak together on this T-side.
It's kind of insane, because outside of the pistol, where obviously they were able to stick that defuse in the retake, since the rifles have come out, the 6 rounds that MIBR have, 5 of them have been with that bomb plant and finding success on the back of it. Not a single retake has come in for FaZe since the pistol, and that's quite a scary stat line to look at. You know, you've been really relying on getting some big impact early and locking MIBR out of these rounds. You haven't been able to rely on these retakes, even when they've gone into it with the man advantage. This round here, the money's broken for FaZe once again, so MIBR surely going to be finding themselves in the lead on the back of it, right? A 7th round looming, man advantage in this round. They've got so much more in terms of firepower. And you deal with Nico's Deagle over in mid. That was the only really threatening thing that FaZe had into this 3-on-4.
Yeah, Taco's already cleared out A as well, so you can see that bomb ditching middle and coming back towards the T-spawn to get that plant and solidify the round. FaZe are not going to be in this one. They're just looking for damage, trying to take guns away and hopefully save some of their own, but no window boost here. Olof's position will be null and void, and Brokey also coming in from the window as well. Can wrap CT, but at this point it is just a formality here for FaZe Clan. Deagle taken, that's something. Might be a gun dropped here in middle. Yeah, there is. Olof's actually managed to gain that quickly, and he's just going to go straight in for the save. May as well keep your money intact. You know this round isn't winnable, and Brokey's got a Zeus. He can hang around, try and get a couple of these frags on the exit. Either way, this is a 7th round for MIBR on the T side of Mirage. A map that, yeah, okay, they've definitely always been keen to play into it. Not one that MIBR is scared of, but at least looking at the stats recently, they've had a bit of a rough time here. Only a 40% win rate in the last 3 months. Whereas you look at FaZe and they have almost double that, up to 70+%. And that really shows a whole lot. But right now...
Yeah, but I think, you know, even looking at them, Hugo, even when you look at the map stats, something that's interesting for me is, you know, FaZe, this used to be one of the home maps for this team. You know, back in the days gone by.
Definitely.
And as of late, we've seen a real reduction in how often they try and pick into it. I think it makes a lot of sense that that's where we've ended up in a best-of-1 series here, right? Because it is kind of that middle ground for these two teams. But yeah, right now, MIBR are going to find themselves in the lead, looking better off when you consider the start that FaZe got to, right? The fact that they were sat with that lead early on, they were 4-1 up at one point in time. This is quite the turnaround from the Brazilian squad here, as they now find themselves in the driver's seat. Olaf bringing the AWP back out in this round. Nico over in mid, despite not having that scoped rifle. Instead, that's over towards ramp alongside Rain here. They push up, running this buddy system to get ramp control early, and that's because they've given up mid. So they want to try and take a foothold elsewhere, and now they've got Rain in pole position, pushing through T-spawn. The only X factor in this round now for MIBR is maybe Taco could catch someone by surprise, but he's not going to turn back in time to spot this flank. He's not. There's just no timing for it. So Rain could do so much damage. He's gone around the world, and it's a downpour of death up in top mid. He's forced them to have to try and deal with him. Taco now comes back from Palace, and Rain is already on the angle. This flank is stellar for FaZe, and Rain now with 2 kills under his belt. He's fine. He's running back to the 8. Oh, no, he's not. He made it look like he was. He faked it out, and now he's going back on the aggression.
This is what you love to see from FaZe. This is the first aggressive round they've even had on this CT side, and it works wonders, but 3-on-5s have been won already this game, so don't count this T side out. Fur coming in through the connector. His teammates up on catwalk as well. He's making sure that that info is not gained by FaZe. Nice shot from Fallen, but he's down to 2 in the process. 25 seconds for them to get this bomb plant down, and they've lost their lurk on A as well, so just got to double down and commit to this site if you are MIBR. But with a man in the market and another one still unchecked at the back of the site, it's going to make things very difficult. Brokey just needs 1 kill, and there it is. Fallen's down to 2. He's looking to hold onto his AWP, but let's see if Nico even lets him. I'm doubtful. Missed shot, and Fallen playing with fire right now. 4 seconds left. And they are coming from all angles, Harry. He is not getting away with that gun. It will be Rain to take him down, and FaZe Clan able to equal up that scoreline. 1 round left of the half.
Man, Rain actually did Fallen a bit of a solid there, though. There was 1 second left on that timer, and Fallen dies just before time runs out. And, you know, I mean, I don't know if that's the case of, you know, them just believing that the kill was going to come in, because, you know, it was so down to the wire. Like, I thought that was after time, but it wasn't. He was dead, though. Like, Fallen, there's no way he's surviving that, but I guess they just take the kill while they've got it, right? That Molotov was close to running out behind. Fallen wasn't going to be stuck there forever. Not the end of the world, but it really could have been for MIBR. Last round of the first half coming up now, and they've got this weak little buy over on the T side. It's definitely not ideal, right? They've got plenty in terms of the firepower on those Kriegs, right? KNG and Lucas bringing those out, but it's the utility that's lacking. It's the versatility in terms of the fakes and such that you can throw in that they're really going to feel in this round. You can see Fallen selling a bit of a lurk up in the apartments. Fur, in the meantime, has dealt with a player over here on A, and this is now perfect for MIBR, because they were coming into this at quite the disadvantage in terms of the firepower, but they've put this AK to good use. They found a double inside of the A bomb site, and now Olaf, all he can do is smoke himself off and just try and play for this retake, something that FaZe, as we've mentioned, have had so much trouble with.
Oh, great luck from Fallen as well. Fur gets a spot. The Colds are up on catwalk, and Fallen just jumps out of the apartments. There's no way that Brokey can get back into this round. All he can do is try. That smoke fading though, and KNG has jumped up, and he will get away with that frag. 8 rounds at the end of the first half for MIBR. They managed to really weather the storm from what was initially a bit of a lead for FaZe Clan, and they turn things around in their favor. That's the end of the first half though. The second will be coming up in just a second.
Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. Cause you know, like I know, we'll take it. Yeah. You know, Mark, South
That I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind. Cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight and wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Don't take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow.
Well, Counter-Strike is a game of two halves, and we just saw the first one play out. It's very, very even at the end of that first half. 8-7 in favor of MIBR, but I would say don't let that score line fool you. I think it was a great start, a great debut from FaZe on this map, right? They go 4-1 up. They were 6-3 up shortly thereafter. But towards the end, MIBR definitely started to feel the pendulum of momentum swinging in their favor.
And let's see where this will go now, moving into the second phase on the T side, and they're going to be moving in from lower. Bomb still back in the T spawn range, setting up utility there for middle. MIBR, they've got a triple setup on this A site as well. That kit on Fallen in the CT spawn to get on the defuse. That's how FaZe managed to pick up their CT pistol with that retake on the A site. And that's how things may pan out for MIBR as well. There's a player under balcony. That's going to be the man to watch out for. But Fallen has already dropped Nico. Olaf coming in from the window, checking out Fur, and he does find that info. So FaZe can try and split in from the palace and take that kill. Rain does it instead. Damage into Fallen. He's had to fall back in the CT spawn. And it will just be kills traded equally here in a 3-on-3.
Oh, Olaf going to remove another in the meantime, and now man advantage residing with FaZe. Lucas going to drop that smoke and try and play behind it. That bomb is on the back of Brokey. And in the bomb site, him and Lucas very close to one another. Taco's done a good job of dodging the danger that lurks in window. That's Olaf there. He's actually going to wrap all the way round in through T-spawn. This is a very lengthy play. MIBR putting a lot of stock in this position that Taco's been able to get. And the longer Lucas wastes on this clock, the more pressure he applies, the more valuable this flank is going to be. While these players are now focused on dealing with Lucas, maybe Taco can come in and find something. He's decided to wrap Palace, and that's because Lucas has communicated that there was a man in here, but Taco's making noise. He's trying to pick up the pace, and that's now led to FaZe leaving the Palace position. Taco will get one, but he's got to do a lot more. His teammate's been brought down within inches of his life, and they almost line up for Cold, but he'll find them both. It feels a little wrong to see coldzera dealing with his old teammates in such a fashion, but he will find both players there at the very end, and FaZe tying things up to start this second half. pretty apt way to start it, considering how close that initial debut from these teams was.
And now I'm really excited to see where these Force buys are going to be going, right? If we looked at MIBR's T side, they were getting so many Galils, so many Scout Force rounds with Deagles and armor. Well, let's see if we have the same thing on the CT side. It is going to be the case. You can see those Betway odds now favoring FaZe Clan, and at 8-8, it's anyone's game still. NiKo getting tagged by the Scout. It's a 5-man ramp push for FaZe, just looking to brute force their way into the site, and they lose the first man immediately. Fur on the edge of the smoke towards jungle gets himself one, and there's a boost up as well to stop this plant and stop Olof in his tracks. Nice stuff. Fur finds his second. This is falling apart for FaZe, and all the CTs are here to trade. Taco gonna walk through this smoke as it fades, and Brokey, he needs both kills here if they want to win this round. He's got them as well. Bomb plant can come through, but he's down to 6.
Cold has just helped alleviate a lot of the pressure, though. The only man on full HP for FaZe, striking another from the tally. This isn't an undoable retake for MIBR. It's not impossible, but it's going to require something a little bit ridiculous from one of these two remaining players. Luckily enough, for Fur and Fallen, that is usually their speciality. Fur. Oh my. Fallen. There he is, tagging these players up, but Cold and Brokey, they were very, very ready for that, right? They knew that Cold had full HP, he can sustain a gunfight. Brokey's just tucked away, and then the second that peek comes in onto Cold, that's where Brokey swings wide, helps out, and Cold, or Fallen rather, gets pincered between the two of them.
And that's FaZe back in with another 3-on-5. Harry, add it to the tally. There's been so many won in this map already. 2 and 3v5s, ready for both teams as well. So MIBR going to lose a Force buy, and they have to go back down to the Deags. Give FaZe that double digits here on the T side. They're more than ready to take it. 2 MAC-10s to farm up that cash here. Brokey's going to be taking his out wrap. We've got a full smoke execute coming through for FaZe. That's going to keep Fallen with no information towards this A site. And actually a gamble rotation from MIBR. Will this be going towards B? They'll move 2 through the window. NiKo's ready for it though, and he'll find both those kills. FaZe off to a strong start in this round once again. Lucas is going to hear a player jumping above. He should be able to get that kill, but ridiculous drop from Brokey on the ladder. Finds that frag, RNG in his favor, and it's Taco alone now in a 1-on-5. We're looking at double digits for FaZe.
Yeah, that first buy round is looming, though. And one thing I do think it's important to note is if you look on the bottom left of the screen right now, you see that Fallen and KNG have both taken part in saving some extra cash here on the CT side. That can mean that this double AWP becomes a potential for MIBR. Something that they do have up their sleeve, right? As a real tool that can be used to deal some damage, especially moving in to the CT half of this map.
Yeah, that's going to be something that's really scary. We didn't really see FaZe utilize that AWP too heavily in their CT side. They had it on Olof a fair amount, but really a lot of the time it was just the case of MIBR smoking out that window, denying Olof any information, and just leaving him in retakes that he couldn't go for in man disadvantaged situations. He definitely got countered there in that first half. So yeah, MIBR going straight in for the AWPs is going to be a big talking point here. They will buy them both up, Fallen and KNG, armed and ready to go here into this second half. We'll see if FaZe still want to run this bonus. They do. They've still got those 2 SMGs, but lack of head armor not going to be a problem here for MIBR. They've got everything they need as they get into round number 19. Again, a triple B setup here for the CT side. MIBR doing it as well as FaZe, who was so heavy towards that side of the map at the start. But instead, it's just going to be a full A execute from FaZe. No one inside of the site. Another retake setup with 2 AWPs.
Yeah, retaking with this double AWP setup could be a real problem for MIBR. So they're hoping that, you know, someone with these AWPs can find something just to give you that man advantage, because you're also lacking a defuse kit. And there we go. One of the AWPs now chiming in, and the other one following suit. They'll double up, and there is a kill traded back at the very, very least. But, I mean, already, right, this is a great start for MIBR. The 2 problems that they had, the 2 little things that we needed to go their way have almost immediately. And this has slowed down the pace of FaZe, although, yeah, that only applies to 2 of them. It hasn't slowed down Olof, who's now been able to scavenge himself an AWP, and that's quite the upgrade for this guy. Throws away that MAC-10, gets an AWP to play around with. NiKo's going to get found there, trying to play around with that bomb, trying to force some of these peaks out from MIBR. It hasn't worked though, and Brokey, ooh, just about getting down into the bomb site. Olof not quite able to connect over onto short. This is scrappy. This is messy. FaZe 2 on 3. They've got the A site, but they can't get this bomb planted because every time they try, MIBR tear them apart.
Yeah, and it might just happen again. Lucas is coming through Con. He actually stopped Nico through a smoke earlier to get that bomb down on the A site, and he's looking to do it again, but caught from the sidelines. Olof taking down that mid player. They know that CT is under control, and taking the fight is Brokey, but he's just dropped the bomb with 10 seconds left. He had to stick that with the cover from Olof, but now it's left Olof in it once again, an undoable clutch for FaZe. Gonna have to be a save on that AWP. Oh, I would have loved to see Brokey stick that bomb plant there. Obviously not aware that both players are in CT necessarily, but you know, the only chance you win that round is if you get the bomb down, and Lucas just did such a good job of denying that for FaZe Clan, delaying the plant. I can't believe he got a kill to a full smoking connector as well from Catwalk. That was everything for MIBR, and they get away with the AWP as well. At least one of them. The other, obviously, as you said, taken by Olof, and FaZe will be buying up around it for the next round. But first, a quick tactical pause to discuss.
Yeah, they want to try and make sure everyone's on the same page here. They're only just narrowly holding on to this lead, and you don't want to give MIBR a means of getting back in. They'll be fully investing here for the T side. But obviously that loss bonus getting dwindled on down the more rounds MIBR, sorry, as a result of that 3-0 start, you know, you're not looking at much here if you're FaZe. So if you don't win this round, only going to be getting what? 1900. So always a chance that that eco is just on the horizon, and that could very much be MIBR's olive branch back into this map, right? They're hot on the heels of FaZe. They're catching up. Make no mistake about it. And now into this round, FaZe setting up once again just to go for this A-side set piece. They seem to believe that it had the results they wanted in that last round, and so they're looking to run it again. Fallen this time. Not back in CT, not passive, gets one from the triple box, and now just falls back behind this smoke, trying to use it as a bit of a one-way. Goes jumping over, gets the information as to how many players are here, spots that bomb as well, and so the rotations are already arriving for MIBR. 3 players knocking on the door, another kill coming in from this MP9 as Fur doubles up, and it's only Olof left once again. He'll get put down in the ground, and there it is, the equalizer found for MIBR.
I love how MIBR constantly are playing these retake setups with no one inside of the site, but they're never letting FaZe get any room inside of A. Fallen, pushing triple, getting that frag, falling back, and as you said, he gets all that information, jumping on top of tickets. He's 3 players and the bomb. That's everything MIBR need to fully rotate and have the players on that A site, but for getting the kills before the rotations even came through, splendid stuff with that MP9. There's the doubling up. There's the 10 rounds found by MIBR. And as you said, Harry, no loss bonus here for FaZe. They're back to the pistols. This AWP really showing up now for MIBR on this defensive side, something that Olof really just couldn't get going. We're going to need one for FaZe at least if they want to try and counter that out, and they will have the money moving forward. But right now, just pistols in the apartments and already bailing from them. Holds up in Palace, hoping that someone gets aggressive and gives him a frag here, but MIBR not bringing in much CT progression, or aggression rather. FaZe only threw in that one push down ramp from Rain in the entire CT side. Other than that, they forego in middle and didn't really even flank up. So this is a extremely passive defensive side really throughout the game. But when you're up against pistols, there's no reason to really give away frags here for MIBR. Wait for them to come to you, and FaZe, they definitely will. 3 in the Palace with that bomb, looking to waterfall out mid, out A after this run boost in mid, and Rain's going to be joining them in the connector.
Fallen. Not able to deal with the con players, but the rest of the team certainly are. He'll even catch the guys as they try and waterfall out from Palace. And, well, it's not gone the way that FaZe would have liked. It's only Cold left. He's gone as well, mate. Everyone's fallen. And it's MIBR taking the lead 11-10 now. I tell you what, man, neither one of the... Like, do these two just hate the B bomb site? I feel like, you know, we saw, like, 3 B plays come in that first half. And then that was it. Everything's just been ending with these A-side executes. That was one thing I noted, you know, in those first 3 rounds, it was nice because it felt like FaZe, they were more playing that default early. They were finding a couple of kills here and there. And a lot of those decisions seem to be very mid-round, right? Like very calls very much made on the fly based on what they've been able to establish. But here, it's just been a lot of these set pieces over towards A. This round, another investment back in from FaZe, and I'm hoping this is where we see them maybe make a return to that. But right now, with a lot of players stacked up over on ramp and one man out in middle, this feels like it could culminate back towards this A side of things. Olaf getting tagged up by those nades, however, that might be enough to deter FaZe.
And we finally got players inside of the site here as well on A. Lucas is sitting default, ready and waiting as FaZe set their players out through ramp again, just going for contact, not even lining up utility right now. And Lucas needs to be careful. He doesn't have any kind of support right now. Peeking out wide, there's the info, gets tagged though, and now he can get swung on by Nico, who's up in the palace, but Fallen finds him first, in from the window. FaZe losing one leg of their split, and another one going down as well, with Cole getting caught by Lucas jumping up on top of the boxes. Right now, FaZe are stuck in a stalemate. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. They're just going to bail from this site, and in the meantime, we've got this flank. Taco has pushed all the way in through the B apartments. This only gains more information, more real estate for MIBR, and if FaZe want to go back towards B, they've got to get through this aggressive position first.
Oh, Taco. The menace. He just drops a Molotov and runs away. They think they've got him trapped, but now conceding the lower tunnel's control. Taco's going to re-emerge here. Out into middle he goes, looking to get this trade, but they're not going to offer it up. They're not going to give it his way, and so he just has to now go back passively in towards this side of the map. There's only 10 seconds left, so this is the round for MIBR. FaZe, this is looking dangerous now, right? They come into this second half, they win the pistol, they get the rounds on the back of it, and they see themselves in the lead, but albeit very, very briefly. Now it's MIBR in the driver's seat, taking the last 4 in a row. The money's becoming a problem for FaZe again, and you just save those 2 weapons, right? So they kind of have no real choice other than to invest heading into this round. And this could be the thing that starts to see this one go in favor of MIBR, right? FaZe, you really need to have a return on this investment here. Because if you don't, this one, it's starting to feel a little bit far gone.
And where do you think they're going, Harry? Where do you think they're going to take this scrappy force?
If I had to guess, mate, Hugo, they've only gone towards A. I'm imagining we might see that again. This time, the A Palace waterfall. 3 players trying to get out. And the only difference in this round is finally the kills have been found for FaZe. Fallen does manage to get one back. A 3-on-4 as they come in for the retake. MIBR, are they going to give this one a look in?
I like that change up from FaZe, right? Just moving ahead of MIBR, not letting the smokes telegraph their play, just running out through Palace. Now Fallen, he's got to do it all in the site with the AWP. Gets one, but Nico is hiding in the smoke, and he's going to hear that retreat. He knows there are 2 players in CT here for MIBR, and that bomb is ticking fast. Taco out in the open, gets that kill. They can just jump on the bomb if they want. This mid-split's coming through, but the bomb's planted default. Olaf is the only man who can stop this, and they're already on the defuse, tapping away. The pistol does it, and that's just going to be the round. Fallen will surely go down with this bomb. He's going to try and stick it at the end, but Brokey should have his number, and he doesn't, but the bomb certainly saves the day. FaZe able to pick it up after all.
It got a little worrying there for a moment. It got a little bit worrying, but yeah, it is an 11th round secured for FaZe, and we were saying how important that one was. They put everything they had into it, right? And so, you still see the effects of that monetary situation here for the T side. You still feel that heading into this round. You can already see Mac 10s getting purchased up on Rain. Olaf, he doesn't even have enough for an AK.
All right, boys, so just jumping in here with a quick tactic. These double orbs have been difficult to deal with. I want to focus on Fallen here, and KNG is going to be coming on through. FaZe have really been struggling with this in the early rounds. You're going to see Fallen, he's going to get smoked on off, still going to get a chance to push on forward. Grabs a kill onto Nico there, and he jumps on back through the smoke. We had an earlier gun round as well from these guys, where they were able to get 2 kills through the smokes, one from Fallen there, and one from KNG as well. This is something that FaZe have to be able to lock on down if they want to be able to get more rounds on the board. So back to the Goonies with the cast.
We love that. Thank you very much for his timeout tactics.
I'm so glad that we got this. By the way, that was a debut of something that's been in the works for a while, and it's real special. We're going to have more of them as the event goes on. A little timeout, not only for the players, but a chance for Chad to help us digest some of the moves that have been going on in the game.
That's going back to that previous round, right? Such an important one for FaZe. We had all these scrappy force buys from MIBR that really got them in a good spot on this T side. Well, now FaZe are going to keep this pace rampant again, back to a B rush. Taco here on the car. That molly's going to hit him in a few seconds, but he doesn't realize Rain's crossed right by him. They're next to each other, side by side. The molly eventually kills Taco. He can't get out of the car in time, and now this AWP in on the retake. Fallen waits for no one, going right through the smoke. The bomb is down, and we've got to boost up as well on the site. FaZe have so many numbers here. Fallen with a shot. Great connection back into a 3-on-3, and he knows that Rain's behind the bench as well. Takes him through the wall. 3-on-2. MIBR might have just found a saving grace, and it's all off the back of this man. Fallen with a third, and Olaf stuck in the apartments. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. A wrap coming in as well, and first sealed the deal. It's a retake for MIBR. Fantastic stuff. This is the Fallen we want to see here, Harry.
I've taken an earphone off. I'm cast this with one earphone on because I want to hear the yelling that's going on in the room across the way. They are being loud. Fallen with 3 huge kills, and MIBR back in pole position. There's no money over on this FaZe side. Do they give up a 14th? Do they take a partial investment here and not have a massive chance at finding success? Or are they going to invest? Are they going to try and throw this in? I think that's one of the conversations you really start having during these timeouts, especially with the Krieg and Famous price reductions. Not Krieg, rather. The Galil and Famous. Thank God, not the Krieg.
Yeah, don't make it any cheaper. Jesus.
The Galil price reduction. I feel like, we've already seen it. Tempts teams to go for these force buys a lot more than maybe they traditionally would have. FaZe, though, they don't want to favor that. Instead, they will just take that partial investment. They're not looking to put everything into this round. And I think that's the right decision to make, right? This double AWP, it's been causing them problems, it's been throwing issues their way, and I don't think Galil's would have been the answer. Instead, they're going to look to bring out everything they need in this next round and just take pistols and armor here.
That's going to leave FaZe fighting for a 5-round comeback in a row if they don't want to hit overtime or a potential loss, though, in this first map. If they could win this eco, that would be incredible, but you can't really hold out for that with some of the shots we're seeing connect here for MIBR and Fallen specifically. Now, that second AWP in as well, KNG over towards his B bomb site has not been smoked off, so he's going to have an open season, but smoke finally landing and his first opportunity gone with the win. KNG can't repeat the effects of Fallen running through the smoke, and now it is FaZe finding 2 kills and the site under their control. Those are big weapons to pick up in the post plant. An AWP now on this B site, and MIBR, they want nothing to do with it. They know the money is in a rocky territory right now, and they are just going to give FaZe 12. That is a huge eco win for FaZe. If they lost that, they would have been fighting for a flawless T-side to close out the game, or now they've at least got that lifeline still in their back pocket. And so much money off the back of that eco win as well, right? 2K saved, plus 2 guns picked back up. And I mean, the rest of these pistols, they may as well go hunting. They may as well look out, because if you can take a couple more guns away from MIBR, you can really handicap that future buy.
I think another thing that's important to bear in mind is obviously one of the big storylines coming into this, we spoke about it a lot, it was Coldzera versus MIBR. And one of the things that they spoke about over on the desk is how when it does become more personal, when there's kind of those connections there's a bit more on the line, it's it can have an effect. And, Coldzera is someone who has been so good on this FaZe squad, especially as of late, right? The real powerhouse of this team has felt like him and Nico at times, with, Olaf looking good on the AWP as well. But here, in this match right now, he sat down bottom of the board for FaZe Clan. And this is where, you feel like if you're him, you could start to get in your head a little bit. If he can resurge, if he can find his confidence, I think there's still time for FaZe to turn this around, because Nico having a stellar game right now, him and Brokey there going to combine down in the lower tunnels to pick up the mountain advantage for FaZe in this round.
That was a great flashbang as well from FaZe. It forced Fallen off the angle and let them set up with 2 players holding that cubby. Fallen peeking into a double setup is never going to get away with more than 1 there, and he doesn't even get the first. So how do MIBR respond? They want to bring some aggression into the mix. We've seen these ramp pushes before, and this time it will be successful. Cold has just walked away from holding this angle, but he is still at the back of Palace. He can swivel, can keep his eyes on that back line. MIBR not wanting to overstep the mark here and go deep inside of the spawn. They'll just leave Fur in position as Lucas backs off to the site, aware of that Palace position as well. But smoking the connector, FaZe feigning a bit of a B play, but it is only that window boost with the bomb coming in late. Here's a bit of an issue. Rain could get cut off. If he comes in through the ramp and doesn't check this hard left corner, then this is going to fall apart for FaZe Clan. The time is already low, and Fur should have the element of surprise. Great check from Rain, but it's not going to be enough. Fur dropping that bomb, and with Lucas holding onto the Palace as well, FaZe have got to run.
And you can hear the alarm bells, right? They're ringing. You can hear the wah, wah, because FaZe, they've got to get that bomb. They've got to get it back under control. And right now, MIBR, they're not looking to give it up. A massive kill from Cold onto Fur. Olaf caught, though. And now the A site, they had control. But had is the operative word. It's in the past. Cold Zera, 1v2, 10 seconds. And KNG is going to put him in the ground. 4 kills for Taco and KNG in that 2 versus 3 there. And a 14th now for MIBR. That there might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for FaZe Clan. There's no money left apart from on Brokey and Olaf. It's a really weird spot to be in, right? Like, looking at this money, you could bring into this round, in theory, 2 AKs, an AWP, and then 2 Galils. You know, just try and juggle it around, maybe even better than that. Or you give up match point to MIBR, go with a partial investment here, maybe a couple of hero weapons on Olaf and Brokey, and then look for an overtime. I'm not anticipating that's the decision that's made, but with how this purchase is looking, it actually might be. Yeah, hero weapon on Brokey, Olaf taking the eco utility purchased up. They're hoping that Brokey can do it all, but that is a lot of pressure to put on such a young man's shoulders.
They have won an eco before, right? Just a couple of rounds ago on that B rush, so it could be the answer for FaZe, but right now 3 outside of A, so not looking like the case. Brokey has got to be the man to step up right now, and I mean, 2 players highlighted by the desk as being, you know, some of the best round closers we have in this game. Fallen and Fur, man, they are destroying right now. 22 and 23 kills per player. Nico, the only man on FaZe above 20 as well. So let's see if anyone can come and join him in this round. It's a fast A play, great shot from Rain. We know what he's like with these pistols, and Fallen has been taken out of the server. Boost up, gonna get checked, and Brokey gets away with that kill. He's low, but he can hand off the gun to another player, and Nico has now taken that. FaZe can just sit back and relax. They've got a 5-on-3, no rush, and I think Nico's just seen Fur. He's got the info, quick peek, but the lack of armor, the aim punch, it comes back to bite him. Brokey might want to try and pick that gun back up, but Taco's actually moved in from the top of mid, and that makes things a little bit difficult here. That smoke allowing KNG to cross, and FaZe have got to keep their eyes on it, because only with pistols here on this A site, the rifles are going to be very hard to deal with. Fur doesn't realize there's a second player there, but he gets rid of the AWP, and his teammate covers his back. Cold Zero alone, and despite the 5-on-3, MIBR turn it around immediately.
Yeah, I don't think it was intentional, but that ended up being the best bait ever from Fur up on the stairs, right? Goes running over, doesn't realize that there's a player down beneath him, and KNG just, in the moment that the man in sandwich, who had been holding that CT cross the whole time, goes looking up to check the stairs angle, he gets caught from the CT peak. So MIBR, that there is going to see them reaching match point now, 15-12 FaZe. They need 3 in a row if they want to get this one to overtime. And, well, the most amount of rounds we've seen them get in a row this entire game is 3. So they've got to try and do that once again.
Easier said than done. Taco, he has had a bit of a rough game when it comes to the kills, but he has been taking a lot of position here for MIBR on the CT side. Lots of B apartments pushes. We've seen him towards the top of mid, etc. And really just making this game a nightmare for FaZe Clan with the information he's gaining. These early rotations off the back of MIBR. 15-12, and FaZe doing everything in their power to stay in this game. Rain's been spotted in the connector. Gonna just have to smoke this off. Doesn't want to go down to that AWP sitting in CT spawn. And Fur, what a ballsy play. Pushed all the way up from underpass. He might find 2 here. Olaf not getting checked. And Fur is going to get away with that kill. But does he realize he's being hounded? Coming in from the back is Brokey. He needs his trade right here, right now. And he does get it. Fur not escaping back into middle. FaZe at least make it a 4-on-4.
Oh, but KNG, in response to having a man so deep, in response to having Fur pushed up, has now gone on some aggression of his own and is holding for this cross. He's only going to do a lick of damage onto Brokey. Really not much to feel bad about there if you're FaZe. You're able to dodge that AWP. And also, they get the information that they've left apps, but for FaZe, that's kind of been a driving force now to head towards this side of the map. But there's still 2 players here. Nico, spotted over on Catwalk, still makes quick work of Lucas. Fallen's not... Oh, my word! KNG flicking up into the apartments. Taco's shut down too, and this was looking so good for FaZe. But now, that is not the case. Somehow, some way, MIBR, they managed to turn that around. They get the victory victory under their belt, and they're going to start things off here with a win at the ESL Pro League.
Yeah, moving straight to that upper bracket as well, exactly where they want to be in that safe position to run through this group. And boy, what a matchup that was. Those double orbs on the CT side, man, mwah, that's what we love to see from MIBR. KNG and Fallen, round after round, we're just making that game a reality. And a special shout out to Fur as well. Confident stuff. But we're going to be throwing it over to the analyst desk now to see what they made of that absolute brawl. Hello.
Thank you, gentlemen, and good job, all things considered, for you guys. And then when we look over here at what happened here for FaZe Clan, that one's a little bit of a rough one to swallow. MIBR do find success in their opener right here. It's Fur and Fallen tag teaming for quite the show.
Yeah, and we had talked a lot about coldzera, right, and the fact that he was going up against his ex-teammates here. Well, they got the better of him, and I said he was the highest-rated player in the 4 maps that FaZe had played on Mirage thus far with him in the roster. Well, he's the lowest-rated player for them this time round, so all that prep, all that pressure, maybe it got to him a little bit.
Well, yeah, and you mentioned it in the pregame, that double op from KNG and Fallen. We haven't actually seen them able to use it very well since they've sort of started this team, as you were saying earlier. But this game, like the guys over that were casting said, they actually made it work this game. And another thing, MIBR's T-sides were actually really impressing me. They were doing a lot of, it felt like they were doing slow map control. They were taking things over, using a lot of nades, slowly taking map control. But then in the mid-round, they were going into the sites. Instead of towards the end of the round, they were actually doing these, like, they would slowly take mid control and then quickly just go into a site right in the middle of the round, and it was really catching FaZe off guard.
Yeah, some of the problems that FaZe had is when the bomb got planted on their CT side, they were unable to retake. They were unable to get back in. The one round it looked like they should have. Olaf, he didn't have a kit, couldn't find the kit, ran out of time, bomb exploded, put a lot of pressure. They bounced back with a round win, but then they lose the following to Fallen with 2 massive scout kills, and that right there broke their economy, and then their tail end of that half all became all MIBRs, and then as you mentioned, those double ops on the CT side. FaZe, they had the right idea, like, well, how do we avoid the ops? Let's just do A executes, use really good utility. It looked like it was well regimented, but the problem is on that first gun round when they did it, Fallen gets a kill through the smoke, dropping rain with the bomb, and then you get KNG as well getting a kill through the connector or jungle smoke to coldzera coming out apps. So those 2 kills right there, you've done all the right things, you've used all the right utility, and you can't even get into the bomb site and get the bomb down.
Yeah, and these numbers are going to speak for themselves, at least when it comes down to the statistics between MIBR and FaZe Clan. coldzera found himself there at the very bottom, the very, very bottom for FaZe. And you got to wonder how the psychology game of this one is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's not going to be happy about that. Not only did they lose, but he didn't perform well. And he's a guy who obviously wants to perform well consistently. He rates himself very highly, as he should, without a doubt he should. But yeah, they're not going to be happy with that one. I think that even what's more disappointing for FaZe overall in this game is that early on, those ecos back and forth in the first half early on, they actually came out ahead on that.
Yep.
They were up, I think, 4-1, and they came out ahead on all those ecos. So for them, they would have wanted to continue that and actually finish out the half.
And the gentleman over there on the other side, Fallen, we're going to be talking about MIBR. We're going to be talking about them, obviously, to the victors go the spoils. Fallen shown a lot of face here. There's a lot of rounds that came down to him getting multi-kills.
Yeah, and we spoke about the role swap. Now, when KNG came in, he was doing the primary AWPing on the T side, right? And Fallen was kind of being more supportive. They were still double AWPing on the CT side, like we saw being extremely potent here, but now it's gone back to Fallen on the T side. And this is another big round that he's won right here, right? He's going to get the second shot onto Rain. This is a big clutch to be winning. To back this up with some more numbers, out of, I think it was the 6 times the bomb went down in that first half, FaZe were only able to retake it once, and that was the pistol, which was a 2-on-5 or something mental like that, so probably a round they should have never won anyway, but Fallen was an absolute nuisance in this game.
Well, and even in that 1 versus 2 that he won, like you're talking about that big round there, that was actually a misplay by coldzera, peeking out B halls before Rain's even in a position to potentially trade. And that puts Rain in a terrible 1v1 spot. Fallen has a pretty good idea of where he is just based on if he was anywhere else, he would have peeked him already.
Yeah.
So he knows he's coming out there, and it puts Rain in a terrible position. So yeah, overall, I mean, good round from Fallen, but we saw maybe a little bit of those mind games getting into Cold's head.
A good round from Fallen, a good game from Fallen. Right now we're going to have that opportunity to hear from him post-win over FaZe Clan. What do you got, Banks?
I've got Fallen here from MIBR, and they took an amazing win. But I got to start with this. You're happy, you're smiling now, but that game was so scrappy. It seemed like you guys struggled for control. Why do you think that was?
Hello, everyone. I think just the way the match went, pistol round, we had a huge advantage. We let it go. we won the first by 1-1, then we lose the next round on a 3v2. So the start of the match was a little bit rough for us because we were kind of throwing some rounds away. Of course, it's props to their players as well. It's not easy to come back onto those rounds, and they're capable of that. And then you saw, I think I saw Olaf Meister going for a defuse, and then he didn't have a kit, but he had time, and then he gave up trying to find a defuse kit, and then he lost it. So there was a lot of scrappy rounds in the match, but I think the reason for that is that the match meant a lot for all of us. There's a little bit of a spicy going on because it's the first time we're playing Cold. He's a very, very big friend of us, and we have immense respect for him, and you could feel that both teams were making some mistakes that normally we don't do because of it.
Now, I saw on the CT side on your first buy round, you went for that double AWP setup. Now, with the CT economy, especially at the moment, it's so hard. That could have been a huge risk, but was that part of the game plan from the beginning?
I think with a lineup that we have with 2 good AWPers, it's definitely a way to go to find rounds on CT side. And the difference is 1.400, right? It's not a big difference in my opinion. If you go for the rifle and a grenade, it's not going to change much. So I'm always up to go for double AWP. It doesn't matter if first round or not.
Now, there was an interview a couple of months ago that Cole did, and he basically said how much of a great person and a player you are and how well you guys have worked together. But he also said that he helped you as well, right? What are your thoughts on that?
That's definitely true. The biggest moments on my career, Cole was by my side. He's a big friend. We have immense respect for him. He did so much for us. He did so much for our country. And now he's pursuing his dreams in another team. He's looking to get new trophies, and he already found one. So very happy for him. And we never forget everything we have achieved together. And this win, it doesn't mean anything to me in terms of beating Cold Zero or not. He's going to forever be one of our biggest friends, and it's a pleasure to play him.
Lovely to hear, mate. Thank you very much, Fallen, and good luck in the future games, man. We'll go back to the desk with Stunner and the lads to break all of that one down.
Thanks very much, gentlemen. That's right. Fallen saying that Coldzera is always going to be a brother, and I think that that's always going to be echoed right there. He has left quite the legacy, quite the lineage down in Brazil. What we are going to do now, though, is continue to break down Mirage just a little bit. I got Chad over on the telestrator to draw us something pretty.
Yeah, 2 rounds we touched on the desk, and 2 rounds Fallen just touched on there in the interview. So this is going to work out quite well. We're using Skybox. Things look a little bit different, but let's get into this here. I want to note that Olaf doesn't have a kit here. Brokey does, and he's going to drop a smoke here. Fallen is left in this position in a 1-on-2 situation after KNG has just gone down. So let's play this one out because this is one of those rounds, the scrappy rounds that we were talking about that just fell away from them. Smoke falls, so there's confusion. Olaf doesn't have enough time when he started defusing, so he's going to get off this. He's going to be looking for the kit, but they weren't able to communicate. It was just here. He would have had enough time to get to that and probably defuse the bomb. We'd have to go back and watch that demo to make sure, but that was one of the scrappy rounds that fell apart for them. Now, this was the round with the double AWPs, the first gun round setup. You can see here, Fallen is going to get smoked off, and KNG is going to be rotating through and find himself smoked off as well. Now, using the lovely line of sight here, the blue that you can see, KNG is just looking over the smoke to Coldzera's position coming out apps. He's going to get that kill there, and we're going to pivot to Fallen, who we can see there's no blue because he's completely smoked off in that position. He gets the kill onto Rain. We just missed it, but it's here, and the bomb gets dropped, and now the round falls into dismay, and that's a rough spot for FaZe to be in.
Yeah, a real rough start there for FaZe Clan to start off with at the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. Right now, though, we need to go ahead and center our focus around what's going to be the next match. Fnatic and Evil Geniuses coming up in a best-of-1 right here for the ESL Pro League. So, if you're just tuning in, you picked the right time because we're going to be going to a break, and when we come back, we're going to continue all of the action that Season 10 has delivered thus far. You're watching the ESL Pro League.
Credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't a classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. I came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, the new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Chasing love in an empty bar. Pour a drink till I make it past. The midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know. Walk on up with a drink in hand, sipping mixes cause you can. And all the lights begin to switch off. You're chasing the night, holding on for holding on for life, feeding the high, chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotel rooms and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get off you. Day to day you wanna stay out, you're chasing the light, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the light, chasing the night, chasing the night.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Bedway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and pay safeguard.
Welcome back, everybody, to the city of Odense, right here in Denmark, in the heartland of what is Astralis country. But right now, we're not going to be focused on them at all. It's going to be Fnatic and Evil Geniuses on the cards for what is a best-of-1 opener right here for their ESL Pro League Finals debut. This has been a really back-and-forth affair between these two teams. Right now, we're looking at what Evil Geniuses can do when they're away from home versus what Fnatic does do when they're away from home. And to do that, to do some of the breaking down, I've got Davey and I've got Chad here. Guys, begin to talk.
About anything?
Anything will do.
Okay, well, Counter-Strike's a pretty good one, and both these teams have played together, played against each other very recently. Just have to think Star Series Season 8 over there in Belek. It was actually EG lifting the trophy over Fnatic in the final there in quite a convincing 2-0 fashion. But you have to look at the match that they played before that a little bit earlier in the tournament. Fnatic actually blew them out of the water on one of those maps, which was Mirage, 16-2. So some interesting results when you look at it in that regard.
Well, it's weird because on paper, especially with results over the past few months, it seems like an easy pick to say that EG should beat this Fnatic team.
Sure.
But it's actually not the case. And it's very strange because this EG team, as we know, they don't travel well at all. They're just coming back from China. Then they went to, I think they went to, out to ECS. Now they're coming back here. It's like they're all over the place. And this team is notoriously, they're slow starters and they don't travel well. And this is a best-of-1.
I mean, just looking at these two teams, they've already kind of prevailed here in the second half of the year, right?
Yeah.
When we look at both the teams on paper, they're showing pretty good face right now, showing at least what Fnatic could do in Dallas, what Evil Geniuses has done in the past. Overall, when we begin to highlight these two teams, who do you think sticks out?
Well, individually speaking, I think it has to be the likes of Breeze over there on EG, right? He has to be an absolute animal because I think when you look at these two teams contrastingly, the firepower probably goes in the EG camp, right? But Fnatic have a lot more experience at the top level when you look at their core, JW, Flusher, and Crims, and I think they play the mid-rounds a lot better. They just have this natural chemistry, or maybe it's not natural, maybe they've built it over winning those majors together, but they have this chemistry which really just stands on out, and in these mid-rounds, they're so dangerous.
Well, what's crazy too is in the past 3 months, Brolan's actually been their top performer.
Yeah.
He's been the guy who's going off. He's putting up the big numbers. And same thing over on the EG side. Although Breeze is like the world-class player they have, before this last like month, 2-month period, he was seriously putting up numbers to be potentially a top 5 player in the world by the end of the year. But it's actually been Cirque who's been stepping up for EG over the more recent months, which is crazy to think about because like you were saying, if EG wants to win tournaments, they need Breeze to be that guy on their team because he is so good.
Yeah, and just as you noted there on the bottom of your ticker, both these teams have qualified to Katowice.
Yeah, so nothing to play for, I guess.
Yeah, something
just
like that.
Just a share of $600,000. But there's a lot on the line here, and I think in the best-of-1 format, this is we have to get the veto. We have to find out where we're going with this one, right? But I think, you know, those two are the contrasting things. If EG can come out and they can have Cirque, if they can have Ethan, and they can have Breeze all on form, and they're winning rounds, you know, concisely, they're running into bomb sites and they're just making sure that Fnatic can't retake. If it gets scrappy, that's where I start leaning towards Fnatic winning the rounds.
Right, because, I mean, sometimes they show that structure. They show exactly what it takes to kind of beat these situations out. The only situation that we need to be worried about in this moment would be that veto that Chad mentioned. We're talking about what map we're going to be playing here for a best-of-1. Now, within the confines of a best-of-1, where do we think it's going, Davey?
I think it's probably going to be going towards Mirage because both teams really like to play it. It's a map that both teams have their highest win rate on, and it would just make the most sense. And again, I have no info whatsoever to make that guess.
Davey has all the info, but to back that up with some actual numbers of why we might make this decision, those two best-of-3 series I was referencing over at Star Series in Belek, they played on Mirage twice, they played Dust 2 twice, and Inferno once. So they play middle-of-the-ground, you know, map pool. They're going to be playing towards those maps. So Fnatic getting rid of Dust too early, don't want to test that one, don't even want to have that one through. Be interesting to see where Vertigo slips on in, because recently JW, he was talking about it on the HLTV Confirmed podcast about the fact that the map keeps changing all the time, so it's not something that they want to practice, but it was something they were getting prepared on. So it's strange to know if either team, we know it's going to go to Mirage, neither team wants to go there, but who's floating that veto is important, especially when we move into best-of-3s, especially as we move down the line. If we just start to focus on Mirage, that was the results I was talking about. The first time they played, Fnatic won 16-2, and then further down the tournament in the grand final, that's where EG won 16-9. And that was where Breeze, I think he had like 28 kills or something ridiculous to his name. So that's what I'm talking about in terms of having these stars just running in and locking out sides. Because a map like Mirage, it's like Inferno. You can play the mid-rounds, you can take your time. There's not a huge amount of rush, but Fnatic can't maintain map control in the same way as they can on a map like Inferno with their T-sides.
And even with that stat line that you were talking about, where early on in the tournament, Fnatic absolutely destroyed EG, and then by the end of the tournament, EG was beating them comfortably on the map, which goes into the fact that EG are slow starters at events. And I think this is one of the worst matchups they could have got for their first game, especially in a BO1, because like you said, this Fnatic team, they've played against them on Mirage a bunch of times, so the rounds could get really scrappy. And the fact that they are such slow starters, I think that it gives Fnatic the edge.
Yeah, I mean, you have to also note the fact that Fnatic is kind of showing that they have that role. They have that sort of pep in their step right now after coming out of Dallas, having some successes there and finding really a kind of a comfortable groove. Now can they flip that over? Can they translate that into Denmark?
I think it's definitely possible here. I just want to reflect quickly on tournaments earlier in the year, because I remember at Star Series, actually Season 7, and then going into IEM Sydney, these two teams were playing against each other back then, and that's when Fnatic had Twist on the team. That's when NRG was EG, and Daps was still on the roster. And those games there all just came down to clutches. And I think now with the swing away, well, it's going to be a slow swing, but the swing away from the Krieg, or it coming later into the games because of the price increase, this is where I think it's going to come back to those factors, those clutches. Who's going to be coming out on top of those? The 1vx situations is what I'm looking for here.
Well, we're going to take a look at the knife round, what's going to be determining sides. We've got a pretty bird's eye view of the whole thing.
Can we get Rush in to cast this?
Yeah, I think we should. Rush, where are you at? Can we summon Rush? Is that a possibility?
I think I've just broken production with that request, probably.
But it's fine. We'll pick up the phone and call him at some point. Yeah. But for the time being, there's Rush. Rush, what do you think?
Well, this is going to be a big knife round. Oh, it's over.
Thanks, Rush.
Thank you so much, Rush.
Cheers, man.
That wasn't bad. It was Rush, our observer, or Rush Lee, you might know him as. Either way, we do have that first-hand look at Mirage.
Who won the knife?
I think
we're too busy looking at Rush.
We don't know.
CT's dead?
Can the phone ring and they let us know who won the knife?
That would be kind of cool,
That'd be cool.
Just looking here for the
just look at the phone.
We had one job.
Yeah, to actually focus.
Yeah, our only job was to watch the game. That's all we have to do. We have to watch the game and then speak about it.
How about Evil Geniuses starting on the CT side?
Well, thanks to the Goonies for that one.
Yes, Goonie 1 and 2. You might know them as Harry and Hugo. We'll get to them a little bit later, but let's talk a little bit about that CT start for Evil Geniuses.
So if they can stop Fnatic from getting the plant on their T-side of pistol, they're going to take a full save, and they always go for that third round buy. That's something that Fnatic love to do. That's something that they go for. So potentially 2 rounds secured early if EG are able to keep that pistol clean. That's something to look for with the way that Fnatic approach the game. But if they do get that plant, expect these force buys to come and expect the Glues to be coming out. I don't know if I think that, JW in recent events has been finding his old form. It's like he's reinvented that aggressive style that he had, back in the 2014s, 2015s, and he's finding success with it again. I don't know if that's a state of the game because everyone's so smoke pushy again, and they're being gremlins around the bomb site. But it's definitely coming back into form.
You guys want a little bit of a beast stream update before we jump too far into this one? Heroic 100 Thieves going at it head-to-head on Vertigo. And right now, 100 Thieves are right there, kind of driving it away. We're looking at the first gun round 3-0 currently.
I was in the lobby yesterday with Heroic, and they go say, "How do we beat it? How do we beat 100 Thieves?" And I was like, "Well, I don't know. Maybe play them on Vertigo. You guys are pretty good on Vertigo." I wasn't trying to send them down the river here.
Look what you've done to them, Chad. Heroic.
100 Thieves is actually real good on Vertigo too. Yeah. So that was I feel like you might have been sabotaging them a little bit actually.
It's got a saboteur smell to it.
It does, doesn't it?
Nadeshot keeps sending me merch. So no, sorry, apparel.
Apparel.
Yeah.
Well,
don't mess that up.
He just did, unfortunately for him, because that's some pretty slick looking stuff. Speaking of slick, we're going to be talking a little bit about the Evil Geniuses and what they have to offer on their side. We got a pretty short amount of time. Who do you guys think is going to be winning this one?
I'm going to go with Fnatic.
I'm actually going to go with Fnatic too, and I think mainly because of the fact that it's their first game of the tournament, it's a best of 1, and I think Fnatic just will have the slight edge early on.
Just come out swinging, basically.
Yeah, it's tough because I really do want to pick EG. There's part of me that really thinks EG is going to take it, but just because of all the factors going on, it's a map that both teams are comfortable on. They've played each other a bunch of times. I think that Fnatic's just going to be able to edge it.
Yeah, I think that there's a real world where that happens, Chad.
Yeah, we just need to keep in mind that both these teams were in Dallas, so both of them have traveled here. So in terms of the jet lag, all that kind of environment, they were playing under the exact same conditions. We're not obviously people experience.
I saw Fnatic awake real early this morning because I suffer from jet lag real bad, so I was up at like 4 a.m. this morning. So.
Okay, and they were awake.
Well, I went down to the hotel breakfast at 6:30, and the Fnatic boys were down there.
Okay,
so
well, getting an early one in.
Yeah,
just ready to go. I do believe that there is just a little bit of a pause here, which is kind of normal, Chad.
Yeah, it is kind of normal, but maybe while we have Golden on the screen, we can talk about this guy as an in-game leader and the impact that he has, because there was a period of time where in-game leaders like me, we didn't get kills. We kind of just called the strategies and dropped guns. But
Kind of watch your radar the whole time.
Yeah, I didn't even do that, man. I just turned the screen off. But look, Golden is actually one of these impactful in-game leaders, and especially on the CT side, he finds himself always in a good spot to grab 2 kills, and that's something that I think, you know, is a strength for this team. We have Flusher now. We could go through all these players for maybe the newer viewers at home, because this man right here on your screen, he had a massive break, right? In the earlier, he was playing for Cloud9 in the year, but he took some time off, and he's come back straight into this squad. We had a chance to actually interview him during the regular season, and he's like, yeah, I didn't really, you know, practice in the time off. I was kind of just having a break, and he comes back in and starts playing this form of Counter-Strike. That's pretty wild.
Well, puts Fnatic back on the map too.
Well, and what's crazy is what you mentioned to me earlier about how JW found his form again. I feel like it's actually Broland that's triggered that, because he's so aggressive and is able to get the entries.
Speaking of triggers, we did trigger the music. That means it is time to get this game started. Evil Geniuses versus Fnatic right here in their best-of-1 opener, the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals in the city of Unsa. TRTO, that's about the TLDR for you all. Heading over to Harry and Hugo is what we're going to do.
Yeah, thank you very much, Trace. Hugo, this is going to be an exciting one, right? EG versus Fnatic. I think this could be the best of one of the day if everything goes how it should. These two teams so evenly matched, and Betway is agreeing with me there, as they put this on very even odds. Pistol round is already underway, and Tarek's actually got aggressive up into the apartments here. Will he uncover the rather scary truth that lies on the other side of this little doorway?
Not wanting to go too aggressive, knowing that he won't have a chance to back up if he changes his mind. This is at least going to give him the chance to take a shot and maybe jump through the window or hold S to the balcony, but instead, Tarek, he wants a little bit more, and he might just get it as well. Brolin waiting for the right time to strike, and he's been spotted as well. Crims from a range, and Tarek just going to drop out and try and play passive. Those rotates already coming through for EG. Brolin, he's jumping up, he's looking for this kill on the car, and that's just giving time for EG to rotate, but they don't actually opt to do so. Doubling back off Fnatic as JW finds a dink onto Cirque in the A site, and out through under. Fnatic looking to try and take control towards the connector. It's a brawl right now, and these T's finally getting control of the A site, but Cirque and Tarek are already here, and they're not giving them it away for free. Crims with 2, and now it's just the in-game leader. Golden, armless with a flashbang and a chance to plant to start off this clutch.
Yeah, but that chance to get this bomb down is slipped through his fingers, right? They're already in position, and the lack of the armor there really does come back to hurt Golden. Aim punch send his aim flying, and EG, they're going to lock in that pistol to kickstart this game. I'll get off to that. No bomb plant here for Fnatic. Now, likely means we just see an eco out of the Swedish side.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that Chad mentioned on the desk, right? You don't want to give away a bomb plant to Fnatic, not on the T side. Pistol round, where you know they're going to come in with those Kriegs in round number 2. Hopefully on Brolin as well. He has proven to be such a talent, such an incredible player with that gun. In this one, though, it is just a bit of a mop-up for EG, a chance to push the boundaries of Fnatic and get in their face. Breezy with 2, trade from the Deagle. Golden, if he could find another one here, that would be excellent. But JW's going to be the man to actually come out on top with a Glock, getting a kill from the bottom to the top of mid, and Tarek trading back. It's, again, Golden stuck on a 1-on-2, but this one, I mean, both bomb sites are open, so there's a real chance that Fnatic can make some money off for the bomb plant here if Golden realizes that.
Oh, but instead of going straight into B, he's going to try wrap down through the bottom of mid. This is going to put him not in the far line of just one player, but both players here for Evil Geniuses. Golden. He's... Oh, wow. Stan gets deleted, but Tarek up on short. Should have this dead to rights. Golden just about gets by. Oh, my word. Running as fast as he can, but Tarek has sniffed him out, and he's not going to let him win that clutch. That gets uncomfortably close, though, considering what EG go into that round with. It's not like they had, 4 players on SMG and 1 rifle. They had 1 MP9, and the rest of the gang either had M4s or FAMASs. So that there is a great round for Fnatic, considering they had, I'm pretty sure it was just 1 Deeg purchased up into the beginning of that round over on Crims.
Yeah, how the hell does JW get 2 kills with a Glock from Underbox? He kills a top mid player, Harry. That shouldn't be happening, but Fnatic making every round look winnable right now. It's going to be a bit of a play from Tarek inside of the smoke. He's pushed up in mid, and Fnatic have players all over here. Once that smoke fades, he's going to be up for the chopping block. Cirque needs to be careful not to kill his teammate. But Tarek waiting for the right time to strike. I imagine he'll get flashed in, but no one will as Brolin finds that kill. The smoke fading leaves Tarek out in the open. Cirque does trade, having such fast engagements right now from EG, really wanting to force these battles. And again with the flash into middle, Ethan takes down Crims, but it comes at a cost. Stands in B, and he finds JW sneaking his way through the site. Naughty little JW not getting away with that one. And a 2-on-2 for Fnatic with a pick onto A. That's where the bomb's going to rotate through as well.
Stan's arriving here very, very quick, though. Already posted up back in CT. And there's a world in which he can find this bomb on Golden, gets that as a one-on-one engagement, because, you know that Flusher should have made the call that CT's been open, but whether or not they're going to expect Stanislaw... Oh, he didn't see him. He didn't see Flusher, and oh dear,
oh, no!
We'll flick back up, and now just Flusher. Oh! Stan's gonna get them both, and there it is. It all falls apart for Fnatic. Evil geniuses, they're gonna take that 1v2 in their stride, and they get off to that 3-0 start. It's another bomb plant that gets so close to coming through for Fnatic, but just isn't quite found, and now that money is a problem again. This should be EG off to a stellar start, as this fourth round now feels incredibly likely when you look at what Fnatic are bringing into it.
Man, that's a rough one for Golden. He shoots, but he could have waited another second just to guarantee that headshot rather than go for the spray. Stan would have not had a clue where he was coming from, focused in on the ramp, but it will be EG after this 3-0 start here. Obviously, like we said, with these two teams playing each other in Mirage quite a lot as of late, both, or two times rather in Belek, once where EG won 16-2 and once where Fnatic picked it up, so... some close games, some stomps, but right now EG are looking to make it the ladder for Tarek. Getting flashed through that smoke is going to be able to pick up one. The bomb is actually deep in the apartments, but EG have not uncovered that just yet, so it won't be a worry. Ethan really is hunting for kills as well with this SMG push down towards the ramp room, and Cirque will join the party as well. Fnatic 1 by 1 just falling to these rifles, and it will just be this solo B play from Brolin. He's got a Deegan armor and a chance to get one kill here. But as soon as he does, that is going to be his position given away, and the rest of EG can rotate to win the round. And with Tarek playing so passive, this is going to be a hard position to read if you're Brolin.
Yeah, I mean, as good as Brolin is, there's no way he's ready for Tarek. Oh, it's not clean, though. It's not that clean. Luckily enough, Breezy's there to help out and lock in that trade. Oh, it's in every one of these rounds, there's been like a tiny window where Fnatic could have had a plant, but they still have yet to get one. Luckily enough, doesn't matter. The buy was coming in here anyway. Still no AWP in the hands of JW.
He actually had the money to buy it up, though. He could have gone for the AWP in this round. So I think they've realized that EG still have those MP9s in play, right, with these really clean rounds coming through. So they'd rather just, take rifles into this one, not rush that AWP purchase, wait until it's shown through on EG. And hey, maybe you can get a free one if you win it. But we'll have to see as EG just stick back on the M4s for now. Cirque playing that window, but smoked out towards the top of middle. He'll give it up. Fnatic are going to try and fight their fight out in the mid portion, but no one really giving kills away. EG have been keen to flash their way back into this position, though, so let's see if that's going to continue to be a factor here in this rifle round. We have two players on short side. That gives room for JW, and he's actually found a bit of a gap. He got him B in round number 2, snuck his way through. Stan did eventually find him, but right now no one's watching this position. So JW, he sees that trajectory of the grenade. He knows where Breezy is. He might be able to get this kill, but Breezy actually moves into middle, as do the rest of EG from Connector. With that smoke, finding a kill onto Brolin, and no trade from Golden. The grenade just sends him flying. JW finally getting this B entry, and he's pushed into the site, but he doesn't realize there's a second man on short. Does flick back in time, and that's given the B site over to Fnatic.
Oh, but that bomb is the last thing to come rotating in, and Cirque, he could have this whole round locked in now if this fight goes his way, but it does not. Flusher able to edge that one across the line, and with it now that bomb making its way into the B side of the map. Ethan with only an MP9, Stan rotating in on this very lengthy flank all the way through underpass, holding for this JW peak, and he does get off at it, but can't quite find the timing to get that kill. And now JW leaving the apartments, Ethan bowing out of market. EG, they weren't given the kills needed to get back into this retake, and so Ethan's just going to try and find one of these many guns that lies elsewhere on the map. Crims could get caught here. Luckily enough, Ethan has decided to drop out of the window, dodges the timing, and will just about get away.
Man, the only way that EG could have won that round after JW got his B entries was if Cirque had stopped that bomb, but up against Flusher, man, you know he's going to read that play every single goddamn time. Such a huge brain on this man, and showing it in this round, getting Fnatic on the board on the T side. We are seeing so much pressure being put on this mid position, and it's quite a stark comparison to the game we just had on Mirage between FaZe and MIBR, where no one even wanted to fight there. Well, EG looking to show off their individual prowess in this middle spot. Not for now, though. Money coming to a bit of a close for the time being, with one more rifle round enabled here, thanks to those save guns. Crims has gone all the way down mid as well. That bomb's still being left back at top mid, back at T-spawn, so Fnatic just defaulting and looking for opening kills. Nothing presenting itself away just yet. Triple B set up here for EG, and Tarek has actually gone down. JW catching him getting aggressive into the Palace. So that's a big pick on A. The site has now been fully given up, and EG, they might have to send one of these B players back round because they have no one here.
I like this. EG, they've really been flexing this ability to just go and retake mid. A lot of the times they've been giving it up early in these rounds, right? They've been conceding it to Fnatic, and then they'll get themselves back in with these flashbangs. And in this round here, it allows them to find this equalizer. And now they can breathe a bit of sigh of relief. They also completely move away from the B side of the map. They've read this play from Fnatic like a book. 4 players here for EG within earshot of this A bomb site, I guess I was going to say. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Breezy's even going to catch Crims looking into the site down in Connector. And now that man advantage, well, while Fnatic had it briefly to begin this round, it's now turned against them. Flusher just missing the timing there to find the man hidden back in the ninja corner. That's Stanislaw now making his presence known. JW and Brolin left up 2 versus 3. This dynamic duo has got to do it all, and with only 10 seconds left, none of the kills come through. EG now 5-1 up.
I'm loving this CT side already from EG, just on top of everything, getting all the information and reading the rotates from Fnatic perfectly. Like you said, just ditching that B bomb site after they found the kill into middle. And, you know, even Breezy coming in from lower and checking Crims in the connector. That was the one lurk that Fnatic had in that 4-on-4, and it gets completely thrown away. And with that, you can just double down on your A commitment. You know that Crims is waiting for an A pick for the rest of Fnatic to burst out through Ramp and Palace. So 5-1 up right now. This is a splendid start for Evil Geniuses, and Fnatic need to buy back in. They have the money for it. No AWP, though, just for the time being. And that's going to be the same case for EG with these real aggressive mid-crunches. Maybe not too keen to pull out the AWP just yet. But the money isn't there anyway. Fnatic at least making that round a little bit close at the end of things, but close is not good enough, Harry. They need to get a T-side round.
Yeah, and I think for Fnatic, they are just waiting for that AWP to come out and EG to take more of an active stance in holding mid, right? They always have a player here in the beginning. Cirque will set up. They'll try and do this damage, and then when he gives up mid, that's when the rest of the team, they take up these positions and they try and retake it. About 20 seconds later, right? They give Fnatic some semblance of control. They let them think, we'll give you mid.
Ooh.
We'll give it to you.
Little one way.
Yeah, Cirque's throwing that in. It's for Ethan to try and exploit.
It's actually, if you go to the left side of this, you can peek in towards the top of middle. So it's more so for Cirque, but he didn't want to peek off of it immediately. That's a pretty common smoke, and you know that Fnatic are going to see that, and they're going to realize what you're doing. So Cirque just plays for info. He doesn't look to take fights through that smoke, just wants to gain how many players are in middle and try and work out where they can throw their stacks, where they can throw these rotates in. Right now, it's just a deep apartments player. That's all EG really have in terms of information. Window smoke going down for Fnatic, and that denies even more info for EG. Bomb being picked back up and looking like an A split right now.
Connector control gained, and Breezy not quite given the avenue to spot this from Catwalk. However, Ethan now up on top of the cinder blocks. Gonna chime out with one. The nades finding some damage down into middle. In the meantime, there's a fight going on over here at the ramp. Flusher, desperate to try and trade for his old mate Golden, has dealt with one of these players. He knows there's another nearby, and Cirque will get picked up as well. Now here's the player on triple, but isn't able to lock in a kill. And while you're watching Mr. Flusher there, the rest of his teammates get picked apart. So EG 6-1 up. Stellar start here from the NA squad. And that's the thing, I mean, you know, the last time we saw these guys play, that was obviously back in Belek, Turkey, right, for Star Series there. And it was EG to win both of those best-of-3s when they went head-to-head with Fnatic. I think a lot of teams have been really struggling to deal with the formula that this Fnatic squad brings, right? A real kind of mesh of strong in-game leader in Golden, right? So much aggression potential from the rest of the gang. But EG are feeling like the kryptonite at this point, even with the nade stack in window. It doesn't matter because Cirque has responded with kills of his own. And this round is already done.
Mate, EG had 2 players in window right there. Fnatic just quad stack nades into the window. They don't even get a kill from it. They find Tarek eventually, but that wasn't from the grenades, it was from the pistols. How the hell did EG dodge that destruction? I do not know. But Cirque, excellent round from him, just absolutely slaughtering these Swedes in middle. 4 kills at the end of it with a pistol as well to close it out, and 7-1 lead right now. Fnatic, they're gonna need to turn up the heat right here, right now. Fast into middle, Ethan getting tagged, but he retreats through the connector. He missed that catch jump, I think, is what he was going for. Smoked off though, Fnatic can't keep this pace too rampant unless they want to go right through it, and JW, cheeky man, certainly may, and he gets away with a kill as well. Swaps out to the other weapon. As Stan sits on that A site, we got Cirque up in the Palace. If Flusher jumps up, he's going to get that info, but he's already got a kill. And now Cirque has got to turn around. He's got players coming from every position but the Palace.
Yeah, but getting a man here, getting a man up into this Palace position could be a difference maker for EG. They didn't have anyone here, so they've got to bear it in mind. And now Cirque out with 2 has suddenly stripped this man advantage away. And he's just continuing to put up numbers. They can't deal with him. The Prince up in Palace. And now Breezy holding this smoke. Brolin's on the other side, up on the bench. Breezy so patient. He seems so aware of this possibility, and all the odds are stacked against Brolin in that round. Crims gets caught as well, and it's another one on the board for EG. Fnatic still with just 1 round to their name. This would be such a statement from this Evil Geniuses squad if they come, they show up on day 1, and they just lay waste to Fnatic, a team that I think a lot of people had pegged as not necessarily the favorites here, but maybe, you know, just edging it out in their favor, especially with how good they've looked as of late. EG, you know, we know it's become a bit of a meme, but we know they like to have their input on what the long travel days can mean and things like that. But clearly it's not affecting them here. I mean, this is stellar Counter-Strike.
You know, NA to Asia, that's where things get hard to, for EG. But NA to EU, mate, just easy. Another day in the office. Yeah, Fnatic, mate. They've only got on a train to come over here. They're barely traveling. They're barely leaving their hometowns. But right now, EG look to be the ones sending them back to do it. 8-1 right now with no signs of slowing down on this CT side, and with Cirque finding his form on that AWP, that's an even more terrifying reality for Fnatic. He was getting kills with the M4, but now triple with the AWP. We got to see that again as Fnatic go bursting through this A ramp smoke. Stan successfully crosses back through the CT spawn, and Cirque has his cross to the site. No bomb plant for Fnatic because Cirque is here to lay down the pain. The utility is gone. That's a leg close enough for Cirque. Gonna go back in for more, but he's getting peeked by so many T's here. How is he still standing? He's not. Flusher finds the headshot, and now Fnatic on this A site, that last smoke buying them a window, but Ethan shoots through it as it fades and takes the advantage back for EG.
And this retake is now on. JW is wrapping through the Palace, so while Breezy's here, he thinks he's the man in control of this situation, and he still very much is. JW making a little too much noise there, gives up his game, and everyone falls. It was a 4v3 retake for Evil Geniuses, and they managed to accomplish it without losing a single player. They'll even go ahead and grab Cirque's AWP over in jungle. Ethan carries that forward, and the dominance continues. Evil Geniuses just showing no signs of slowing down.
Dear, oh dear. This is not the Fnatic I expected to see though today, right? Obviously, it's, you know, they're getting really put to the test, a trial by fire somewhat, but this is despicable for EG. 9-1 up on the CT side. Another buy round for Fnatic. Still haven't had this AWP parry, and that's because they're just not winning rounds. They're not saving the AWP that Cirque has, so they can't afford their own with these constant rebuys off the back of the bomb plant. Roland's left to only a Galil and his wits here in this round, but no one's watching that connector. He could easily crawl through the smoke. Tag with an opening kill. Flusher holding onto ramp, and we've got this double setup here. Stan tucking in the corner. Oh, and the AWP dodged by Flusher. Great play. Does he realize there's another man though? No. Stan getting that trade and picking up the AWP. He's got to deal with his fast push. Doesn't get anything more done. Crims trades immediately, and we're back into a 3-on-3 right now. Fnatic finally with a chance to get a bomb down, and this is where you would hope that they would be able to come out top trumps, but EG have the kits and they've got the grenades for the retake.
Oh, aggression into CT, but that first kill not found for Brolin. And, oh, Ethan, almost, but not quite. Tarek's, now it's his turn to step onto the chopping block, and oh, chopped down he shall. 3 kills there for the head chef of EG, and it's another one, a 10th. Things are still looking so good for this NA squad, and this is where, you know, that signature Fnatic aggression that normally works so well feels like it's kind of playing against them, right? They try and make a ballsy call to go for that CT peak, and EG was so ready. They had 3 players just holding for that exact move from Fnatic.
Ethan was even playing anti-flash, man. He's just sitting there waiting for the flash to come through, immediately swings back and gets the kill, just doesn't let Fnatic take an advantage and take a chance. So really heads-up play from some of these CTs right now. Fnatic, they need a buffer. They need something, a minimum of 3 here, you would say, on this T side. I think one thing that's scary as well is we saw the stats coming into this game. Both these teams, EG on this map prefer the CT side. Fnatic, their stronger side is the T side, and that is not showing right now. 1 round to their name, and that is it. Well, these rounds not even getting close as well. Yeah, they're getting like 3-on-3s, but past that, they get slaughtered.
Oh, well, hang on a minute. Fast B play about to come through, and it's into Tarek. There you go. He gets away with a lot of damage, but the kills all come up in favor of Fnatic. Bomb now going down, a 4-on-3. Finally, they sit with a man advantage in a retake, in a bomb-planted scenario. They set up these post plants. Golden's come rotating in. The one player who had a bit of distance between him and this B site. Flushers even want to fight out over towards A and doubles up with a kill onto Breezy. So now it's only Ethan left, and he gets put down. Fnatic, they finally get a second round on the board on the back of that fast B play. Finally, some entry kills going their way as well. And a chance now to erect that buffer that we were talking about, right?
In these retakes, EG been slowing down quite a lot and just grouping up and getting their game plan together, and that's been really, really nice. But right there, Flusher, he manages to jump out of the A site. He finds 2 kills on that lurk over towards B and catches those cat players. So EG's so slow setup for the retake gets punished finally by Fnatic. 10-2 now. A chance to bounce back from this initial strong start for EG, and Tarek up in the apartments. What a ballsy play. Crims is going to run right through the Molotov, and it does work out. He takes down the AWP over on B. Fnatic going to just speed the pace up right here, right now, but a rotate's already in. EG still have 2 players inside of the site, and a 3rd in market just to watch as well. Cirque, he's not waiting for anyone. He's just going to push through the door with this AWP, and what a ballsy setup from EG with so many players here. But with Fnatic slowing down, Cirque's actually decided to double back, and that's given Fnatic a 4-on-2 on this site.
Ah, there's Ethan making his presence known. The more attention Ethan draws, the stronger Breezy's position here at the truck becomes. Ooh. And they don't account for it. They are not ready for Breezy. And him and Ethan, they're combining for kills between them. It's only JW left now. He's lost the rest of his team. He's got this bomb on his back and a 1v3 to find. No utility here for the lone man alive on Fnatic. JW's hoping that someone gives him a fight, and right now, there it is. Breezy will offer one up. Still, the odds stacked against JW, but we know how strong this man can be. He's got to try and get past the AWP, and Cirque is not missing a beat today. EG gets straight back in. They don't let Fnatic chain 2 together. And now 11-2 against the Swedes. And perhaps most importantly, right, they win 1 round, but they sustain heavy losses in order to pick it up. That one there, everybody dies, and now there is, once again, no money left for the Swedes. This is such a horrible spot to be in.
And we're going to be throwing it over to Chad for the tactical timeouts.
All right, guys, just quickly here, I want to talk about that mid control that you guys were noting earlier. I want you to see in this round, they've actually lost an early pick. Let's just take a look at Breeze, who has B apartment control. Tarek's died here earlier. We're going to play this one out for you, and you can see this mid aggression coming in where Stan and Cirque are going to pick from window. They grab that kill, and with that and the information from Breeze, they're able to rotate back towards A. That has forced Fnatic to change their game plan, and we're seeing a lot more all-ins, sticking together as a team and pack rolling towards bomb sites. Let's get back towards the cast.
Thank you very much, Chad. Yes, I love these, man. I love these. And Chad, you're killing it. We are worried, you know. Chad loves to talk about Counter-Strike. That's the problem at the end of the day. So when you tell him you've only got 30 seconds, that's not very long. He's got to try and squeeze a lot of information in there. Well, speaking of speeding things up, just as Chad had to do, Fnatic try and do the same, but all they've done is accelerate the rate of their destruction because it's into Ethan they go. And that round is over before it even begins. That round took 20 seconds, not even.
Dear Harry, this is an absolute decimation right now. And Fnatic, I mean, even with this potential of a 3-round half, that is not going to be the buffer they want moving into their CT side. EG have sent a statement the way of these Swedes. A real contender for this tournament, right? We looked at this with Fnatic, definitely expecting a run for Fnatic here in Odense, but EG, a whole nother beast to contend with right now. Cirque, he's got to deal with his mid-play again. Brolin's actually up catwalk. Cirque realizing and getting that flick off. Molly to stop any kind of B-split here for this T side, but Fnatic are trying to get out A. Flusher diving through the balcony is not going to find too much success. Stan dropping him as well, and immediately a 5-on-3 for EG with no more utility for Fnatic. Cirque even wall-banging JW down under, and he doesn't go down for that as well. Not punished by Crims, who puts him down to 20. EG are able to get away with absolutely everything on this CT side. Golden waiting for that smoke to fade, and even when it does, Ethan fires a bullet into his face, and it's just Crims left alone. What is going on? This is a done deal, a done round, and a 13-2 half. Evil Geniuses looking absolutely incredible. We're going to see if they can keep this one up, if Fnatic can pull the comeback of the tournament in this second half. Join us after the break.
To life again. Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge and come alive. Go to hell and back just to feel the fire. We gon'
never let you double cross them. Moving through the city like it's Gotham. They told me get one, so I got one. Stop saying you're a boss when you not one. You ain't sacrificed, nah, you ain't lost none. All over the gram like you got a bag. You ain't big dog, we ain't hear none of that. I'm in the gym looking like a running back. How you know the flow, got him coming back. Who I was in the past, I'm unattached. Only focus in this moment is bringing the summer back. Oh, respect my grind, elevate souls and I spread good vibes. Young divine, you know I gotta shine. Raise your hands for a good time. Aight.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move. We move, we move. 3, 2, bringing summer 1, to you.
Oh, ready, let's go. 'Cause you know how we roll. Let's take it round the world and back again. Ready, let's go. 'Cause you know like I know, we'll take it round and round. Yo, hold up, let me switch my flow up. Back in high school, they were telling telling me I'll blow up. Doing talent shows and man, everyone will show up. Got in an accident and still made it for them to go nuts. You know what? I'm so what? I'm so That means I can't describe the way I vibe, the way I slide. And with the rhymes that make the dimes, I'll close their eyes and fantasize. Young Divine calling their phone number. No, you know I love you. And you know me, I can't sleep without blazing beats. On stages for their ones gracefully. And I got a smile that they hate to see. Young, black, successful, though life gets stressful. Though life gets stressful, go and vibe out with whoever you next to.
Vibe until the morning, sleep until the noon. You said that you want it, so I got it for you. Let's all get together and show them how we move, we move, we move.
Evil Geniuses showing they've not just got the brains, but they've got the brawn as well in that first half. 13-2 on the CT side of Mirage, and boy, it can't get much easier than that. Fnatic, 3 bomb plants in the entire half, only one of them getting converted, and other than that, it was immediate duels and very quick rounds, Harry. We had rifle rounds that were over in 20 seconds, and that might be how long this second half is if Fnatic can't find the pistol win to start it off.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a very, very fast match. Unless this round goes the way of the Swedes. Crims is close to ramp, and he's about to get tested in a big way, but he's been revising all night long. And there go the heads of EG. Only one man left. It's just Ethan. He's going to try and do what he can, but ultimately it's not enough. The round goes the way of Fnatic in a matter of seconds. The first one to take a step in the right direction, but this is still a very, very long journey toward that comeback.
Yeah, right. It's got to start somewhere, and I don't think we can really believe in it just yet. But they've paved their beginning, Harry. They've started it off.
I look at it like you know, this isn't just like the first step because that was essential. Like it's the most important thing, but you're still nowhere near yet, right? And that's going to be both in our heads and in theirs. And you can even see those odds from Betway, man. Look at how much this has swapped around. Betway aren't believing. We aren't believing yet. But maybe the Swedes can change that around.
Oh dear, Flusher. Ballsy play. He doesn't check the top and middle. Stan finds him as those players come out from underpass, and they'll trade effectively. These pistol forces finding a 4-on-3 immediately into this round. And even a gun scavenged for Stan as well. Question is, where do Fnatic go from here? They can just split up and play one per position, but that means no trade potential, and you know EG are got to be grouped up to try and maximize that for their T side as well. So it's got to be some form of a gamble here from Fnatic in one way or another, and they're just going to commit to these positions. Golden spotting the B apartments. We've got Brolin jumping around CT on A, and JW in the window also giving a bit of assistance towards that A side. But EG not decided just yet. They're holding a default. They know that Fnatic might want to get aggressive considering they're down a man, but that is not the case.
And I love how much control, both in the second half and now here on their T side, that EG have actually had over the pacing of this game. That's something that versus Fnatic, I think we've seen so many top teams struggle with, is keeping them, you know, subscribed to your style of play. And here, they've done a great job of that. They slow right down. However, now that signature Fnatic aggression comes in, Golden pushes the extremities of the B bomb site, and he gets the info that it was all clear. So these rotations are coming in a little bit faster than if this was just the reaction from Fnatic. Is that going to give them the edge, though, in this retake? Because now another kill found for EG. It's Stanislaw in with a double on the back of retrieving that FAMAS now. Brolin and Golden, they've got to do the impossible.
Yeah, they've got a kit on Golden, but these kills need to come through first. No time to stick the bomb with it being down on default. Ethan with a cross, and Stan's going to find his third of the round as well. That pistol force from EG proves fantastic. And hey, like we said, this is why we weren't believing despite Fnatic winning the pistol round, Harry, because straight in to the second of the half and EG's force finds a win. That wasn't even a bomb plant in pistol to get Kriegs. That was just pistols and armor, and they make it look easy. Excellent stuff coming through for the likes of EG, and 14-3 scoreline right now. Fnatic forcing to keep themselves in this map.
Well, nice bit of damage done by JW, but you're going to need a lot more than that. You're going to need a lot more than a few stray P250 dinks here and there. And all the kills right now lean in favor of the North Americans. Stand down through short. He's going to shut down the last player inside of B, and it's only Brolin. He's got a CZ. Now, we know this kid is fantastic with this gun, but a 1v4, CZ retake, no kit, up against 14-3. I don't know. If the words I'm saying aren't enough to convince you that this isn't happening, then maybe we just have to watch it play out.
Stan's making it fair, though. He's using a CZ on short as well. So, you know, at least it's a
very
honourable
honourable, very honourable in this duel. I like it as
it.
well. You know, Stan, the honourable man. That's what we call him. Ethan's going to get boosted up, though. And he'll let Ethan be disgusting. He'll let Ethan get dirty. He can go in with the AK if he wants. And Brolin, well, he spotted the shadow. We'll get rid of Tarek, but there we go. Ethan was
jumped over,
already past his crosshair. And that was the beauty of turning the X-ray off as well, Rush. I like that little point to note, is we really felt like we were in Brolin's position there. We didn't know he'd crossed.
No.
Till it was too late.
Exactly. And, well, it feels too late for Fnatic right now. 3 rounds to their name, and EG looking to put the final nail in this coffin. There's already a body there, Harry. Actually, there's 5 bodies, and they're all Swedish. So Fnatic hoping to really just do anything they can here with these 4 spies to keep themselves in this map. But right now, it's seeming more like a question of when rather than if. Cirque with an entry kill into middle, and EG have not slowed down this pace from that CT side. We saw how fast the fights were in the first half. Well, the second is no different. Unfortunate timing for Crims, who has to turn, and he's going to get shot from both sides. Tarek clearing out the A site, and Flusher and Golden once again just looking for anything.
That's a very good way to put it, though. Because at this point, what are you even hoping for? All that's left to happen is for EG to close this out. 16-3, an absolutely monumental victory from Evil Geniuses. And what a statement to send to Fnatic and everyone else here at the Pro League Finals, right? Like, we were expecting them to come into today maybe a little bit sleepy, maybe a little bit slow, but that resided with the Swedes. And EG, they actually looked primed and ready to frag in the server.
Yeah, to be fair, Fnatic is just coming from the US as well, right? So jet lag goes both ways, but EG, they are more than equipped, more than used to the jet lag. Either way, that's a win. And 16-3, they'll take it every day of the week. We're going to throw this one back over to the analyst desk to see what they made of that stop.
www.gamersoutreach.org, and the only people being reached out to right now would be Fnatic, and if they need any help, because it would be the Evil Geniuses that have pushed them around and had their way with them on Mirage.
Rough one, but I think EG have solved the issue with the jet lag. If you stay perpetually jet lagged, you can never be jet lagged.
Yeah,
it's just
you're always jet lagged.
That's my secret, Chad.
Yeah. Well, that's what you and I do, right? That's why we go to every event. People are like, why don't these guys give other guys jobs? Well, first of all, we want all the money. And second of all, we want to be jet lagged all the time.
Yeah. And on
Play
that
with
note, Davey?
That is nice. Yeah, you got it back up there.
Right.
No, you've been practicing. That's good. That's what we like to see.
But
yeah, that did not go as I expected.
That's one way to put it.
Safe to say, I did not expect a 16-3 from EG.
Yeah, and let's really focus in on what it was. I want to put all the jet lag nonsense aside. What was it that kept Fnatic from just even really getting started in this game?
I've got this one.
Okay.
They didn't kill them before they got killed.
Nice.
Well, that's where we'll usually start with analysis, and then we build, and then we go from there. So a place that we could take it is in the early stages when they were doing their default. That's one of the things that the casters were talking about, and I highlighted in the game. It was the mid retakes that were coming in. So they let Fnatic do the default. Yeah, you can get lower window control. Yeah, you can go for connector. Yeah, you can be top mid boxes, but we're going to force you out of those positions and try and find kills, which forced them to go for faster rounds, right? We saw towards the tail end of that first half, they were having a 4-1 into sights, and some of their success came from Foster getting 2 kills flanking, but otherwise it was just all-ins hoping they traded efficiently, and they only got 4 opening kills in the entirety of that game. That's just not enough.
And Fnatic's not really confident playing those types of rounds either. Those like fast 4-1s like you're talking about. That's not their style. That's not how they play. You even said it in the pregame. They're better at those mid-round 2v2s, 3v3s. They don't like it when they have to group up and just go in. So I think EG, the game plan going into it, they executed flawlessly. They forced Fnatic out of their comfort zone.
What about a player known as Little Cirque that could? Because he was getting things done. And I think that that's a guy that we can also hone in on here. Cirque.
That round from Palace, though, he should never have been able to get more than one kill. Like, once they identify his position, posting up maybe an AWP to deal with him or a Krieg, yeah, cool, you can hold the line. But then he gets the third kill completely flashed, and you have to just question at that point, okay, well, can Fnatic do anything right? Because it wasn't that they were up in that round huge, and that still fell away from them through a mammoth performance from this kid.
Yeah.
And that's what Davey was talking about in the pregame. You know, he's been the one stepping up in recent times and doesn't appear to be stopping now.
And he certainly has. I mean, we're looking at 23 and 10, 120 plus ADR, absolutely crushing Fnatic, baby.
There was not a misplay to be had from EG this game, it felt like. Everything they were doing was working. Every time they were putting their crosshairs on the other team, they were getting the kills. Like, there was nothing EG could do wrong. It's like you just said. Was there anything Fnatic could do right? Well, was there anything EG could do wrong?
Look at the kill distribution over on Fnatic, right? Like, sure, the Brolin and Golden didn't get 10 kills, but still, that's not a high fragging game. They were just getting locked on out here. And on the other side of things, everybody from EG was having plays or making plays. Even Tarek down the bottom there, even though he had more deaths than kills, he still had rounds where he's swinging on in, he's getting 2 big kills from CT spawn to deny rounds. So they're impact frags, right? That's what we look for.
That's the thing with Tarek too, is that his numbers haven't been great, to be honest, and I've been one of those people that thinks he really needs to step up if this team does want to take that leap to continuously beat Astralis, be that #1 team. Tarek's the guy who needs to step up because he's actually been really underwhelming since he joined this team. And I think that, you know, obviously you have Breeze, you have Cirque, but after that, it's kind of a toss-up between who shows up. Is it going to be Tarek? Is it going to be Ethan? Sometimes Stanislaw has big games. He's a good fragging in-game leader as well. But Tarek was the guy that I think needs to sort of step up and be that third guy. He has the experience. He's got that major win under his belt.
In-game leader.
Major winning in-game leader. So
and that's the whole discussion we had about Tarek on this lineup, right? I mean, we saw glimpses of it from Stanislaw. Now we know that Tarek can be very vocal. Who is that figurehead over at Evil Geniuses?
I think it has to be Stan, just because I think the way that he calls can be momentum-based. Now, we're sitting here going, we didn't expect this to go this way, and there's lots of reasons for that. This is EG with everything going right, Trace. So maybe further down in the tournament we see EG with everything going wrong?
Yeah, I mean, there's a real chance. I mean, whether they started slow and got started or they didn't start at all and then somehow worked their way into a finals. That's how Evil Geniuses roll. We're going to have that opportunity to catch up with them right now.
An absolutely incredible performance from EG to kick things off with here, and I've got Stanislaw with me. And okay, Davey made a comment on the desk. He turned around and said, EG don't travel well, that's where you guys struggle. But this time around, you come out lights out. What's the difference?
I don't know what the difference is. We've said this many times before. It's been a hard past couple of months. We've been traveling nonstop, and I'm just happy that people got some good rest last night and we got some food together, and we're feeling okay.
Now, you guys are traveling non-stop. You're at so many events at the moment. Is that something you're maybe looking at slowing down a bit going into next year? Because it must be hard to get yourselves ready.
Yeah, I mean, this goes for every single pro across the board. Everyone's kind of exhausted about this schedule. It's really important to go into each tournament feeling prepared. And I think, honestly, everyone can admit that you can't prepare with the current schedule the way it is. So everyone's kind of going from tournament to tournament with less and less preparation and maybe not having enough time to practice and create new things. So that's why you're seeing teams skipping out on certain tournaments. But we're happy to be here in Odense. We're obviously been struggling the past few months, but with each tournament we learn more about ourselves and more. We're just going to keep on fixing our mistakes, and that's all we can really do. We're just going to hopefully put up another good showing like that, like we just did.
This is why I love interviewing you, because you give the honest answers, you give the truth behind it all as well. But was it quite easy for you to predict what Fnatic were doing? Like, you played them before in Turkey, 16-9, you still won it out, but this was so much more convincing.
Yeah, I think we just match up well against them. They're a really good team. They have a lot of firepower. But I think maybe their game plan just didn't go according to plan. We had our own and they had their own. But yeah, we were just hitting shots, feeling good, and that's all there was.
Well, a strong start here, man, for the first game. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. We're going to go back to the desk. EG are looking great. Let's see if they can continue it going forward. We're going back to the desk.
Yes, that's going to be all eyes on Evil Geniuses to continue their form as they currently find it. A rather victorious march over Fnatic right here in their opener is exactly where they find themselves. I'm going to march this one over to the telestrator. Chad is going to draw you all a picture. What is it, Chad?
There won't be too many tears in a can with this one, Trace, because it's highlighting positive things from both teams. EG lost the round, but they won the game, and Fnatic made a good call and found a gap. So I want to highlight JW, first of all the territory that he's taken early on this default that we can see here. Krim's, you know, he's covering the underpass, push, Golden and Brolin, they're getting mid-control, and then Flush is off doing his own thing, as per usual. But what I want to highlight here for everybody at home is, if I get my little red drawery tool here, how many players are focused on middle? We've got 2 close towards connector and 2 close towards catwalk, and they're actually going to do one of these mid-control setups that we were talking about here. So we can start playing this one out. You're going to see that the smoke that Ethan is using just to look towards underpass, Molotov's going to land here. So when they do eventually face mid, they don't have to worry about this off angle. They can isolate these two players top mid. Now, this is where I want to talk about what Fnatic did well. We saw that JW, who's now at the back of B already, was pushed up to this position. He's taken the gap off of his teammates' information from middle. And with that, he's found himself a lot of ground on B. Posting up towards the back of site, grabs a kill here, and can push forward and already closes off the kitchen control. So this round is basically done and dusted when JW gets these 2 opening kills, but it's how much, I guess, initiative that he takes as a solo player that helped Fnatic get into this round and get off to a good start, whereas EG were the ones actually dictating the pace of this one, Trace.
Yeah, and speaking of getting off to a good start, we're going to have to go ahead and give you a quick B-Stream update. While we are here, while we do have a few extra minutes, I need to tell you that 100 Thieves Heroic have come to a head almost. We're talking about currently 16-8. So I guess it's over. Just ended right in front of me, and it's going to be the 100 Thieves.
Oh, okay. When I went back into the green room, it was like getting close. It was like 8-8 or something like that.
So now it's official that you've sabotaged Heroic.
I was talking to him nicely. I was like, yeah, bow up, you're going to run around and headshot everybody. Stown, you do the same. And then everyone else, you can just AWP people.
And just conveniently, that just worked out for your Australian brethren, huh?
Yeah.
Just a coincidence.
I used to go on the desk, always predict against them. But now that they're 100 Thieves, I can always predict for them. And I guess with the Greyhound, which are now Renegades, I'll predict against them and see if we can carry that mojo along.
Yeah, and the Renegades are something we're certainly going to have to talk about sooner rather than later, as that is going to be our next matchup coming your way sooner rather than later. Renegades taking on Astralis. They bit off a little bit more than they could chew, but they're not dogs anymore. Perhaps they can get out here and get something done at the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals in Unsa. Coming up next, Renegades taking on Astralis.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is game fuel. It's domination in a can. Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Still your smile keep on heating up the climate, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing out, yeah, yeah. And by accident, you're getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Differently, whatever it is, it just feels so real. And your eyes keep on talking in the silence, and all the blood to my cheeks are rushing now, yeah, yeah. And I'm hoping you are getting closer. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Is it a wild shot of letting you know that you're the topic of all of my thoughts, yeah? And that I'm sick of this friend zone. Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? Well, can you tell me something, tell me something? 'Cause I'm so sick of this friend zone. Passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby.
What's up, guys? This is Pauline from MIBR. Today I'm going to be playing the new Aang challenge from Betway version 2.0, and I'm going to try to get the quickest time. Let's check it out.
What? Absolutely ridiculous. Foreign. Stop blowing my mind.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Bedway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
There you have it. The conclusion of our first two series gives us both MIBR and the Evil Geniuses in a winning pole position as we move into our third best of three of the day, which does give us Astralis versus the other boys, which are now known as the boys officially. Renegades, formerly known as Greyhound, now find themselves pitted against world best Astralis right here in Denmark. Of course, we can't have any Danes on the screen without having other Danes on the desk with us. I do have Jacob Pimpinicky stepping in for Chad Birchill momentarily, and I do have Davey right here in the middle.
Yep. No, I'm still here, but now we've got Pimpin. He didn't bring his uniform like Chad, of course. You know, we all had matching stuff, but it's no big deal because, to be honest, you look better. So
I know.
Yeah.
Very, very great thing. All right, great vibes around here, guys. We got a few extra minutes to kill, which is completely okay. How is this one shaping up thus far in our initial matchups? What is the overall read you're getting, Jacob?
I mean, Astralis coming in very hot right now. They've been playing some solid Counter-Strike as of late, and it seems to me that they're tracking back to what we knew them to be, right? Very consistent, always performing at the tournaments. We saw them in Beijing win the entire thing. We just saw them at DCS finals also winning, and now coming into this one. Obviously, this one is a big goal for them. It is on home soil, and we've seen them before struggle a little bit. Obviously, last year they won the Intel Grand Slam here. They have great memories of this tournament, but Blast Pro Series in Copenhagen wasn't necessarily a success for them either, so I think they want that revenge, and they want to make sure they perform this time around in front of the Danish fans.
Well, let's roll it back to Beijing. You bring on a very good point there. They did absolutely do some steamrolling over there, so much that it was almost considered a speed run by some, that Astralis were able to just get out and handle the opposition.
That was one of the most one-sided semifinal. I think it must have been the most one-sided semifinal ever, right? 16-0, 16-2. I couldn't believe it. But what's crazy is, even though you can't believe it, you're also not surprised by it because of how good Astralis are and the way they play and that matchup against FaZe. It just made sense that they were. It's crazy because it's just crazy. 16-0, 16-2 in a semifinal. It's unbelievable. It doesn't happen. You know, it's a semifinal. It's supposed to be close. But because of how they play, when you see it happen, you're just like, oh yeah, that's just Astralis, just doing normal Astralis things. They've set the bar for themselves so high.
But Jacob, where did they go for that little bit of while? Because I feel like that kind of did fade for us. I mean, we weren't always just sitting here singing Astralis' praises. We knew what they were capable of. We've seen what they've done in the server to others. But for all intents and purposes, where did they go?
Well, they want to win every single tournament they play. I think that's the declared goal from Astralis. So, I mean, when you're winning, it's always nice. And we had the discussion, you know, earlier this year that they won so much that whenever they fell short, whenever they just got to the semifinals, whenever they were to lose a final, you would instantly go at them and say, this is not okay. This is not Astralis performing up to the level that's to be expected. But just to put that into perspective, right? During that period, I think the worst rating they ever had on the world list was number 3, right? That's the worst period Astralis have ever had with this iteration of the lineup. That's being the 3rd best in the world. That consistency coming out from them is just absolutely insane.
Which is a crazy conundrum to kind of find yourself again. If you're in Astralis and you find your way back up here, you never really fell off. You just kind of got off the horse for a little while. I think that would be the easiest way to put it.
That's what was so strange about Astralis, is that they didn't even get toppled. You know, they, like you said, they just got off. They just decided, we're just going to take a break now. You know, we're just going to take a break from being the best team in the world, and then we'll come back later and we'll do it again. No big deal.
Yeah, no big deal, and especially no big deal for a man over there with the plan. His name is Zonic, and he's catching up with James Banks.
The number 1 team in the world, alongside who I would consider the number 1 coach. It is my good friend, Danny. Zonic, you guys have been through quite an ordeal, right? You get stuck during, you're missing your transfers, you get stuck having layovers. What have you actually done, though? Because you landed here at midnight, yeah? So you've not had too much time. It's still early here. But what's been the plan? How have you been able to get ready?
I spent 4 hours doing our layover in London studying Greyhound. Had nothing to do in the airport. Luckily, I had my laptop from Omen, who helped me get ready for this matchup. So it was a long flight. It was a long day, but no excuses. We are ready.
And that's what I love about you guys. You always say it's no excuses. Now, you guys have always been pretty well at getting yourselves into a position where you're trying to defeat jet lag and that side of things. And I remember last year was such a big success to get the win here in Odense. So how confident are you guys feeling? What's the general mood?
I think jet lag-wise, we are. It's great. I mean, we are from Denmark, and we just got back home to our normal, daily life, and so people are surprisingly doing quite a while jet lag-wise, and yeah, we are in a good mood. Now we just need to remember that Greyhound, now Renegades, they destroyed EG and Liquid coming straight from New York, so can't underestimate them at all. They have been playing quite well from what I've seen on looking at them. So we need to have some respect going into this match and not just try to keep riding on the momentum from ECS.
Hey, well, best of luck, man. We'll let you get ready with the team. Thank you always for your time, Danny. This game has so much potential in it. We want to see Astralis coming off strong, but we're going to have to see what the Renegades have to offer. Let's go back to the desk.
Yes, that's right. Zonik having many words there, saying that their preparation is about 4 hours in the airport. Now, does that equate to what Greyhound possibly prepped for?
And they'll probably spend some more time looking into this game, but I think...
Renegades, sorry.
Renegades, that is, but... I think no matter what, we saw Astralis last time this happened as well. They came straight from New York into DreamHack Masters Malmö, and they did fine anyway. So I don't think that's going to be a problem from Astralis. Whereas for Renegades, obviously, they have a small chance of putting it to Astralis, right? They must feel a little tired.
Davey, I think we just put it to these map vetoes. The best of one here, again, to kick things off for these guys. So if we look at the overall map veto process, what are we thinking? No cheating.
Well, see, that's what's crazy. This time I can't cheat because I actually don't know this time. This is I haven't been told anything. Maybe they're sabotaging me now because I was cheating the previous times, but that Vertigo ban isn't surprising at all from the Renegades. Same thing with the Mirage ban from Astralis. Those are both teams bans. They just don't play those maps really, so that totally makes sense. And then it is going to be, this is best of one, so we're going to just keep going down the board. Renegades with the Dust 2 ban. I'm a little bit surprised by that because that's actually a map they really like. But I guess they see something in Astralis' Dust 2. That's the problem with playing against Astralis, is that it doesn't matter what map. As soon as they ban out Mirage, it's tough after that.
It's just kind of a downward spiral.
There's almost no good choice.
Definitely. Overpass going out of the window and Train going out as well. I'm going to be surprised if we're going to see a nuke here, and I think that'll be a great map pick for the guys from Renegades. Astralis obviously not allowing it, and we end on Inferno, which is, the most popular middle ground map we can have. Inferno is a map that both of these teams play. We know Astralis play it very stable. It's a map they never fell short on, whereas for Renegades, it's also a map they know how to play, but if you want to take that to Astralis, you have to play some of your best Counter-Strike that you ever had.
No, you definitely do, especially going into Inferno, because this Renegades team, they play all these maps and they have great win rates, but they're kind of stat padding over in the Oceanic scene, right? They just pick up wins for free, it feels like, over there. So yeah, like you're saying, Inferno, this is obviously a map they're comfortable on, they play it, but if you're going to go up against Astralis on Inferno, you've got to have a serious game plan and be ready to execute it.
Here was the game plan right from the start. If we could just go ahead and get a shot right there on Gratisfaction and just kind of look into everything that's changed, at least on the side of Renegades, that's a big jump.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, now it's just they've got a whole new team.
Yeah, basically a brand new player. You shave your mustache, it's pretty much a new dude, Jacob.
It is. It's a new dude, new team, new everything, Trace.
Do you think some of that new org smell that we kind of saw with EG perhaps could kind of spill over into this? Do you think that could give them some confidence?
I hope so. I hope that when you're taking all the different factors right now, the fact that they know Astralis must be a little bit tired coming straight from ECS, they know that it's the first game of the day, they know it's a best of one. If you line up all those different factors, there is a chance for Renegades to take this one, so they better put in everything for this one.
But, Davey, you really think Astralis is going to win, huh?
Yeah.
Smart guy. That's probably a pretty safe bet.
Guess.
I'm ready to get into the game, and I'm sure you are too. Analyst stop talk, caster start talk. Hugo and Harry are going to get us into Inferno with Astralis and Renegades.
Yes, indeed. And Renegades, a new look squad as the boys from Greyhound make their debut here under the banner of the boys. They're going to be going head-to-head versus Astralis, so certainly not the easiest first matchup for your new organization to have, but yeah, I mean, well, we're going to have to wait and see, right? I mean, you can already see those odds going massively in favor of Astralis. That's courtesy of the lovely folks over at Betway. Maybe if you're a fan of the boys, you would love to head on over and make some money or lose some money. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think realistically, even Renegades know what they're up against here. It's definitely a trial by fire. Good way of putting it. But the man advantage initially secured. Dick Stacy going back for more with a flashbang, and it's actually Inns who will take the kill away. Renegades can drop back off of this B-bomb site. They know they've got the advantage. No need to force engagements any more than they already have. Remember, 2 dinked players in this round already is a bit of a problem for Renegades, and Astralis still have all their utility. That's the one positive to draw away. They can go for this set piece up on the A site, smoke off the Moto. Got these rotates back in towards A. Initially, it was a triple B setup, and waiting in the graveyard, well, he was Dexter, gets his head ripped off. Fast play from Astralis. They take control of A. This site given up now for Renegades, and a retake will have to be the solution here as the bomb gets planted.
Yeah, now, man advantage might lie with Renegades, and they do have the kit as well, but, you know, you're going up against the Astralis in a retake, and they've had some time to get into these post plants. Malta, not deterred by the names he's up against, still puts down Zipnix and follows up onto Dupree. It's only Glaive who now, back against the wall. And even though he gets 2, I was going to say, surely not. Surely this cannot be a clutch that's doable. And luckily enough, the Renegades prove us right. They lock in that pistol round. And that's a bit of weight off their shoulders, as now they can maybe look to get off to a good start here on Inferno.
Yeah, pistol run going the way. I was a little bit worried when we saw Dexter go down and Renegades have to forego the A site. That was somewhat scary, giving Astralis that chance. But the question for me is are we going to see this force? I would expect it from Astralis with them being such a confident team coming into this matchup. But bomb plant down in the pistol is going to facilitate some rifles in round number 2. And we'll see if they did opt for that. That is the case. So 2 AKs and a Galil. Astralis going in big in this second round. And let's see if they can do anything with it. They're up against 4 MP9, so really, if you look at the weaponry, it's kind of favored to Astralis, which is pretty gross. But already losing the first man. That's Magis going down on the logs. Inns forces that fight, and Renegades can just give up Banana now with that man advantage and let Astralis move in through and pick up that weapon. But Dick Stacy doesn't want to make it easy for them. Molotov down Banana and still peeking, still trying to fight. Gonna get spammed down to 20. Device is gonna hear those tags. Glaive, it doesn't matter. He finishes up the job through the smoke, and Device is gonna keep moving forward. Solo B player here right now. Inns can't afford to die. He's got that smoke to delay the push, and it will buy time for a rotate, but Astralis, they might just go straight through.
They certainly might. This is where this flash from Dexter might have to do a hell of a lot. But no, they decide against that. They back away from B, now turning their attention toward the middle of the map. You look at this, man, you wouldn't even know Astralis were the ones to lose that last round, right? They've got better weaponry than Renegades here. So the boys, they're going to find themselves up against it. Molotov goes in, and that will separate this push. Right now, Glaive is alone out through long. That bomb has since left the A side of the map and gone back down in through middle. Glaive. Oh, no, they're not ready. They're not ready for that. Sicko is going to get dispatched off. The bomb's back from Banana again. It just keeps going back and forth and back and forth. And there we go. Now getting planted inside of the site. Dupree shutting down Dexter before he has anything to say in this round. And for Inns, he's got to try and hold on to the MP9. That's just gross. You hate that.
That's such a smart play from Glaive, man. He goes in towards the archway, he gets spotted, and immediately doubles back, because Sicko in the library suddenly turns around. He realizes he has to watch the CT spawn. He's got to check his back, and that gives room for Glaive to just fake out his position and go straight into library. Very, very confident stuff. And that will find himself a kill and open up the A site here for Astralis. A first round taken on this T side, as the Danish overlords look to make this a difficult game for the Renegades. That's what you would imagine. As Renegades likely just going to force around this one MP9. They have really nothing to play with moving forward, so may as well invest here and get some pistols and armor. My sources inside ESL told me that Astralis got in at 1 AM, and I think the time I got told was like 7 or 8 AM. They were already asking to come and use the prac PCs and get prepared, get ready for their games today. So that really does just show how dedicated some of these guys are. You don't get to become the best in the world without being exactly that, and they're looking to show it right here, right now. Renegades on that force. We've got that Scout on Sicko. Everyone else on pistols with the exception of the saved SMG. But Astralis now fully rifled up with 5 guns is going to make this easier said than done for the Renegades. And Harry, we talk about this a lot, but sometimes when you win pistol, but you lose that second round, especially when you're on the CT side, it can really wreck your economy. And you know, it's almost better to win the force than it is to win the pistol as a T, because it puts you in this position where you get another anti-eco, or technically 2 anti-ecos, right? This force buy is pretty whack. And if Renegades lose this, they'll be down to just P250s in the next. So Astralis have really set themselves up for an early CT victory, and Dupree already taking the first blood in this round.
Yeah, that Scout not really getting to do all too much damage. Ooh. And Dupree, well, the rest of his team might have headed back towards Banana. He's content on just kill farming over here on A. He's padding those stats out. And if he'd kept on going, he would have uncovered that this A side of the map is actually actually empty, and so now he makes that call across to the rest of the team. The bomb's in tow, and this should be around for Astralis, where the rest of Renegades just try and hold on to these weapons.
Yeah, nice rotate back for Astralis, not falling into that stacked B bomb site. Jisk is still going to be here, though, laying down the pain. He finds Inns as well, back towards the coffins. 20 seconds as the bomb goes down, and Renegades realizing the error of their ways. Nothing they can do here but save their weapons. And hopefully try and take down Magisk to get himself a little something to work with, but Magisk is not overstepping. He's just waiting here, knowing that Renegades, I mean, they're the ones who want these kills. He doesn't need to rush it. But with his team moving in from the rest, from the CT spawn, they've cut off the rest of Renegades. They know they can't escape, and they're just going to start hounding them down. Magisk finding one, Dexter waiting for the repeat, and there it is. 3 kills from Magisk off that Galil. Fantastic stuff from Astralis, sitting 2-1 up at the start of Inferno.
Yeah, and that's about to get even stronger, right? Like that, as you were talking about, right? If you were able to get that second round locked in, that force buy over on the T side, you do essentially get 2 of these anti-ecos for free in response. There's no money for Renegades to invest into this round here and now. So this should just be a quick, clean round for Astralis. And the real chance that they had to do damage, Renegades, was in that previous, and they weren't really able to find anything. So now armed with just vanilla pistols, you really aren't expecting all too much here from the boys. They're going to group up together, all 5 of them, as they often are. Shoulder to shoulder, side by side, and maybe that will allow these USPs to find something. The problem is, Astralis aren't just going to go running into this stack and feeding the beast, right? They've already cleared the B bomb site, and so they're going to dodge this danger very amicably. They move away, they back out of mid, they're going to grab that bomb, and they'll get it planted inside of B for free.
And that smoke at top mid is hilarious as well. Sorry, is that in almost like a middle finger to Renegades?
Yeah,
like T's smoking off the choke point, like, we know you're here. We know you're stacked on A, and we have already won this round. Little do you know. And with that smoke going down, Renegades now realize exactly what's happening. And they've got to start caring about their backline as well, Harry, because Astralis are already moving players in through that CT spawn. They've cleared everything on B. Even Zitnik's going as far to check the sandbags at the back of Ruins. There's no ninjas today here on the Renegade side as they try and push down mid. Farm some kills with these USPs, rather, but it's not exactly turning out too well for them. Should just be a flawless round here for Astralis.
Oh, there you go. That's one. There we go. Dexter just about grabbing it. Anyone else want to drop into Dexter's laboratory? Oh, there we go. Dupree gets in and stops him in his tracks. He's not allowed to get away with the AK. To be honest with you, I think if he was allowed, that would have been a huge mistake from Astralis. And as we know about these literal cyborgs, they don't make mistakes, okay, over on the Astralis side.
Danebots, Harry. Danebots. That's what we call them.
That is a term that we've been trying to coin, you know, and I think with good reason. You know, I can't think of like another team that had a similar situation with Astralis where they go from being the top, they have like a period where, as the desk was saying, it just felt like, you know, it was more them going like, yeah, we'll stop playing as much, and then they fell off, and now they're straight back, and that can be the hardest thing, right? When you go from being the best in the world, then you kind of fall off a little bit. As we've seen with so many teams, it can be hard to get back to that caliber, get back to that level. But for Dupree and Zipnix, it just seems far too easy. And for the rest of the gang, kills have already come in for Astralis. Flash is fantastic. Dupree, 10 points of health and still putting up numbers. He's 8-1 right now in the server, and this is surely a 4th round for Astralis. This is a bit of a masterclass here.
Yeah, Dupree, he must have eaten a whole bunch of bananas before this game, Harry. His entries right now are looking phenomenal, and multiple opening kills here for Astralis to get into that A site. And the quick plant, and Magisk is even farming these B kills as well. 2 more left, and he gets them both. 4-1 lead for Astralis on this T side, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes.
I always look at the banana as more of the iconic food for North out of the 2 Danish
I can
teams.
see that.
They love a banana, but be sure to get your votes in. What's the official fruit of Astralis? We you know, banana is a good shout, to be fair.
I think it just
pro teams love a bean.
I mean, it's just not a messy fruit, you know. You can just
it's self-contained,
Down.
right? Like, yeah.
Like, you know, if you start eating oranges before a game, you're going to get squirted
eating oranges
everywhere.
on the desk, yeah. No, I mean,
keyboard sticky. Oh dear, look at the pace though. Astralis, man, they are feeling it. Dupree is already up mid. It's a 4-man B stack for Renegades though, and these flashes could turn out pretty well, but Astralis have fallen back. They're not playing this top of B just yet, so they haven't been taken down. Device spraying to, and Magiska with the grenade actually finishes off that job. Malta, the only A player here getting spotted, but he finds 2 kills. That's fantastic from Malta. Can he get any more, as he is the only man here? Inns is already on a bit of a back-off, as he's found a single kill at the top of Banana, and Astralis in this 2-on-2, just looking to commit towards B for the time being. But no rush. They know that Malta could have rotated back towards his site, so they want to make sure that not only that not being a possibility, but mid is also clear. Malta's tucked himself in on long, but if anything, Astralis, if they go short or apartments, they're going to get a free site, and we'll have to see Renegades play for retake. If they end up in a post plant, I don't see any way of Renegades getting back into this. No armor, Inns doesn't have a gun, and no kit.
And I love this decision from Astralis, right? Like, you know, Glaive mastermind in this 2v2, and he's navigated this perfectly, right? They leave B early on. They know that there was a player here. They take all this time to clear mid. Now, maybe there's a timing for Malta where he might catch them unawares. Ooh, just about gets back around the corner in time, flashes himself away, and now going to try and take up a position inside of this A site. Malta, he's got to do it all now for Renegades. This AK that's been retrieved has to prove itself now, and it does not. Falling at the first hurdle. He's done a lot of damage, but it's not enough to lock in the round as Glaive finishes off both of those remaining players. Astralis 5-1. Regardless, just pistols in that round for Renegades. Let's not forget, you know, like that does come with a caveat of being an eco round. So they get it very, very close, all on the back of Malta over here towards A. Now an investment back in, and finally we're going to see not 1, but 2 AWPs over on this CT side.
I kind of like that as well, right? It's going to mean they have less utility to take Banana, but you can easily post an AWP up and just try and take those jewels down at that position. One of them being in mid, though, Sicko holding. Device is going to meet him on the other side, but neither of these players finding the contact just yet. Renegades opting to completely ditch the Banana in this round. They're going to fall all the way back to the safety of the B site. Inns holding for a shot here in spawn, and actually Flashbang going to blind him, and he fires a reaction bullet. Won't connect, but Astralis can now keep him out of position. Molotov to send him back towards the CT spawn. He might even wrap coffins with that, as that's what Device is hoping for with this little boost up. But Inns still sticking in his position is going to be the right call to make. And I think that scope, he threw a scope in there. Device hears it, and they drop off of the boost. But Inns has actually gone all the way back round. So Device not falling for it, as he still sits holding the coffins. But this first opening duel could let Astralis just dive into the site. Instead, it's Inns to take him down, and the full execute. Astralis still going to commit.
Oh, hang on a minute, though. That Molotov has slowed them right down. Are they going to go through it? They smoke it off, and now, yeah, they do commit. The Danes running in, and they deal with Dick Stacy. Inns was good for 1 on this AWP, but now he's had to fall back to the ruins and concede this bomb site. Will remove another. The AWP coming alive now for Renegades, and it's sprung them back into a doable retake. Man advantage for the Aussies in this one. And Sicko, these AWPs so valuable to Astralis. All the kills to have been found in this round have come off the back of them. Glaive just killed Dupree. Was worried about the Banana flank, perhaps a little too worried there, as it's hot Dane-on-Dane action down in Banana.
I think he got blocked by his teammate and didn't realize he was right next to him, right? They're like standing next to each other. He tries to move, he realizes he can't, and then just out of reaction just spins, although... Yeah, who really knows, Harry? That's a bit of a mistake, a rare one you're going to catch from Astralis, and it gives Renegades an in, a way back into that round. It's not just an in, though. It's an Inns, as he is the man to make this happen. Great opening kill with the AWP onto Device, who was holding down for him, and he finds a couple more after that as well. So good stuff with this AWP, and Renegades are going to get themselves a second round on the board. Kind of lucky that Glaive kills his teammate there, because one of the rotates was really late. Malta was still in the apartments when that bomb got planted on B, so he was a long way away there for Renegades, but luckily didn't come in to be too much of a problem for them.
Ooh, nearly. Oh, even closer.
How did neither of those
I know, that's some real BS right there for Ids. It's so close. He'll never know how close that was. But both times, just a matter of pixels away. He's going to try flash Dick Stacy back into top banana. Aggressive smoke thrown in, and they continue to try and keep Astralis out of this side of the map. This is a bit of a switch up from Renegades, because usually it has just been very, very passive back within this bomb site. They know the Danes want to establish this default at the very, very least as well. And so keeping them away from B could prove to be valuable for Renegades. Still 2 players here. Glaive now lurking alone up in the top of mid, while the rest of his team have since doubled back and rejoined this bomb over at the B side of the map. Smoke now down to keep Astralis out even longer. And if they wait for that to fade, there's about 10 seconds left on this timer till the end of the round. So they've got to go through it. And that Molotov from Inns could spell disaster.
They're going to need immediate entry kills, and Inns is delaying them. He's hiding at the back of the site, trying to stay alive for this bomb. Dick Stacy with 1. Inns joins the party, but they both fall right after their first initial kills. 3 on 5 for Astralis looking to be made in this round, but it's going to have to be a retake from the Renegades. Dupree pushed into spawn, and they're not going to check it. He gets away with a kill, and he doubles it as well. The second orb removed from the server, and Malta, he's just going to have to hold onto his gun down in T-spawn. That's a rough one for Renegades, and I think a big deal there. Zipnix misses a smoke in second middle, and it was meant to land on the long corner. If that smoke actually landed, I think we might have even seen a rotation from Renegades, because they had a double long setup right there. Without that, they could have sent a player back over towards the other side of the map and maybe had a stronger hold on B. Instead, it was just a 2 for 2, and the retake unsuccessful.
I think that shows how much faith Astralis have in the system as well, to decide to wait for that smoke and for the Molotov to fade. So many teams, you know, they would rather have those extra few seconds if it means having to go through a smoke or having to run through a Molotov, and they just decide with steel in their veins to just sit down and wait and push in at what, like the 11-second mark? You needed to get both of those kills immediately, and they do. That's what makes that so impressive, because all it would take is for, you know, like one unfortunate kill to come in, maybe that bomb to get thrown out of position. Anything could have gone wrong. Any one problem could have gone the way of Astralis, and nothing does. So it goes exactly according to plan here. And on the back of it, they've sent the Renegades economy back into the doldrums. So a partial investment here behind this M4. The nades have at least got a good return on investment over at Banana, finding a lot of damage onto Magisk nice and early. Dupree out in top mid. Hasn't gone for a peek just yet, and there is a man nearby. I feel bad for Rush right now, because all across the map, there's a potential kill waiting to be found, and there's one going in favor of Renegades. Traded back, Dupree, getting hot and heavy up in top mid, will get dealt with. And so maybe it's going to come back down to a B play here for Astralis. Thankfully, Device has facilitated that with that kill, makes it now feel even more likely.
Yeah, they saw Inns in spawn earlier as well, so even with that smoke going down, it's now faded, and they're going to be holding for it. The re-peek is there, and Magisk was only a shot away from death, but that shot doesn't connect, and Astralis take the B site for free. Renegades on for the retake here, but it is very tempting to want to save these guns, especially when Sicko doesn't have armor here. That being said, they know they got to buy in the next round regardless. That kill, that will certainly open things up. Renegades, they've got to be sweating now as they get back into this site. Magisk holding at the back of quad. Zipnik's playing for his own on Banana as well. He can set up utility. He can throw a flashbang in if he wants Magisk to peek off the back of it. And now with both players coming from spawn for Renegades, that information is at least gained for Astralis. Flash up, Magisk peeks, and he takes the kill. Malta's gone. It's just Sicko, and that kit as well is dropped in the spawn, so he has to run all the way back if he wants to pick that one up. At this rate, the bomb's probably going to take him down if Astralis don't, and they will. Magisk with another trade, and that will be Astralis locking in the anti-eco. These pistol rounds are getting close, Harry, but close is not enough.
Well, Hugo, I'm going to offer a bit of a B-stream update, but before I do that, I want to say, spoiler warning, I'm going to give everyone 5 seconds. If you don't want to hear what happened over on the B-stream, you can mute, and you can mute now. Maybe
gone.
you've already got us muted.
I'm
Who
out of here.
knows? But we just saw the Aussies over there in 100 Thieves face the Danes in Heroic. And in that matchup of Denmark versus Australia, it was the Aussies that came out on top. 100 Thieves were able to
All right,
pick
boys.
that up.
Just jumping in here over the top of the other two. We've got Inns with a bit of a heroic performance to get the only round on the board, or gun round thus far. So if we play this one out, you're going to get the device kill here. There's going to be a bit of a mistiming coming up from Astralis. You can see these two smokes landing, and they're actually going to dissipate due to this Molotov thrown by Inns. So they're eventually going to get it to extinguish. As they push into the site, we're going to see Inns still playing around this position here. The smoke starts to fade, and he's going to find himself another kill. So we can play this one out. He's going to grab another kill here, and that's done enough to allow Renegades to grab around. Back to the game.
Thank you very much, Chad. And yeah, Astralis right now, a masterclass, not just from the Birchall, but from the boys in Denmark. 7-2 up right now on this T side. No signs of slowing down, but that AWP might be the sign of good times for Renegades. A man advantage is secured immediately, and Astralis doubling down through this smoke. They're going to run out through middle. Molotov on long will deny them the re-aggression as the rotates come through off of B. Renegades had 3 towards that B site at the start, and it's clearly a read for Astralis. They're doubling down on this site and trying to get ahead of these rotations. But Dexter's already here. He's up above that smoke in the graveyard. Just looking for Malta, and he's about to peek in. There's the kill, which is getting 2, and that is fantastic. Astralis, 3-on-3 as a trade comes in from the AWP, but they can get the plant in here.
Yeah, that Moto smoke is going to cut the AWP out of this round, and now Dupree can find the bomb plant. Magisk was able to open this round up, and now the 3 remaining Danes. Oh, that's just... Oh, mate, you watch them play, it doesn't even feel fair. They just make every fight look so easy. Glaive was waiting all round long in the bottom of mid for that exact peak, and he knows that if he gets it, and he does, then this is just going to force the save for Renegades. A 3-on-3, you look at that, you know, if you're the Renegade squad and you think, not going to be easy, but we can do it. 2-on-3, however, with an AWP in the retake, that's just a flat no. They're going to try and hold on to this now.
Yeah, it definitely hurts Renegades considering how many times these AWPs have been getting multiple kills. Inns and Sicko now 2 rounds with you know, 2 opening kills that just go nowhere ultimately because Astralis trading their way into the bomb site so effectively, and that will be another round taken for them with little casualties.
If we do want to look at some silver linings for Renegades here, I'm thinking that right now the thing that I'm loving is this AWP and also double AWP potential specifically, right? Because it has been a lot of the time in these site takes, the 2 players that have helped made it feel doable rather have been the 2 AWPers, right? Sicko over towards A and Inns with his inside of that B bomb site. The problem with that though is Renegades, as they're finding out now, Astralis aren't big on letting you ever have a lot of money in those bank accounts. So that's something that they're not really able to purchase up.
How is he alive?
Magisk is like made of metal, man. And even that has its breaking point. Finally, he does get broken down.
Yeah, full of shrapnel after that one. Oh, Sicko, the timing could have been good. Luckily, he actually moves back and avoids that flashbang as Dupree moves into the boiler. Sicko with a crossfire for Malta here on that A site as well. Playing the pit with the SMG is not going to be the best weapon. Smoke fades on the corner and Dexter gets some free damage off, but no kill converted. Astralis back to this B site. It has been so sweet for them on this T side already, and they've smoked off Inns. He might have to go through that, but instead just throws a smoke in front to give him a bit of position to move out. Dick Stacey has been up on top of these boxes time and time again, and he gets spotted as well. Goes out wide, but Glaive is ready for it. Sicko in the spawn with 1, but Inns has been dropped to the back of the site, and it is just going to be Dexter here, the only man left on this side of the map, trying desperately to win a duel. Device is dedicated on this angle, and he'll close it out with the Krieg. That scope is too good. As 3-on-2, Astralis get that bomb planted, and Renegades, they've got a question, is this even worth it?
And sadly, once again, the answer is probably no, but it's like at this point, what choice do they have? They've got to give it at least a bit of a look in, see if someone offers something up, but you know Astralis aren't the kind of team to go hunting too soon, to start to give you ways of getting back into these retakes. Oh, Sicko waited all round long, looking there, and now falls prey, but Malta might just be the savior, getting 2, and now just Zipnik's left to find, but if one man is steely in these clutches, it's often him, but no, this time time around, it's Malta. It's down to the wire, but he's just about got it. A third for Renegades on the back of just one man. Malta take a bow as he makes that 1v3 look a little too easy versus the best team in the world.
That was sick. That was really, really nice as well. I thought it was over after Sitco unscoped on the sandbags. That would have been the kill, getting them back into things. But Malta, great reaction shots on that player in Banana. And yeah, just winning out the clutch 1-on-3. Astralis, not much they could do to stop that right there. And Zipnix, yeah, he plays it perfectly, really. He just jiggles and he gets wallbanged. This is very unfortunate. Malta going wide on that angle. And Astralis, they've had enough of it, Harry. They don't want to let Renegades get away with those clutches. So fast into this round up Banana through the Molotovs. Magis gets control of the car. Just holding on, playing anti-flash right now as well, expecting some potential re-aggression here from Renegades. They have been flashing their way back into Banana from time to time. But right now, Astralis are avoiding that side of the map, going in towards mid. Smokes on the long corner, keeps Sicko occupied for the time being. But this is not a commitment for Astralis. It's just trying to feel out this A site. That bomb is still dropped down ramp, so they can go back and retrieve it if they want to change their mind.
And this is the thing, Renegades are going to have to play in accordance to what Astralis are doing right now, very, very reactively. They have no information, they have no hints as to where this play is coming in. Instead, you're very much relying on Inns and Dick Stacey, at least keeping things even here at the B side of the map. If you're even going to attempt this retake as Renegades, Device gets that trade onto Dick Stacey, and they do manage to go 2 for 2, but bomb plant now coming in, rotations arriving. Renegades once again retaking this B side of the map in a 3-on-3. Sicko's going to keep it in now in the advantage of the boys. And they even spot Dupree over at Banana. Wow. They're not ready for that repeat though. Malta thought he had that dead to rights, mollying him out into the open, but it's not meant to be. And Device's Krieg is looking so damn deadly. It's only Sicko left, now down to the 1v1. And with bomb planted for Banana, surely there's no way that he's able to get back on top of this. Taps the bomb, but there's just no time. And even then, Dupree finishes him off. Another round for the Danes. It gets close, and slowly but surely, I mean, every one of these rounds feels like it's getting closer and closer, but they're very rarely able to cross that finish line in actually edging them out.
The reason this is getting so hard for Renegades is every time Astralis go towards B, which feels like, you know, more than like 80% of the time, they're always trading 2 for 2. Like, that's the best case scenario for Renegades. 2 defensive kills and then immediately traded. And while that's fine, Astralis, they're more than happy to take these 3-on-3 post plants on B. Aggressive position down Banana for Dupree, takes down that flank of Malta, and from that point on, it's just, yeah, playing the time, playing the bomb, and having a huge advantage while doing so. These are some great T-side rounds from Astralis, as we come to expect at this point from the best team in the world. And Renegades, they are back to pistols. Not exactly a fun position to be in. Triple B setup. And yeah, definitely getting conditioned into these B plays. And I think what's kind of cool about this is Astralis are doing so many B plays that every now and then we're going to see Renegades throw these triple B setups at the start of the round. And already the last time they did that, Astralis rushed up mid with 4 players. So, you know, Astralis know what they're up against, and they know that Renegades are getting conditioned by their play.
To expand on what you're saying there, Hugo, I think that's made even stronger and even more apparent by how scared of challenging for top mid control Renegades have been, right? Astralis, they're always able to get a man into that top mid portion. This round it's Dupree, and he just kills everyone anyway. But because you get that foothold, the second you see a 3-man B stack early, the second you see so much as one flash that feels a little extra over towards B, you have a man ready to go peeking, ready to go challenging into that A side of the map. And it's working for Astralis every single time. I think for the Renegade side at this point, they might need to try and figure out a system as to how they can challenge for this top mid control and stop giving it over to the Danes.
I'm pretty sure Zipnix just killed Dick Stacey through the stained glass windows and ruins as well. Yep, he did. Look at that. Just despicable, Harry. There's no way you can hide from this man. He doesn't see walls, you have to remember that. Or smokes, or anything really, just heads. And he takes them all off. 10-3 up, Astralis looking to 12-3 this half. We thought that Fnatic EG game was dominant earlier, but we are getting a similar story right now for the Renegades.
Yeah, and I tell you what, mate, shout out to these last 2 games, because, Hugo, it's a long day for you and I. We're doing all the games today, and thankfully, these ones look like they might be pretty speedy.
Yeah, making our schedule nice and compact, you know? We've got best of 3s coming up later as well. Well, actually, I think that's our next game, because the Liquid North best of 1 has been delayed, yes.
Very honourable thing to do on North's behalf. Shout out to them for being so, you know, mate, a lot of teams, I would have taken the chance to play versus a sleepy Liquid. Dick, Stacey and Inns, they get caught sleeping at the wheel over inside of the B-bomb site. Dupree's finding everyone over at A. And even, the bomb isn't even left spawn yet, and they're already hunting these kills. Astralis, you can just tell they're feeling so confident, and it's a shame because the same, mate, do they have the mini-map turned off or something? Like, the amount of times that they've almost killed each other just from walking into each other.
Maybe that's revenge, right? Because Glaive, I think he did kill Zipnix.
Look, man, Tonic's laughing to himself as well. Oh, dear. It wouldn't, mate, Astralis would be the team to be like, yeah, we play without mini-map because then we really have to talk to each other. That would just be like the big brain behind it or something. But yeah, no, not in this round for Renegades, sadly. They're trying to hold on to these guns, but of course the Danes of hunting. Of course they are. Dexter will blindside Glaive. This is where Dupree tries to do something about that. Sicko's got an eye on the apartments and is now flicked down into the pit. So these weapons might just get held for Renegades. There's still more Danes hunting them, though. There's still more players looking to challenge. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It's all gone wrong.
What a bait. What a bait, though. Device, right, jiggling. He spots that open the site from Library. He just starts jiggling, baiting shots off, and then he gets close peeked as well from the long corner. Oh, just, there's levels to it, Harry. Too many levels and too many rounds for Renegades to deal with. 11 in this T side right now for Astralis, and 1 left for them to really make this half fabulous. And it all just looks too easy right now. Dupree is a monster. Not even getting entries on the site where Astralis are committing to. They've already taken B, and he's just fragging out the apartments. Absolutely dominant, and that will not change. Dick Stacey dying in the molly at top B this round, and Dupree's back to his usual acts in the apartments. More grenades landing, of course, and just dunking down Sicko to 40. Dupree is not done. He's found himself another. Might be some re-aggression here from Malta, but actually drops off with that Mag 7. And in the meantime, they've cleared out A, they've cleared out long. Zipnix is coming in on this wrap, and Malta, he can't even check it. He's not got the gun for that fight. Switching back to the pistol and drops Dupree, but at this point, he's being held by that Library. 30 HP left as he tries to throw the smoke across to get the gun, but they're coming in from above as well. The Mag 7, a fickle beast, and he will not find anything with it. It's another round here for Astralis unless Inns can clutch it out 1-on-2 in the post plant.
Yeah, he's retrieved the Krieg, but they know exactly where he's coming from. And with Zipnix's position here and Glaive alongside him, it would be bad enough if it was just Zipnix alone. It's not, though. The whole party's there, and Astralis are going to round this half out 12-3. Incredibly dominant from the Danes. Heading into this second half, Renegades are going to find themselves very far away from making this comeback feel doable. Can they get it done? Or will Astralis close this out? Join us after the break to find out.
Dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by. Wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
us, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after.
We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
We've got some new boys on the block in these Renegades jerseys, but right now they are being put to the test. 12-3 for Astralis after the first half of Inferno, and that was their T-side as well, just to make matters worse for these Aussies. Unfortunately, it's always going to be like this when you have a trial by fire up against the best team in the world, but let's see if they can pull this one back. It's all got to start with the pistol round, Harry. It's all got to begin here in round number 16.
Yeah, for you folks watching at home, you know, we spent a whole season of Pro League together now. I think we know each other very intimately, and I'm not going to lie to you, this does not look great for Renegades. This pistol round is a necessity, and without it, you can almost expect Astralis to take this whole game.
I appreciate the honesty, Harry. It really means a lot.
Exactly. Honesty is the best policy, but kills aren't bad either, and Glaive has picked one up in this round already, striking Dick Stacey from the tally, who has had a bit of a struggle in this game thus far. Sat bottom of the board for Renegades. He was one of those players over in the B bomb site. You think about how much that site was harassed by Astralis, how much they bullied those B players. They've done a great job of keeping at least him on the back foot, and that will continue here into the pistol. Renegades now having to fight into this extremely important round, a man down.
They have got the smokes for a full execute, and if they can trade effectively and get into this B site, that'd be lovely. But Zipnix has got a smoke of his own, ready to throw that down at the drop of a hat. But ooh, he actually switches weapon too early. That lets him get through and passes smoke. It's now forgotten as Renegades are all over this B bomb site. They can plant, and Astralis can set up for a 5-on-4 retake, which is still a pretty good situation to be in. Open bomb plant, not for Banana though, so that can't be a position Renegades take up too heavily for this post plant. They might want to try and push towards Ruins, but that's exactly where Astralis are coming from. 3 players on the coffin side of things as Dexter looks for this crossfire, missed shots, finally gets that kill to Glaive, but it comes at a cost.
Sicko, no armor there, so his aim gets sent flying, but Dexter's P250 is nice indeed. He's on 4 now. Dexter, where's this come from? Oh, he's gonna get the ace and take a bow. Renegades get that pistol round on the back of one man and one man alone. Dexter with that P250 in full swing as he sets them up with a 4th and now a chance to get back into this map.
Yeah, unbelievable recovery considering those initial missed shots with 3 players coming through from the coffins, but boy does he turn it up at the end of the round. Closing out the pistol here for Renegades that, again, remember, was in a 4-on-5 from the get-go. Glaive got that initial pick down Banana, so huge frags from Dexter. And Renegades, they have given themselves a lifeline here on the T side. A chance to pull this one back in the long run, but it's still not going to be easy. You know Astralis will be keen to buy up. Although yet to force in the second round. We'll see if that changes.
One of the things I love is, you know, Astralis going over towards B. I think it's partially because they identified they were able to get in early, but also I think they're realizing they're very much in at least one man's head over on this Renegade side, right? You look at the kill distribution between everyone else, there's what, 1 kill in it, or 2 kills rather, between the second to bottom player on Renegades and the top. But then if you include Dick Stacey in that, it widens to a pretty large 8 8 kill difference, right? And Dick Stacy sitting 3 and 14. I think if he can recover, if he can get his head back into the game and start to build a bit more confidence, which is very hard to do, bear in mind, up against an Astralis that's looking like this, then maybe there's a chance for Renegades to at least get a few more rounds and start to get us believing. They're still a long way away from that, though, and that's important to realize, right? Even though they get the pistol, even though they've cemented that and they've given themselves an avenue back into this, it's not to say that it's easy by any stretch of the imagination. You're still 8 rounds behind. You're still versus Astralis on home turf. And it does feel like, you know, we need the full 100% from everyone on the Renegade squad right now.
Yeah, it's hard enough to reset coming into the second half of an ESEA pug, let alone up against the best team in the world, rather. We've been informed we're actually replaying the round. There was a custom agent model that was being used, and so the round's being replayed. Interesting. Ooh. We know those models are banned by most tournament organizers nowadays, and let's be honest, that is exactly what we want to see. Anyone who wants the models in comp play.
It was using it.
I didn't quite hear that, but hopefully we can get confirmation and name and shame Harry.
I mean, surely it's got to be an accident, right? You just accidentally have it on in the second half. Didn't mean to. Whoops-a-daisy.
I'm not getting told, so I'm not going to be able to name and shame.
I'm imagining it has to be Renegades, right? Because if Astralis were using a custom model and Renegades win the round, it's like...
Renegades shouldn't be complaining, really.
Yeah. Like, we'll have to wait and see. We'll try and keep everyone informed as soon as we know more. Plot twist when it was Dexter using it, right? Just blended in at the back of the
like, nah, mate, sorry, we're going to have to cancel that ace. We're going to have to go back.
Oh,
Inns
it was
using it.
Tut. Poor boy as well.
Dexter's got to feel rough.
Yeah, man, that is going to feel so rough.
Oh, Inns, man.
No,
Shun him.
He's just been pugging too much. That's the problem. Using those little green skins, you know he's hiding on overpass. You know he's one of those. I want to say something. He's hiding at the vines, man, by the toilets, blending in like some sort of gross little chameleon.
He's playing Cash CT Spawn and sitting at the back of B, you know, on that tree.
Or just anywhere in the B site.
Anywhere on the map, to be honest.
It's
Cash
very,
is so
very green.
Following our Pro League branding, you know, a little bit. A lot of greenery, a lot of
that's the intention.
Color. Yeah. Hopefully, Harry, we can dress you up in a camo suit and blend you in with the background as well one of these days.
I mean, I probably own something that would do that already. I probably have a shirt that's like roughly looks the same as the Pro League branding. So
you're a colourful man.
Yeah, you know, I'm a man of colour, at least in what I wear. I can't believe that, though, for Renegades. Like, that is going to be heartbreaking.
And the worst part about that is Dex is now down to 5 kills.
Yeah.
He was at 10 after that round. Harry aced it.
If he aces the pistol round again, now that would be nuts. But, you know, yeah, there you go. Inns played pistol round with a custom player model, and the round will be replayed.
And we're going back into it, Harry.
We were just hyping up. This could be the confidence back for Renegades, but this is one of the most grueling kind of situations where you're brought back down to earth. We're replaying the pistol round, and once again, Sicko and Dexter picking up the utility in this one, but a mid-rush now from Astralis. They'll go barreling down. I don't know, man. Astralis with a replayed round seems scary, but Dexter, whoa!
Dear.
I've won the ace again! And Inns is here to help him out this time around. Not given a chance, but that P250, whether it's first time, whether it's second, whether it's third, is still just as deadly for Renegades in this pistol, and only Zipnik's left. Renegades, I tell you what, man, fair play in this one.
Yeah, Astralis, you want to replay it again? Maybe a third time? You know, we love our pistol rounds here at the Pro League. Maybe we can get a 4th pistol in this game. Who knows? But yeah, Zipnix is not going to be able to clutch this one out, sadly, and Renegades, I'm very glad they won that. I'm not going to lie. I would have been real upset for them if they win the pistol, they replay it, and then they lose it, and then they lose a game 16-3. That would have hurt. But now Renegades, they've really proven themselves here. They've really deserved this T-side pistol, and Dexter again getting multiple kills with that P250. So back-to-back rounds for Renegades, although it looks like one. They've taken the 4th here coming into this T side. And Astralis, as expected, going to force here on the CT side immediately into this one. The Betway odds still looking as indomitable as we would expect. And Renegades walking up towards middle here. They've deserted the banana, and Zipnix has peeked down, so he's got that info. It's enabled a rotation from Glaive, who will move towards A. And you can see that double long setup from Astralis gets completely discontinued, and they go and set up inside of the site, expecting this execute from Renegades, and they are right to assume so.
Mate, though, Zipnik's already being down banana. This is scary. Luckily enough, Dexter has a bit of a sixth sense tingling, and it's the Zip sense that gets shut down there over in the bottom of mid. Man advantage now for Renegades. Magisk on the other side of this smoke. He does have Ins lying in wait on the other side. Glaive's the Eagle, not to be trifled with. Will be Renegades trying to take control of banana, and they will now be working their way up into the crosshair of Glaive, who can't find anything there with the Deagle. Bomb plant will be following for Renegades and leaving them in a 5-on-3. For Astralis, you imagine this is a save, but you know, with this much of a lead, with this many rounds going their favor, you can just as well justify, you know, sticking around, trying to upgrade some of these players maybe.
I'm not going to lie, surprised to see MP5 SDs in play. I mean, those guns really are just garbage.
I mean, I tell you what, I used to be anti-MP5 as well, Hugo. It's not as awful as you think.
You're wrong.
You just hate change, man. You just hate the new.
It's not the change. It's yeah, they're just not good. Simple as that, Harry.
I just wish it sounded more meaty. Like, why did we get the MP5 SD? Why not just an MP5?
Just a bit of a throwback, maybe?
Well, exactly, man. The old MP5s used to sound pretty lovely.
Well, either way, Astralis get away with a couple of pistols in this round, and those MP5s are dragged forward for yet another. No investment here for Astralis, though. Just waiting for that 6th round to be taken by Renegades before they come back in with the guns on this CT side. Dupree's got a flash. He can set players up towards banana or just try and go for one of these mid pushes again, like Astralis did in that pistol round, the 2nd pistol round. Actually, the 3rd pistol round.
Yeah, technically. Oh, well, the Zipnik's very, very dead thanks to that huge barrage utility. And now the rest of the Astralis side.
What?
Looking to follow suit. Device not quite able to finish off a low HP Malta, who just goes retreating now back into the T apartments. Device has been able to retrieve Dexter's AK, though. And that in and of itself is something for Astralis to try and look to hold on to here as this round feels like it should go in favor of the Renegades. Obviously, with that AK still in play and with Astralis being so damn good in every situation, there's always a chance that something goes wrong, but you really can't bank on that, right? This should be a Renegades round. We're anticipating it's a Renegades round, and with that bomb plant now found, that looks to be the case.
Yeah, may as well hold on to this gun, this solo AK, and the rest of Astralis are basically just playing bodyguard right now for Device, keeping him alive in the spawn. Till death does he part. That's a nice kill as well. Catching Dick Stacy getting aggressive through the ruins. And I mean, Renegades, they've got to exit, and they're choosing not to go through the banana, so they're going to be walking into this AK. Works wonderfully, though, for Inns, who does take that kill. Magisk, he hasn't been checked in the corner, and he won't be checked. Gets away with a frag onto Inns. Traded back by Sicko, who closes the round. But that's some great damage for Astralis on a round that they brought nothing into but 2 saved pistols and a bit of Kevlar. So, yeah, they take away 3 guns. They make Renegades money just that little bit worse for wear. And now they're coming in with the full buy.
Also, Renegades, you know, they can boast that they're now a team with 150% win rate in pistol rounds against Astralis. Who else can say that? Well, just them, as far as I know. I don't think that's happened. So
surely 3 out of 3 is just 100%, Harry. I'm not trusting.
But it's 3 out of 2 because one of them didn't count. So
yeah,
that's
okay.
how I'm looking at it.
Next level.
But even then, well, you know, we'll have to wait and see how the numbers shape on up. Zipnik's trying to put numbers up early. Dick Stacy in with the response. We were mentioning how it's important for him to try and find his confidence again. And so getting back into it, even if it's with these trades early on, every kill he gets makes him feel a little bit more confident, a little bit happier. We see the classic Dick that we all know and love. And, well, dupreeh holding close, does have Device back at the B side of the map. Flash goes in, and that allows him to deal with Dick Stacy. Man advantage still in favor of Renegades, though. Timing for Malta over in mid, not quite there. Magisk is going to catch him, and this bomb has come rotating back towards A. Oh dear, they were already rotating off on the side of Astralis, but it doesn't matter because Magisk is going to finish off everybody anyway. 3 kills in the chokehold, and that there is another round for the Danes on the board. They'll reach 13.
Yeah, they once they obviously got flashed. Once Device got flashed into Banana, I think Renegades realized that there were 2 out of 3 players over towards that B bomb site because of the flashbang getting thrown from spawn. So they decided to rotate, go and join Malta in middle, but he's running around and Magisk heard it from the site, so he actually reaggressed on short. That's a really heads-up play from Magisk, catching that solo lurk and then even closing out the round 13-6. Astralis, they get their first in the CT side, taken under control. And the AWP even saved for Device as well, so got to watch out for that if you're Renegades. They don't have one of their own. Oh, Dick's getting spammed, and he's gone down through the smoke. Didn't even get a chance. Poor guy. He's 4 and 17, and he didn't even see anyone in this round. Astralis with a man advantage, and Renegades flashing in through middle. Device is waiting on the short side.
Oh, and actually going to miss that one. Looked like it was due to connect, but that Molotov has forced Sicko into the arms of the AWP. Dexter and Malta have done what they can, and Malta will surprise Device already being down in the pit. Device was not ready for that. Quick rotation, gets caught. Malta, once again, having to be the man to make all the difference here for Renegades, but he will. And Malta's in with 4. Another round now on the board for the boys. 7 as they pick that up. They are closing the distance between them and Astralis. They let the Danes get 1 round prior, but they're quick in with a response, and having that response, having that return, has now broken the economy of Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, we were joking at halftime, but this really is a chance for Renegades to come back into this game now. I mean,
mate, if Malta can keep this up, then it actually could happen because he's had a lot of these multi-kill rounds, and that's why we're talking about him, even though there's not a big distribution between him and everyone else. And I think as we see the money find its place for Renegades, we see that AWP have the ability to come out. It could be getting even stronger as they continue to build into this second half.
But as is the case, Harry, you can never count Astralis out of a round, even with just pistols here. 2 men on this B site. Not the best gun for coffins. Glaive playing that 5-7 is going to be kind of hard-pressed to win duels with that from such a range. Would like to see that Deagle here instead, but just going to be waiting for these players to get close. Re-smoke up, keeps Renegades out of the sight for now, and Glaive can afford to play somewhere else. Sat towards CT, can even get flashed in through that smoke, but actually no utility here for Astralis. Glaive has got the only grenades left up for the CT side, and Renegades definitely have the feeling like they want to commit towards this B site. Not putting any pressure on A. And Astralis are more than ready for that to happen. They've read this situation wisely, and with no one coming up mid here for Renegades, they put 4 players on this B site. As I say that, the bomb rotates out of Banana, and this is very well timed for Renegades. dupreeh winning his duel up in the apartments, though, and now he could have this rotate right back, but Renegades are going to beat the timing. They're already up through long, and they're coming into CT.
Oh, no, they're thinking, like, right, we brained Astralis here. We're going to be... But the problem is that they're already here. Magisk somehow gets 1, and you're kind of like, okay, right, we dealt with 1, we dealt with 2, it should be ours, but no, there's a lot more where that came from. Another kill. They've got to get in, they've got to be quick, and they just about deal with Glaive. The bomb plant found with a second to spare, and now dupreeh alone. He's just going to try and hold on to the AK. A great attempt from Astralis, and Renegades, considering they walk into a stacked bomb site, they do a very good job of limiting casualties there. I know they lose 3 players, but they get the bomb down in the 2v1, and that in and of itself is enough to secure the round.
Yeah, just Renegades running into wave after wave of Astralis players here in that B bomb site, all throughout the spawn as well. It felt like Astralis had that round taken, but remember, they're only on pistols, so getting it down to the wire will just about do. Saved AK for dupreeh, and a saved round for Renegades, up to 8 now on this T side. slow and steady wins the race, and well, they're certainly catching up. Astralis have only had one round in this entire half so far as well, so being put to the test somewhat, but can't count them out just yet. They've got another buy in the horizon. Not going to have the AWP here unless they want to take a glass cannon, which could be a bit of a risk. Although if there was anyone to take the risk, it would be Device, and he's going to go right for it, so why not?
That was nuts. Yeah. That kill from Magisk, I'm like, yeah, he has his knife out. He's dead here. Oh, no. He's done a Magisk thing, as Magisk often does. Topping the charts alongside Dupree right now for Astralis. But even that might not be enough to put a stop to Renegades with how they're looking right now. 8-13. Astralis still in the lead. They're not breaking a sweat just yet. But this has definitely gotten a hell of a lot closer than they ever anticipated off the back of what was a 12-3 half.
Yeah, early Triple B setup here for Astralis as well, just to take this banana control. They use a lot of utility, all the grenades, and it has kept Renegades out of this position, so that's an advantage for Astralis here at the start of the round. They can go back into this Triple A setup and hope the Renegades come walking their way. Dexter certainly might. Up in apartments, spamming the corner, making sure there's no one on Balk. This doorway could be a real hard angle to clear as a T, knowing that you could be peeked from the site, you can be peeked from pit, graveyard, Balk. So many angles, too many angles maybe. So Dexter will hold off for the time being as the rest of his team make their move in middle. Astralis still with this bottom banana under their control, and Glaive might even go one step further. Could get flashed in by Xyp9x, who has got one out in his hands right now. He's just waiting to get contact first.
Oh, there we go. He's got their attention. He knows they're going to be focused on him. The flash is good, and Dick Stacey offers himself up. Glaive, they don't have the Molotov and any of these players here to get him out, so they just have to trade that as best they can. That Molotov that would have helped so much was up here in top mid on the back of Sicko. Malta, blinder of a kill there onto Magisk. And that's opened up a route through CT. He's going to use that to flank into the library, but you're bang on, Hugo. Time is running out. The kills have just come in. The bomb's going down, but it's all been denied by Dupree down in the pit. And Astralis, they put a stop to Renegades in their tracks. The 14th round now for the Danes, one away from match point here on the CT side. And a crucial round to have picked up, Hugo, because you look at the money there for Renegades, and it's all gone.
Oh, that's so unfortunate for Renegades that they run out of time. With Malta getting that kill in CT, you know that Renegades definitely would have wanted to split that B bomb site after not only trading the player at bottom banana, Glaive, I think it was, and then getting a kill onto the rotation of Magisk, but no time. They had to commit towards A, and they didn't have time to clear all the pit either. So Dupree holds his own, as he often does, and that will be 14-8. And Renegades opting to play for overtime here. I respect that decision. I think realistically, you know that the chance of you pulling a 7-round comeback is pretty low, but it's better than forcing here and having two pretty trash buys to close out the game. And it's a hard call to make, but it's going to give Renegades the best shot at making this game actually happen. Magisk dropping Malta, who got through that smoke earlier on, and Renegades with just Glocks and Deagles here, hoping for anything.
One of the things I've liked about this T side thus far, though, is because, you know, we've all noted that Dick Stacey is not having the game of a lifetime right now. The rest of the guys, though, especially Malta, have been looking great. So what they've been doing is they leave Dick Stacey to, like, play these lurk positions, these trade areas where he can just collect kills on players that are either in rotation or have just finished off, you know, taking a fight elsewhere. And then they're using their big fraggers right now to create the space and open up these bomb sites. And I think that's why they've had so much success here. They send Dick Stacey in first to try and grab some information, and instead, all Renegades are able to get is bullets in response from Astralis. They all go down, but that's kind of what we expected. They only had pistols into that round. They were playing for the investment here, and they've got it. Renegades buying down, and they now have to go on a 7-round consecutive streak if they want to see this one through to OT. That's not even for the win. That's just to start it all over again in overtime.
Well, they do like replaying rounds, I hear, so that's always nice. You know, that's always left for the future. But they've got to get their first Harry. Easier said than done. Oh dear, those grenades are absolutely incredible. Almost 200 damage taken by Astralis before they even see a man. And Glaive, he's going to be able to go 1-for-1 at the top of B. Fast fights for Sicko, but it's a double peek from Astralis, and Zipnix gets the better of him. Dexter with a trade up on middle, and there's actually no one on A right now. The only man is Device, and he's in the apartments. He has to let them go. He's going to let them bypass this position and take control, but they will not expect him here, especially not with the AWP.
Oh, Dick Stacy dealt with Device now making his presence known, and he might just lock in the game. He will indeed from the apartments. Astralis moving on up as they lock that in at 16-8 in their favor from a 12-3 half. They are able to close it out. And, well, for Renegades, commiserations. They gave it a great effort, right? They were able to make that feel doable, but it was just a little too, it was too little too late, sorry, for the Renegades side.
Yeah, they put up a fight, Harry, and that's all you can really ask of them. Again, remember, this is the best team in the world. It's exactly where they want to be, and that is in the upper bracket. Astralis take their opening best of 1, and of course, for those wondering what's happening later, we're going to be moving to the best of 3s now. North and Liquid is delayed until later this afternoon, but less of us and more of the analysts. We're going to throw it over.
That's right, Hugo. More of that. But when we come back, of course, we need to go ahead and break this all down right now. As it stands, the Renegades do falter here to Astralis. And, well, I don't think they were absolutely surprised. There's only so far that the new org smell can give you.
Yeah, I think it was a great effort. I think Harry and Hugo summed it up pretty well, that they tried their absolute best. They made a valiant effort. They put some pressure onto Astralis, had a lot of opening duels going their way, and in general played a decent game. Unfortunately for them, it didn't really reflect on the scoreboard. It seemed a little bit too one-sided for Astralis, and at no point in that game did I feel that it was out of control.
No, and like you were saying, even early on, especially in that first half, it felt like Renegades was getting all the opening kills. They were up 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3, 4 versus 3, but Astralis was still able to win the rounds. What Astralis always does well is even when they go down numbers, they always have utility to be able to get into sites anyways. So even though they're on the T side and they're down numbers, and they shouldn't be favored going into sites, going into these B hits, 3 versus 2, CT should be able to hold that down, but Astralis is always able, for whatever reason, Astralis is always able to pull those rounds out anyways.
Yeah, they sure are. It's just, you know, the Astralis way of playing Counter-Strike. They never seem to be rattled at any point.
Yeah, it seemed like they had a pretty big sheer boost of confidence, obviously coming in here as winners, and then you have this travel thing that happened. It's not the end of the world, but these guys certainly are still on top of their games, and I'd have to say at this point it's still a favorite to go ahead and win the ESL Pro League Season 10.
They sure are, you know, and I took the liberty of going out there and I started to listen to the communication coming out from Astralis as well. The fact that they seem pretty energized out there. We talked about, could it be a problem for them having this jet lag thing going on? They've been traveling a lot. It seemed to me like the communication was on point. It seemed to me like every single player from Astralis seemed to be in a good mood, and there was no tired faces out there. And to me, that's a great sign, because yes, they just have to survive today. They have to get through it, and then tomorrow it'll be back to normal. It'll be back to the normal daily rhythm, as they said as well. So not a problem for Astralis. They got the job done, and I think that's another quality sign of this roster.
Yeah, Dexter also had that nuts ace that just doesn't even matter because they had to replay the round. It was insane. Like, he's hitting all those one-taps, but they had to replay the round. I asked, I was like, what's up with that? Apparently, somebody on the Renegades team had used one of the custom models, which was not allowed.
Ooh,
shame on you.
And that was Davey dropping that bombshell. Anyway, let's go ahead and take a look at that round right now. I think that's a good stopping point for us. Or perhaps Davey.
Oh, I see. Well, yeah, I mean, this is obviously the round that doesn't matter. this was the round that it was nuts, like
looks
nuts
cool.
shots. No, it looks sweet. Like, you know what's great? You could still put it in a frag movie if you wanted to.
Of course.
And what is cool is the fact that they, you know, followed up by winning the pistol round the round after. Right, Dexter once again with the P250, having a lot of impact. So it could be one of those cases where if you're Renegades, you think to yourself, all right, we made the miracle happen. We won the pistol round, and then for whatever reason we had to replay it. But they pulled themselves up and they did it one more time. Man on your screen here, he had a decent game, and I think this is the guy you look towards when you're looking towards Renegades, and you think, can they be a team that can beat Astralis at you know, the current state of the game? Most likely not, but they can beat plenty of other teams that is attending Pro League if he's playing well.
Well, and they've shown that they're good for an upset or two. You know, a DreamHack Malma, they beat EG, they beat Liquid in a best of 3 even. Yeah. So they've shown that they're good for an upset, but Astralis is a whole different beast. You know, they're not the team that gets upset. You know, they just don't.
They just don't, and especially this one man known as Dupree. He's got some words on the other end of this W.
Might not be a surprise to many, but Astralis do take the win over the new Renegades. Now, Dupree, you were on the receiving end of a team kill. Was this jet lag? Did you say something wrong to Glaive? What happened?
I just don't think he likes me anymore. No. In hindsight, it was just I think he didn't realize I was still alive, and then we just said that we should be careful from Banana, and then I think he just reacted from it, and then just pre-fired and shot me when I started stepping backwards. So that's what happened. So a little bit jet lag, a little bit of toxic, and then obviously some love as well.
It's a little bit of love. He's just giving you love with bullets this time. He was like, we're confident we'll win it anyway, right? Now, going up against these guys, they come on with some strong pistol rounds, even on the replay of the pistol round that was going on. What do you make of their pistol plays? Because I guess it kind of took you guys by surprise, even when you went for the second down where you pushed down mid.
Well, I think pistol rounds really much come down to like being really good individual, and Dexter had some really good rounds, so you can't really take any away from him. He hit some good shots, both in the in the first one and the second one. But apart from that, I mean, like, pistol rounds can also be really random, like the way you approach them. Sometimes you gamble a lot, sometimes you just run into a stack, sometimes you do something wrong. They just played better in the pistol rounds, and I don't really care. We won, so.
Yeah, you won, and that's the main thing, right? And now last time around in Odense, so it was the time where you got your gold bars, you had the Intel Grand Slam. Now, we talk about Astralis occasionally struggling on home soil. Again, how important is it for you to get the win here again for you guys overall?
Well, it would be really important because we didn't manage to get a win in Royal Arena when we played Blast. So winning here would be really great, and we know there's going to be a lot of Danish supporters coming here too. And since we won last year, I think there's like a little bit more like relaxed feeling to the team. Like we feel like we've already accomplished winning here, so we just take it as any other event. Like even though we're on home soil and we have a lot of supporters, we just want to take it like one game at a time and just do what we know we're good at.
So Odense said we're going to go for 2 times, and then next time we go to Copenhagen, we'll get the first one. We'll make it happen again. Best of luck, mate. Thank you very much for that. Astralis, they're getting the job done here once again, but the question is how will they do on the rest of the matches. We've got plenty more coming your way, but for now, we're going to go back to the desk.
That's right, Astralis and Dupree. Now, there is a duo. There is a tandem that I do like to see. Dupree definitely showing quite a bit of force here today, 25 and 12. And for Astralis, that's going to net them a game against G2 if we're looking at the brackets.
Such a scary prospect when Dupree is playing well. We know how good Glaive is, to utilize his player. We know how consistent Device is as a star player. We know Magic's boy is always good for a few kills as well. So when everyone is showing up from Astralis, you'd have to play your A game if you even want to challenge them, let alone get double digits.
Which is scary. It's all a big, scary sort of premise, isn't it? We're going to go ahead and start to talk about what is going to be our first best of 3 of the day. You might have heard Harry and Hugo mention that Liquid is not here yet to play. Well, they have landed, and they're on their way here, but their match has been moved, so that's going to give us a best of 1 after this best of 3 coming up, which is going to leave us with Navi versus MIBR. At least that's how the schedule shapes up. What has shocked you guys, or I guess grabs your attention from this bracket so far?
Well, nothing really shocks you. I think most of the favorites won, like obviously early on, I think Fnatic EG, like the fact that EG dominated Fnatic so hard was pretty shocking. Would that be the most shocking thing? But EG winning wasn't necessarily shocking. That was a pretty close game either way. Or sorry, like a close matchup beforehand. It was kind of a 50-50 on who would win. But now looking at this next matchup, we have Navi versus MIBR. I'm really looking forward to this because I think we have sort of almost conflicting styles here where like MIBR was doing that really slow early round Navi approach, but Navi tends to wait till the end of the rounds to actually do anything with their map control that they get, whereas MIBR, we saw in the previous game, they were hitting sites in the mid round and early on instead, which was really interesting. So I think it's going to be cool to watch them play each other.
Well, should you have just missed it, that was the schedule up on the screen. What we are slated for is a little bit of Navi taking on MIBR in a best of 3, but only on the other side of this break that we're fixing to go to. Following that will be the Liquid North game as promised, if we can get them in-house and seeded. Now, MIBR Navi is where we will focus our attention here for the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals, day number 1.
Credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason. it's louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. I came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
Well, over on the B stream, we have Mouse Sports versus ATK, but what you've all tuned in for is a spectacle, to say the least. It's going to be Navi taking on MIBR right here in our first best of 3 of the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. And head-to-head, everything speaking, this could be a very, very, very fiery affair. I do have on the desk with me both Jacob and Davey, and we're going to be ready to really get the engine started on this one. We could talk about Navi, we could talk about how they've only played one map in the past 30 days, or we could talk about how MIBR have found themselves in a pretty good starting point for this tournament, at least.
I think we have two teams who desperately need to finish off this year with a good showing. Two relatively new projects. You look towards Navi, they brought in Boomich as their new in-game leader, trying to change up the way they play Counter-Strike, no longer with Zeus. MIBR, same thing goes for them. No Cold Zero on that lineup. I know it happened a few months ago, but coming into this point, none of them have really realized the potential just yet. We saw Navi a little bit disappointing during the Star Series tournament. So I would say both these teams right now desperately need a good showing here, and winning this game in a best of 3, securing a spot, moving on into the tournament would be a great signal.
Yeah, no, what's crazy about this Navi team is that Boomich, like you said, he's the new guy, he's the in-game leader. He goes for something crazy like 25 to 30% of their entry duels. Like, he is always setting himself up for entries. He's running in first. He's going absolutely mad. And he's doing pretty well, all things considered. His numbers aren't bad, despite the fact that he is consistently just running in first. But the main disappointment for this team so far has been Guardian, for sure.
Well, what is there to say about Boomich, and I guess in that capacity? I mean, we know that he has a say over there. We know that he is kind of steering the ship. And what does that say about IGLs overall?
I mean, I like the fact that he's trying to lead by example. I like those types of in-game leaders. Glaive is another great example for Astralis. Also likes to be involved within the opening duels, creating space for his teammates, all that kind of stuff. Same goes on for Boomich. The big question mark for me is that we don't know what type of leadership qualities he has to his name, right? Is he a guy that is going to tell Symbol to be quiet whenever he's, yelling out loud and not controlling himself? Is he a guy that is going to take over the game and make sure that every single member on this lineup understand what's going on? He's playing with some of the biggest legends from that region, so it's a big task ahead of him in terms of, taking control over the team. And I'm not sure whether he has the personality to do that just yet. We'll have to remain and see, I guess.
Well, one thing that we can kind of note on is the fact that we have seen both these teams play already today, right? Like, we've already seen Navi taking on Tyloo. That's pretty one-sided, 16-6. Then we got MIBR taking on FaZe earlier, which was on Mirage. That's what we had the preview to watch, 16-12. So already you could tell MIBR are probably feeling a little bit more themselves right now. They seem a lot more cohesive. They seem like a much better gelled unit.
Yeah, no, they definitely, you could tell that they were well prepared going into the FaZe game. Like I said, I was surprised to see how good their T-sides actually were. And they had this very unique style that not many teams run, which we've talked about. I mean, I've probably hammered this point home enough, but the fact that they were going in on the mid rounds instead of on early rounds.
Yeah, and early rounds is what we're going to try to get in on, which would be our map veto. Let's talk about best of 3s. Things change now. We've been watching best of 1s. We're going to watch a best of 1 after this, but right now we have a best of 3 on our hands.
Oh, I'm excited for the best of 3s, man. Yeah, I'm feeling it. I like this. It's a lot more fun to watch best of 3s because obviously in best of 1s, there's only one. So
yeah, 3 is
best
better
of 3,
than 1, yeah.
There's 3. Well, potentially 3 or just 2.
No big surprise here. Nuke out of the window, Vertigo out of the window. Now, you could have argued, maybe Navi have spent that practice time to implement some new maps into the map pool. Doesn't seem to be the case, at least not for Vertigo. So they're going to stick to what they know, and that's going to be banning Vertigo. Nuke going out of the window for MIBR. That makes sense. Now, when it comes into the map pick, we know Navi likes to play Overpass. We know they like to play Inferno, so that's where I would be leaning towards if I were them. Whereas for MIBR, it's a little bit up in the air. I think they play a lot of maps right now. Train is one of them, where Navi haven't really had success as of late.
No, if you're MIBR, I think the obvious pick is Train. Yeah, and there it is right there. We see the Train pick. That does give Navi the CT side, but because of how T-sided the game in general is right now, it's almost like these CT-sided maps almost don't really matter as much anymore now. You can pick these maps and give up the CT sides because the game and the economy is so T-sided. And there we go.
Yes.
Boom, third map Inferno.
Final and the decider will be Inferno. You are exactly right. So we've got Train, we've got Dust 2, and we've got Inferno right here in this best of 3. How are we feeling like this one shapes up in the long haul?
I think it's going to be a fun one, especially with Dust 2 in the mix. I think that map, you know, between MIBR and Navi, that's going to be very explosive. We know how good the players are on the server. We know MIBR, they like to play some fast-paced Counter-Strike. We know Navi like to take it a little bit more slow in that sense. So we're going to see two styles that is a big contrast to each other on a map like Dust 2, where you can allow yourself to play both fast and slow on that T side. So I'm looking forward to that map in particular.
So
I hate Dust 2.
You do?
I hate it so
Why?
much. I hate it so much. Trace knows all about this from the NA Pro League. I absolutely hate Dust 2.
It's a lovely map.
It's a general anesthetic.
We got to get through Train first, guys. You're focusing on all the wrong things. The good maps, the legacy maps, such as Dust 2, they're never going to go away. Whether you like them or not, they're here to stay probably forever. And that's okay for me. One thing that shouldn't be okay for either one of these teams is taking an L in the first map of this series on Train. We talk about CT side start from MIBR. Do we feel like they're going to get that heavy start they need?
Dude, this is going to be so hard for Navi. Like, they have not played well on this map at all in this new iteration. Like, ever since they've picked up Guardian, they have not played well. For whatever reason, the op hasn't come together for Guardian. Simple's constantly picking it up. They're running double ops constantly, and they're still not getting the wins. This is going to be really tough for Navi.
And it's a problem when you're facing one of the most potent double op setups within the game, right? KNG and Fallen on the same team, they can really get to do some work on a map like Train, and up towards Ivy and up towards Inner. They can close down the space for Navi if they don't take care.
So real quickly, 3, 2, 1, who do you have? Navi or MIBR?
Navi's going to win. 2-0.
Are we talking about the whole series or just this map?
Whole series.
Ooh. 2-1 Navi.
Okay, cool. Well, it's all out there now. It's all on the line, and so is this best of 3, as well as our commentators are on this line as well. It's going to be Harry and Hugo that are going to jumpstart us right into Train. MIBR taking on Nada Spinseer here at the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals.
Yes, indeed. We're into the best of 3s, and I mean, I can't wait, right? This is of huge importance. Winner of this, they duck out, mate. They move on up. And they'll be done for the day. That's Simple opening things up in this pistol. He's been throwing a CZ, mate. He's laying down the pain. And this B-side play that MIBR tried to throw in, first 20 seconds of the game, and already it's all over. Surely.
Yeah, you would imagine so, right? KNG in a 1-on-5 does find that first, but past this point, the bomb's down on the site, and Navi have players all over the place. They're actually going to re-aggress as well. Electronic taking up the same position that Simple just had, pushing up the ramp and giving an opportunity away somewhat, but not going to lose his life. KNG doubling back, making sure there's no one on that flank, trying to get a kill as he comes through the pop dog, but Boomich is playing a safe position on Ivy. He doesn't have to commit to this fight. He can just jiggle and lay in body shots. KNG, one shot away from death at this point, and he's being flanked as well, so really good luck as Electronic is here to put in the final bullet, the final nail in the coffin, and there. Yeah, easy, not even close. And Navi taking that pistol round to start off this series, and yeah, best of 3s, Harry. We're now away from those early best of 1s. We do have one more later coming up with Liquid landing late from the US, but best of 3s are where the real Counter-Strike happens.
Yeah, I mean, they're the ones that everyone wants to see, right? Everyone remembers a best of 3. Best of 1s, what even are they? You know, they help at sorting out these teams early on, dividing them between the upper and lower brackets. Obviously, this is the upper bracket semi-final. So the winner of this, they've got a chance to go ahead. And, you know, if you win that next best of 3 that this one would get you into, of just going straight to the semis. And in something like this, you know, where you've already played this grueling online season where you had to fight, you had to claw your way here, a ticket that fast into that position where you have a chance to compete just for a semi-final spot straight up, that really can make all the difference, right? So Navi getting that pistol round locked in. Great to see over here on Train. I think it's very important as well. They didn't let that bomb go down for MIBR, who are over on the T side. We might have seen a force buy. Now doesn't feel very likely.
No real need going into that when you're going to have AKs in the 3rd round here for MIBR. This is their map pick as well, so definitely going to be relying on their early rifle rounds on this T side to start off. But Navi going to have all the advantages, all the money right now. We're just waiting for things to get back in. We have a bit of a technical hitch right now, but I'm sure that will be sorted in just a moment. Headsets are off on the MIBR side of things, so But back in we go, it seems. Headsets are back on, and that is the universal sign for go time.
Yeah, it's always scary, right? Whenever you see players take their headphones off, because usually that means like this is going to take a while. You know, we don't want to sit here ready and raring to go. But they've placed them back on, and that means that this should be getting resolved sometime soon. Anyway, Hugo, look, we can talk a little bit about, you know, these two teams and how they're going to stack up going head-to-head. Obviously, you know, we saw MIBR best FaZe earlier on today. Perhaps a bit of a surprising result. I know the analyst desk in particular lent in favor of FaZe in that series. And here, they've done it again, leaning in favor of Navi. Is this going to be the case that maybe we're underestimating this MIBR team a little bit?
Well, we're going to have to find out, Harry. We're getting back into things. The unpause is called here over on this second round. And no, MIBR won't be buying up at all. They're just going to keep these Glocks and a lone P250. I like that graphic in the top right, the little picks and bands right there. You can see, obviously, Dust 2 going to be coming up next.
There's so much. Okay, wait, look, it's a picks round coming up. Let's take some time to really relish in some of these little extras that have gone. I love relish too. Some of these little extras that have gone on with the HUD as of late. A little feature that might go amiss to some people is whenever we spectate a play, you'll note their little name goes green in the bottom right or wherever it ends up being. And I like that, you know, even though we got it down there, you can really see, and it's little touch-ups like that can make all the difference. We also know who picked this map. Over on the top left, you can see it's picked by MIBR. There's so much going on this HUD, and at the same time, it's not too invasive, so I'm a big fan. Tell you what is invasive, though. Simple, mate. He's gone off into the backline. He'll get 3, lock in that round nice and quickly. Navi, 2-0 start, but now we've got the bite for MIBR.
Yeah, and Krieg's already bought up on 3 of the players. So that is what you love to see here on this T side. Obviously, a little bit more expensive nowadays, so going to be lacking those funds for utility in the first rifle round. But at the end of the day, if you can win your duels, it doesn't really matter. And if there's a team that has strong individuals to win their duels, it would be MIBR. We saw some great performances coming out from Fur and Fallen earlier on that best of one of Mirage. That actually got them into this upper bracket. Of course, taking down the likes of FaZe, who we already know are a very strong Mirage team, but don't have that map in this series. 2 B players here. Simple's actually got the AWP as well into round number 3, so very early investment. That SMG money as he pushed up B ramp in the previous has given him the chance to buy up, and MIBR don't know that just yet, so can certainly catch him off guard. Boomich has pushed into main. That's a great position to have for Navi. They have a lot of real estate here, considering they're on this double B setup as well. And with how things are looking, MIBR likely going to go towards this B side of the map. Minute on the clock as the smokes come down, and here come the cavalry.
Well, very slow horses, if that were the case. Like, yeah, not ready to move in just yet. There's a smoke down, and you know they know they're coming up against some resistance here. So MIBR, they're just going to wait for that to dissipate and now try and make their move. The MP9 of Flamey, good for one. Simple with his AWP in hand, and oh, he's flicked onto another. Another kill comes in here for Navi. Fallen getting it back into their odds as best that he can. Still, though, the advantage lying heavily with Navi in this one. Fallen out in the open. Missed shot there from Simple. He's trying to get the numbers in. Fallen will get the bomb planted, but now has to find a 1v3 and a terrifying list of names up against him. Fallen creeping on up now, looking to close the gap, and that's where the repeat comes in from the AWP on Navi, and that will be them securing a 3rd round, providing someone grabs the bomb, and they will. They're going to go back after trying to recover as many Kriegs as they can. I'll take the 3-0 start.
Yeah, great shots from Simple as well, as we would expect, to the back of the B-bomb site there, and Boomich even holding onto the flank as well. It didn't really come into play in that one, but he does kill KNG coming down the ladder, so MIBR, they try and have their back covered. Instead, they lose it. 3-0 lead for Navi on the CT side of Train, and another eco has to come through for MIBR. Luckily, they got the bomb plant, means they can get pistols and armor in this one, but don't want to over-invest. You want to have those full rifles in the next round. And do remember the buy that MIBR showed in that rifle round, right? They had the guns, they had the Kriegs, but they only had 1 smoker player, so we couldn't really see much of an execute. Just a smoke down ramp and a B contact play was all they could muster. Hopefully the next rifle round they'll have more grenades to go for that outer execute. But For now, Flamey mollies and falls back towards his B bomb site, joined by Simple once again as MIBR group up in these box halls, going for the full smoke execute. Lots of grenades to be thrown into the site, and they should be at least able to get them a bomb down.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping for at least, but it's got a bit confusing at the mouth of this smoke, and Flamey, he's shut them down. That bomb has even dropped out in the open. Thankfully, they've been able to grab it, but whether or not Fallen can get it planted, that's another thing. Navi, they deny the bomb plant. They'll go 4-0 up, and this is a very well-drilled CT side right now. Something that's terrifying, by the way, is this double AWP on Navi. Simple and Guardian. Guardian, obviously, they're making his return back to the squad, and keen to still have that AWP in play on him. Haven't had to see it come alive just yet, as Guardian sat 0-0-0. He hasn't even seen a player on the enemy team. But this round, maybe, because Fallen's got the AWP for MIBR.
Yeah, and 2 of them for Navi. That could be exciting. Taco, he didn't spot the player close E-box there, and he gets blindsided. Simple, finding that man advantage immediately into this round. That was the one player who had the spawn to get out past the Molotovs in T-Con, and he will be rid of his life very early on. What a flick on the off-screen action as well. I love that little graphic to show us what we missed. Oh, sorry, what Rush missed. God. But for now, 5-on-4, Navi just patiently waiting with 2 players towards his B site. Again, that all posted on upper, and that's where Fallen's coming from here, so needs to be careful, just holding the backtracks right now, but if he goes forward, he will be walking into the waiting arms of Simple. 10-1 on him as well. Repositioning inside of the site now. MIBR are going to set up for this execute. They have all 4 players here, raring and ready to go. Flashes come through, Simple flicking, and he lands a 2-for-1, even hits the 3rd as well, and he'll go down eventually, but Navi slaughtering players on this B-bomb site. MIBR might keep away from that in the future. They can just not even get down the ramp. Harry, usually B is a guaranteed bomb plant.
Yeah, and now, I mean, it's not even guaranteed that they get to see the bomb site, mate. They try and get out through upper, and it's just to their demise.
Oh.
They speak about him in I can't even say hushed tones. There we go.
Nothing more hushed than not being able to get the words out
Yeah,
of
I
your mouth.
know, exactly. I mean, it's a pretty apt metaphor for how that one goes for MIBR. Considering this was their map pick, this was not the start that they were hoping for by any stretch of the imagination, and it's set to get even stronger here for Navi, as there's a very mishmash buy on the MIBR side into this round. Already 2 opening kills found, and it doesn't even feel fair at this point, man. Navi are just annihilating them. MIBR, with only 2 Deagles and 1 AK left in this round, you're really not expecting much from them.
Yeah, especially not at this point. 5-on-3, and Guardian trying to flick back up, just misses the shot. It's so weird to see someone 1-0-0, 5 rounds deep, but fair enough. That's just how the cookie is crumbling here for MIBR. Bit of a one-man army for the side of Navi right now. But that's not going to be a worry. Falling off of Ivy is Fallen with that bomb, doesn't want to give it away, considering he's the only man in that position. Taco above the pop dog. We've got Fur inside of T-Con as well, but his barrel might give away his position if Guardian sticks on that angle. He won't. He's going to watch Ivy, leave Boomich to cover T-Con instead. But Fur could easily get out through Olaf without Boomich having any awareness. Luckily, Fallen's going to come in and try and help out his teammate. But 30 seconds, they've got to move soon, and that's the spot. Boomich now knows the bomb's in the yard, and Navi can afford to fully rotate their players back towards A. There's the bomb drop down sandwich. 20 seconds, Boomich still spraying. There's a player right below him, but Taco makes some noise, and Simple's able to take him down. Just Fur left up, and he gets nothing done. It's Navi 6-0 up on this CT side. Guardian now on the AWP, finding his form with his first 2 kills of the game right there. And this double AWP setup is looking as delicious as always for Navi.
Yeah, I don't even know what to say, man. I'm very rarely left speechless. You know me. I always love a word, me. But,
or 2.
Man, let me tell you, like, MIBR coming into this, especially with how convincing they looked versus FaZe earlier on, I was expecting this to be a very even affair. I was expecting a lot of back and forth, but it's been so one-sided thus far. And you've got to give some credit to Navi for looking this damn good early on. This isn't an MIBR that came to this looking shaky to start the day.
Oh.
They took a I don't want to say dominant because the scoreline was reasonably close, but I mean, it was 16-12, right, in favor of MIBR, but that was like an 8-7 half, right? They were able and looked so dominant in the latter stages of that game that it really did kind of feel like a dominant victory.
I mean, their T side of Mirage was them just winning so many force buys and going back and forth with the economy. Their CT side, Harry, they just stomped. They just got round after round streaks of them as well. So it did feel dominant moving into that second half. And right now it is dominant as well, but not in the way that MIBR want. They are getting dominated. Flamey here's a flash and they're already down the ramp, but he's got a smoke in the face of bullets as well, and he'll find everyone. Taco eventually trades, picks up a gun and gets the cross for the bomb plant, but Simple's already here, ready and waiting.
Oh, that nade has done so much damage onto these two remaining players, though. They've both been brought down low. And Guardian and Simple lighting up the scoreboard. Those AWPs getting a killer piece. Finally, Simple's allowed to letting Guardian have a piece of the pie as well. And that's nice to see.
That's hilarious. Fallen hears the AWP shot go off, and you know, when you hear an AWP shot go off, you're like, okay, I have half a second, or I have a second where I can peek before that AWP's ready. He peeks immediately off the audio cue, and then Simple kills him straight away. So the double AWP setup for Navi proving to be powerful as ever. Fur is full James Bond right now, 0-0 and 7. Lucas 0-1 and 7.
Does that make him one above, or does that just mean he wasn't good enough to make the cut for James Bond? I don't know. I don't know what that means, but we'll have to wait and see. 7-0 lead for Navi, and double AWPs bought out now for MIBR. We speak a lot about that. We got Fallen and K&G donning them too. Guardian and Boomich both out in the open. There's a lot of confidence on Navi, right? Just to be like stood around faffing about on E-Box with nades and such. It's clear that they're just exuding confidence right now, and I think with good reason. MIBR haven't really left us in a round that's felt all too close just yet. They've all been so dominant in favor of Navi. Also, I think it's important to note that that round there, they finally get a bomb plant over towards B. That was the first time they've been able to do that since round number 3. This round here, Electronic has already taken 2 players down, one of those being one of those AWPs as well over towards Ivy. So that double AWP hasn't even played into this round yet.
Yeah, Kenji's still got his, but how do you even find a pick at this point if you're MIBR? You've lost so much of your map control. Just going to go back towards T-Con. Guardian scoped in on that position already, and Boomich is on top of the train as well, closing the distance. Taco spotted, and Boomich going to fall off, but it only baits these T's into the AWP that's waiting on the other side. Guardian with 2 more. And that's Navi up to 8-0. No signs of slowing nor stopping here on this CT side. And for MIBR's sake, you got to hope that they can bounce back, Harry, because this is just ridiculous. We've had some dominant games today already, right? We had Astralis 12-3 in the first half versus Renegades, even though that got a little bit closer at the end. We had that Fnatic EG game, which was an unbelievably dominant game, 16-3 in favor of the North Americans. But 8-0, that is not something I expected to witness in this one.
Oh, Taco with this AWP. That's risky. He's going to go back away from B, and I cannot say I blame him. He doesn't have armor behind it, so important to bear that in mind.
I just wonder if he's going to commit with it or give it over to K&G, who actually has armor. But no, they're just going to go right down ramp. Taco actually gets a kill with that AWP, but it's the only kill MIBR have in this round. The bomb's been dropped first, wrapping, and Flamey can't catch him. There's a chance here for the Brazilians.
Yeah, this is the best spot we've seen them in all half long, right? A 3-on-3 with bomb down. And that's really speaking volumes. Look at the weaponry. Look at what they've got. And this is the best spot we've seen them in. And it gets even sweeter now. Guardian picked up on rotation. Taco's AWP finding another. And it's only Electronic left. He's going to back away. He's going to concede this round, in spite of being at max cash, by the way. That's a bit of a questionable one. He definitely could have hung around and tried to do damage. I guess just really valuing the Krieg at this point, the thing that he wouldn't have if he did go down here.
Yeah, it's not a case of obviously giving it over because he's on the CT side. They can buy it up anyway. But yeah, just want to have it for that follow-up round, though, that you can bounce back. And hey, with KNG and Fallen on one team, I certainly was a bit perplexed to see Taco with the AWP. Obviously, he bought it, but you would expect to see it thrown over. But he gets done what Fallen and KNG can't, which is kills. Finds 2 frags in that round on the B-bomb site, even the opening one down ramp towards Connector. So great stuff from Taco. But I don't know if we'll see him commit to that AWP. He's already thrown it back over to KNG, so still the double AWP here on the T side as Fallen joins him. And MIBR, can they make anything of this one round? Can they double up? Oh, that's a nice camera shot.
Well, this early utility has been doing... Oh my god, Fallen might be about to die to a Molotov. He's down in Ivy and was scoped up on the right-hand side, and that molly just brings him down to 24 points of health already. They'll respond with a lot of utility of their own, and this time that AWP over in main is able to open up onto Guardian. So once again, a good spot for MIBR. Since getting that first on the board, it feels like they're finding their footing, but Boomich has just pulled the rug out from underneath them, and now they're stumbling around. They're trying to get back on their feet, but everywhere they turn, there's just more and more players for Navi. KNG surely going to go down here as he's brought to just 33 points of health. The nade tagging him up even more. No way to get back into that round as he's now put in the grave, and Navi 9-1. They are not going to let MIBR chain together so much as 2 rounds even.
I love that play from MIBR. Sadly, it doesn't win them the round, but it gets them up Ivy. Once they get smoked off, 2 of those T's double nade the end of Ivy, and that puts Electronic down to like 30 health. He has to back off the angle, and it lets one of the T's run through the smoke because they know no one's going to be holding that corner because they're already being naded back. And you know, even though it forces Electronic back, he still gets 2 with the Krieg. So ultimately, it doesn't matter. But it's a good way of showing how to get through that Ivy smoke as a T. Nice bit of team play there. Great shot from Fallen. He might just double into the site, but he doesn't realize Flamey's also up close on top of the Grey train. Gets that immediate trade. There's a kill on Outer in the meantime. Fur finds that entry onto the Pop Dog player of Boomich. Guardian re-smoking Pop just to make sure and go back towards Ivy. Nice shot. Lucas down. There's still the bomb there, and he did spot it, so doesn't need to overcommit to that fight. KNG going to smoke off the site side and go through towards a spawn. Fur might play this smoke as well, and Electronic with a Krieg on the other side has to be careful. Oh!
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't. He's 12-1, man. He's content with facing the danger head on. It's the danger, though, that lurks in the backline. Taco to find him. Flamey now picked up, and Guardian. I mean, he's got so many angles to keep an eye on. Both these players in the site. Will they account, though, for this main wrap? Oh, this shot from Guardian. Now looking for it once again. Guardian. No kit on his back. He's got to look for one inside of the site. Swinging on out, and Taco makes quick work of him. Guardian not able to find anything there in the 1v2. MIBR, they'll get that second round on the board. I just want to see that lead to more now for MIBR. At least finally they're in this position where they're trading these rounds back and forth. They're going to start to deal a bit of a blow to the economy of Navi, and that could be a way of getting back into it, right? You think about the fact that Electronic had $16,000, as did Guardian. You see how important that these this double AWP, sorry, you see how costly this double AWP rebuy has been every time for the Navi side. Because that 16K, distant memory, mate. They're back down to the rest of us, back down to the 2000s. And a fast play now from MIBR over towards this A side of the map to change the pace, and it just might catch Navi off guard. Ooh. Taco in with 2. The trade's going left and right, but this A bomb site right now is under Brazilian control.
Oh, not for long though. Flamey's found a kill as that smoke blooms in the connector, and he can actually just wrap back towards the backtracks and play for retake with his team. It's a flank in the Pop Dog. Fallen misses the timing, and Simple gets out at the perfect point. It's just KNG left up. He spots the head, but can't find the killing blow, and now has to fall off the train, knowing that Navi are closing in on his position. Grenade lands well. Responds with one of his own, but Flamey's already moved inside of the site with Electronic, and he finds a shot as KNG turns around. 10-2 for Navi, and keeping up appearances here on the CT side. No back-to-back rounds for MIBR at all. Both of these rounds have been separated by ones of Navi, and you mentioned the money coming to a close for Navi. Well, that was a must-win round. If they lose it, chance we even see a 10-5 or a 9-6, but instead, they've now broken MIBR's money back instead. And hold on to this double AWP setup that has just been terrorizing the T's all game long.
Yeah, pause cooled on it for the Brazilian side. They're trying to figure out exactly what's going so wrong in this, and I mean, fair play, right? Like, it's a pretty hard one to figure out. I don't know if 30 seconds would give me enough time to come up with a solution. So we're really going to have to see what they've got up their sleeve. You imagine a lot of it is focusing on the round after this one, where the rifles are going to be coming out, right? But the time left to make a comeback happen, the time left to build any sort of buffer is running out. A 4-11 half, definitely recoverable, not the end of the world on Train, but with how much confidence is on Navi right now, that's the scary thing. Electronic once again doubling up down in Ivy. He's been such a treat to watch in this game. He was on 1 death up until, you know, I think it was just a round ago. Yeah. So continuing to put up numbers for the Navi side, and we just don't have someone in that same kind of category over in the MIBR camp.
Quite the opposite. We have Lucas, who still hasn't got a kill yet, Harry, and that's, yeah, spelling disaster for MIBR right now. For looking for a kill out in the yard, he's come out through T-Con, but the AWP baited with a shot. Simple actually goes out wide, and he won't miss the second time around for getting his head taken clean off. And MIBR, just 2 players left up looking to do whatever they can. Taco's been finished off on Ivy, and even though a Deagle is grabbed for KNG, he knows Guardian's holding him, but only damage is landing here for MIBR. No frags, as Navi take a flawless anti-eco in round number 13. 2 left of the half here, Harry, and as you said, the 11-4 would be nice, but it's going to require MIBR getting back-to-back rounds here. That's been a case that hasn't even happened yet this game, so you can't really hold out for it. And like you say, Electronic, a pleasure to watch, a treat in this game. 16-2 right now. Simple is 17-4, 18-4 rather. So with these 2 players absolutely tearing through MIBR, this is turning out to be such a rough matchup. Not what I expected.
Well, the Kriegs are now out in full force here for MIBR, hoping that can deliver some sort of solution in this game. But already Boomich in the backline doing damage, finds Fallen. He's running all the way back and is actually going to take this fight onto Taco, and Taco was ready for it. I was worried because it looked like he was going to wrap CT and T-spawn, and no one who was back there was keeping an eye on that flank. Luckily enough, Taco's dealt with it. Electronic's been the master down towards Ivy, but in this round, he's over at E-Box, taking up a position in Pop Dog. Guardian's having to keep that Ivy position in mind, but he just cleared it moments ago. So he's going to go looking for a duel over here in main. Nade gets a great return on investment there from Guardian, and now in with this first peek, and the first man falls. Electronic's going to get naded out of the round though, and Guardian, now the sole defender at this site, does have Simple to come and fight alongside him. These AWPs trying to do all they can to hold down this A side of the map. Simple dealt with by KNG, and Flamey put down as well. MIBR finally in with a dominant round under their belts. They go down a player as they try and get out from main, but since then they don't lose anyone.
Guardian is not going to be a happy chappy after that one. He actually gets blocked on the site by Simple, which would have been fine if Simple landed that no-scope right after, but did not. And Guardian had nowhere to hide on the bomb trade. This was a lovely play from Boomich. Maybe got ahead of himself with the repeak. If he delays it and just stays behind enemy lines, he can create so much disarray and give so much room for his team to move up as well in different positions. But, you know, he wants that repeak. He wants that fight. And at an 11-3 scoreline, I don't blame him for wanting to take fights here. Fast engagements out A here, traded effectively by Electronic, and he's dropped the bomb as well. Another man out in the yard that they haven't seen, but Simple gets rid of Fur instantly. It's just KNG left, 20 seconds into the round, and we're almost done. And he is trying to fight for this 4th round of the half, desperate in this 1-on-3, and no one even giving him an inch. His Pop Dog flanks even come in as well, so just to make matters worse. First barrel, sorry, Flamey's barrel might give it away, but nope, he'll repeak in and win the battle. 12-3 at the end of the first half. Navi absolutely slaughtering MIBR. We're going to see if that will change as these Brazilians move over to the CT side. Join us after the break for the second half.
like a fire in the eye of a hurricane. Always told, stay in line, be alright, better play it safe. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I've passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive, go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Fly so high they can't touch us. So top notch, none above us. We done came so far, now we up now. Had a vision, stuck to it, never back down. Never had much, now we own the whole thing. Spread it all around the world, watch it all change. Came alive, now they all see the greatness. Light shine so hard they can't take it.
Dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive. Go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive. I walk a different path, nothing can hold me back. I passed the point of no return, something is calling me, it's in the air that I breathe. Bring me back to life again, dancing with my fear, burning with desire. We gon' take it to the edge, and come alive, go to hell and back, just to feel the fire. We gon' turn up in this place, and come alive.
Well, Navi, they dominated in that first half. They pleasantly surprised us in the server. We've got 3 players topping the board right now. Simple up at the very top. Electronic is hot on his heels, though. 18-3, 1 behind that of Mr. Simple. And then Flamey coming in just behind, actually with the highest ADR in the server last I checked. He's been doing a stellar job of locking down that B side of the map. So now we move into Navi's T side. Pistol round underway. Boomich going to be donning the utility here. He's with the rest of... sorry, no, he's not with the rest of the gang. He's over here towards main, lining up a smoke to allow these Ivy players a little bit of room to work with. That's where the smoke that Fallen throws in might actually throw a bit of a spanner in the works here. It's slowed down this Ivy play, and now removing Simple as well. Fallen taking the man advantage for MIBR.
That was a pistol, the P250 Ray boss as well removed. So a big kill to find to start off this round as Fallen looks for more. The bomb not been spotted down Ivy, but it is in tow with all 3 players coming through this position. Another one down. Flamey's been removed. Boomich coming from main. Needs his split to find effect right here, right now. And Electronics at least killed the player in the spawn. It opens up a route towards B, and maybe that needs to be taken with MIBR having everyone on this A site, but they're just going to win the fights instead. Taka with a flick and drops 2 with the bomb. Boomich alone in a 1-on-2 with everything to do and not much health to do it with. He's even being flanked around the Pop Dog side, and Fur should have him dead to rights. That's MIBR finding the pistol and starting off their CT side on the right foot.
Yeah, crucially, never giving the space or timing, you know, with that triple rotation in so quick to let that bomb go down for Navi. And that's going to have 1 or 2 effects, right? Not only now do they likely just eco here and give a round over to MIBR, but it never let them set up in the post plant. And also, I think Fallen deserves a real shout out, not just for getting that first kill in the round, but for providing the utility that just ruined that entire strat that Navi had orchestrated. So that pistol round is found for MIBR. Still a ways away from making this comeback happen in a B plane now, looking for the bomb plant on Navi. Taco, though, is not giving up this site without a fight, and he is immovable from B. A round for MIBR is found, and all 5 players stay alive, so money made there for the Brazilian squad.
Yeah, a chance to actually realistically pull this comeback, right? It's going to be a huge victory if they can do it, but you got to start somewhere, Harry. However, Navi, they want to start here and now. Their first rifle round coming through in number 3. Got Kriegs and AKs. This double orb was so brutal on the CT side, and I can't wait to see what Navi have on this T side now once they get those orbs in their hands, but it won't be for now. If they can pick this one up, they might be able to take Fallen's away. He's got that on the defense.
And Navi is still really favoring this Krieg, and that's something that's a bit scary moving into the T side. It felt like, because there was a time in that first half where it was double AWP, double Krieg, and it was even triple Krieg, short-lived though, because Flamey was B anchoring, right? And every time he would die, he'd have to reinvest into the M4. But they were loving the scoped T weapon over on that first half. Now they've got access to it, it gets pretty scary. You know, they were having great results when they had a bunch of them over in that first half. And is that set to be continued here? AWP out in the hands of Fallen. I was going to say he'll be uncontested, but obviously, you know, with Krieg's in play, mate, that's basically an AWP in and of itself. He's taking it over here toward B, missing that flick shot. Not the end of the world, though, as he's able to escape unscathed there by the early B play from Navi. They since have slowed right down. They know that that AWP is towards this side of the map, and so they're proceeding with caution as they clear those upper halls.
I love this boost as well. Taco, if he goes wide, he's surely not going to expect a player here, but playing it safe. That molly forcing Electronic forward, and he can't escape. Burns in the flames, perished. As the advantage goes away of MIBR, Taco looks for a little bit more, but he gets tagged and will have to retreat now. Doesn't want to fight that Krieg with a MP9. And so Resmoke comes down from the site instead. Lucas helping out his teammate and letting Taco just tuck in the corner. Navi going to have to look elsewhere for their early advantages. Guardian can just sit in Ivy patiently, but the rest of his team grouping up in Pop Dog and T-Con, setting up for this outer play. They actually don't have Pop. Lucas is in that position, so just gained off the back of the flashbang, and I'm sure Navi are aware of that. They would have heard the flash go through, but they don't have a Molotov to get into this position. So if they do want to hit this outer site, they're going to have to double drop into Pop. We'll see how this FAMAS stands against that. Not at all.
Yeah, that's the sad answer to it, right? Lucas falling straight away. And Taco even finished off as he was brought down low. It is still fur alive here, but as I'm saying players' names, they're getting dropped. Fallen here, getting into the site, getting up close with this AWP, trying to use it a bit like a shotgun. The man on the other side, though, is no stranger to that. Simple dropped, and now Flamey with no time to get that bomb planted. He would need this kill onto KNG, and it just doesn't come through. Another round for MIBR, and the AWP finished off after time at the end of that round. Flamey now with no money heading into this next one. That's a real kicker to Navi, and a great round for MIBR to find, especially in the fashion that they do.
Yeah, really nice play from Fallen on the site. He spots that bomb with a jump, and he doesn't rush the kill. He knows the time is in his favor, and that Simple has to peek him, so he just waits on the angle, and Simple comes running and gunning. He goes down. It's another round for MIBR, and this comeback is being pieced together round by round. 4 in a row. So 3 in a row, rather, as this has started. And it should continue here with Navi only on pistols. Flash down the Ivy, but no one pushing behind it. Got one set of util on Boomich and the Pop Dog, but the majority of players coming down this Ivy spot, and Fallen's already taken the first, so good luck getting through here. Boomich can throw that Ivy smoke in from the Pop, but he'll actually throw one towards E-Box. That's not really going to give him much room to work with as Navi go back towards B regardless. That's a spot for Taco as well, so he at least knows that these T's are in the box halls. Important info for MIBR, who need to have their rotates in time towards B, but with more players being spotted towards T-Con, Navi are just really playing with their food right now. just showing presence all over the map to try and keep players on this outer site. And it has done that, to be fair. So this bomb is going to be walking into a solo B setup right now. Taco, however, with a bit of a lull in the action, will call for a rotation, and KNG will smoke off the ramp.
Oh, there's Flamey dealt with now. The pop dog insurgents that's been building up. Navi, they've assembled a little militia toward this side of the map. They've grouped up the 3 weapons that they do have, or I guess just the pistols, and they're going to try and find success on the back of it. But every peek they take, Fallen is just homed in. There's 7 seconds, mate. You've got to boom it. Go.
Oh, yes, I love this.
They're just, oh dear, this isn't what he wanted at all. They're showing him mercy, and Boomich doesn't want mercy. He's only got the Deegan armor taken out of this round, and I love that from MIBR. The disengage with 6 seconds left. So many teams there would have just taken that fight and ended the round there and then. But no, they say to Boomich, mate, you know, you've messed up here. You left it with 5 seconds. You can have that Deagle and armor all you like. And now this is really going to impact the investment that Navi can bring into this round.
Yeah, obviously you can't always guarantee the kill after time, but knowing that Navi are on an eco, just leave him at the end of the day. Just don't kill him, because he's not going to have a rifle for the rifle round. No loss bonus for Boomich. And like you said, stuck on the D has really kind of handicapped Navi in this round. And I like that play from MIBR, very heads up. Guardian's got the AWP as well into this rifle round for Navi. The first T-side AWP we're seeing here in the second half. But what can he do with it is what we wonder. Simple coming in through T-Con has got to be careful, because Fallen's unstoppable with his own AWP and stuck on the corner with that flashbang in his face. Guardian, in the meantime, just walking through the toilets above, going towards that B side with the bomb. Electronic can throw utility down Ivy, a position that's being given up right now by MIBR, who do have a triple B setup. That's a very ballsy call, but it might be exactly what they need with Navi setting up to go towards this site. Electronic throwing his utility, but not committing behind it. Simple's gone down in the T-Con, and there's the information. They know it's a B play. Lucas spraying and praying. He gets 1.5. KNG trades the second man in, and now Boomich doubling back towards the A site, but there's still 2 players here.
Oh, and Fallen, since finding this CT AWP, has not been missing a beat, and now it does just fall onto 1 player for Navi. Electronic, all CT side long. He was so great towards this Ivy position, and you'd love to see that make a return now more than ever, but with only 25 seconds left, the opportunities for Electronic to do anything in this round are running out, and he knows it. MIBR aren't going to give him any engagements. They're not going to give anything up, and KNG just holding CT passively there, finds him at the very end. An 8th round for MIBR. Let's not forget, this was a 12-3 half in favor of Navi. There was nothing to suggest that MIBR were going to make this comeback happen, and they're taking it round by round, but it's working out for them right now.
Yeah, it's 5 in a row, Harry, and no signs of really anything from Navi. We've not had close positions. We had that 1 2v2 on the A site where Fallen takes down Simple with the bomb, and that's when the round was busted. But other than that, it's felt very, very favorable for MIBR all throughout the second half. And yeah, putting Navi to the test right now. Exactly what we wanted to see, right? This is their map pick, them being MIBR. So if they were going to get 16-3'd, I would have been very worried going into the next 2 maps. But luckily, it has yet to be proven a problem for MIBR. Playing the long game here. And back in we go. It's a half buy for Navi here. The pistols and armor are out once again with some utility around it. Can just go for a full A set piece at the start. MIBR 4 players on the outer site, as is standard at the start of these rounds. And Fallen flashed off on the Ivy. Fur's going to be trying to support him, but he loses his life. And now Fallen's got to back off. He's getting pushed from multiple positions. They're going to run into A. Boomich through the Molotov, and he will die in it. Not going to get much further this time. Lucas still only 3 kills to his name, but luckily KNG is here to party with a couple more. Taco even rotating in through the connector. B has been abandoned, and for good reason. Navi have just found 2 kills out of nowhere. Make that a 3rd. It's just KNG. He needs to ace the round to win it. How has this fallen apart?
And now it does just rely on this one man and what he can get done. But the one thing that's going his way is they don't know he's here. We'll deal with Electronic. It's whether or not he's ready for Flamey, and he isn't, as he wraps behind the green train. The one player that KNG didn't have information on. He'd spotted everyone else in that round with the exception of Flamey, and that proves to be very, very valuable for Navi. You know, even though it's a 1v3 clutch and it's the AWP on KNG, it's the AWP on KNG. Like, what more do you want me to say, right? Like, that can get out of hand. And he was in a good position to do damage. Ultimately, though, betrayed by the lack of info. 13-8. Finally, Navi break that 5-round streak of MIBR. Headphones are off for Guardian, and that's never a good sign.
Yeah, tech pause for Navi. Apparently, Electronic wrote in chat that someone can't jump. I think it's Guardian can't jump. His jump key doesn't work for any of the buttons, apparently, which is a very weird bug. Not heard of that one, but you know, happens to the best of us.
The jumping with bugs used to be that it was done a little too much, and now it's a whole new take on a classic.
It's not Inferno, at least, you know. It's not big, so it could be a whole lot worse.
Right, so supposedly the fix for Guardian, by the way, if you ever encounter this problem, he said he removed all languages.
What does that even mean? How do you remove all languages?
I don't know. I think what they mean is maybe like the language or the keyboard was set to changed, and so maybe that impacted the buttons, right?
Maybe.
Because obviously different keyboards have different layouts. Even then, I don't know. I'm not an admin, so we'll have to we'll just figure out that one. Regardless, the game's back in now, and Guardian, he can jump again. He's feeling the freedom, and Simple charging in. Well, he's actually going to charge to his demise for getting the entry. Guardian, let's see if fixing that little space.
Oh, what?
Hang on a minute. Hang on a moment. Valve, mate, we're going to need the official ruling on that one. How did that not connect? How didn't Guardian just get a kill there? The jump button isn't the only thing that's not working for him. His bullets are firing blanks as well now.
KNG has played this very, very long, and Flamey didn't realize, but only getting sprayed down to 60. Flamey, he is very lucky he's still alive right now, as KNG falls back to the site. Taco reaggressing around this smoke, and it could be very well timed, but Electronic is waiting, and his barrel might actually give away that kill once it fades, but no, he goes through and checks the corner. Heads up play from Electronic, a kill on that outer bomb site, and it might adjust rotations. If MIBR pull a player back towards A, then Navi are going to have a free B site. KNG is waiting though, and this drop from Guardian has to be perfect, but somehow Fallen doesn't get away with a kill. He gets tagged down to 50, gonna have to fall back, and he does catch a second one this time. Nade trading as KNG sits on the site, and the bomb's been dropped. Navi, they need to get these kills if they want to pick that one back up, and even though Electronic is lurking out on A, Guardian needs his kill on B. He's found it, and he's opened up his chance. Lucas on the pop dog flank, and they have no idea. Aware of the possibility, Guardian's holding this backline as he waits for Electronic to pick up that bomb. For 13 seconds, they need to plant ASAP, and Lucas has gone through the Molotov. He could win this round. They have to stick the bomb plant. Can he get there in time? No. As the spam comes through, he takes down Electronic. 5 HP the difference. Guardian needs one shot, and he'll land it as well. That bullet at least connects, and Navi connect to a 14th round.
And a heartbreaking situation there for MIBR to be in. And it's such an important part in this game. And in this... Oh, hang on a minute. Yeah, we get... I'm sorry.
The train?
But that doesn't... No. It even felt like he took an extra, few seconds to really make sure. So many pros there just fire straight away. And, you're like, yeah, maybe it was scope and inaccuracy or blah, blah, blah. But, Guardian, he's had that happen before, man. He was ready, and even then, still betrayed.
I refuse to accept that. No, no, not allowed. That was a kill. In my mind, that was a kill.
Man, he gets the one at the end, so he does get some revenge.
Yeah,
the second time around, it all works out.
I guess, 14 rounds for Navi, looking on the bright side, they get the round. And that's what matters most here. MIBR have no damn money, Harry. They've lost everything. All the pennies dropped down the well. They were trying to wish for something, and, well... it's not turned out too well. Wishes have not come true. 14-8 and an eco round for MIBR, playing for overtime on their map pick at such a disadvantage.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying it's heartbreaking that that's how that round ends up going. Right, they get it close, but just not close enough. And at this avenue in the game, this late on, the money's all gone, and this means you're giving map point over to Navi on your map pick. That is a horrible call to have to make. But it's one of the only options they had. So they go for it, believing, having some faith in their system when they've got all the pieces there. This round, there's no love for MIBR. It's only fair left. and shouldn't be too much longer on that lifespan either, as Electronic puts him down. 15-8 now, and Navi, they might be about to right their wrongs. They might be about to put a stop to this comeback before it even gets into full swing.
And let's look at this final buy, Harry. What could be the final buy? At least it's pretty bare bones when it comes to those full buys. We don't have that AWP for anyone here on the CT side, and no kits either. So if a bomb goes down, it's likely going to be a done deal here. MIBR, few bits of utility at least. Something to play with. Taco's got his smoke ready on that B bomb site. Grenade as well to follow. Navi getting ready to fully execute here. They have 4 players above B right now, and as said just a moment ago, no kits. A B site is so easy to plant on at times.
Yeah, they're lining up this utility. They're looking to go in. They're looking to commit to this. So the question now becomes, Taco and KNG, can they erect the defense here? Taco, peeking wide, and they were hoping that that would have been an opener found for MIBR. Instead, it's gifted this man advantage over KNG, fully blind, and still in with 2. Fallen's even stripped the man down from upper, and now it's Guardian and Simple left standing on the other side. 2 versus 4, and these 2 now have to try and do the impossible. 40 seconds. They want to try and give this A site a bit of a look in, right? Especially now that they've got a man down through Pop. Guardian can come in through main. Lucas pushing up. Could get caught here by Simple, but the timing's just not there. And as he looks back towards the bomb site, Lucas dispatches of him. Guardian, not today. 20 seconds left. He's trying to hold on to the AWP. And they might not let him get away with it. Fur is looking for this man down in Ivy, and he will find him.
That's a huge kill as well at the end, right? Guardian trying to save his AWP. Now, obviously, Navi still have the money to buy out, but that's just given an AWP back over to MIBR, and they would have not been able to have that in their arsenal if it wasn't for that final kill. This comeback is definitely on the cards, Harry. I'm not counting MIBR out of a 6 rounds in a row comeback right here. Nice spray from KNG as well through the smoke. He even gets tagged by the AWP after those first 2 kills, but Guardian can't quite get that frag. Electronic nearing 30 on this map already. We do have that AWP out again for Guardian, so let's see where he's taking it. Back down to Ivy here with Lucas on the other side. Quick hot push, Flamey's ready for it. Fur gets caught, and that's a man advantage for Navi.
Yeah, but that was how they began that last round, and MIBR were still able to lock it in and close it out in their favor. They're going to respond to losing a man with this push down Ivy. It's not every day that you see a player get boosted up on the CT side. He'll go peeking over that smoke, sees that no one's there for Navi. Now, it's whether or not they go any further than this, right? Because it must feel tempting. You're a man down. You want to try and get some information. You want to try and take a foothold elsewhere on the map. And if they do that, Electronic is just holding this position with the Krieg. That is not a fight you should be winning. So Lucas, he's going to thank his lucky stars that he decides to hang around in that off angle there. Wow. KNG picked up in the meantime, though. Navi snatching this man advantage back, and in a very big way.
Yeah, 4-on-2 right now, and MIBR desperately clinging onto this map. Lucas, big kill onto Simple at the back of the Ivy position, and Taco's going to have to come in on that rotation, but it's being covered, and the round is being closed, as is the map. Navi running away with things, 16-9. A short attempt at a comeback for MIBR in that second half, but it is not enough to be able to pick up the victory. They're going to have to head to Dust 2 and do it on Navi's home ground. That is not a fun position to be in, Harry.
No, and not with how dangerous that double AWP between Simple and Guardian was looking, right? Like, Guardian took him a little while to get into the swing of things, but I think, you know, he was starting to find his footing towards the very end. Yeah. And I think early on, they just weren't ready. It wasn't through lack of trying about putting up the numbers, right? Everyone else was just beating him to it. So Dust 2 now does become a pretty worrying prospect, and that's where MIBR are going to have to try and pull this back.
Yeah, not going to be an easy feat as well, with some of the players having struggles. Lucas ending that one with only 7 kills to his name, but let's see if MIBR can bounce back moving forward, or if Navi will be 2-0ing this series. Join us after the break for that second map of the series.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is Game Fuel. It's domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be, anywhere you wanna be, yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. Lay down on it, lay down on it, lay down on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all it, they don't want all it, they don't want all it. Pick up panel to be right on, yeah. Cause no one really gives. Don't look back, I'll keep your eyes on. Long ago, doesn't matter what it gon' cost, no. Never gave a shit, real soul. Let it take a hit. Hey. Who's getting high on emotion? Look around. People fight all their life for some peace. Yeah. Look around. Fancy cars and the smiles of the ocean. Purple sky, let that night come with peace. Anywhere you wanna be, anywhere you wanna be, yeah, yeah. Hold up your sign, though. Lay down on it, lay down on it, lay down on it. Show what you gon' do. They don't want all it, they don't want all it, they don't want all it. Take off, rush at the rush. Take off, rush at the rush. Ha. Rush, take off, rush at the rush.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
Here it is, the ESL Pro League live from the city of Odense in Denmark. We are well on our way within our first best of 3. Actually, what I just witnessed was Navi taking on MIBR and a little bit of a bop going on right there in the first half. MIBR looking very flat, looking very stale there in the first half, able to lasso back some rounds, but then ultimately Navi do best them here in the first map of the series. Train out, train done. We got Dust 2 and Inferno left potentially, but for the time being, we need to run you through all the scenarios and situations that we just kind of had laid out in front of us between Navi and MIBR. I do have Davey, I do have Jacob. We're ready to talk about this one through and through.
MIBR only managed to pick up 8 opening duels out of those 25 rounds. They weren't really doing anything good for themselves in that T side. I think a lot of it came down to Navi being very aggressive on the CT side. There was a lot of mid-round aggression coming out, especially Electronic towards Ivy had a few rounds where he just single-handedly won a round for Navi. I think that was great to see. Navi being very proactive, being more aggressive than they usually are, I feel, and then once again, you look at the scoreboard and you think Guardian sitting with 11 kills didn't really have a great game. He wasn't needed, so to speak, so I think the potential for Navi, had he also had a great game, is endless. So good to see Flamey playing well, good to see Electronic playing well, and if Navi is putting up this level, then we have a Navi that could go all the way.
And you did say that aggression isn't typically how Navi plays on their CT sides. I think what happened here is Navi hadn't won a train map in the last 3 months. So they knew going into this veto that was likely MIBR's pick. It's one of their best maps. So I think what happened is they've just prepared for train like crazy, and they knew they were going to pick it, and they figured out how to counter MIBR's style, and we could see that. MIBR couldn't get anything going in the first half.
But again, we look at Navi where we're talking about players being activated sometimes, and here we got a dose of 3 being activated at the same time. Flamey, Electronic, and Simple really coming alive right here. Statistically putting some hurting on MIBR, really kind of just beating them out.
Sure did. I mean, individually speaking, there was no doubt that especially Flame and Electronic had a great game with the rifles. Again, they were being very assertive all over the map. They were being very aggressive, and they had a lot of impact with those rifles. So I think having those two playing well, while still having Guardian not really showing up to the occasion, leaves room for possibility where you could say Navi can get even better from this point on, which is a scary prospect moving into Dust 2. That being said, though, if Guardian doesn't show up, then, can you rely on Flamey to have a good tournament throughout the entire thing? We have seen him being a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah, and I mean, that is something you're going to have to look out for, especially when we start to switch over into what will be the pick of MIBR, Dust 2. However, Electronic is here, Flamey, Simple here. Lucas, not so much.
No, Lucas didn't really show up this game, but this has kind of been the story of this MIBR team. Back and forth, inconsistent. Same thing with Navi, to be fair, recently. But especially in that game, even so, MIBR actually had a chance to bring that second half back, and they ended up losing an eco round, which was Navi's first round of the half. Yeah. They get ecoed at Ivy, and then all of a sudden, Navi just wins out the rest of the game after that. So they could have gone another way.
And then all of a sudden, we get the chance to talk to Navi. All of a sudden, it all comes full circle, and we're going to head it down to the sidelines where James Bank is standing by.
The map pick of MIBR on the train, and I've got Blade with me here, the coach of the team. And the first thing, this is like a secret pick, right? Because you guys had only played it 4 times, all losses on train. They pick into it. So have you guys been putting in some work?
We didn't expect them to pick train actually, but we were satisfied with our pick because we practiced it a lot. We had a long boot camp, and we tried to do to implement some new rounds, how to counter T side and not to give aggressive approach for T side, and it worked.
It certainly did work. Now, Dust 2, it's your pick, but for me, Dust 2 is one of the maps where it's momentum-based, it's confident-based, and yeah, your guys are playing well, but it doesn't seem like one team can be super dominant on it. Are you sure it's we can pick into this, or maybe there's better choices? What are your thoughts on it? Because I like to get inside your mind especially.
Well, I still think that we're a new team with a new lineup, and at this point of time, we can't afford like to play any maps that we want. That's why we picked the map that we are more confident, and Dust 2 like at this moment we feel really confident because we communicate a lot. We know how to work properly with the map. I think we know like proper timings and when and how to counter terrorists in a specific rounds. So I think we know a lot about this map. That's why we picked it.
Okay. I did have one more question for you, but I've got to get it back to this desk. So hopefully I'll catch you later on, Blade, and good luck going into that match. We're going to go back to the desk. Let's see if Navi can close this one out on their map pick.
Yeah, Navi certainly would like to do this one sooner rather than later, easier rather than harder, which is what we're going to begin to look at now. Guys, some quick thoughts here before we wrap up what is the first map of the series.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying earlier, we both predicted Navi to win. I predicted a 2-1 because I thought MIBR was going to win Train, but now that Navi's won it, I think we're both thinking this is probably going to be a 2-0.
Yeah, definitely. I think that was a great showing from Navi again, showing a lot of confidence, showing that the players right now feel comfortable within the new system they're trying to build up under the leadership of Blade. Very interesting prospect, and I love to see Navi play well. I'd love to see Simple keep doing his stuff, and here we go. Second map is coming up.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance for all of those conditions right there for Navi. They do find themselves one map up in this series thus far. Dust 2 will be the second one, and it's going to be that of Navi starting on their CT side. So you got to believe things are about to get heated around here. A fire is lit underneath. We're going to be right back with the ESL Pro League. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Darkness black as the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring she bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it bleeds again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life.
Train, Dust 2, Inferno. Now we find ourselves on the second map, the first one going in the way of Navi. We get to see if this one concludes at 2 or if it's going to drag us to 3. We do have another best of 1 after this. Things in the scheduling department have been readjusted so that Liquid can find some footing and actually shower before they come to the venue, because we preferred it that way, and I'm pretty sure you would have too if you were going to be standing around them. Either way, welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 10, guys. My name is Trace, and alongside me will be Davey and Jacob. We're about ready to jump into Dust 2. We know that Navi's starting on the CT side. What else do we know?
We know that Dust 2 is pretty much a general anesthetic.
Okay. Sort of
for me, anyways.
A numbing.
For you, anyways.
Yeah, for me, it just my brain just melts as I'm watching it.
I'll counter you a little bit. I like Dust 2 because I mean it's a very basic map. You know, you don't have to do a lot of stuff in order to be good in Dust 2. But I think that that's what puts that in its own category, so to speak. It's not a nuke. It's not a train. You don't have to reinvent all sorts of stuff every single time you play it. If you have your basics in order, if you know how to take map control, for example, long control. If you have a strong hold for that on the CT side, or if you, as per se on the T side, have a good idea of how to take control over long, you can do a lot with that. To me, Dust 2 is a lot about rotations and a lot about communication, as Blade said as well. So whoever has the better communication, whoever has the strongest double op setup when it comes into the CT side, to me stands a good chance of winning this one. And we did see on Train that Simple and Guardian right now is outperforming KNG and Fallen.
Yeah, and just looking at the numbers, I mean, we just talk about the T side of what was MIBR, Davey. They really didn't have a whole lot to show on Train. Do you feel like that's going to be different here?
Well, like Pimp just said, it really depends on, because both teams will run double ops this game. We're going to see KNG, Fallen, Simple, and Guardian for the whole T and maybe not T side, but for this whole CT side for both teams. They're going to have double ops as much as they can. So it really depends, like you were saying, on which team has the better rotations, which team uses their utility to make those oppers miss their shots. Otherwise, you can see there's a world where Simple does what he does with the op at mid on Dust 2. He's so annoying to play against. He's always getting aggressive. He's taking peeks. He's re-peeking. He's super annoying. So MIBR has to be on top of their comms and their nade usage. Otherwise, Navi could just run away with this.
Hashtag ESL Pro League. Also, hashtag Navi Nation alongside of that one if you think that they're going to win, because I, for one, think that they are certainly in the driver's seat right now. Dust 2 in front of us. Navi and MIBR ready to jump into the second map. Perhaps Navi can close the door here on the hopes of MIBR, at least in the upper bracket portion of the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. But for now, I've got a special treat for you all. Harry and Hugo, let's go.
Yeah, we're back again, unsurprisingly, right? We're still here, we're still sticking around. Hugo, MIBR versus Navi, second map in this series about to begin. And it is Dust 2, the map that Navi picked into, one that they've always looked pretty comfortable on. So I think for MIBR, if we don't see something change, if we don't see a couple of individuals recover, really I'm looking at Lucas there, then this could... Oh my... That's disgusting. This could spell disaster for MIBR.
Man, Guardian just dinked KNG and Fur in middle. That's ridiculous. He loses his life, unfortunately, but still damage done. And KNG doesn't realize that Flamey has crept out through the doors, gets away with that kill, and trades it back into a 4-on-4. I love this setup. Double long, or double car rather. The issue with this is it's only going to work for a long play. However, Boomich is in that position right now with a bomb. So if they do commit to a play out through long, then the double car setup would definitely surprise Navi. That being said, it is going to be deconstructed. Taco playing that headshot angle, or sorry, invisible headshot angle, where your head is not visible or shootable. Do love to see it, but Navi aren't going anywhere towards B right now. Up towards the catwalk with that bomb. Eventually coming late through long. It's actually been spotted. That's Flamey rather, getting seen. And Simple with the raid boss tries to fight mid. It's going to send Fallen back to this A site. Triple setup here as the bomb comes and joins up on catwalk. And MIBR look to hit these shots of the USPs.
Oh, Electronic getting rid of Fur inside of the site. Now Lucas following suit, and this is where Fallen is trying to save the day, doing his damnedest, but Flamey taps him down. It's only Taco left, down in CT right now, and they know that. Navi have just spotted him. Taco, what can he do here? Does get rid of Flamey. Still two players left to find. Simple and Boomich on the other side, and they're both going to go in towards Elbow, but Taco's seen one, and now he knows that they're both there. They both try and set up over towards the site. Taco, another kill, and just looking for Simple, but that's a little too much to ask. And Simple there, beating him in the head-to-head. So close for Taco, but not close enough. Pistol round goes the way of Navi.
Yeah, Navi almost threw that one away, Harry. That would have been an absolute mess if they gave that pistol round to Taco. That was a 1-on-4, but great work from him to get back into the round. Not going to be enough to close it. And it's going to be Navi starting things off on their map pick. They're already a map up in this series. looking to make quick work with a 2-0. Force buy for MIBR in round number 2. We got a scout on Fallen and the usual investments just around it. KNG gets into lower, but that will have been calmed and collected. Electronic takes him down, and Simple holds a tunnels push. That's 2 players dead on B. And Navi, they don't have to commit off the back of that, and they're probably a bit scared of doing so, considering there could be another stack there. It's almost like pushing 2 players down Banana on Inferno, only to have 3 hiding in the site. Navi don't want to fall for any kind of bait. Falling back out in middle, losing his head as well to Electronic, and it's just Lucas left up on long. Had a rough game, as you said, back on train. Maybe Dust 2 will be a little more his style, but certainly not this round in a 1-on-5.
And Navi are still being so careful. They're not picking up the pace. They're not just running into a bomb site. They're being very meticulous in holding and clearing all of these positions as they try and figure out where Lucas is. Of course, we know he's over here towards Catwalk with this Deagle. Guardian was holding for that, but he's since gone rotating away. This is going to be the 2-0 start for Navi. And obviously, considering that was the force buy for MIBR, it should be a 3-0 lead before we see that first buy come in for the Brazilian squad.
Ooh, there's a scout shot. Guardian's hunting him down now. Rock is out, and it will find the headshot. Lovely stuff. Navi 2-0. And that's exactly like you expected, Harry. It should continue to go in that way as well, with no real investment coming into this round here for MIBR. Navi's breeding grounds of Dust 2 right now. We saw them back on train. I mean, obviously a map that they haven't really been too successful on as of late, but MIBR picking into things. Blade said in the interview with James it was a bit of a surprise, but yeah, Navi able to get a pretty concise win there regardless. And straight out through long in this one, Boomich with the Mac 10 looking to make some money, and he's got 2. Third stolen away by Simple. Guardians even killed a man out middle, and Taco alone. 1-on-5 has been spotted. It's going to be a quick affair here as Navi run through that B site on the flank. Electronic looking for the backstab. It's Simple there first, and 3-0. All things going as we expected here to start off this map. But the buy is in, Harry, and the AWP is available for MIBR. Davey was saying on the desk that we are going to be seeing double AWPs every single time MIBR can invest in them, and let's see if that will be the case. Yep, straight in with 2.
Yeah, wasting no time. They've been more than keen to bring that out. You know, thinking back to train, that was a real priority of theirs. And here on Dust, especially on the CT side, that's even stronger. Now, Guardian has got his AWP over towards mid. Boomich very fast out towards the long doors, but he is so blind. Can't see anything, and that allows a free kill to come in for Lucas. It goes untraded. MIBR seeming a little bit unaware just as to how many players Navi have out here in long. No one keeping any eyes on it. Fallen, the one man who was trying to, gets dropped. And so they're very quick to try and reposition here. MIBR know with those 3 players down towards CT after getting pushed off the crossroads, this is anything but ideal for holding the A bomb site. So they're quick to boost the man up towards Catwalk. He can now keep an eye on that. That's Fur. And they're going to throw KNG up into the site with the AWP as well. They've done a good job of dodging the danger that would be getting stuck in that CT spawn area. All it takes then is a smoke to completely nullify them. KNG able to erect some sort of defense, but there's Guardian smashing it down. His second kill in this round with the AWP. 1 AWP is apparently all it takes as he bests both of them on the Brazilian side.
Yeah, I wonder if Simple will pick one up off of the body on top of this site. We'll have to wait and see. It's not really a necessity for the T side, and you know, when you know that MIBR are coming into an eco next round, they might just opt for the rifles instead. But no, Electronic is yoinking it. I don't know what he was throwing it out the map, maybe getting rid of it. Yeah, not letting MIBR have any chance of saving that gun. Don't want the bomb to blow it in the direction of these Brazilians. There is a player up on Catwalk.
Mate, I don't think you have to worry about that Electronic, though. I mean,
yeah, I like it.
Unless they're boomerangs, there's not too much of a danger of them. I mean, even then, if it was a boomerang, it would just come back to Electronic. They're not frisbees. You know, they are AWPs. They are weapons at the end of the day. That bomb is not going to blow them all the way down through mid. Fur doesn't want to go down here, and he's not going to let them find him.
Yeah, Simple news there as well. He jump spotted down lower and got that info, but can't win the fight. And Navi go 4-0 up regardless of those last couple of kills coming through for MIBR.
That's
Gun
the thing, man.
saved.
You think about this best of 3 and
Whoa,
what hang on a minute.
Talk about FOVs.
Mate, honestly, these FOV changes that Valve added that let you play around with the FOV on GOTV have been fantastic. I know that Rush is a huge fan of them.
Loves a FOV.
He loves it. And he's been toying around. He's been seeing what he can come up with. But yeah, you think about, you know, what this... Oh my word. There's a smoke there. That's not even fair. You think about what this best of 3 means, though, Hugo, right? The winner of this, they've got a chance, if they win one more best of 3, to head straight in to those semi-finals. So this really can make all the difference.
Well, Navi in pole position to get that spot taken in just the first couple of days here, but MIBR, can they put up a fight in this 4-on-5? Already lost KNG in middle. He tried to battle through those doors, get control towards lower, but the smoke spam was enough to get rid of him. Fallen waiting close mid as well. Have no one watching Catwalk here for MIBR. A big gap in this defense. Obviously, they've got to leave a gap somewhere with only having 4 players alive, but Navi haven't exploited that just yet. Looking for a mid to beat. Boomich is out and about in the middle position, and Fur might just spot this as well. He does, falling back, so can com that to his team. Fallen can try and hold on to this position from the doors, and Navi are actually going to bail from this. They want to get out of that B site, back up towards the catwalk. Bomb still hanging around in middle as utility has been thrown out by Simple just to keep these players in their position. Electronic isn't going to commit to the B play on his own, though. In 25 seconds, Navi can't afford to leave this too late. They've still got to get up the catwalk and take control of A. Fur's in the spawn to try and fight back. That smoke is going to give Navi the room to drop into CT if they want, but Flamey's already got that opening kill. Fur can't find a headshot, can't even find a face, and Boomich getting dinked, but he can still cross with that bomb. Guardian's taking his attention away. Double dinks from Fur, but still no kills in this round for MIBR. Finally, Fur getting dropped in the spawn with that mid-wrap, and at this point, it's all a done deal. Damage doesn't matter. Taco's in a 1-on-5.
Yeah, such a shame, right? Fur brings 3 players down to their knees. You look at the HP on Navi right now, and it would feel so doable if only there was a little bit more in the server from MIBR. Regardless, it's a 5-0 start here from the Navi T side, and it's showing absolutely no signs of slowing down. I think, you know, after Train was so dominant, a map that we know Navi aren't massive fans on, and Blade, you know, he did say how they've been focusing on it, right? How they've been trying to come up with a few new ideas. I think the moment that that game started so dominantly, it really did set a precedent for Dust 2. And they are delivering on that right now, are the Navi side. No one's slowing down. Electronic still keeping up his game-winning performance from the map prior. Flamey coming in just behind, and then Simple one behind that. So the same 3 stars from that first map, still putting up numbers, still looking good in the server. Obviously, it's early days, but that is a very promising sign here for Navi fans all across the world.
Not the most promising for MIBR, though. KNG still 0-0-5 with no ADR, Harry. Not any damage. That is a rough spot to be in, but sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. And MIBR, well, they're going to look to try and resurge with the pistols here. Flash ready for long. Fallen can throw that in once MIBR want to activate, but no one's out into this position just yet. Navi are taking their sweet, sweet time to clear out the long doors, knowing what they're up against in terms of this low buy. Lots of utility thrown into B by Simple to try and fake this out, but there's the flash to get Navi into long. Boomich is blind, but he's got the cover from his teammate. 2 more, make that 3 actually. Flamey getting a second kill. Boomich stops KNG in the pit, and they know that Fallen is nearby as well. He'll go around the corner to his death, and that leaves just Taco alone on B. They should be able to read his position because Simple has kept him here all round by throwing in all his grenades. And they have him trapped as well. Electronics deep in mid, so no getting out of here alive if you're Taco.
And that's the thing, man. Like I don't know. Right now for MIBR, I'm not seeing this same squad that we're used to seeing. Right. I don't think that this is a very good representation of how they're going to look at this event, because even starting the day, right, even if you think back to as early as a few hours ago, they look like a completely different team. Now, obviously, that round there is only pistols, but I'm looking at this within the context of this map and the previous. It's all just felt a little bit disjointed and a few players struggling both on Train and now carried forward into this map. One of those is KNG. That's one of these double AWPs that we talk about that makes MIBR so deadly. The other man, Fallen, he's got the AWP out in this round. But it sounds like you hear the typing in chat. Technical pause has been called on in.
Yeah, this round is not live.
That is from the MIBR side. So I'm going to take some time to figure out what the problem is. Fallen's PC had a little crash. As I said it, I feel like I'm just cursing everyone today, man.
Yeah.
I broke the SSD in my PC just earlier on.
What did you do to it, Harry?
You know, I was just in the files. I was swapping some things around. You know, I don't want to go too into it, but that's how I'm.
System 32.
Yeah. And I broke the SSD there, and then I bring up Fallen's name, and now his PC's crashed. I don't know. I think I'm doing more harm than good at this point.
It's like a death note, Harry.
I'm like Tabson from the group stages.
That's actually
anyone who didn't tune in, yeah. Tabson was quite the little gremlin when it came to
breaking peripherals.
But we're just restarting Fallen's PC now. Oh, yeah. I feel bad. I didn't even need to curse them any more than I did.
Yeah, they're having a rough enough time, Harry. Give them a break. 0-6 down.
You know what, man? I'll do a special spell now so that when Fallen's back in. He's gonna, I'm calling it, right? I'm putting everything on this. This is a big Fallen round right here, right now. I've imbued him with the luck of the Gingers.
I think you can only curse. I don't think you have.
Great,
You can only do bad.
I mean, that is what being soulless does to you, right? Like, I can't see the good. I just live for the bad. That said, bad Fallen is quite the game breaker when he's in the server. So we'll have to wait and see. Scary thing is as well, right? This is the Navi T side, and this is the time where we're really not going to get to see that double AWP come out much. You're imagining that that's still in the tank. You've still got the ability of Guardian and Simple to bring those out in the second half. I think for MIBR, it's important that they at least give themselves a bit of a buffer, right? Because that was the problem back on Train. After a 12-3 half, it looked like finally MIBR were actually starting to get their heads in the game, right? And we started to see more of the MIBR that we wanted to see. I'm trying to look at the more positives here. And I think as long as they're able to get 5-6 rounds in this first half, there is still a chance for the Brazilians. But you first have to reach that kind of minimum point, that buffer that we talk about.
Yeah, let them get one, Harry. That's still up for question, though. But we do have the money for those double AWPs as well, of course, that MIBR are always going to be keen to put into pole position here on the CT side. Great to see Guardian landing some shots at the AWP. I think, you know, it's certainly safe to say he has been a bit of a liability in this team. I'm just going to throw that out there, right? We saw him back at Malmo have some rough games, and even in the Pro League as well, that actually got Navi to this spot. Guardian, you know, he wasn't having the best of form. It was often left down to Simple to win a lot of these AWP fights, and you know, with Guardian taking the AWP over Simple, it's, you know, it's always that question mark, right? Obviously, Simple's got to be okay with it because, you know, they're back in a team together, and there are words being said that these guys get on now, and that's all good, and there's no drama, and that's what you like to see. But yeah, Guardian has had some great games today, and that's certainly good news for the future of Navi at this event.
Well, yeah, because there were a few question marks, and I think justifiably so, right? Guardian, when he first joined this squad, when we first saw him make his debut back in the group stages of the Pro League, he was still doing all right, but it wasn't those vintage. When you think Navi and you think Guardian, mate, you think of some of these fantastic AWP highlights. You think of him in the height of his career, and it feels like, you know, he's still got a little journey to go till he gets there. And obviously, I think as well, you know, the fact that even on an individual basis, there was that interview with Flamey done very, very recently, where he was talking about how there's still work to be done with him as an individual as well, but there's a lot of signs of progress. I think Guardian kind of fits into that remit as well, right, within this squad. Still trying to figure out exactly, you know, where it is you're going to slot him in. Obviously, he's had some time away from the CIS scene after going international with FaZe Clan, so he's used to you know, he's had his mind expanded to a few different styles now.
He learned that Cash was a map.
Yeah, and then promptly unlearned it as a map as well.
Yeah.
It might be throwing production under the bus a bit, but I would love if we could speak to Rush a little bit in this lull in the action. Hear what he has to say. We love doing that back in the group stages. We always gave Rush his fair share of love and attention on the camera. But maybe not for now, as we're still waiting for this tech pause to come to a close.
Yeah, so the players typing that Fallen was just reconnecting to Steam, and then hopefully we should be back in. We've got confirmation, 60 seconds, and we'll be back in with the action here. For those just joining us, Navi 6-0 up on the second map after winning MIBR's map pick. Hello, Rush.
All right, how you doing?
Hello.
Not bad, mate, not bad.
How you? Yeah, I see you in your little checkered number there. I'm just wondering, Rush, when it comes to this game, who are the players that you're going to be keeping an eye on most? Over on that, I'm going to give you a challenge.
The AWPers of both teams.
Yeah, AWPers of both teams. That's been your little strategy. Have you got any fancy camera angles for us here on Dust 2? Any that you haven't shown us yet?
Everything you've already seen.
Everything we've already seen.
My friend over here will have some extra ones that maybe you haven't.
Ooh, I like that. Little tease for the future. Well, Rush, we'll... While we got you here, I think... Oh, actually, I think we're done with you, man. Let's just get you off. Let's get you out. Yeah, I see the servers counting down. We're going to let Rush go back to his day job. We'll move him away from being on camera as he gets ready to observe this game. It's back underway. That little break has come to a close. We were giving everyone a bit of time to just take in what we've witnessed. A very strong-looking Navi and MIBR sleeping at the wheel. Has that little pause, that little break in the action spurred them on, heading into round number 7.
Harry, you predicted many moons ago that Fallen was going to pop off in this round.
I did. That was way at the beginning of that pause. Let's see if it comes true.
Let's see. He's up on Catwalk right now with the AWP. Navi just moving their way through middle. Guardian is holding on to the mid doors, and the Molotov from Electronic down lower will force Fallen back. That gives Catwalk to Navi. Although he's fallen back to a powerful AWP position. And FaZe actually taking control towards the long doors. Flamey gets a nice spam off. And Fer actually decides to duck out. That's a smart decision. Doesn't want to overcommit to that angle. He gets seen as well. Fallen going to re-aggress after this molly has faded. And this could be well timed, but there's so many players. Surely he can't get more than one. The trade should be imminent, but he does get away with that. Lucas re-peeking and getting a second, and that's a double down for Lucas, dropping everyone and the bomb here on Catwalk. Even takes the AWP. He's waiting for the flick on Simple, but peeking from the left side, Simple catches him off guard. They haven't got the bomb quite back under their control as Fallen still sits here on the Catwalk, but with this bit of time, Taco's come in from the tunnels and he's moved in on that T-spawn flank. FaZe even fully pushed up from long as well. Navi, they don't realize it, but they have enemies behind their lines.
Oh, indeed they do. Fer is on this wrap. Alongside him, Taco going on a separate journey all the way through T-spawn. Both players getting information. Simple's retrieved that AWP from the Catwalk. But now Taco and Fer both arriving, both on this lurk, and Simple not ready for it. Now leaves Flamey alone.
Oh, nice shot from Flamey, but at this point he's just going to get the AWP. He realizes there's no time to retrieve the bomb and get a plant, so may as well just scavenge a weapon. He is being covered by KNG, and yeah, he's just going to hold on to his AK instead. They know they have the money. He may as well hold on to the gun rather than risk losing his life while grabbing that AWP. So first round taken from MIBR, Harry. Maybe the PC breaking was what they needed. Just a bit of a breather, a bit of a moment to catch their breath. And some fresh air now for them as they find a CT side round. Nice aggression from Lucas on short. This double setup between Fallen and Lucas turns out very, very well. And Navi coming back in with guns.
Yeah, obviously the one downside there for MIBR is they lose that AWP on Fallen and they're not able to repurchase it here. So that double AWP is a distant dream, and already the man advantage taken in this round. With a fast mid play from Navi, they catch Fer, trying to play anti-flash, trying to tuck himself in. And so already 5-on-4 up with Catwalk control. We've seen the real kind of meta change on Dust 2 into being very Catwalk focused for these A-side plays. It isn't uncommon to just see Ts grab this side of the map, throw that close smoke that lets you get a bit deeper onto elbow, and then commit to these A plays. So with Navi already having this much control towards this side of the map so early on in the round, that feels like what's going to be the decision here for the Navi side.
Fallen staying around that smoke, keeping an eye on it, just making sure that Navi aren't committing to a mid to B, but nothing's coming through, and KNG confirms that from the window of the B site. Flashes over the catwalk, and Fallen doing his best to avoid them. There's a player dropping in. Fallen should have the drop on him, and he does. Boomich is down. Back to a 4-on-4 here. Fallen still committing in the spawn, and now the AWP is coming up as well. Needs to be careful. He finds these headshots. Guardian on the other side, and Fallen almost gets around that corner. Not quite. Guardian taking the advantage back for Navi, but 25 seconds, they can't rotate. They have to commit towards this A site right now. They will be able to get a bomb plant. No one's stopping that, but Lucas is still on long, holding onto his own, taking down Flamey, and that's set MIBR up very well for the retake.
Yeah, it's given them a chance, but with that bomb now planted for Catwalk, and oh, actually, I don't think it is. So Simple's position could get punished here. Luckily enough, him and Electronic are good for a killer piece, and that's going to leave them with the man advantage. Lucas trying to close the gap as he makes his way up long. Does find Guardian there, who gets a bit overzealous with that peek. Now just has to deal with Simple, but many a man have tried and failed this exact task. He's looking, and Simple now emerging in with 2 kills to round that one off, and 2 for Electronic, as both of these two vying for top spot on Navi. Currently it belongs to Electronic, but I'm liking this little competition between the two of them. Navi 7-1 up regardless, and once again an all too familiar situation for MIBR. They're into the doldrums, they don't have any cash, they're investing what they can. Fur's got a hero M4. Dust 2 though, not a fantastic map for it. I'm wondering where they want to try and play with this solitary rifle. They send it up towards Catwalk, they throw Fur into a boost, and as a result, he's going to be very, very fast on this flank. It might not matter though, because this A site already belongs to Navi. They just don't know it yet.
Oh, they double back though. Electronic's gone to check the flank, and he's just missed the timing. Fur has gone the long way round through T-spawn, checking everything, making sure there's no late B players here, as I think MIBR realize this round isn't winnable, but they're just looking to take every kill they can. KNG 0-7, looking to get his first on the board, but missed shots, and Boomich takes him down. Fur will finally win a duel with his M4, but he's now being held. Simple's here with the AWP, and Fur, he's looking to tuck tail with this gun. Taco's got another as well, so it's going to be an 8th round here for Navi on the T side, and MIBR looking to save face and hold on to a couple of weapons. Another unfortunate round for MIBR, right? That fast cat flank could have done everything there, but Navi, you know, the one time they don't sit around long, they just fully commit towards the A site off the back of that first pick and double down the pace. So it's going to be an 8-1 scoreline, and MIBR at least going to be able to buy up going forward. That AWP, or AWPs, plural, will be a factor once again, and nice exits at least found by the CT side, but Boomich, what a shot, nails Fur to the wall. Taco will respond, but that's still a lost gun here for MIBR. It's never a worry for Navi, they have all the money in the world, but MIBR scraping together every buy that they can get.
Yeah, these double AWPs are back in for MIBR. But, I mean, it's just, they're so expensive to invest in, and MIBR have been getting very little return out of this investment, right? Fallen, thus far, is the only man to have gotten a kill with an AWP for this Brazilian squad. And finally, there we go. KNG's on the board, he gets one. And can this be a bit more confidence thrown into this man? We know how strong he can be when he's feeling it. And he certainly wasn't feeling it to kickstart this game. But when you're hitting shots like that, man, I don't know, that should be the confidence booster that he needed.
Yeah, that's a ridiculous kill. Pre-aimed for the boost down in lower there. It's not every day you see someone just hold that angle. Very dedicated. As Navi lose the first man. And where do they go from here now? Up Catwalk with the Molotov down. Fur ready with plenty more grenades. Oh, I like this setup. KNG, he's going to be making first contact, and then Fur can peek off the back of it. Guardians here with the AWP as well. Navi going to send a couple of players back towards the top of T-spawn, make sure that no one's flanking from that B side. They've had no control towards the tunnel since that initial pick, and Fur goes wide to his own demise. Guardian catching that frag. Simple setting up that A cross smoke. but he's been smoked off in the process. KNG denying Navi the entrance towards this A site. It might send them back into a B play here if Boomich can regain control of the tunnels coming late down middle, but instead he just spams the doors on these rotating players. And Fallen, he's moved off the B site to great effect. He's found a kill and can now go back into B. Lucas on long, great off angle, and Flamey can't predict it. It's Simple and Guardian left alive in a 2-on-4.
Yeah, and Taco makes quick work of them both. With that spray, he'll find Simple and Guardian up on Cat. Even if he didn't, there were so many players nearby and so little time that that round was MIBR's all day long. Tactical pause now for Navi. They're going to try and figure this one out. If you remember back on Train, you know, MIBR, they were able to get their heads back in the game towards the very end. Man.
Fast.
That is so quick. But, yeah, I mean, you know, you look at the money, while it was approaching the kind of realms of being maxed out for Navi, as we saw the exact same back on Train. I know I keep referencing a lot, but there's a lot of parallels to be drawn between these.
What was the first map of this series, Harry?
It was that one, mate, with the... oh, what's it called on it, mate? The trains, that's the one. Yeah. But no,
Overpass.
I can remember. Yeah, actually, that does also have a train on it. You're not wrong.
But I'm also
Ever
not
since
right.
they made it, you know, so much more quiet and less obnoxious, I just forget it's there.
Yeah. Until you try and 5-stack boost and then boom, it's in your face. Triple B stack here, or at least 3 players crossing, Fallen staying in middle, so maybe MIBR expecting a B play after that pause. It might be the case after all. Electronic, he's found that kill down middle, the AWP getting removed, and a quick mid to B smoke is really going to put fear in the hearts of MIBR. They are more than expecting a mid to B play at this point, but Navi never want to overcommit, never want to run the gun too fast. KNG's going to flash Taco into this fight. Let's see if that flash is good enough, and it will at least blind one, but Electronic's there with a trade immediately. Great anti-flash play from Electronic. That smoke's going to fade though. He needs to hurry up with the cross. KNG getting spotted, and Electronic is so good. 3rd kill of the round. B play getting crushed by MIBR as Fur finds Simple coming through the tunnels. It's a 2-on-2 right now, and Navi going back towards long.
And that's the thing, you know, I think if you give Navi the wake-up call that they can't just keep taking wherever they want on the map when you're not letting them play their own game, that's how you're going to finally start to instill a bit of vulnerability in these guys who have just seemed so on top of this entire series. Lucas now up on Catwalk, just trying to buy some time, but Flamey's going to land a blinder of a shot in spite of getting brought down low. Bomb plant here found, and it's for a lone B rotator left in this clutch. He's got a lot to do, and that smoke might just slow him down. Instead, he's going to try and go through it. Tries to play around this. Nade gives up his position and doesn't find all too much damage. Guardian's just homed in on the angle, and that's a quick 9th round picked up there for Navi.
Yeah, nice reaction to not overcommit with that B play once they lose Simple inside of the site. Electronic gets a lot of value out of that mid position, finds 3 kills, and only 1 man commits towards B. Navi lose him, and without that entry into the site, they just go, screw it, let's take long. We know that MIBR aren't going to have players here in this 2-on-2, and we can at least get close towards the A site and trade effectively. They don't even need to. They win both those duels. So 9-2 right now. And back towards mid, of course. Electronic and Boomich going to be pressuring the doors as is normal. Fur is here, but he can't really take this fight with an SMG, just has to hold the tight corner. And
I do love how Navi have been playing mid, right? They have Guardian just hold Suicide down from spawn, watching the door, and that allows every round Electronic to just rush down mid. And he gets there so fast. He's found so many openers from that fast mid play. It's almost unreal that we haven't had a bit more attention over on middle this round. He gets boosted, thrown up onto his teammate's head there over at short and pulls it back into a 4-on-4. Fool and will go unchecked though. And now, not armed with his trusty AWP, he's only good for 1. Taco has managed to keep this even, and Lucas arriving from long. He might only be 13 points of health, but he's still putting up numbers. Boomich, he's decided to leave A. Down through mid he goes. Now, as this bomb plant doesn't come in, MIBR have to start to consider this as a possibility, but there's no way you expect him to have done it this early on.
Yeah. This is such a play from Boomich. So heads up, he knows MIBR are going to reroute and regroup to retake, and now they have to go all the way back down towards B with that bomb plant coming in. That's going to cut off time significantly, and they do not have a kit for this retake. Boomich moving back into middle, and surely they don't expect this play. Oh, he may have just brained them hard, Harry. Double mollies, though, and double flashes. They could check this corner, and they should be able to trade, you'd like to think, but do they check it? That's the question. One goes by, and Boomich playing it like an absolute beast. He finds them both.
Boomich is in their heads, man. He knows what he's doing. He plays the trigger discipline, and he just waits. And that there is heartbreaking for MIBR, but a huge, bulging brain on the shoulders of Boomich. A 10th round for Navi. Look at this, man. He knows he's got it locked in. And there's that moment of realization. Lucas just turning around, but he almost is like, well, I'm dead. Like,
it's just such a sick read. He knows that they're grouping back on long or short to win that round to try and retake A. And he knows that no one will come tunnels. They just have to come CT. It's a fastest point of rotation. And MIBR didn't have a kit to go anywhere else. So,
not
just
only
glorious.
that, man, even if he only gets one kill from that position, he knows the other guy, at worst, is going to have gone maybe through, like, T-spawn, and as a result, there's going to be very little time left. He knows he can just waste time in the window and at the doors. Everything about that is perfect from Navi, and now they're only up against the pistols here in this one. Admittedly, there's some armor behind it. It is a partial investment, but already losing a man. This double cat setup has to try and save the day, but instead, Boomich has torn it apart, and now it's only Fallen left. He might be able to deal with Flamey, and he will, but surely that's it for Fallen here. There's already someone moved in to try and shut him up, and now Navi on the cusp of 11. They're going to get there.
This has just been an excellent T-side for Navi. You want to know the craziest factor as well? Apart from that previous round with Boomich there, and I guess just here with Electronic running into B, we've not seen Navi go towards that B bomb site. Now, to be fair, there haven't been many bomb plants anyway. They've been winning most of these rounds via duels. But even so, Navi have just been splitting A round after round and winning it almost every single time. It's always nice to know that you're 11-2 up off of that. And at any point, Navi can just throw in a B rush. And MIBR, they're not playing numbers towards B because Navi aren't going there. So that's in the back of the minds of MIBR at every point, knowing that, whenever Navi feel like it, they can just rush B. And, sometimes that can really just absolutely tear apart an entire CT side. You hit the B rush at the right time, you kill the one man there, and there you go. You have a 5-on-4, the CT save. And that's just terrifying to know that that hasn't even had to be used yet. Navi is still 11-2 up. So this has just been excellent stuff, and looking for a couple more just to round out the half.
Oh, finally they deal with this mid-aggression, though, from Navi. Fallen Zorp getting rid of Boomich there early on, and that's quite the scalp to find. He's now going to try and lead this ragtag bunch of misfits from beyond the grave. Fallen still over in mid, baits in that kill there as Electronic was looking for the trade, allows KNG the easiest kill of his career. No one keeping an eye on that position. And MIBR now 5-on-3 up, one of the best starts to a round they've ever had. Guardian, Simple, and Flamey left on the other side, though. Not a trio you want to underestimate here if you're MIBR. I like this decision to double up over towards long from Fur and Lucas. They're locking down this side of the map. KNG in that A bomb site, armed with the Krieg. He's in a position where he can just take this first fight, try and go for this first kill, and then just play delay, right? Hide behind that box, waste time, give some time for Fur and Lucas to move up long and throw some supportive flashbangs and the like. And we might get to see that fall into place now with Navi throwing the cat smoke to try and get them out.
Oh, this utility is perfect from KNG. The molly lands as the smokes come through for Navi and even flashes to delay this push. That smoke's going to fade sooner rather than later, and Lucas has already found the first crossing player. KNG coming into his own, but actually not winning that duel. It's Simple to flick back past the flash with a frag. 20 seconds, and that AWP finds another. Surely not like this. Navi can't, MIBR can't afford to throw away this, what was a 5-on-2. Simple waiting for the shots out on CT. There's a player on catwalk as well, but Flashbang giving away that position. Boost up, and it is traded. Simple in the clutch, but he can't close it out. Fallen finds the shot with the AWP, and that will be the retake there for MIBR. Definitely got scary, but at this point they will take every round they can get, and there's only one left of the half.
Yeah, I was going to say, someone might want to grab that. Someone might want to get on that. Woo! But yeah, they will. They go ahead. It looked like they were both about to rotate off. I was very, very worried for a moment, but it's been dodged. And that will be the third round now for MIBR. still, the real danger that this could be another 12-3 half for Navi is ever present, right? The money's just not been a problem for them all game long, so of course there's another buy coming in here. AWPs come out on Guardian, rifles to everyone else. They've got all the utility they could possibly need. The same can be said over in the MIBR camp for a change. It's only Lucas who's a bit more limited here heading into this round, but that's all well and good. He's been playing over towards long. He's normally had a teammate there to support him as well. And so this time, they actually sent KNG toward that side of the map, but the flashbangs are in for Navi, and Lucas has already been removed. KNG now in this position, looking for the trade. No one from Navi offering it up just yet, though.
Yeah, the flash pushes him back. He's going to have to boost on top of the site with Fallen. Still 2 AWPs here on the A site. They can flash in and take a fight. Guardian's been pushed off. He's blind, but not for long. You can easily isolate the player on top of the site, and that's what he does. KNG dead. Does he read Fallen's there as well? No. Loses his head in the process, but Fallen needs a little bit more than that. And with the flash, he goes further forward, forced back eventually. Really wants to try and get another kill off of this long position, but Navi are not giving him the chance. And Fur, that's an unfortunate timing as he backs off around the corner. We'll be able to get smoked down. Taco's pushed through the mid doors, and Flamey should have seen him, but Electronic coming from behind gets him instead. And that's a B player. They know it. They can just set themselves towards his site. Falling into their sight lines, and he goes down as well. It's just Fur alone in CT. And once that smoke fades, he is going to be on the chopping block as well. Tries to climb above it. I don't know if they saw him, but they read it, and they will take him down. That's just ridiculous. Navi, 12 rounds on the T side of Dust 2 with no signs of stopping. We've got that second half coming up in just a second. MIBR about to go 0-2 in this matchup unless they can pull back a miracle.
And I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away a fire in the dark. I know that you won't be where you will again.
Navi have had enough. They want to go home. They want to get this game done with, and they might just do it in 2. 12-3 at the end of the first half here of Dust 2, and MIBR almost nothing to show for this series. Can they pull a comeback here? I'm not betting on it, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, it would all have to start with this pistol round, right? It becomes so important for MIBR to find success in this one here and now. Fallen donning the utility. The rest of the gang on the armor pistol buy. Simple already opening this round up. He's got that P2K and he's putting it to good use over at short. The flashbang's perfect as well from Electronic. He helps out in a very big way. Fallen will deal with Simple at the very, very least, but it's still a 2-on-4. The odds overwhelmingly in favor of Navi, and Guardians deleted Lucas to make matters worse. Fallen the only man left and a 1v4 to find.
Yeah, the bomb plot would be incredible here, but Navi don't want to give it away. He's spinning, he's circling, but Boomich has got the drop on him. We'll be able to stop that bomb from getting planted. He could have committed to a cat plant. I would have liked to see that, but I guess he was scared of the possibility of someone jumping up on CT and getting the shot off. He didn't think they would be so fast on the ramp, but Navi denying that bomb plant. And to be honest, that makes so much difference. This would have been a force buy for MIBR in the second round with Kriegs and potentially AKs here. Well, now they're forcing, but they've not got anything. They're scouting 4 pistols, not a good position to be in by any means. And yeah, Betway agree. And I agree with Betway.
And it's one of those rare situations where we all agree with each other. Very rarely do you and I and the Betway guy see eye to eye. Wow, that all rhymed. That was awful. Here's Rush.
Just as awful.
He's good. He's giving us a thumbs up. He's letting us know he's feeling it.
Don't take your hands off the wheel, though. Got to keep him on deck. All 10 of those fingers working the magic right now for Rush as Navi have to deal with this A play. MIBR sending 4 players up the catwalk, and Guardian waiting in the wings, going to peek with that flashbang, but Taco dodges it and he gets shot in the back of the head. Electronic going down to the boost up Lucas, and the bomb has been spotted here. Navi can afford to fully rotate off the back of this information, and they are winning all the duels. Fallen finds one in middle through the doors, but that is a small consolation in an otherwise grave situation. Guardian locking it down with the FAMAS here from the A site, and that's 14 rounds for Navi. Not gonna lie, I didn't like the force buy from MIBR. You know, if they get the bomb plant, fair enough, but without it, Harry, they're now down 14-3 with an eco. They could just keep forcing if they want.
Yeah, I imagine that's kind of got to be the decision, right? Like, surely that's all you can do at this point. I mean, you're really putting a lot of faith in your T side here if you take this eco in this round. And they are going to. They're just going to run a couple of Deegs. He's a bit awkward because he can't actually fully invest. Actually, no, he should be okay to get something like a Galil or an AK with the armor behind it. But yeah, this is going to be map and series point for Navi, and very, very dominantly as well. You know, I mean, we've been speaking a lot about how this is kind of sad for MIBR in the sense that they looked great at the start of the day, and this doesn't feel like that same team we were watching earlier. But for Navi, I think this is fantastic, and it sets us up so well looking to the future at the rest of these finals and how they're going to pan out, because they're not messing around, man. They're looking fire in the server.
Obviously, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I'm going to. You know, Navi have constantly been looking for a major winning team, and they've never really been able to find that form. But I think finally we might have a team that could be competing to be, you know, one of the top 3 in the world. And I think here in Odense, if they show that, if they make a run and they get to those grand finals, I have real high expectations for Navi moving forward with the rest of next year.
Yeah, they're saying always the bridesmaid, never the bride comes to mind. And that's been the case for Navi time and time again. Now in this round, first kill found for MIBR. I was hopeful that this could have led to something, but it's immediately traded and equalized out back into a 4-on-4. Electronic even maintaining this pressure over on the catwalk, not ready to concede this to MIBR just yet. And Boomich, he's gone running through long, and he's got here for free. Boomich could shut this entire round down right now. Doesn't play the trigger discipline. Instead, he's just going to take the 1 kill while he's got it. But that's enough to throw this into disarray for MIBR, because now, if you're Fallen in this situation, you're telling the rest of the team, well, if they've gone long, they know where we are. They've got a very good idea as to where this play could be coming in. And so MIBR, they've just had to slow right down. They're having to wait to see how many more players lurk in the back line.
Yeah, and the worst part is Boomich isn't even there anymore. He's gone back towards the A site, so once they commit up Catwalk, Simple can call for help, and Boomich can offer that help. MIBR, scared of the backline, don't need to be anymore. But they aren't to know that. Great grenade as well. Fur put down to 50. Smoke up the catwalk here for MIBR to cross towards the site, but Simple is waiting in the wings. Orb is ready. Flashes are doing a lot of work here, but he's still going to be able to hide behind the boxes. Missed shot, uncharacteristically so, as Taco takes that entry. If he doubles down, there's a chance here for MIBR, but getting dinked by Boomich's M4 as he finishes off the job as well. Looking for another, but first taking that kill right back, and the bomb plant will be allowed.
Yeah, but they need to convert it to a round win. Navi, they don't have to go for this, and they know it. They've got a huge buffer between them and MIBR, so they just decide to go for the save.
Really?
They give this one up. They'll give them a 4th round to their name. At the end of the day, Navi, they know they need 11 more in a row, and MIBR haven't even been able to chain together 2 in this entire game thus far. Every single round they've got has just been an isolated incident, and so Navi are just going to treat this as that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a surprise to see the save and a 2-on-2 here. I think the molly on Catwalk was the real deciding factor there. If they had the time to get up, they wouldn't have saved likely. But I think the realization is not only do they have a Krieg and an Orb, but they have no money. And if they went for that and they lost both their guns, they would have been on eco. And that's going to give MIBR not only a couple of rounds in a row, but a way back into this game potentially. And although it's still 15-4 at the end of the day, Navi don't want to give MIBR any semblance of confidence to get back into this. So instead, they're going to save those guns, they're going to rebuy right back in, and they're going to look to close it in round number 20.
Also, there's 84 effective flashes on Navi right now, and that pales in comparison to the, 41 on MIBR.
Good maths.
So, yeah, I've had to do that one on the fly. I've had to add that up.
Oh,
it might be wrong,
dear.
it might be right. It doesn't matter because it still spells good night for MIBR. Guardian and Electronic both getting a kill apiece, all ready to start this round. And now MIBR, just 3 players remain. They wanted to try and keep their heads above water, but it's already flowing over them. It might be too little, too late.
Yeah, Guardian got a shot through the smoke as well. Just nothing that MIBR can do at this point, is there? 3-on-5 into the site. Guardian has no smoke, but luckily he is avoiding the fire. Oh, no, he's not. It's finally spread. It's finally caught him in the corner. Down to 50 as he just dodges at the end. Electronic, low HP, taking this off, looking for the shots, but Guardian's got the cover. He won't let them cross to the site, and Electronic doesn't need to take a fight as Taco and Fallen look to get up on top of A. Nice shot from Fallen. Allows for the bomb plant, but they don't check short, and Simple's come in on the backline. He will close out the map and the series. It's Navi going 2-0 up against MIBR. They made quick work of them on their map pick of Dust 2, and no survivors, no prisoners, just casualties here for the Brazilian side of things. Not the MIBR that we saw earlier on taking down FaZe. They looked a little bit worse for wear in this one.
Yeah, they really did, and I think you kind of saw the mental fatigue even taking hold. You know, they were really feeling it. Zeus had his head in his hands for some of that game, and it did just kind of feel like for MIBR that their hearts were in it towards the very end, right? Like, you could tell it had gotten to them. Navi take a dominant victory there, 16-4, and that'll be them winning this series 2-0. We're going to give this one back over to the wonderful folks at the analyst desk. We've got Trace and co standing by. What did you gents make of that one?
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I do appreciate you as always. They're over there, and we're going over here now because that is the end of the series. 2 maps to conclude it, and we do see, I guess, the best-looking Navi that we've probably seen all year.
That was a scary, scary prospect right there. There was Navi playing some of the best, as you said, Counter-Strike we probably have seen all year, especially with this iteration of the lineup. Boomich showing he can control these guys, you know. Electronic having another fantastic map coming into this one. We saw at the Major how influential he is for Navi. When he's on form, he is not only a good player, not only a world-class player, but one of the best players in the entire world. If he can keep this one up, then we have another contender for the title.
And we did touch on it in the pregame too, that sort of double op battle that went on, and KNG on that first half was getting absolutely dominated at mid. Like, he was getting shut down completely. They were trying to do aggressive plays. They had like this play where they were smoking the top of mid, got spammed through the smoke immediately, no chance. They tried to do a pop flash play over long. They were doing all these aggressive plays, and Navi was just waiting to shut it down. The amount of times Navi's trying to go into a site with 10 seconds left this game, it was classic Navi.
What I loved the most was that Navi didn't even need long control in order to facilitate split this T side. Normally, you see whenever somebody is successful on Dust 2, especially on the T side, they want to take long control and they want to do it fast, or at least have some sort of long take. I believe Navi went fast long one round out of those 15 on the T side, so they completely controlled this game without even having potentially the most influential part of the map throughout the entire T side.
Yeah, no, we're talking 13 rounds total, Davey. I mean, this is a T side that is woeful for sure for the side of MIBR.
Yeah, no, it wasn't great. And like, what was worse was their CT side this game, to be honest with you. It felt like MIBR was sort of giving this game to Navi. Navi was forcing them, like you had said, Pim. They were dictating the pace of the game entirely. When Navi wanted to go fast, they went fast. When Navi wanted to go slow, they went slow. And MIBR had no response to it. But MIBR was trying, like, to give them credit. They were trying to make plays. They were trying to mix things up. But everything they did, as you can see there, KNG just completely shut down 2-17.
That is a rough number to end the series on. Now, that did put MIBR in a pretty advantageous situation where they could have won this game and then they go on to play in the upper bracket final for this group, but that is simply not going to be the case. Speaking of simple, that is where they're going to find themselves up against the winner of 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses. So that's where they kind of put themselves into position-wise. And at the conclusion of this series, I mean, for MIBR, we need to, I guess, look at what their tournament life is going to look like afterwards.
I think it's going to be rough for MIBR. It was a positive sign that they were able to beat FaZe Clan in that opening game. It was a little bit back and forth. I would say it could have gone FaZe way as well. So moving on, you know, MIBR, they have to shake this one off, especially KNG, as you said. This is the player that is supposed to do it for MIBR, right? He's replacing Cold Zero. He's being brought into this lineup. He's being gifted the role being the primary AWP player. When you have Fallen on the lineup as well, he needs to deliver. He needs to show up. Otherwise, there's no way MIBR is going to make the playoff.
Yeah, and he hasn't shown up at all since they brought him onto the team, to be honest. And this game, he doesn't usually perform this badly. I think Navi did a really good job of shutting him down. Navi's style of play is kind of just the KNG counter. It's like we're going to sit here and wait for so long that you're going to want to do something, especially because he wasn't in the game. He kept trying to get himself in the game and going for picks and trying to do stuff, which, you know, it's good that he's not losing his confidence, but none of it was working. He was getting killed every time, so not great from him.
Not great. I guess at all. And unfortunately, that will be the stopping point for MIBR within this bracket. We're going to get that opportunity to catch up with the side of Navi first before we go any further.
I've got Guardian with me after Navi conquered MIBR in stylish fashion 2-0. And it's finally, I'm getting to interview again with your Navi shirt on. It feels like it's been a long time here. But 2-0, did you expect MIBR to put up more of a fight? Because you guys were so dominating in that.
I mean, obviously we didn't know what we can expect from them. So we were just following our plan that Blade set up. And we were trying to play our game and see how they're playing from the beginning of the game. And then we were trying to adjust our game to their tactics, and yeah, that's how we played.
Now, in terms of you fitting back into this roster, did you have any problems with it? Because obviously it's been a while since you come in, you have the language change, you're now back speaking Russian, maybe more comfortable for you, but any teething issues?
I mean, I understand everything in Russian, obviously, but sometimes the speaking, I still have some issues. I think it will come by time, getting used to it again, because I speak English at home, I spoke English in FaZe Clan, so I don't have the practice with Russian, but I think it's getting better and better every day. And yeah, it's just all about dedication, asking what if I don't understand anything, and yeah, that's how I'm getting used to it.
Now you're in the grand final for the group part of this. You'll be facing either EG or 100 Thieves. Who would you like to take down?
That's an easy question for me, because I would like to get the revenge from 100 Thieves from the major, the Berlin major. Yeah. So I like to face 100 Thieves, and yeah, let's see how we will play.
Let's see what happens. You've done well so far. Good victory over MIBR. We're going to go back to the desk and let's see what happens. We're going to be seeing EG versus 100 Thieves later on, and we're going to be understanding who Navi will be facing.
Yeah, and there's going to be a little while before we get there. Right now, I just want to give you guys a quick B-Stream update before we jump into some brackets. It does look like Ty Lue has taken down FaZe Clan on a map. Ouch. That one's going to sting if you are a FaZe Clan fan. However, we're going to take a look at this B bracket, see how it's played out thus far. As you note, Liquid and North, the only best of one that has been played yet. But we're going to be seeing exactly how that team that does win that advances and who they're going to have to play against. Either they're going to play Mouse Sports, they're going to either run into Astralis G2 on the other side of that. So we're talking about a little bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, no big surprises in that bracket. I think everyone who were supposed to win their games won the games. There was a little bit, of a if moment for Mouse Sports. They were down 0-7, I believe, against ATK at a certain point on Nuke, but ended up winning 16-9. So they avoided that big disappointment right there. But apart from that, every single favorite so far in this tournament seems to be delivering. And to me, that's a great sign because we have everyone coming in a great shape.
That's kind of what happens anytime I show up. It feels like I'm serious. I swear to God, for the NA, all the NA groups, like I showed up for Group D in Stage 2. All the favorites won across the board. Now we're here again. All the favorites are winning again. I feel like I just correct the universe. I just make sure everything goes to plan.
Well, that's a great ability to have.
Basically,
it's not bad.
We've basically centered around that idea, and that's we brought you here to sort of keep the peace, to keep it at ease here with the city of Unsa, because we do have another matchup coming your way. It's going to be a best of one, though. Just to throw you off, we actually rescheduled that Liquid game to be a little bit later. You can let us know who your favorites are over on hashtag ESL Pro League over on the Twitter sphere, or just tweet at us directly. Either way, we do have that best of one coming your way. North taking on Liquid in their opening matchups here after a long travel day. Liquid's going to try to come out on top. We'll be right back after this break.
Credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't a classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Ulsan. I came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Udense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Subdivine. I'll show you how it's done. There's no sight we go inside. The man is the one. You build your walls with faith in God. They never come around. Then wonder why we all defy the burden to be born. We're coming home with a mission to bring an end to a terrible land. We are here to your mission. We are many of one. We're coming home with a mission to tear you down from your undeserved throne. We can take your conviction. We are many of one. You may call it a virus, but we call it the antidote. It's an answer to silence. The future is here to revolt.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
Loopy and tired, but the show must go on. If you are Team Liquid, you have just arrived on the scene and you need to prepare yourself for work. North have been here for quite some time. In fact, 19 hours ago, we saw a tweet from their camp just saying that they were ready to get this matchup played. Meanwhile, Liquid, having just found boots on the ground, they're going to have to come in here and they're going to have to start swinging right away. Welcome back to the ESL Pro League Season 10, everyone. My name is Trey Saranthus. I am your host, and alongside of me will be the analyst with the most. I do have Jacob, and now we're joined by Chad Burchill. You might know him as Sponge. And we're about ready to kick this last best of one off.
It seems kind of weird, the order we're doing it in, ladies and gentlemen, but as Trace was just saying, there's a reason that we've kind of jumbled it around. It is to accommodate Liquid and their travel woes. Jacob, you're someone who always has travel woes. How does it feel when they lose your bag?
It's horrible, man. It happens every single time. It's
what about this time?
I was driving here, so
you
that's
still
the
lost your
solution.
bag. Like
that little Greta, that one that yells about the environment, she doesn't get planes, and she probably doesn't lose her bags.
Nope, but we're changing the weather just for her.
Damn.
And that is the way that works. Either way, speaking of the weather, something is on the cards. It could be rain for the north side of things, but that's just going to depend on what Liquid shows up here today. And for me personally, watching Liquid play here, that's going to be a very interesting feat. They have pretty much a big wall ahead of them.
I think there's a big question in terms of what Liquid is going to show up with, because obviously they must be a little bit affected by this horrendous travel coming into Odense. That being said, though, I think there's just as big a question mark when you look towards north. We haven't seen them play in quite some time, and what we have seen seen as of late hasn't really been impressive. It's the same story over and over again with this squad. A lot of potential, a lot of players on the lineup that is supposed to perform better than they are, but they still don't get it done. Now, if there's one positive thing you want to look out for in this matchup is that last time we had these two teams face in a best-of-1 scenario at a Pro League final event, North actually won 16-13 and knocked Liquid down into the lower bracket.
Well, here are your rosters. You're onto something there, Jacob. North and Team Liquid, as we say yet one more time. It's going to be some Danes versus some North Americans right here in this matchup. So already we see Liquid. We know that they're a world-class team. We know that they're the contender. They're one of the top dogs. But when they stack up against North, what are we expecting?
Yeah, so during the European season, we actually get to see them debut with Cajun on the team, right? And him coming in, I thought, oh, instantly, he's going to be the secondary AWPer. AZ can go back to that rifling role. But no, it's kind of stayed the same as it was before this roster change came in. AZ's doing the secondary AWPing, Yugi's doing the primary AWPing. We need to see a lot from Yugi. But Kyobi as an individual, the man we just had on your screen, he's been showing up in matches for them and actually been having a lot of impact. Gade has taken over the in-game leadership role. He's also changed some positions and then changed them back. And I think that what Cajun kind of brings, and it's what we always say when this guy comes into a team, is a strong backbone, because he's someone who has a lot of experience. Those that don't know, he used to play with that trio from Astralis.
Astralis, yes. Once upon a time, way back when. Jacob, I'm sure you could give us a brief history lesson. However, now I want to talk about vetoes. We went from a best of 3 back to a best of 1, just so everyone's clear, just so everyone knows that we're going to end up on one map. We haven't all lost our minds. Maybe just Liquid.
Maybe just Liquid. There's a few maps we're not going to see. One of them is going to be Train. The other one is going to be Mirage. That should be the permanent bans for both of these teams. Actually, North have tried to implement Mirage into the map pool. They have been playing it a little bit as of late, have has more success as of recently than they have previously, but it's not a map they want to play against Liquid. I don't believe so. They did that last time they faced each other at, I think that was at DreamHack Masters, where it didn't really go too well for North either.
Yeah, well, they get a lot of bans here, right? So Vertigo is something that North haven't played at all. It'd be very surprising to see that one come through in a veto like this, especially considering the form that Liquid just showed against Astralis over there in the ECS finals. So that was the map they were able to take. I think that one ended up in overtime. So if North want to go there, that's one of the sleeper cards that you could possibly have here, right? How much prep have they done? Is it a map that they want to use coming into this this tournament? And do they think that maybe, a sleepy Liquid could be countered on a newer map?
Yeah, and that's something that I'm going to wonder too. I mean, if we do somehow, some way get Vertigo out of this, when I look at this map, I mean, I'm not expecting the cleanest CS. Let's just put it that way.
It's so scrappy, right? I think that's what these close corridors and close corners do, and any gun basically works. So Valve, pretty happy with themselves, I would say.
Yeah.
But some of the things that we saw coming out from Liquid, they had I think it was a blistering CT half there.
Does that blister you, Chad?
Were they smiling?
No, I was thinking about the Vertigo part. It actually came true. The
I'm
prophecies.
not going to lie. This like, I was in love with the, not original version, but the one before this update, and then I didn't kind of like this version, but now it's growing on me. And I think I like watching new maps because I get to see new ideas. It's not just the same rinse and repeat Mirage rubbish that we get every day.
That's what I hope to see from North, right? I want to see some new ideas. As you said, they haven't played Vertigo before. This is the first time they're going to debut with that on lane. So if North have whatever they feel confident in picking Vertigo up against Team Liquid, who just beat Astralis on it, a few days ago, you must assume that North have prepared something special, something we haven't seen before. And that could be the thing, that's going to catch off Liquid in this one.
Yeah, and if you are Liquid, you're looking at this thinking, okay, well, things are already kind of rough for us right now. We need to get in there and tough it out and get this matchup done. For all intents and purposes, this will stack up the winner against Mousesports.
Yeah, and that is going to be a difficult game for either of these teams. I think Mousesports coming off some good form, obviously picking up CAC not that long ago. Just to touch on a couple of things from that Astralis game against Liquid for the final of ECS, that happened on Sunday night. Today is only Tuesday. So that's all happened very, very quickly. They had a very good CT half, and it was Naf with some huge plays. I think the whole Twitter sphere went alight when he was...
Naf.
Yeah, he was just tearing them apart. But something that was positive for them as well was their retakes, right? They were losing the bomb site, but then they had good utility usage dealing with those retakes. So it doesn't necessarily matter how good North are looking here if the retakes from Liquid can be that potent.
No, it's going to be interesting to see. I'm looking for North to disrupt Team Liquid. I'm looking for North to take a lesson from that matchup they had against Astralis. We do know North to be one of those teams who always prepare well for their opponents. Yep. They kind of have to right now because individually speaking, they can't really be up to pair with Navi's, FaZe clans and all that kind of stuff. So they have to find other ways of gaining some ground on some of those teams. So preparation is very key for North coming into a game like this. Neff, as you said, he had a sick game against Astralis. And let's be honest, most likely he's not going to be able to replicate that against a team like North, not you know, considering the circumstances as well, because I think Naf was playing one of the best games that he's been playing throughout this year. So there is a chance for North here, and if they're coming in well prepared, I'm willing to say that we're going to have a very competitive game on our hands.
Yep, and that's what that sound means. It's time to play the game. Chad, who do you got?
I'm going to go with Liquid.
There we go. There's a little spirit. There's some pep in the step. I'm ready to get this thing started. I'm ready to go to Vertigo with Harry and Hugo, which is exactly where we're going to head right now. One best of one here to kick things off for Team Liquid and North as they look to get things set up in the right direction. Make sure you stick around because we're jumping right in the game now, Harry.
Yes, we are. Thank you very much, Trace. And I think, you know, we got to give some love to North for agreeing to reschedule this just so Liquid had a bit more time to get ready. Only a bit, but, you know, it can make all the difference. Liquid starting off over on this CT side. North already grouping up down towards the ramp. And you'll note we have this nice little adjustment on the minimap. Like what ESL have done with Nuke, just to make it a little bit easier to understand.
I mean, it's not really easy because it's Vertigo, and this one is a
I think there's only so
one.
much you can fix in the HUD, right? Yeah.
They've done their best. And we're going to see how this plays out. I'm really excited to see what North bring to the table. Obviously, their debut on Vertigo, on LAN versus, I mean, Liquid, who just beat Astralis on this days ago. So this is a real trial by fire for North. But let's see if they're hot and heavy and ready to go. It's an execute into that A site, as is standard here with this map. You're going to be seeing a lot of that. Liege boosted up looking for damage. Does find a good bit onto Gade as well, who will be going for that bomb plant. Double boost up on top of the top. And Gade can't escape. Sui's going to take his head off nice and quick. The retake is on and they have a kit.
Yeah, they're already overwhelming this site. They're wasting no time on closing this gap, but the closer they get, the closer they are to these blocks. They're already on that bomb, but then they get removed. AZ still in the smoke, just hit him with his knife out. Oh dear, Liege getting one, trying to get on the bomb, but AZ's been waiting all around. But oh no, he's knifing, he's stabbing him, and North will get that round under their belt. The knife kill for AZ, and North are already being very loud about that one. They're very happy with that start. Locking in not only the bomb plant, but the round behind it. Kills for Liege and Stewie, all that come through there for Team Liquid. They're going to force by now into this round here. MP9 on Naf, Scout for Stewie, pistols for the rest of the gang.
Before Liege tried to stick that bomb, he tried to move through the smoke, and he actually got stuck on AZ. I love that play, just sitting on top of the bomb. No way anyone's getting past you. And yeah, the knife, just keeping 360ing with that good old blade there. Stewie looking for a pick down ramp here. He's got the scout. And there's two players moving up. Gade is there. He gets tagged. AZ with a kill instead. And they can't retrieve that gun. Actually, Liege has just grabbed it off the body and fallen back, but opting to use the deagle for now, knowing that one player is tagged. It's only a one shot for that man at least. But Yugi's going to be the one moving up instead. North not rushing this just yet. They know they're up against a force, and if Liquid want to regress, they should be ready and waiting for those repeaks. Liquid are going to fall back on that A site. Liege going back towards the connector as North look elsewhere. Flashes out for Kiebi in middle. The bomb is going to be nearby as well. Looks like a B play though as they come through lower twist. Oh, he finds a dink onto Cajun. That's a good bit of damage right now as North eventually move out through middle. Just really taking their time with this one. 40 seconds left on the clock. Can't afford to leave it too late, but if the bomb gets dropped in mid, that could be a bit of a problem with only two players here currently.
Oh my word, and Twist is getting even more damage off with this CZ. Now the Scout softening up a man over in mid. 3 of these 4 remaining players are so low. Will that be enough for a round win though? Naf's MP9 comes to life, and in amongst all the chaos, he's brought it back to a 1v1. Nitro versus Yugi. Scout versus AK here. This B-bomb site narrowly belongs to North. Yugi's gonna tap that bomb and now get that planted. Nitro slipping on in, getting close, hasn't made a sound. Now spotted by Yugi, sprays him down and just about locks in that round for North. They'll take the conversion, 2-0 up. That force buy for Liquid gets very, very close, but not quite the round.
I think one thing that is hugely important to think about coming into this game is the fact that, okay, yeah, Liquid, they've proven their ability on this map. They beat Astralis on it in overtime at ECS, but at the end of the day, North have had all this time to watch watch back that matchup, and Liquid have been traveling since that game. They haven't had time to change anything, Harry. So North is going to know exactly what to expect in terms of, you know, the game plan for Liquid, especially moving over onto that T side. Some next level smokes being thrown out by North as well. Denying that aggression down short side for now. Liquid are only on pistols in round number 3.
It's important to remember, right, North, they might have this this look, this aesthetic of being this really fit, healthy team, but they are massive nerds at the end of the day, right? And they've been practicing, they've been coming up with new things to try. I think it's always great watching a team make their debut on Vertigo, right? And it's very unique to have that as an option as well, even, right? Like
so late.
Yeah, so late on in its form. But we finally get to see it, and this round they're running up against these pistols, so it should be a conversion. They find a Liege over at short. The A-bomb site now belongs to them. And they'll get all the remaining kills behind it for the time being. Just these pistols at the end of the day. So not the end of the world for Liquid. They weren't expecting to find much here. And they haven't found much here. So kind of good.
Yeah. Standard stuff going about as well as you can expect with only default pistols, mainly so. But we have got this buy coming into round number 4 now for Liquid. Guns are out, and all M4s as well. I feel like this is one of the maps that, you know, lends itself towards the AUG. I think that's a really great gun to see CTs using that aggressively on A ramp, trying to take those fights when you don't have a Krieg or an AWP. And that A-ramp control, that A-ramp aggression on the CT side is going to be a mainstay here for Liquid. Let's see if they can get away with it as they send 3 players towards that A side of the map to start off this round. North looking to contest with a man down the bottom. That's Yugi. He's been smoked off already, so this is going to be Liquid's part of the map for now, as North are going to have to retake that later on. They're not too interested for the time being, just moving in through middle with that bomb. Occasions lurking around B as well. Twist has got his sights set on this site.
Yeah, lots of mid-control taken here from North, really putting a lot of stock in grabbing this side of the map. Something that we saw from Liquid when they played versus Astralis was that was not the case, right? They kind of stayed away from this mid area. Ooh, this is close, and Stewie probably wasn't expecting it to come that easy. Does deal with Kirby. Gate in the meantime has opened up this B bomb site, but immediately Stewie and Naf are there to turn the tide of battle, and the kills just aren't coming in for North. It's only Yugi left, and he was a long way from the rest of the pack. He's 5-0 right now, but this might be where that changes. A 1v4 required from the man who often dons the AWP here for North. He's only got an AK to work with. That bomb under Liquid control, and 35 seconds left. There's even a wrap coming in. Stewie looking for this kill, lurking in the back line of North, and Yugi's got no idea.
Yeah, he's dead, surely. 3, 2, 1. There it is. The flank coming through, and you can already hear Stewie being loud, shouting before the round was even done. He was mid-kill there, Harry. But yeah, that's Liquid getting hyped. And it's what you want to see, right? We need energy from these North American players here. We already know about their travel woes. Only getting off a plane a few hours ago. So luckily enough, had a bit more time to prepare coming into this game in terms of, you know, being able to actually go to the hotel and shower and prac and warm up, hopefully. But even so, they're going to be feeling rough, Harry, and every round matters here on that CT side. Fast A play for North, or at least an attempt here with the grenades coming through. Flash up the ramp, and Stewie's going to try and fight back. That smoke is down, and Gade's gone right through it, through the Molotov as well. He actually perishes in the flames, but he takes an entry kill, and AZ follows up. That's a 2-for-1 deal for North, and they'll take it. Slowing down the round now, not overcommitting towards A, and letting Liquid sweat a little bit.
Yeah, and I like this response from North, right? They're sitting with the man advantage. They know this pressure is mounting for Liquid, and so now they just wait. They just play the patience game. Wait and see who you can catch, looking for information. Maybe you find a player in rotation. Maybe you find someone looking for the whereabouts of these remaining Ts. And Liquid, they're going to hedge their bets. They start to group all 3 players up over towards the B bomb site, and so this should just be the save in this round from Liquid with this play from North. Look at it culminate over here on ramp.
Yeah, I think they've realised as well, right? Obviously, you know, the group up is great to save, but at this point they've realised that B's empty, and so they're actually going to go give it a go. The rotate's coming back towards A as Twist has fully flanked this T side, and this flank has come through before the bomb's down, so it's still there's still a chance here for Liquid, but it's getting stripped away. Nitro's been found, and a great position on short side has not been spotted here for one of those players. I think it's Cajun, no, it's AZ rather. Twist is coming up late. Any kill would be lovely here if someone gives away a chance. And, ooh, he just misses Yuki on the site. There it is. Goes back for more. He's got a second. This is still winnable. They've got kits, and he can smoke off the bomb. He's going to do exactly that. Cajun and Kiebi, 40 health combined. They're already sticking the defuse, and it might just be their round after all. The spam is there for Cajun, but it's not enough. He's tapping, not spraying. And if only it was the latter, because Liquid have just picked up a defuse in the smoke. Second round taken out of that 3-on-4. Fantastic stuff from Twist on the flank.
Yeah, this time there's no easy to hide in the smoke. Knife out, ready to go, and that would have made all the difference, but you know, you can't pull that off every time. Twist's doing a stellar job here, and you absolutely love to see that timeout called in already from the North squad as they try and figure out how they want to approach this following round. They're going to invest. They're going to try and stick something into it. They did get that bomb down, but the money's not really in a great spot here. Over on this north side, the difference is that Cajun and Kiebi can drop guns over. So I'm imagining we see an investment here because you will have 4 rifles in play with one of those players relegated down to a Galil. I imagine that's the decision made at least. Well, getting back into this, you can see they've gone for it. They've taken up arms over on the Danish side of things, and Yugi's been the player selected to take the hit in terms of the firepower, only with the Galil in this round. Rest of the guys, they've got weapons, they've got Kriegs out in full force here for the T side. Stewie donning that all.
Ooh.
Over towards ramp, trying to take some aggression. However, he might have to stem that a bit. He might have to fall back, and that's in response to losing Naf so early on over in that mid ladder room.
Yeah, Liquid's setting up for a retake on the A site right now. Nitro's fallen back from short side towards the boost. Gives him an angle to fight both the site and short at least, but Allegiance watching mid from the top of connector. Stewie instead with the AWP has gone back towards the CT spawn. Going to be those smokes going over the A site right now. Standard stuff here for the side of North, but as you can see, the bomb is actually late to the party. Yugi just coming up through that scaffolding. Still plenty of time for North to commit, but Lee just re-aggress, and that's great timing. Cajun getting caught. That bomb luckily still in the hands of North, and the spam for Nitro runs low on ammo. Gade takes him down. There's Yugi getting dropped with the bomb as well. Not a good position right now for North. They had everything, but Elige's aggression has thrown a spanner in the works. Kiebi needs to get this mid-rotation kill as Twist comes in through the CT spawn and just dodges it. Oh my god, Kiebi is so unlucky, and he's even going to go down. That's just really, really unfortunate. Gade alone, got to go back and get that bomb, and he only has 20 seconds to do it. So this looks like a done deal right now.
Yeah, no one from Liquid is giving anything up for this Sandbags player. Elige gonna solidify the victory there for Liquid. 3-3 as they tie this one up very early on over on the Liquid side of things. That money for North, that decision to go for the investment there, not panning out and leaves them hamstrung looking to this round here and now. Already seeing from Liquid that they're more than willing to try and contend for this A-ramp side of the map with that AWP. We didn't really get to see it in that round there because of the early casualty over in mid, but I'm imagining this round here and now we might, because Stewie is heading towards this side of the map with the AWP. Setting himself up by mollying the short side, smoking down ramp, and it won't be aggression. Instead, he's going to fall on back. They know they're not going to be up against much in this round, and so he doesn't want to risk giving that AWP away.
This is a real goblin tier angle from Twist. I kind of like this. It means if someone peeks you and they try and shoot, the bullets might go into the metal of the fencing. As you can see, pretty sweaty, and Twist is going to get a kill from it. Second player has gotten below, though, and that has not been realized just yet. Lige doesn't want to drop down into the depths of unknown. Twist is looking just in case, aware of the possibility there could be a player down lower. And, ooh, has he seen it? Not quite, but he will get the spray off with the Krieg. Stewie now waiting on the A ramp, and the bomb will be dropped on that jiggle. It's just Yugi left up, and the pistol's out for Stu. He'll finish off the round. Liquid up to 4-3 on the CT side. Nice recovery from the North American side of things, despite North going 3-0 at the start. I was getting a little worried, but Liquid are going to bounce back pretty effectively. Let's see if they can keep it up as North come back in with guns.
Yeah, I mean, for Liquid, they've got a very valid reason to want to get this game over and done with as fast as they humanly can. And for a team that's so often incredibly unhuman in regards to how they play, it's or inhuman, I guess, is the better word. They are trying to get this one over and done with at quite the pace. And this round, spam through from Elige. That was through the scaffolding. He had a little lineup prepared, and AZ is on the receiving end of that one.
Was it on top of the sandbags he killed a player? Like climbing up and playing that headshot angle? Yeah, it was. Oh dear, that's a lovely little wallbang there from Elige.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best ways to get up the ramp, right? Because you're not having to play on like that ramped angle all of a sudden, where it's very awkward to go for those jiggle peaks. You can get up silently. Ever since Valve added that in the last patch, right, up on top of the sandbags, so Elige is just ready with a wallbang for it. Yugi's attempting to return with a wallbang of his own, but it looks like guesswork, and that's not going to work against Liquid. Still looking like they want to piece together something towards this A site. The bomb is here, but two players over towards B right now for North. Either they're trying to sell the fake, and I imagine on the back of seeing the ult there now and Cajun falling, it does have to culminate in this A side take, but the numbers are dwindling for North, and they've got very little to show for it. You look at their control on the map, and they've got less than if this were the start of the round, it feels like. The only man who can make a difference is Gade, and he will with the first kill, but it's quickly traded, quickly cancelled out by Nitro, who's still a threat that looms over on the short side. 15 seconds, this bomb's gonna go down. Yugi putting up numbers, Kirby coming in to help out, and in the blink of an eye, it's only Twist left. This was looking so good for Liquid, and now it all falls onto the shoulders of just one man.
Yeah, and doesn't know where they both are either. Kirby is going to get that frag as Twist goes out wide, expecting someone on the short side of things after that kill came down scaffolding, but it was actually Kirby backing off towards the ramp to assist Yugi on the site, allowing them to double peek, and that will be the round for North, converted on the A-bomb site as well. 4-4, despite the early advantage going in the way of Liquid, it's North able to pull it back. There's that wallbang. Very nice stuff. AWP is out for Yugi as well, so gonna be able to pick that up off the body of Twist in the previous round. Stewie playing behind the sandbags here as North once again try and get up through the ramp room. AZ is the only man in position, just gonna smoke off short to try and give himself a bit of room to work with. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's got to smoke that off, and now they know the flash is there to try and get Stewie out safely. Man, Liquid, they know these wallbangs like the back of their hand. AZ's now fallen prey to it as well. Might not matter, though, because it's outside of the wallbangs. It's in these flat-out engagements that North have found themselves another man advantage maintained here for the Danes, albeit by the skin of their teeth. I think some credit's got to go to Nitro. He's been so good at getting utility out of this short play, you know, getting some real usage from this position. And now that they find Twists aggressing at B, this is going to be the B commitment from North. You kill him, you've already spotted Nitro over at A, you know that you've been pressuring it, so Liquid likely have rotated, and there's no way they're going to be double pushing the B side of the map that late on into the round. And so this should be North's all day long, and indeed it is. It gets finished off there by Kirby, a 5th round, as they do maintain their lead here.
I love that play from Cajun. Gets that kill on Twist, instantly knife out, just W into the B-bomb site and gets himself up by the gens. Naf tries to rotate, but he just wasn't ready for a player to be so close. We're going to be seeing a lot of replays of these wallbang kills in this map, I would imagine, especially from Liquid. Feels like that's what half of what Virgo is really nowadays. And Liquid are going to be left with pistols in this one. Just has to be an eco. Bit of a B push coming through from them, and Cajun once again holding on to this position. He's spotted a lot of players and can call for the rest of his team to come and lock off the exit routes, not let Liquid get too aggressive. They'll double back and try and move back towards A. Kiebi's just not watching the ladder, and that's when Stewie moves in. Great timing. Kiebi gets caught. That's a gun being picked up, and Stewie can go back towards the site with that, but Liege getting caught in mid. Stewie looking to trade this frag, but he goes down. Naf still here, waiting. Gay won't go any further, though. That could have been a trade for Liquid if it was allowed, but Gay doesn't want to take the fight, and Liquid will still get that Krieg, but will lose the advantage. Where do they want to gamble here on this pistol round?
Well, I like this from Naf. I was about to say, if I'm him, I'm going to CT. I'm setting myself up in the sniper tower because I don't have armor behind this Krieg, and I'm tapping away. And that looks to be his decision. He'll set up back here toward the CT side, waiting for these players to get up ramp. There's an AWP there, though, and it's in the hands of Yuki. He misses the shot, and a lot of damage done there on that one peek from the Krieg. Not enough to find the kill, however. Nitro still looming in this bomb site. Tries to go through the smoke, but AZ, the smoke ward, keeping an eye on it. And this Krieg's not really able to find much from back in CT. It now falls out of the round. Naf is looking to save. These pistol players are going to go in and see if they can make this round a little bit more expensive for North. They will get one, but that is it.
Yeah, it's good enough, really, for Liquid at the end of the day. They get 2 kills in the round and save a Krieg. Considering there was no more than a couple of P250s in play, you'll take that. Still going to be a 6th round for North, though. This T side is building up, despite those 4 rounds in a row from Liquid. So 1 gun held on to, and they can buy up around that in this one. They're not going to have the AWP, unfortunately, but good things come to those who wait. Liquid need a little bit more money moving forward. Scoreboard-wise, top performers right now are Gade for the side of North, and Liege sitting at 9 kills as well over on Liquid. Gay definitely been showing his ability to frag while also calling for this team, and that's always, you know, a welcome factor. As Chad was saying on the desk, you know, it used to be IGLs who would just, you know, set up strats and not get any kills, or at least that was his role within his teams.
Apart from that one train game that we all know and love, you know, versus Titan, that one was pretty good for Chad Sponge Birchall. Another thing I think it's pretty important to realize is just when I say recently, you know, as recently as you can get, when we saw Liquid and Astralis play on this map, it was actually the CT sides where Liquid found the bulk of their success. So I think the fact that North are getting off to a good start here and now does bode well for them looking to the future.
Tech pause coming to a close here, it seems. Once that is forced live. 10 rounds deep into this map, and North, yeah, they're definitely looking good. They're definitely putting Liquid to the test.
They forgot the command to unpause the game.
What was the command?
Unpause.
Ah.
And they were doing ready. So yeah, that was the problem there. We're back in. You know, it's been a sleepy time for both of these teams as of late. More so Liquid than North, but you know, you understand why. Regardless, another round back in, and that AWP still in the hands of Yugi. Haven't really seen him come alive with it just yet, but it hasn't really mattered for North. You know, the kills have been there on other players. This time around, the opener found by Liquid. They've had great success whenever they've got a man up early on, and that nade. Oh, what? How are you still alive? What's he made of?
Tuscan steel.
He really is, man, and he's still going. Finally shut down by Stewie. They deal with the Man of Steel, and now 2-man advantage for Liquid. Aggression from Twists over here at the B side of the map. That's because he's got Naf alongside him. They can actually afford to go for this now. That bomb's been retrieved. I was looking at this. The one avenue that maybe North had was sending Kiebi in through the mid window, but now with the bomb under Liquid control, his position in mid isn't as valuable as it might initially seem. The one advantage going his way is Liquid haven't seen him yet, but that is about to change.
Yeah, gets a kill for Nitro at least, and a chance to double back into the B-bomb site. Will fall down lower, but look at this crossfire. Twist is waiting, and there's a player also behind him that has not been spotted on this B push. That's Nav, and he will close out the round there for Liquid. I like the re-aggression there from Liquid. It's a bit of a risky one with a man, or not even necessarily risky, but it isn't really a necessary one in a 4-on-2, but they still go for it to trade down on ramp, and it works wonders, right? They find the bomb just being picked up by Gade. He was trying to bring it back towards B, and that gets denied. So nice call there from Liquid, works wonders for them, and they are going to be back up to 5 here on the CT side.
One of the things you are loving to see is Gade coming out on top for North. It's, you know, when we had those changes happen initially with Valdez stepping away, Gade moving on to the IGL role, I think a big worry for a lot of people wasn't just how well he would be able to throw himself into that new role, but also, you know, Gade was the man that we always said in North, he's good for one, he's often good for two, and that made him great in these anchor positions, right? In these positions that are so valuable in like the beginning of rounds, especially, and on the CT side. And I think a lot of people were anticipating with a new role having to be at the helm of this squad, we might have seen him drop off, but that just hasn't really been the case for Gade in this team. Still managing to find success, and that's continuing in this matchup versus Liquid. Everyone else pulling their weight behind him, but this round it's Twist to find that opener with the AWP. Boost up in mid, Kirby throwing up here. Looking for an angle, looking for a way of evening these odds back out. Not going to be given anything just yet.
Yeah, I like these deep mollies in mid from North, denying any kind of repeat from Liquid. They just can't gain information, and that info could be so valuable as to how many players are in mid. Well, they just don't know. Yugi's going to be climbing up on the A ramp in the meantime as this bomb is brought towards A. No one realized that just yet, though. A is only being watched by Nitro right now as he sits up on top of the site. Stewie is covering middle as well, knowing there are, or at least were, numbers there. They're still tucked in the corner. I think he's read at Gade as well, getting Molly, but he escapes luckily in the nick of time. Stewie can re-peek, and he's got a teammate by his side, but both of them going down. Allegiant, Stewie losing their battles, and now this mid-split to A can come through. Nitro has got to double back. Did he not see that player? He just got peeked, but luckily he's going to get, Naf's going to get the kill instead. Kirby going down, and Gade hiding in middle. This is a mess right now. Gade does get that frag as AZ kills his teammate on the site, and they're going to re-peek into mid, taking that kill. 9 seconds, AZ has to plant, and he's on his own. No way he's going to win this round. They're already inside of the site, and I'd love to know what happened with that team kill there. We didn't quite catch it, but that would have been a 2-on-2 in the post plant. Instead, it wasn't even enough time for AZ to move off of the site, and that's going to be Liquid getting the retake, if you really want to call it that. 6-on-6 now. Level-headed here, and a timeout for North going forward. Definitely a good time to call on after that mess of a round. They had so much control. They had a 4-on-2 moving up into that A site as well with a mid-split, and somehow it all fell apart.
Yeah, this has been surprisingly back and forth, and you know, you can feel the effects of that in terms of, you know, looking at both of these teams and the future of these rounds, right? Neither one of them is sat there in this position with enough money to sustain a loss, and that is true over in the North camp right now more than ever. They're having to take the eco here as a result of that last round not going their way. Partial investment, couple of pistols, a chance to do something. But Liquid haven't been too keen on giving away much early. This round they just might. What? Twist is somehow going to get away with a bit more damage before he's found. Not quite the kill. As they now start to pressure up through the ramp, they've been able to retrieve that AWP, and that's found its way into Yugi's hands.
And if you're North and you just got this gun, it's good to disengage, just fall off, try and reposition, because you've got a chance to do something with this AWP and you don't want to lose it straight after from re-peaks of Liquid. But Stewie, he's already flanked from middle and come all the way down towards the bottom of B. He's just putting so much pressure on with the utility, and that allows his team to get aggressive and clean up the final 2 players. Liquid not letting North get comfortable there after they pick up that AWP, and that's very important. If North had time to, you know, reroute, go somewhere else and set up that AWP, they could have definitely made that round a little bit closer. Instead, it will be Liquid taking the lead right back out of the hands of North, and another rifle round coming through here for the Danes. I am liking this aggression, though, from Liquid. Very well calculated. Talking about these B-ramp pushes, that mid-flank from Stewie. Not been dying on these flanks, just been coming in at the perfect time, but now the pace is up and above. AZ gonna get rushed into by Nitro, who was already on the short side. Kiebi finds a mid-pick, and he just takes that position into his own hands, moves all the way in through. That's why Ali just got to come back right here, right now. And he'll be going in through spawn side. We'll just catch his timing. Great shot from Gade as well, as North now taking advantage into this A site.
Oh, but it's slowed down a lot here. They're very worried about these rotations. Very, very scared that Liquid have put a few more bodies toward this side of the map. They're yet to hear anything over at B, and with Kiebi and Gade getting themselves another kill apiece, it's only Twist left in this 1v4. That slowdown works while the kills are provided elsewhere, and this now leaves just the AWP rotating in from B to have a crack at this 14th round. Don't imagine Twist is going to get too invested in this one, as only way they're going to have this is if he stays alive. He's looking around. He's having a little sniffing and might get betrayed a bit by it. There's Yugi deleted. Now, this time is basically done. Surely Twist can't find anything here. Oh, no. Is he going to go for the ninja? No, he throws the smoke down. That's going to keep the attention of North in the bomb site. They're worried. Gade might even go down to the bomb through committing to this. And now he's going to get away. He's going to get into the hidey hole just in the nick of time. North keeping this tied, but Twist is not ready to give away this big, I was going to say green gun, but his gun isn't really green just yet.
It still goes. You can use it. We all know what the gun is. And yeah, I mean, that stat, surprising as it may seem, North have never played this map on an official game. Obviously, I'd imagine they've done some practice, Harry. You'd like to assume. But yeah, a debut. And they really are putting up a fight, man. 7-7 right now, equal as we head into the last round of the half. And regardless how this first half goes in terms of who takes the lead, North should definitely be happy with this T side. They have really made Liquid work for some of these rounds. Again, this smoke down ramp and Stewie playing right behind it. He's got support on short as well for a repeat, and even a player above the sandbags. It's a heavy setup for Liquid. They know that they can try and take some of these early jewels, and that they do. Elite gets pushed back. Stewie spraying, and oh, he just about tries to escape, but Yugi gonna catch him. Elite switching back to the spray instead of the triple burst, and he will get caught by Gade. 5-on-3 right now. Liquid still with numbers inside of this A site, but not enough.
Oh, Naf just got here and is already mollied on out. Oh, it is spreading. He can't move any more than he is right now, or else he will get tagged by the extremities of that Molotov. Gade heard it tick, and he's more than ready for Naf here. But readiness is one thing, living to tell this story is another, and Gade will not. 2 versus 3 in the last round of this first half. Liquid, they're going to give this a go. They've got to. What other choice do they have? So they've got to try and find a kill now. They do have that kit on Twist, smoke down on the bomb, and Twist's moving in with the AWP, but it might not matter. AZ's swung wide, and narrowly so. North close out that first half with a 1-round advantage. Their debut here on Vertigo is looking pretty good versus Team Liquid. Will that continue heading into the second half? Or are the North Americans going to bounce on back? Join us after a quick break to find out exactly that.
what I'm watching from Paris to Poppy, yeah. With this music was lurking, now I'm attacking. Now with the chatting, I just step up and make it happen. It's a lifestyle. Living young and restless, yeah, we quite wild. If I want it, I'ma get it talking right now. And I ain't got no regrets, it's my time now. Lights out when you see us talking moves. You don't know that's the topic. And if you talking juice, well then you know I got it. Then you know I got it. Nobody got it like me. You know.
Seven at the end of the first half. North sit in the lead on their T side of Vertigo. Liquid put to the test right now. They were able to get a win up against Astralis just a couple of days ago over in the US. But right now, who knows, Harry? Maybe the jet lag is setting in as they put up a fight. But North right now on their debut of this map looking damn good.
Yeah, they really are. I don't think you get, you know, there's few teams that will give you as big a challenge here as Team Liquid will. So it's a real trial by fire for North, but also a great way for us to gauge just how rehearsed they are on this map. Now, Kierby waiting behind the toolbox over in mid. And they saw him. That flashbang is perfect, though, and Kierby's still waiting here, is about to get tested. They're closing the distance, and he wasn't ready for Stewie being so damn close. Mid-control taken. Cajun B does remove Stewie in the meantime, but it's at a pretty ghastly cost. The kill's still coming in favor of Liquid. Gade trying to make a stand, getting pressured from all angles there, and he is now removed. It's Yugi left alone, 1v4. And a near-on impossible clutch for this man.
It's messy as well, and Liquid, yeah, they're going to bail from that one. Let's just not give him an opening back into this round. Now, oh god, Yugi, man, hit a headshot. He's done like 100 damage to both these players, and he's still not finished the job. Knifes out, and so Yugi gets 3 players to less than 10 HP, and he doesn't kill a single one of them. That is a... we call that a yikes in the industry.
Ah, we've all been there. What's this? Team Liquid won 70% of their Vertigo rounds on CT side. Losing the first half puts them at a disadvantage. Pistol will be crucial for them.
Thanks,
well,
Bastion.
Let me tell you, Bastion, they did just get that pistol round locked in there. And, well, Bastion thinks it'll be crucial. That's the man providing us with the stats and memes and everything in between for this game. He said it was crucial, and it's been locked in. So let's see if that's enough. Some building blocks for Team Liquid to work with here in this second half.
They may have the building blocks. They also have the Betway odds in their favor moving into the second half, and that's to be expected here. But we haven't seen what North have to show for us on the CT side, and I'll be excited once we get to those rifle rounds. For now, though, it's a bit of a conga line in middle. Bit of a gaggle of Danes. As they look to lay down the pain train, Naf is going to be waiting. Oh my, he doesn't even get a chance there. Immediately double dinked by AZ. As North double back towards the A site. They know that Team Liquid are going to elevate the pace off the back of that information, and they have more than done that. Elige with a fantastic spray, finding 3 kills in the spawn. And Liquid making quick work of this eco round for North. It may have been a stunning opening kill, but past that, they are finding nothing.
And that's why they call him the immovable Elige. 3 kills there back towards CT. He does not falter under the pressure of those pistols. And now just the rest is a formality here for Team Liquid. They want to get this round over and done with, so they're going to go hunting for AZ, and they find him, deal with him. Signed, sealed, and delivered. Round goes the way of Liquid, 9-8. But obviously the investment now coming in for North. They go for the decision to take a flat eco there to facilitate this early buy. Now, interesting to note, nobody offering up the decision to go for a bit of a hit in terms of firepower for extra utility. This does leave a few players limited, but all in all, North coming into this with pretty much everything they would need. The one thing that they are lacking is going to be those kits. So if that bomb goes down, the pressure will be on for the Danes.
Yeah, no Molotovs, so they can't throw it down towards the B stairs early on, which is pretty standard as a CT player. So Gade, he instantly gets pressured on B, and he's going to have to call for a rotation. Look at this move on the minimap. North are moving 4 players over towards B right now. This is a huge gamble stack, and it is not paid off because Liquid are just playing with their food. They're going back up towards A ramp, and Cajun is the only man on this site. Got a nice off angle to catch a kill, but Stewie gets boosted, and he spots him out as well. So this heavy B stack might be called off by North. Wanting to move away back into middle potentially as Liquid close the gap up towards his A site. Nice flash. Leech lines up 2 though. He gets 1.5 done. Kiebi down to 40 points of health as he moves in towards the A site. That's now where the stack is held here for North. And of course, if there's a stack on A, Liquid are going to avoid it and they're going to double back towards B. This has been a very unfortunate round for North. Everywhere they put their numbers on, that's where Liquid do not go. And with only Gade here at the back of the bomb site, there's a chance for Liquid to get a round just off of this 1 kill.
Well, Gade, he's normally so good in these anchor positions, but this time the ship has set sailed, whether he likes it or not. This round is all said and done. North are going to try and hold on to these weapons as all 3 remaining players were grouped up over towards that A bomb site. Holding on to the M4s is now a must. 10th round on the cards for Liquid. And I'm imagining we're going to see a few of these guys look to go hunting. I think namely, you know, you'd said maybe Naf or Stewie. That said, you understand wanting to keep your own economy in order if you are on the Liquid side. But yeah, they're not wasting time. Naf sent out first, and the rest of the guys following in tow. It's pretty big if they could even take away one of these M4s, because, you know, losing this round leaves North with a bit of cash for these players to drop on over. I am a bit curious if North are going to want to keep going for these kind of half-assed buys over on the CT side, or if they will just kind of swallow their pride for a round and take an eco. Because we still haven't seen that AWP in Yugi's hands all too much. I think that's important to bear in mind.
Yeah. And he's saving for it. He just got dropped at Eagle coming into this round. So yeah, North not buying around these 3 guns. And I respect that decision. I think it's the best call they could have made here. It's going to mean, yes, okay, you have a big hole in your defense here in round number 19, but at least you'll have everything moving forward regardless of whether you win this round or not. Heavy A-side presence once again. A little boost, or is this a wallbang? Maybe both. I don't think they even know, really. Is this a triple boost? Oh. Oh. Hello. Hello. Oh, and Stewie reads it. What? He finds a second through the wall. No. Get out. Go home.
That's just disgusting. They try and throw a little... I mean, North are like rubbing their hands. They're like, right, let's get him with the triple boost. Let's hit him with our secret weapon. And Stewie is just there and doesn't just deal with the man at the top. He tears everyone down from the boost almost.
Why is he even watching that?
Oh, it's despicable. It's despicable, Stu. And now just Cajun and Gade left standing. They're a little ways away from one another. They're going to group up because there's a gun dropped over here for Gade to get his hands on. I mean, I say that. Yeah, okay, he's been able to find it. He's been able to find it. Not the end of the world. Liquid, though, they're very content with this, and they're still keeping it low and slow. They're not looking to run into a stack or have a man come through the back line and mop them up. Now they will start to throw some utility in towards the A-bomb site. It's all a ruse, though, and that is courtesy of Mr. Stewie 2K, who has cleared out this entire B side of the map. The smokes have pulled the rotations towards A for North. And so this is going to be another save for the Danes, you would very much imagine.
Yeah, I think that's best case scenario right here. That's if Liquid let them get away with these guns, which is a question mark in and of itself. Naf is already around the forklift area looking for these kills. You can even hear players going up the ladder as well from that top A position. You can wall bang the wall into the ladder room with a deagle or an AWP, something with high wall penetration. Don't know if the M4 would quite cut it. Oh, Twist. He sees a barrel, and he sees the head. Takes it cleanly off. Gade gets one, but no armor. He has got to run for the hills, and he will just get away with this gun. No one here to stop him, assuming he doesn't re-peek. And, uh-oh, they're getting close, now that I say that. Nope, not quite. 11 rounds for Liquid nonetheless. They don't really worry about the exits, as they take the first 4 rounds of this T side. Double AWP immediately, though, for North. Oh! Just, oh.
I'm glad that we got to see it from both sides, right? You get to see the perspective from North, and then we even see what Mr. Stews thought. Now, this double AWP setup, an interesting one. North have purchased this up. And the reason I say it's interesting is both of these AWPs are over at A ramp right now. They're really focusing on contending for this. And you feel like if you can't do it with 2 AWPs, what can you do it with? So Yugi opening this round up with a kill onto Elige. Big stuff there for the Danes. Stewie going in for the trade, but Yugi wins that every single time. They can't keep feeding the beast. You can't keep walking into Yugi's crosshair. And so finally we might just see Liquid vacate this side of the map.
But Yugi having this sightline and knowing that no one's past it is so valuable. You can see Nitro really wants to get around this corner rather, but he's going to go down to the AWP again. 3rd kill for Yugi, and it's just Twist left out on B. Bomb's been dropped on the other side of the map. Yugi's got full control over that as well. And he's even gone 1 step further to take control down towards the bottom. Twist is coming from the other side, though. He's wrapped all the way through spawn, so he might be able to catch Yugi off guard here. There's a chance that the barrel sticks out. Depends how wide Yugi goes on this angle here. Twist very much aware of the possibility, more so expecting someone to be on this bomb, but question is he just trying to save really at this point? 30 seconds, not going anywhere near to pick up the package. We'll finally come back for it, and ooh, the barrel's not sticking out. He can't see Yugi, but the re-peek is there. Lovely timing for Yugi, and 4 kills off that AWP. That is what we've been waiting for, Harry. This big green gun on Yugi, and it pays off.
Yeah, I'm liking, that decision from North, not in the previous, in the round prior to that, where they take that eco with the 3 players that have saved. They didn't go for the decision that I think the majority of teams would have gone for, which is to juggle a buy together. And I think, when you've got a talent in your team like Yugi, who I always argue the gap between his rifling and his AWPing is pretty noticeable. Yeah. More so that he can just be a damn good... Oh my god, that little... Yeah. Those Molotovs were disgusting, and Cajuns followed up behind it. They just plaster the short side in mollies, and Liquid are left roasting, toasting, and getting shut down. Just Twist and Naf remain now, 2 versus 5, and we're seeing a nice little bit of ingenuity from North on this map. Kirby's even gone aggressive down through mid. He's going to clear the B halls and get the information that this side of the map is completely barren of Liquid players, and that will facilitate a pretty heavy stack over towards the A side of things. So Liquid, they're going to be hard-pressed to get out of this 2v5 in any sort of doable scenario.
Yeah, Yugi getting mollied off. That's an unfortunate reposition there, but Twist is going to get the entry on A, and now Yugi's in hot water and hot fire. Got to move through that smoke. Big risk as the spam comes through. The grenade will finish off the job, but the flank is in from Yerby, and he might just be able to lock this one up. He does. You can see Mytha getting pumped as well. North putting together rifle rounds on the CT side back-to-back now. And 1 more buy left up for Liquid before they're going to be broke as well. This AWP, man, really showing off. And yeah, all right, we talked about it. North, they showed some cool things on the T side. They showed some smokes we hadn't seen. I mean, they've got their game plan for taking a ramp control as well, right? Having those Molotovs, Yugi setting one up towards a scaffolding gets that man advantage. And even Kirby coming in on that long flank from B as well. So North definitely ready for Liquid on this map. And they're going to go back towards the A site.
Yeah, this time though with a lot more aggression, a lot more pace behind it. That Molotov slowed down the rest of the gang, and they were hoping that Stewie could have really disrupted this site hold and thrown a bit of chaos into the mix. Instead, it just gives that first kill the way of Yugi. Flash to set Cage and B up towards short side. I always get nervous seeing players on the other side of the spam spot up against Liquid.
Oh, that is a real ghastly angle right there. Freakish, even. Smokes landing for Liquid, luckily cutting off this line of sight. Elige, there's the wallbang, Harry. You say you were scared for Cajun. Well, for good reason. He's already gone down. Bomb coming up the ramp now with all 4 players here for Liquid on that A site. Twist with another entry here for this T side, and the bomb's going to get planted. North are in for a retake, but really, their economy isn't in a great spot. If they don't get presented a kill here, they might just have to back off and hold on to guns, and Liquid are doing a good job of tucking themselves in and not giving away anything. No molly, even for the sandbags here, so Twist is going to be in a prime position to stop that defuse if it comes down to it.
Yeah, this sandbags position becomes so valuable when that utility over on the over on your opponent's side gets a bit limited, and even though there's a smoke blocking his path into the bomb site, he's still putting up numbers. Naf, knife out. Oh, they hear it. They hear the knife tag. Spam in. Naf gets brought down low, but it's not enough to find the kill. A lot of players might die to the bomb here. This might be a bit of a weird one as that goes off. Oh, there's a kill for Kirby. He gets one, but it doesn't matter. The round already goes the way of Liquid. They can sustain a couple of casualties over here on the T side. It will see them now, as a result of the one player dying to the bomb and that one kill coming in at the end of the round, leave them with a pretty garbage investment here, all things considered, right? Like 12-10 up, I was expecting a bit more, but that just goes to show how close these rounds have been. So North doing a good job of at least setting themselves up to finish strong here, restricting their opponent's money.
Just, yeah, RNG right there, and working wonderfully for Liquid. You've got to keep away from those walls, Harry. The wood can be very cruel. Double orb still here for North. We've not seen too much B play from Liquid, just falling back into these A defaults, and it's just so standard, isn't it? So simple on this T side at times. So committing to it once again. All the numbers there. Twist is holding on to B and throwing some utility to keep players in position. There are 2 on that site right now for North. Very much dedicated. Kirby re-smoking middle. We could see some aggression from him down the ladder once again. He's been on these flanks before, and Elige, oh, he doesn't know it, but he almost got that kill to Cajun, putting him down to 30. Molly on the sandbags clears out these close positions for Liquid, and Yugi back on this spot. We weren't able to see him get away with anything from this position because of the smokes that Liquid throw to get them onto the site. Let's see if that's going to be a factor again here, if they'll go in dry. That smoke's actually cut off Yugi's line of sight, so not the most helpful here right now for North. This is giving a one-way away to
Yeah,
Elite.
this is not their intention at all. No. They've actually given Liquid, I was going to say a helping hand. It hasn't led to anything, but it definitely could have done, right? That was scary that smoke exists. Would be cool to see if there's a way to replicate that over on the T side and then maybe use that to your advantage. But these smokes now falling, a boost assembled. They do get one from it. Gade actually doubling up before he's dealt with there. Stewie now plugging in these numbers, tapping away as fast as his fingers will allow.
He's just going to stay here, isn't he?
Oh no, he's pulling an easy. Okay, he's decided against it. Oh, there's the kill for Kirby. Through that smoke, now Twist and Naf, all that remain. 2 versus 4 with bomb down. We've seen them in situations like this before. And Twist is just going to wallbang Cajun on the retake as he's trying to get in. And now another kill for Twist. Surely it gets put to a stop. Surely doesn't get any more. But he's still putting up numbers. Now on 3. And they just can't deal with him. Twist is a demon. And there it is. The round for Team Liquid. 4 kills for Twist in the clutch. Top in the charts right now for Team Liquid. And oh my, what a play, what a man, and what a round. 13-10 now in favor of Team Liquid.
Cajun just can't catch a break. He dies on A the round prior. He gets spammed by a Liege coming down to 30, and then he gets finished off on the retake through the wall as well, man. He's not even seeing enemies. He is just dying to spam. And, well, someone has to, really, when you have that many players putting bullets into the woodworks. 13 rounds to Liquid right now. North, they may have pulled a couple on this CT side, but they have been pretty absent otherwise. Liquid's chance to close out this map right here, right now. 3 rounds separating them from that. North reinvesting, but it's not too pretty. I can tell you that much. 3 guns, 2 Deegs as well.
Maybe that's why Cajun joined North so damn late into this season, because all the emails were just going straight to spam. And that's what's happening with Cajun right now, man. He's having a very hard time over at that A side of the map. You really do feel for him, because it's, you know, no matter who you put there, Liquid are going to be killing them every time. It's sad that Cajun B is the one burdened with being this pin cushion. They're going to try it again. They're going to try a triple boost on over. AZ looking down the ramp. He'll see that this side of the map is looking clear initially. There are still players here for Liquid looking to move up later now. Stewie spotted this boost earlier on. Will Elige be the same, or is he going to walk blissfully to his demise? It's the latter, as finally that triple boost pays off.
Yeah, that's good to see North pulled it out again, right? Like, obviously it got red the first time, but second time around, Liquid were not ready for it, and a slower ramp progression as well from them. They might actually go towards B for a change. It's been a bit of a rarity of this T side, but down a man and not very well armed in terms of utility to go for an A side execute. B does seem like the solution. Gade is spotting though, and he has a Molotov ready once he gets the information these Ts are coming. They're setting up smokes right now. Stewie and Nitro ready to go for this execute. Twist is covering with the gun just in case someone re-aggresses, and it's Gade. Here's his utility. He throws out his smoke and backs up. There's the flank in mid. Kiebi getting caught, watching the window side, and Gade is just going to give them the sight. He has no other option with those smokes being down. Naf dies on the lurk, and now it is just 3 players from Liquid trying to take over the site, but Twist spamming Cajun through a smoke. This man has not had a 1v1 all goddamn CT side, and that's not going to change. AZ getting dropped by the AWP, and it's Yugi alone in a 1-on-3. Oh, how the tables have turned. Oh, what a shot. Is that going to be enough, though?
Yeah, 1 kill to work with, something to latch onto at least, but Yugi's got to deliver even more heroics here. And delivering on heroics, well, that's been a problem for Yugi before. Smoke down to block off these players at the ramp, but no kit on Yugi means he'd have to stick the full 10-second defuse, and there's just no time. 14 rounds for Team Liquid. As they get yet another, and Cajun B, mate, you might want to think about laying off the magnets at this point, bro. Like, I don't know what's going on. He cannot catch a break. It's even if it's not the wall bangs, it's the smoke spams. It's the, look at this.
He doesn't even do it. He didn't shoot. He didn't jump.
Noise.
He didn't make noise. He just gets shot through a smoke. Twist reads it. And look at this.
Is he like wearing a bell or something, like, as he's going around the map?
He jumps, he goes ring, ring, ring. Oh my god, man. It's not looking good for Cajun, and it's not even his fault, Harry. Wrong place, wrong time. That's unfortunate for North, but that's just how it turns out sometimes. Oh, Kiebi, has he been spotted? Yeah, I think so, but he's still gotten through that smoke. That is pretty ridiculous. I think Naf should have called that. Hopefully we're going to have someone come back and check that position. Cajun is waiting on the ramp. Aggressive spot as well, and they don't realize no one's watching this. He can get a couple of free kills here, and there they are. Cajun coming alive when we need him most on this eco for North. They're giving up 15, but Cajun doesn't want to fall first. He will die, but after 2 kills, he's at least opened up the round for his roster.
I think he's just glad to have finally be the one getting the drop on someone else, right? Like, that is a nice feeling for Cajun B. And now it's opened up more wraps, more flanks for North to come in on. They do send a player back to check for this, and Elige is going to make quick work of Yugi. AZCZ does so much damage as he double dinks, but Elige is just wrecking everyone on this flank. They've all had opportunities, and every time Elige has bested them, he's on 4 kills. He's given us a Twist-esque ramp hold here, and now just Gade remaining will put a stop to one of these players. That nade, not enough, and Elige is going to get the ace. All 5 for him. And Team Liquid, match point now, 15-10. They're not ready to let North's debut on Vertigo end too successfully.
Yeah, maybe. You can make an argument that the North are definitely overplaying their hand with that flank there, right? They get a 5-on-3 and they immediately flank before Liquid even get up on top of the site. They're still holding ramp. They're still dueling and waiting for someone to come in on the back line. Liege, great shots by him, though, and he saves the day there for Liquid. That could have been North denying the 15th on an eco, but not going to happen. Double AWP again here for North. Yugi has been really the saving grace of a lot of these CT side rounds. Not that North have had many to their name. Only 2 in the second half so far. And they're going to need all 5 if they want to head to overtime. Nice shot, though. Took a second to realize there was a player on the other side, but took a shot and responded with one of his own. Yugi finds a man advantage here for North.
Smoke down over here towards 8, and that is going to keep Gade's attention firmly fixated down towards ramp. Now Liquid still making their mind up as to where this one wants to end up. You can see Stewie and Naf are working their way over towards top mid. Cage and B, man, I don't know what you've done wrong, but it's getting, I mean, you know, Elijah's just thinking about it as well. That smoke's actually missed over towards the short side, and that might spur Cajun on to go peeking behind it, see what he can find. Kierby having to drop that Molotov. Now they know they've got a man trapped on the toolbox, and this is why this position can be so difficult to work with. Lucky enough, they spare Kierby's life. They back away. They let him fight another day here for the North side. As Team Liquid now have their sights firmly fixated over here towards A, and Cajun just about missing, or Kierby rather. It's not Cajun. That explains a lot, really.
Yeah, Cajun died on A a minute ago. That's why they left mid. They realized the time was low and they've got to get this bomb plant down. But Kierby's still here, and they haven't spammed him down. Liege gets the trade, but he needs the plant as well. 6 seconds. AZ dropping his teammates left and right, but Stewie wallbangs him through the CT spawn. It's a 2-on-2 to close out the map now. Just Stewie on his own with the AWP. Bomb is planted for him as well, but Gade is so close round the corner. Stewie going to bail back, and that gives Gade a chance, but the timing is missed. As Stewie drops off, Gade's going to hear that. He should have the drop. He should have the round, and there it is. North keeping themselves in this matchup, keeping themselves in Vertigo with their 3rd CT round.
Yeah, just about. It's not the most comfortable of wins, but they're going to take whatever they can get their hands on at this point. Comes at a pretty crucial time as well, because, you know, none of these rounds that Liquid have had have been very dominant. They've all come down to the wire, right? A lot of the times we've only had 1 or 2 players surviving, so you look down at the money there and you see it is pretty broken for the North Americans, right? They're going to have to take a partial investment here, and that could give North a 12. At that point, they're closing this gap. They're getting back into this and moving ever closer to that coveted overtime that they have their eyes on right now.
Yeah, B play for Liquid though, and we've not seen a rush like this before all map long, so this could certainly catch North off guard. It's only a half buy, but these pistols can be really, really profitable up close. However, Gade putting up numbers on this B site with 2. Kierby's going to drop into the window, but he falls down the stairwell. Luckily, it just means more kills for Gade, and he is all over the scoreboard right now. 4 frags to his name on this anti-eco, and Liquid don't find a single kill with the CZ75s. It's going to be another one for North as they get one step closer.
Yeah, no AWP in sight over on the Liquid side. 2 of them still in play for North. I do like how with this double AWP setup, North are very, very keen on playing with these over towards ramp. That's what they're going to do in this round here by the looks of things once again. Yugi looking a duel from the short side, and then he's got AZ. It looked like that he wanted to go down towards ramp, but some early footsteps, some early utility, that's forced him away. Naf, in the meantime, has opened up onto an aggressive Kierby over in mid. They haven't really had to contend with Liquid in this area of the map all too much, and so Kierby giving that kill away early this late into the game is something that could really come back to hurt this North defense.
That's unfortunate as well, because Kierby, time after time, has been able to get this mid flank active and come in on the back line here on the A ramp up against Liquid. So that's the first time it's actually ever been punished in terms of mid aggression from North. Every other time they've gotten away with it, so finally Liquid getting the drop on them and a man advantage going up into this A site once again with the bomb. 4 players here, still with Naf lurking mid, so he can come in late on this backstab, something we've not seen a lot of in this game. At least not from Liquid's T side. North loved mid control in terms of sending Gade and Kirby up into that position, but Smoke's on the A site right now for Liquid, and Liege, he's caught Cajun looking the wrong way, shot in the back, as that's the A site conceded here for North. They're going to have to play for retake in a 3-on-5 to keep this map alive.
Yeah, and double AWP in this retake. Naf over in the elevator rooms, coming in late, removing AZ, and now looking for even more. Gade followed up, and now he sees Yugi's scalp. Yugi, though, inward 2, just about still alive. Not quite ready for the man on the side, though, and it's Stewie up in the Goblin Kingdom to make it so. That's the game going the way of Liquid. North's debut on Vertigo. It was far from flat, but it hardly reached the heights that it would have needed to beat this North American squad.
That being said, very respectable T side for North, especially right there. You know, we kind of expected Liquid to take this game regardless of the outcome, but North, I think their T side was really, really good. Their CT side lacking some rounds. Obviously, those spams from Elige really made the A side weak. Cajun was constantly getting picked apart by the wall bangs, and yeah, A side hold not really there for North, but even so, that's a great debut on Vertigo. We're going to have to throw it over to the analyst desk now to break down that one.
That's right, boys. 8 rounds on your T side. That means you still lose. But the point is, you were in the game. You were certainly in this Vertigo matchup. Welcome back to the analyst desk. My name being Trace. This is Jacob and Chad. We're going to tell you all about it.
Where do you want to start, Jacob? You got anything fun about that one?
Yeah, I think North came into play. I think they actually came in well prepared as well. We wondered, whether this Vertigo pick was a good or bad decision, what they actually had prepared coming into Team Liquid. I think we got to see on that T side initially that they had some stuff planned for it. They had an idea of how they wanted to execute. There was some new innovative smokes that you're going to show us later on as well. And then Gate as well. We talked about him being the in-game leader and him being, so... how can you say it? Determined, influential, determined in the way he was playing. Top scoring on the scoreboard for North. Going 5 for 6 in opening duels, and overall having a very strong presence. We wondered, can he be the guy that can lead North to new heights? I personally doubt it. After this game, though, he gave me some second thought.
Well, that's one thing all on its own. One thing we could even focus on is how he's kind of wrangled all of what is Team North into that mid area. They seem like they love mid on that first half.
Yeah, and that's a bit strange, because we see a lot of teams just going for bomb site executes and not really using middle to go for splits that much because that door is being removed. It's not so easy. You're actually having to battle down a gauntlet. But yeah, they were able to get success to that area, and if it's something you're not used to versing, that means you maybe don't have the protocols as you see decide of how to deal with it. We could hear a bit of Stewie's communication bleeding through. It gets a bit hectic when they were putting pressure on him. So yeah, North with a different approach, some newer things that we saw here, and that's why it was so competitive. And that's why I really like watching Vertigo, because it makes the big brains, it makes the coaching staff, the in-game leaders, everybody sit down and say, hey, how can we approach this map? How can we make it exciting?
Which is, strangely enough, something that I think tires a lot of players out, a lot of coaching staffs out. When you have that repetition on, say, a map like Inferno or wherever you want to take it, Nuke maybe. Now we see Vertigo, we get to see some raw skill out of some of these guys, especially a guy like Twist.
Lots of wall bangs too. Can we get Peter from HLTV.org to go back through and just see how many spam kills came through for Liquid, right? Because they were just either on the CT side spamming through towards that A ramp, or when they were coming up, they were getting kills through there constantly. It was making North's life so difficult.
Yeah, Stewie had a few rounds where he just completely removed North, and that's another thing I just want to point out quickly, that North did that on the CT side, the double boost up towards the A bomb side. They got absolutely removed by Stewie 2K one of the rounds. Both of the players dying and initially just losing the round straight away. They still had the guts to do it again, where it actually worked out towards Elise. So I like the fact that North didn't play too scared in this game despite losing.
Yeah, even if with the loss, they're still here. They're not out. Again, this was the best of one for both of these teams. And actually, Liquid having just come right off of an airplane, we're going to hear what they've got to say about it.
I've got Twists with me, and not only did they manage to take the win here against North, they've gone through hell and back, travelling so far. And you just told me as well, not only was the travel days messed up, you lost all your suitcases and luggage as well. This isn't going too well for you guys, is it? But you still got the win, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, pretty much. I actually was really proud of the guys throughout our entire travel day, which is 24, 25 hours, that everyone was super positive, laughing constantly. No one was really emo, because honestly things were out of our control with how things went. And that's really nice to see, and I think it's the reason that we excelled in this situation.
Now, did you get much sleep? Did you get much preparation or any time to kind of work things through and look at your opening game?
I think all of us averaged 4 or 5 hours of sleep. I have a tough time falling asleep on airplanes. Luckily, I had an entire road to myself on one of the flights. So I got 3 hours, but it's still pretty good. I felt really awake, and I felt really ready for the game.
Well, you certainly were ready for the game because you were destroying North. But were you guys surprised by the Vertigo pick? Because they've never played it officially, and obviously they can look at a lot of stuff to prepare for from you guys.
Yeah, they may have won the veto, I guess, by getting it down to Overpass and Vertigo. But honestly, if you're just going to like watch what Astralis does and try to gimmick pick it on us, it's not going to work.
Gimmick pick indeed. That was the way they're looking at it. That's the way it may have gone down. But Twist, I'm going to let you get ready. Get yourself chilled out for a bit, I guess, because you got to get you ready for tomorrow. That's the most important thing now. But anything you want to say out there, final things?
No, I'm just hoping all the fans like continue to support us and everyone had faith that we would win this game because all of us were very confident. I mean, obviously we're yelling and we're jet-lagged. Well, not jet-lagged, but these guys live in Denmark and obviously have the advantage.
Yeah. Well, the advantage is with Liquid right now. They take the win, so let's get back to the desk because Liquid do look to be in good form despite everything they have been through.
They have been through some trials and tribulations, especially as of late with Liquid coming in here fresh off of a Dallas trip. Now they find themselves in Denmark. Very chilly outside, but I think they're just heating up. Chad, kind of walk me through it.
Yeah, look, I've got some of those smokes that we were talking about, Trace, in the segment just before, and I want to show you what they were doing. Kirby, well, he was the man throwing these. So we're going to get this one started just quickly. This one here I liked. It was used against a low bar. You can see here that there's only pistols, a grenade on the side of that of Liquid, and this is good. This is, you know, crossing your T's, dotting your I's. This smoke's going to land in the new position. I don't know what you want to call it. We call it short when I play in pugs. But what I like about this is it's going to allow, we're going to see from a different angle in a second, AZ doesn't have to worry about that position. And now as Gage jumps up and AZ picks this line, they can have multiple people picking the same angle as opposed to being down on this ramp and, you know, finding themselves standing right next to each other or getting double killed. This gives them multiple angles to pick into this position. Now I have another round that I want to go through. This is Kirby once again, who's throwing the smoke. And this time round, it's going to land in the middle of the ramp. This is something that we've seen teams like Astralis throwing. We saw Liquid throwing it on their CT sides, but this is being thrown on the T sides, and this is why. Look at this. So we have two players push into the smoke, and then once again, they pivot out together. You've got Gage jumping out this side, and AZ jumping up on the sandbag. And what that does is, once again, it gives them an avenue of attack that probably wasn't expected. So we can show this from different angles as well. So we can show this. Gage's going to push on up through. The pop flash will come through from that of Yugi, and on this, he can pick on through, and we can see with the top here, he gets the flash assist. We're going to show you the angle of AZ as well. Same thing. The Molotov lands, smoke extinguishes it. He keeps his head down for this flash. Flash comes through. He can jump on up and he's able to get this kill onto that of Elite. So I just like this stuff out of North. It was good to see a bit of change, and Vertigo keeps delivering.
That it does. Thank you very much, Chad. Yes, I think that you are certainly onto something there. Even things that are delivering, such as Twist, when he's just coming out saying what he's saying there, Jacob. I wasn't ready for that one. When he was talking about Astralis and mimicking and gimmicks and this, that, and the other. You know what? I think he was onto something right there.
He was onto something, and I like to see Triss playing well. And I think this is Liquid, you know, slowly but surely regaining that strength we saw them having earlier this year. I see a lot of positive signs right now coming out of Team Liquid. What we saw at the ECS finals was definitely a better outlook than we've seen previously. So if they can keep up that shape and build into that, you know, getting some rest now, get rid of the jet lag, then I think we have a Team Liquid who can contest for the title here at the Pro League finals.
And it's especially good to hear them all smiling, laughing, this, that, and the
Stewie
other.
Bantering.
Yes, definitely some banter being had here in the studio today. Either way, we're going to continue down the banter train. We got one more best of three coming your way. The upper bracket semi-final right here with 100 Thieves and the Evil Geniuses ready to kick it off in Denmark in a best of three. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
Somebody got it like
credit to Eds, who did the unthinkable to take down world number 2. Comebacks in all fashions, but you can't mess with greatness. You can't mess with history.
It's called the biggest esports event on the planet for a reason.
The pounding heart of esports beats louder here in Katowice.
He wasn't the classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
I came from a city that is not that bigger than Odense. Like, came from the beach and then I come to a colder place. But it's nice, a new experience. I never had this in my life.
I've had the chance to work with many people from many countries.
Like a lot of people in tech these days, I found myself over in San Francisco. I started talking to people and they're like, oh, you're doing robotics, you need to go down to this place called Odense. I couldn't have wound up in a better place.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Time's not kind and it won't let go. No thoughts left in my head. My mind's not mine and it won't forget. But you bring me back from my darkness black. Cause the soul in me and the heart I have for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to life. Oh, you bring me to safe only, even though we burn from the light I bleed. But you bring me back, not a heart attack could take away all the love I had for you. It bleeds for you, it beats again. Oh, you bring me to life. 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 Oh, you bring me to
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
It all comes down to this, the Group A upper bracket semifinal, Evil Geniuses, 100 Thieves, and potentially 3 maps to separate them in order to find out who's going to be winning this one, who's going to be moving on here in the city of Unsa for the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals. Now that I've gotten all that out of the way, let's begin to talk about what is going on right here. Evil Geniuses, 100 Thieves, this could be a good pound-for-pound matchup.
I think it's going to be a great matchup. I think both these teams have shown as of recently that they have the caliber to be one of the best teams in the world. Obviously, the peak of EG is always going to be higher than the 100 Thieves guys, I feel, given the fact that the individuals on this lineup, I said it before, I think EG can make the case that they have the most skilled lineup in the entirety of Counter-Strike as of right now. Breeze, Ethan, Cirque, a lot of skill within that lineup, whereas for 100 Thieves, I call them the mini Astralis in the way they approach the game.
Yeah, they do have a bit more structure, right? But I think the thing with this team is, so ever since the major, we've seen Liaz come into his own, and we've seen a bit more consistency out of Gratisfaction, and that is the key to this team being a top 5 team in the world right now. Obviously, Jacob and JKS, they're the ones that we need to be delivering, especially going in against an EG. But if they want to be able to win, that's where Liaz and Gratisfaction need to make sure they're on point.
And that Grat picture is old, just to be clear. This is not what he looks like anymore. He looks completely different. You wouldn't recognize him on the street if you saw him there. But we will actually get a few words in with him so that now you can see who I'm talking about.
I've got half of Gratisfaction here with me at the moment because he's lost the mustache. Something it doesn't look right. It doesn't look like you. But we just had Twists, and he just said to you, "You look better with it."
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Feels bare.
Feels like the most naked you've been.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
And what's the reason you're doing it for?
It's for Movember, for charity. So if anyone wants to donate, then it's on my Twitter pinned there.
There you go, Twitter plugs coming in. Now, you guys had a strong start against Heroic on Vertigo. Things are looking good. But did you guys practice boot camp? What was the deal before you got over to here?
Yeah, we were boot camping for like a week in Poland, in Warsaw, which was pretty good. We always boot camp there before most of our events, so practice was going all right. And yeah, just Vertigo is one of our good maps, so we beat them on it, yeah.
Happy day, just an easy in the park. There you go, look at that, no problems at all. But last time, right, you guys faced up against EG. They managed to take you down 2-0 back in Turkey. What's going to be the difference this time around? Have you got something prepared, planned? How do you feel?
Last time we were pretty jet lagged, and the game was like late at night, so none of us really had any energy, I think. And we let a lot of stupid rounds slip, like that Breeze pistol round. Everyone probably remembers that. Yeah, so I think we'll just have a bit more energy going into this game and probably play our best.
Well, I look forward to seeing that energy. And also, you didn't lose any power cutting off the mustache. That's the main thing, right? You can still play, you can still frag out. But it's time for us to go back to the desk. It's time for us to see how this matchup's going to go down. Let's see what 100 Thieves can do up against EG.
The 100 Thieves will have some eyes upon them. Now my eyes are kind of, can't look away from the fact that, well, Azza is basically looking like his older brother. So
yeah, they're a little bit similar, I suppose. I think that Gratch probably should have shaved his whole face.
Yeah.
Just go with the stubble. Rock that. That seems to be the look these days. But look, coming into this game right here, he just pointed out some very key things that somehow I forgot. Was that Inferno pistol round where Breeze absolutely destroyed them, right? When they were trying to retake the bomb site. You also have when they were on Inferno as well. There was a round where I remember they were anti-eco going into B. Ethan was the only man on the site at a P250, and he gets 3 kills instantly. There were all these rounds that were just not going in the favor of the 100 Thieves at the time, and they can't have those happen again.
No, they certainly can't. Jacob, when we look at these two teams, we're not talking about Danes anymore. We're talking about maybe a Norwegian at closest. What do you think about the 100 Thieves?
I think it's a great team. As I said before, I think the way they approach the game is in a structural way. They have to build up a foundation, and they have to do that because when you look at the lineup, individually speaking, these guys are not good enough to go toe-to-toe against some of the best teams in the world. I would say so. So they need to find other ways of winning, and that's what they've been doing in 100 Thieves. And I got to say that we have been giving Asa a lot of credit as of late, for the in-game leading win in this lineup, but I think he's really built up a great system to facilitate all the different players he has around him. That combining with JKS playing some of the best Counter-Strike and most consistent Counter-Strike he's ever had is what making 100 Thieves a great team right now.
I mean, we're looking at 100 Thieves that are certainly on the billboard for the global scale right now, right? But also EG. We need to talk about these maps. Again, this is the best of 3. We kind of threw you off there, threw you a best of 1, but now we're getting back into 3.
No Vertigo. That'll be removed from EG. I don't think we want to risk it after seeing what 100 Thieves were able to do earlier in the day. 100 Thieves sticking with that Mirage pick. So last time round when they played Evil Geniuses picked Inferno, and when they were known as Renegades, 100 Thieves, they picked that of Mirage, and they lost 16-12. That was closer than the Inferno game that was 16-5. And EG have strangely not gone for Inferno again. This time around, they've picked Nuke, so that's an odd one.
Yeah, it's interesting to me that they're going for the nuke pick. I think Renegades nuke is not that strong, though. I think it's a map that's always been in the pool, you know, at the 4th or the 5th, 100 Thieves, you know, it's the same thing for me. But it's a map where I feel Evil Geniuses have, as of late, you know, shown that they are very comfortable with it, and I think it's a great pick going up against the 100 Thieves because they're not seemingly getting the results they want to on nuke.
Do we get a dust 2 out of this at the end, or what?
It seems pretty likely. I think if you're EG and you haven't picked Inferno right now...
Oh, okay.
Okay. I was going to say, I thought that they would probably want to be hedging towards Dust 2 because that's a map that they love, and I don't know why they would be scared in this environment of playing that when, you know, there isn't really as potent of a double AWP setup on this 100 Thieves roster as maybe, you know, a different opponent down the line. So that's quite a curious one there with the last map on the board. But having Mirage as the first one, this is going to set the tone, and I think something that Gratisfaction said that was very important was the energy. When this team comes in flat and the communication's not there, they can be blown out of the water by anybody. So I'm really quite worried about the Aussies if they start slow.
But certainly they have something to run off of after they're showing in Beijing, right?
Hopefully.
Maybe.
Well, the final was a blowout, right? So for those people who missed it was a best of 5 against Astralis. Map number 1, Vertigo, pocket pick, tried to make it work, couldn't get across the line. You could probably turn the game off for the next 2 maps, right? You didn't really need to watch what happened in that one right there. So I just hope that they can keep the energy that they had this morning against Heroic, and they don't get too... I guess, disgruntled at themselves if they lose to another Breeze amazing round or Ethan with a multi-kill, because that's what EG do, right? That's what they're built for.
Sure, and I think it's very important to manage your expectations as well when you look at the 100 Thieves. Yes, they're a great team right now, and yes, they're playing some of the most solid Counter-Strike and some of the most consistent Counter-Strike we've seen this team play, but they're going up against a team that is not only fighting to be one of the best teams in the world, but they've made it public, you know, we want to be the best team in the world. Right. So if you want to win against a team like that with those ambitions, you have to show up with some great quality Counter-Strike, and you have to do it consistently over 3 maps potentially.
Yeah, and you got to be in the right place mentally for it too, right? If you're stacked up in the server against those guys. Speaking of servers and stacking up, let me give you a little bit of a feed as to what's going on in the other stream. Tyloo versus FaZe somehow has gotten to 3 maps, and Tyloo has just won the second pistol.
Oh,
so
dear.
That means 10-6 currently.
And they're CT side now?
And now Tyloo are CT side on Mirage, and this is an elimination game.
Okay, well, Savage has done some good stuff, but let's see if 100 Thieves can do even better.
Yep, Jacob, who's winning?
EG.
EG, Chad?
I'm going to go with 100 Thieves.
Of course. This is all coming full circle. This all makes sense now. As we do look ahead, we do have one more best of 3 on the day. Mirage, Nuke, Inferno. The maps have been decided. 100 Thieves versus Evil Geniuses. Fist bumps aside. And we're going to move out of the way, too, for Harry and Hugo.
Yes, indeed. Final best of 3 of the day, and we've got a house divided over on the analyst desk with Chad leaning in favor of 100 Thieves for this one. I hear little whispers about him being biased on this one, but it's not normally like Chad to pick the home team. Usually, actually, he goes against the Australians more often than not because he's a big fan of the anti-jinx. In this round, though, the pistol underway and lower tunnels control taken immediately means EG have a pretty good idea as to what's going on in this round. Tarek already finding one, looking for a little bit more. Jacob will come in with the trade, and now that bomb down a 3-on-4 for 100 Thieves to try and work with.
Yeah, no kit though, full armor buy for EG, so they're going to have to win these duels fast, and fast they shall win them. Only JKS left, but great shot with the P250. Can he clutch us out versus EG? He's found a double. They're not on the bomb, and he's got a third, but low ammo, has to get the reload, and Ethan's going to take him down. Plenty of time for the defuse. That's going to come through for EG, but god damn, what a nice try from JKS at the back of the site. Gave it his all, but unfortunately did not have the ammo for 4. And that's going to be the pistol round taken by the North American side. Harry, we saw EG on Mirage earlier today taking on Fnatic. They absolutely swept the floor from underneath them, 16-3. We had an incredibly dominant game on both the CT and T side, where they were just getting aggressive in every single possible way. And I hope we have the same kind of scrappy, explosive CS getting into this series as well.
Well, important to note that 100 Thieves have gone for the force buy into this round, Hugo. Utility on Jacob, JKS, and Azza, with Grat and Liaz. What's left of Gratisfaction and Liaz dropping over these rifles to facilitate this play. A man is more than a mustache, though. I'm a big believer in that. So let's see if this new clean-shaven Gratisfaction is able to come alive. You can see the Betway odds on your screen, putting this one in favor of EG. I can definitely get behind that, especially with how hot they looked this morning. Let's see if that trend keeps up over in the North American side of things. Setting up outside of the A-bomb site are the Aussies now. They've got enough smokes to cover off stairs and jungle, but likely going to have to leave CT open.
Yeah, luckily no one's there, but Ethan is inside of the site. Could back up if need be, but just going to play default for the time being. Flash coming over to try and hold back these T's. Actually, a very good flash. Blinds everyone as that kill comes through towards a Palace. Stan kills the one man up and above. Liaz with some phenomenal entries off this Deagle, but he will get traded by Cirque, who is in the spawn. There's that lack of smoke coming back to bite 100 Thieves. Cirque's coming in for a second, and he's even spotted a third on the balcony. He'll take it as well. Fantastic kills from Cirque. Jacob stuck in the open, and Breezy in with a repeat. It's going to be EG taking that 2-0 lead. Man, Liaz getting those immediate kills onto the A site, unfortunately, finding little value past that point. 100 Thieves are going to have to take a bit of an eco here and let EG go off 3-0. Bam. Bam.
Might even see some mid-aggression from Ethan with this MP9. Actually decides against it, puts that nade up into top mid. Doesn't find as much damage as I was thinking it was going to, and he didn't spot Gratisfaction get behind those mid boxes. That Molotov has forced him out of the way, back into the realm of top mid. Ethan didn't even see Azame. That was just all feeling, and he still gets that kill. But yeah, this is the round. Nice, quick, and clean for EG. That's exactly what you want to see here when you're only up against these pistols in this round. They don't let it get out of hand. And now we've got that buy coming back in. Gratisfaction saved a bit of extra money. Might look to bring that AWP out nice and fast. I think he's just short on having armor behind it, though, so I'm wondering if that's going to influence their decision. And yeah, he won't be bringing it out here early on. I think that's fair enough. You know there's still an SMG, at least one of them in play for EG, and you definitely don't want to risk upgrading Cirque onto that AWP for free. So it is just rifles across the board here for the Aussies.
Ooh, Spam almost connecting. Jacob gets tagged a little bit in the legs. So going back for some more, and he's almost found the kill. Grat down to 4 HP. Getting his health truly shaven out of this round. He's going to flash his teammate into connector. Jacob trying to find this pick towards the A site. That's where this split looks to end up. But the boost up into window. Cirque, he's all about the smoke kills, and he's going to get another bit of damage off, this time resulting in a frag. EG now sitting a man up with that jungle smoke coming down. Cirque's going to double back to watch the connector. No more window boosting here for 100 Thieves. As Liaz tries to sell a bit of a B fake. He's spamming that smoke. Not going to make ultimately any difference. There's still only one player on B, and he's not budging anytime soon. That's Tarek. Rest of 100 Thieves trying to split onto A, find that timing play, but Grat is still low, and with 3 players on the A site and another one in window, this is going to be a real rough round for 100 Thieves, but that could be the pick that start things off. JKS catching Ethan getting aggressive, and 100 Thieves back in a 4-on-4.
Breezy doing such a good job of picking these gunfights if and where he wants them. He's been in full control over here toward this A side of the map, and it's getting even sweeter. Far too easy for Breezy, but JKS is no such man. 4 kills for him in a matter of seconds, and now on for the ace. Just Tarek left to beat. JKS sees him, but Tarek wins the fight. JKS, though, I can hear Chad Sponge Birchall in the other room screaming on his behalf. That was incredible, and this is the reason why we speak about this man as one of the real stars, one of the big talents in this 100 Thieves squad. I love watching JKS play, man. Like, he's been on such an astronomical rise. He was always someone to keep an eye on. And, I mean, with him making little sequences like that happen in this game, oh my word, what else can we expect from Mr. Savage looking to the future?
Well, I can assume it will be more Savage stuff, Harry. Right now, though, 4-0 for EG, despite JKS's, well, best attempt at that ace on the A site. Only 4, not enough, if you ask me. But, yeah, I mean, Breezy, you got to give a shout out to him as well, getting 3 kills, just pivoting on that default box on A. Really, really nice work from him as well. Tarek able to close it off of the back of that B rotate. And we've got an AWP coming in for Cirque. Cirque was absolutely shredding Fnatic on the M4 and the AWP earlier on Mirage. So I can't wait to see what he's going to bring to the table right now. JKS is going to buy an AK, a hero AK, in a typical eco round for 100 Thieves. And yeah, I'm fully behind that. After what he just showed us in the previous round, I want to see more of that, and we might just get it as 100 Thieves set up for this fast A play through the smoke. Stanislaw waits in the ninja box. They don't check him. He gets 2. Trade is in, though. Cirque finding a second as well, and Azza is all alone inside of the site. I think he saw Cirque, but Breezy got to cut him off before he gets around the sidelines, and EG up to a 5-0 lead on Mirage.
Finally going to get to see that ult bought out over on the side of 100 Thieves. Cirque still has his in play. And so we get to see that little head-to-head of Gratisfaction versus Cirque on the big green guns almost immediately here. Krieg's on 2 of the other players for 100 Thieves. They're going to be feeling good in these long-range head-to-heads. One of those does reside as well over in the hands of Breezy, and a fast mid play here from the NA squad. Stan up in top mid and making quick work of this attempted mid play from the Aussies. Liaz now removed as well, and this round has just all gone sideways from the get-go for 100 Thieves. They're more used to operating in the upside down, as now 2 on 5. They've seen stranger things, and stranger things have happened, but they've got to try and get back into this somehow, some way. JKS and Azza, the 2 old boys, the 2 vintage gamers of this squad, left in the firing line, and now only JKS to step up to the mark. He'll get put down. A quick, clean round from Evil Geniuses.
The thing that I love about EG, man, especially on this map, is they're just not going to let you play your own game. 100 Thieves trying to set up for executes, and EG just pushing all the extremities of the map, getting into top mid, forcing gunfights, and 100 Thieves just left in uncomfortable spots. Look at this play from Stan as well, in-game leader, but still fragging like a star player. 2 kills at the top of mid. Cirque even locks down lower, and mid is all CTs right now. Another pistol round coming through for 100 Thieves. Gonna go into this B site. Tarek is waiting though, and that's the bomb dropped immediately. First kill he finds, so all the info now for EG. They know to rotate off the back of that frag, and Tarek, he's going back in for a little bit more. Might get tagged down low. May want to give this up with a smoke landing on top of the Molotov, but the Krieg, man, such a powerful weapon. And he's got another grenade as well. Why not throw it in? Chip away a little bit more. Liaz down to 50, and through the smoke, Jacob goes to his own demise.
Oh, another one on the wall bang as well. Liaz found there through the spam spot into the apartments, and 100 Thieves, this is all falling apart once again. EG, you know, with that dominant victory versus Fnatic earlier on, I couldn't put my finger on whether or not it was EG being incredible or Fnatic just starting off on the wrong foot. And I think the answer's becoming all too clear, because these guys are looking just indomitable right now. As they're about to go 7-0 up, only Azza left once again. A 1v5 would be required. And that's the scary thing, is just how quick, how clean these rounds have been for EG.
Yeah, we have 2 James Bonds in the server right now for 100 Thieves. Both Grat and Azza yet to frag, and that is not a good sign to start off this series. 0-7 they are. EG 7-0 up right now. No signs of stopping here. And even wallbangs in the previous round too really rubs salt in the wound here for 100 Thieves. I'd love to see a pause sooner rather than later. I imagine we'll get one if this rifle round doesn't pan out for them. Give a chance for Kassad to weigh in. Oh, the boost is made, the jump is up, and Breezy, he's ahead of that smoke. No one's crossed towards the top of mid just yet, but the flash is going out. He's going to spray through. Get some good tag damage. Jake him down to 50. These smoke spams have been so favorable for EG, and Stan, lurking down lower, is going to get that first blood onto Liaz.
Yeah, no semblance of a trade just yet from the rest of 100 Thieves. He's somehow able to get out of mid. No clue how Stad lives that journey. But he's gotten to the other side, and now Breezy up on this boost at Catwalk. He's got vision down into middle. Will decide to drop on off, and tries to deal with Jacob, but maybe getting a little bit overzealous there. JKS back towards ramp, back on the grind. But Cirkin with that trade very, very quickly now. This has gone back in favor of EG. 100 Thieves trying to scramble, trying to hold on to what they can. And before this round even has a chance to restart for 100 Thieves, they have to go back and get this bomb. And in doing so, they've lost a player over at short. Jacobs finished off. And that there is the round. 8-0 now for EG.
Yeah, it didn't feel like Breezy meant to fall off there. More of an accident, just shoveling forward and decided at that point, he made noise. He was on the front of the cinder blocks. It's probably safer to go forward and try and take someone down before you die rather than trying to escape and getting repeat. He knew Jacob was close on short. He'd already seen his gun barrel. So I kind of understand that play from Breezy. Bit of a mistake, but he made the best of what he had. Either way, it's not a worry, Harry. It's 8-0. This is absolutely fine for EG right now. And the AWP is still here for Cirque. Pistols for 100 Thieves. Cirque making the jump as well this round. And he's got the cross covered behind that top mid smoke. Grat's already been tagged to start things off. And Cirque getting blinded in middle does at least get a player behind the boxes, but Cirque can isolate that man with a Molotov. He will do exactly that. Jacob might just have to smoke it off to stay alive. And Cirque very, very close at the wallbang there, but not quite. Ethan backing out a connector. And 100 Thieves trying to get out from lower to either boost window or take control towards that con position. But no hurry. All the time in the world.
And this is one of the first rounds where we haven't seen EG try and push the extremities of this A side of the map. Now, they know that they're going to be up against these pistols, right? So they don't want to give anything over. And instead, they've gone into this really passive A site hold. 2 players back in CT. And this is something that could really harm 100 Thieves as they try and set up over towards middle. If this play looks to end at that A side of the map, which right now it certainly feels like it does. Breezy even making things go from bad to worse here for 100 Thieves. And Ethan, I mean, Azza just walks into his bullets, but he can't even bear existence that much. He just gives that kill over. And now Stan holding the stairs. He's dealt with gratisfaction. These pistols aren't going to find anything for the Aussies.
Bomb struck to the open. The Stan still laying down the pain, man. The Kriegs being picked up by EG are finding so much effect here on the CT side. We know what they're like. And a pause called out from 100 Thieves. It's time to talk to Chad for his tactical tidbits.
All right, boys. Yet to find an opening kill are the 100 Thieves, but let's take a look at this. The first gun round where they're going for the Hunter boost. They love to get Azza in this window. So right now you can see Liaz and Azza working through the underpass. We'll move the camera angle here, but right now we're going to see that they are well and truly ready for this one. Going to be ready for him coming through the smoke, the spam kill, and he's going to get taken out of the picture before he has a chance to lurk on behind. We just saw the exact same thing go down on that force buy there from the 100 Thieves. Things are not looking good, boys.
No, they most definitely aren't, and you can almost hear how much that one hurt Mr. Birchall to have to admit. 100 Thieves on the back foot in spite of some overwhelmingly good moments from JKS. It's a one-man show right now over on the 100 Thieves side, though. The only man close to even competing with anyone on the side of EG is JKS. There's still 2 players with 0 kills to their name. And I mean, I think that just goes to show how much props we have to give to EG, because it's not even like you can say Grat and Azza are having a bad game. It feels like they've hardly got to play into any of these rounds, right? EG have just been dictating the pace. They've been pushing the extremities of the map. They've been taking these engagements. It feels like from 100 Thieves, we haven't even seen a game plan come in yet. And that's not through lack of trying. Oh, there's the stone cold face of a killer, if you've ever seen one. Just waving goodbye to 100 Thieves' chance of picking this map up.
Yeah, it certainly seems that way, right? This is 100 Thieves' map pick in the series. That's kind of the scary factor as well, right? EG getting that CT side pick, but really I don't think it matters what side they start on. They are feeling fresh and ferocious and showing it as well, man. This is the exact same game that we saw up against Fnatic earlier on today, where EG just completely blew them out of the water. They tore them apart, Harry. And I feel like we are going to see a well-performing EG at the rest of this tournament. These guys have looked so damn good here on day one. No one else having more dominant games than this lot. Maybe Navi up there as well somewhat, right? Destroying Tyloo and taking a 2-0 victory versus MIBR, especially dominant on their map pick of Dust too. Other than that, most of our games have been pretty damn close, but not here, not now. And EG have no signs of stopping. Have that AWP out for gratisfaction. That could be the change up that 100 Thieves need. Not really had the money for that in the past few rounds, but finally the loss bonus kicking into some effect.
Yeah, just waiting to put an end to a little tech issue here. A couple of gremlins in the mix. It's approaching midnight, and you know you're not meant to feed them around then, or get them wet, and we've done both. So yeah, the gremlins are plentiful right now, but while we are working overtime to get those fixed, EG they've been doing a great job of keeping players out of this game, and that is just set to continue. I think as well, you know, the fact that you're having Gratisfaction, who is the AWPer of 100 Thieves, just really put in his place by EG time and time again. Not only is it doing a great job of kind of getting in the heads of two very important players on this roster, but as well as that, you're really setting Cirque up to have all the space he needs. He's gone unchallenged thus far over on this CT side. That's the thing. I mean, you've been drawing a lot of comparisons between this and that Fnatic game earlier on. I think that's very justifiable, given that it was another dominant win for EG. And as we saw there, it was two players once again that they were just able to nullify time and time again. If you think back, it was Golden and Brolin. Two players that within that squad, once more, are usually pretty near the upper end of that scoreboard, especially in Brolin's case. And Golden often finds himself in the upper echelons of it. But they've been in full control, and that's been the story here in this one. It's even more scary, sorry, by the fact that, you know, like even if you look at the deaths over on the side of EG, the most is 4 on Stan, the least is 1 on Taric. I mean, there's been no damage done to them in this entire game thus far. They've had all the money they need, and that is so true. I mean, almost everyone is approaching that $16,000 mark.
Well, let's see if 100 Thieves can break the curse and get their first round on this T side. It's a full A execute straight into the round. Stan going to be with the Krieg once again, and of course finding first blood. Another opening kill going the way of EG. As Chad said earlier, 100 Thieves yet to find their first kill of the round, and that will not be changing anytime soon. 2 more for Stan, add it to the tally as JKS and Azza sit last 2 alive. Grat going 0 and 10. Azza might just be about to join him with his flank coming through from Taric. He is ready to put the backstab into play. 1 and 0 as he doesn't take the second onto Azza, who does come alive with 2, but it's not enough. Taric, that's unfortunate there. One of those 2 players was low HP, and unfortunately he tried to spray down the high HP player rather than the low one, but he wasn't to know, Harry. It's still going to be a round for EG. 10-0 on this CT side.
And you know, times are getting tough when you resort to this sort of purchase over on the 100 Thieves side. They really have to live up to their name. They have to make like a bunch of smugglers, like a bunch of criminals in this one, because they're going to have to steal this round away underneath EG's nose. MAC-10s, they'll bound in through the apartments. 100 Thieves trying to snatch whatever they can get their hands on. But oh no, the burglar alarm's gone off and the Fuzz are in. EG have shut them all down. 11 and 0 now.
Definitely worth noting, EG were 110% ready for that buy. They had 3 players on the B site and a 4th came in even before the first man died. So 4 players versus the 5-man rush into B. And of course, MAC-10s versus Rifles, you know who's coming out on top of those engagements. Unbelievable scenes right now, Harry, as EG are just in the heads of 100 Thieves. They've got another buyback in, though, after that 1 MAC-10 rush, and 100 Thieves, it's just about getting something here, just about getting the building blocks a start. Just 1 round can pump you up enough to carry on. Cirque, though, getting caught. That's the first opening kill 100 Thieves have had all goddamn game. Could that be the change?
You hope so. I mean, I think for anyone watching, right, like, 100 Thieves are such a lovable bunch of guys that they always have people rooting for them. And you really hope this is going to be the switch around, right? Jacob opening this one up. Sorry, I've got JKS on the brain, man, after that play earlier on.
He is empty.
Not quite able to deal with that there. Yeah, B is completely empty. And 100 Thieves have got that bomb down as a result. They're going to take that all day long. Taric doesn't want to go through that Molotov. EG, they're surely going to give this a go.
Oh, that's going to throw a spanner in the works. So losing Ethan from under. No BX flank here for EG as they try and come through the market. Double setup should be guaranteeing this kill into Stan. He throws a grenade, and that's going to call for the peak. Liaz and Gratisfaction combine for that kill as now it's surely undoable. Tarek can find one with the AWP. Oh my god, he gets a second as well. This should not be happening, but even so, the time is ticked so far low, and they're not going to be able to get back into the round in time. No exits here for Tarek past that short position, and Breezy will get away with his gun. Also, Gratisfaction, unfortunately, only gets the assist onto Stan in market, so he still hasn't got a kill. 0 and 11, but at least 0, 1 and 11, you know, putting up some ADR on the board.
I think you know, even though this is showing and looking like it's going to be a very, very one-sided map, and usually that doesn't make for the best thing to, you know, draw conclusions from. One thing I will say is how damn exciting is this, right? If EG can keep this up, if they can keep this insane style of Counter-Strike, if they can keep getting in the heads of their opposition and having players that are usually so, I don't want to say so consistent, but usually pretty damn consistent, right?
Certainly not 0 and 11.
No, exactly. If you can get in players' heads like this, then man, this is going to be one hell of an exciting tournament for them, and that's something that we can definitely look towards. They've been able to do it versus Fnatic earlier on today, and now they're living rent-free in even more properties. They're in the heads of 100 Thieves right now. Setting up towards the A-bomb site early on are the Aussies. 3 players up in Palace. Stan looking to hold this position from up on top of the scaffolding. That Molotov is at least going to hold back this peak for the time being.
3 in Palace, man. That is a big cheese call from 100 Thieves, and I love it. But Stan is ready and waiting, and they won't check the corner. Trade is imminent, though, and 100 Thieves trying to get out on top of this A site. Early spray from Breeze, too early, and Ethan lets them pass. He lets them into the A site. Can't afford to go down. He needs to find value from this position, but he gets flashed as he shoots. Still gets a kill. There's no re-peek. Asa doesn't hear it, and Ethan gets a second. Tarek forced forward by the Molotov. Liaz trying to clutch it out, gets his second, but Cirque is up and above, and he reads it. Liaz finding the clutch for 100 Thieves, finding their second round, and finally coming alive.
I love it from Liaz. He gives us the little nod, lets us know that he knows where Cirque is with the mouse. And clinical stuff from him. He had to land the one shot because you know that Cirque is not the kind of guy to give you many opportunities. Crucially, a second round on the board now for 100 Thieves. And with Orps and Co invested into that last round, that money that EG had banked up, with everyone at one point approaching $16,000, that's at least been broken down. And that's something, oh, it's a bit of a shame because we're so late on in the game. If this had all happened just one round sooner, then maybe 100 Thieves would have got to feel the full effect of it. At most, you're going to be looking at like 1 player limited in the future for EG. And even then, there's definitely ways that you can juggle the money around and work it out. So 100 Thieves, man, this is going to be a real grind if they want to salvage this 4-11 half.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, right? It's better than getting 15-0 at the very least. 4 rounds, who even knows if that's possible to pull back with the way that EG can come into their own on the T side as well, but flash towards the top and middle, and it is perfect. Tarek gets a frag. He knows there's a second man here, but Jacob double peeks with his teammate and gets away with that kill. Takes some damage, but it's worth its weight in gold. It keeps the 4-on-4 intact, and 100 Thieves are going to be able to group up and reroute. Stan, though, looking to force more fights up top mid. It's got teammates covering lower as well, so this is a powerful mid setup right now for EG. Giving away the A site, though. Luckily, 100 Thieves have not pushed the player into position, so they don't know that just yet. And Cirque is covering the cross, at least from jungle. This will be that A play. 100 Thieves coming back in through T-spawn to group up with 4-on-4. And EG, they're going to have to be playing for retake right now, as these smokes are going to come down towards jungle and stairs, cutting off the lines of sight from these mid players. There's going to be a good chance for 100 Thieves to get themselves a 3rd round here. Hopefully we can have Grat stepping up as well. Clean shaven, but we need him to be dirty as ever.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we were worried that maybe the power was in the stash, but maybe it actually was for Gratisfaction. That kill found there by Jacob at the very, very least has now left the man advantage teetering in favor of 100 Thieves. Cirque goes up and over, but Azza is quick on the trigger. Trade back in from Breezy, and a 2 versus 3. Not impossible here, but Gratisfaction getting his first kill on the board. He's finally broke the curse. And that will be the 3rd round solidified. Breezy's going to back off and try and hold on to this M4, and that is to avoid any potential limitations here heading into the last round of this first half. 100 Thieves might just be able to salvage a 4-11 half yet.
Yeah, and that would be good considering how the start of this game went, right? Obviously, a huge lead for EG initially, and 100 Thieves, they've at least made this, well, closer than it could have been. 4 rounds would be the cherry on top for this half, but will EG allow it? As you said, saving that M4 does facilitate a complete full buy into the last round. They can have everything and more, and the double AWP will be coming through as well.
Yeah, one thing I think it's important to realize is EG, they've kind of gone back to playing more standard CS in terms of holding this kind of default earlier on in the round. And you know, think about early on, think about into those first few buy rounds for 100 Thieves where EG were pushing the extremities at top mid, they were throwing smokes to take this aggression. And so we might see a return to that here in the last round of this first half. Already a bit of damage found onto Gratisfaction. Jacob's going to catch a nade as well, and he's brought down low. JKS has actually managed to sneak out and carve a path out through Palace. And the man back in CT, Stanislaw, only just being made aware of this. JKS has closed the gap, but will get traded narrowly so by Stan, who's been allowed to upgrade onto Cirque's AWP. Taking that from his corpse, 4 on 4. This A bomb site not guaranteed for 100 Thieves, and they've also got to go back and get that bomb. Now, with Breezy and Ethan removing the rest of the team, it's only Liaz left in an undoable clutch, surely.
Surely, right? Ethan's holding the angle out wide, and Liaz spraying with the Kree, gets it at range without the scope. Still going to have to get 3 more, though, and coming up on top of the stairs is going to be Breezy. Not rushing this frag, knowing that Liaz is waiting for EG to make the next move. Well, they can do one better. Make him work for it. And 30 seconds, he's going to have to commit towards A at this point. No time to rotate down towards B unless he started running, and that is not going to be the case. Jumping in CT is going to be Stan, gets tagged, 3 peek on stairs, and that will be all they need. Breezy to close it out, 12-3 at the end of the first half here for EG, and they are trying to do exactly what they did versus Fnatic earlier on today. Will it be the same case, or will 100 Thieves make a case on this T side, or CT side rather? You'll have to wait and see. Join us after the break for the second half of Mirage.
100 Thieves might just need 100 kills if they want to pull this game back in their favor. Right now, they're sat 3-12 behind the Evil Geniuses. Grat might have lost his, but right now Stan is flexing his little evil mustache in the server as his dastardly plan is all coming together.
Yeah, and it's looking to continue as well over on the T side. We've got that pistol round live and ready here. This is a 100 Thieves map pick in the best of 3 series, and it certainly isn't spelling the greatest of starts, but let's see if their finish is a little bit better. Jacob pushing towards the top of middle and already getting spotted. It's going to have to back off chase from these T-side players. Grat getting dinked as well, dropping out of the window. Underpass push coming. They could potentially boost, but the timing is everything. Grat's moved away. Jacob's moved in. He spots ahead. Oh, it's messy. And Ethan's going to deconstruct that boost. Not interested in losing his face just yet. But why not give it another go? Instead, just up on that ledge, holding for the catwalk play. Liaz very, very close to pushing up, but he can't afford to go around this corner because, again, he is the solo B player. Luckily enough for him, EG are going the other side of the map. And Ethan, when the time is right, he can come in through this window on that flank. Oh!
Oh, another kill. Gratisfaction will get dealt with at least. Azza, though, keeping things in favor of 100 Thieves. And JKS, the trick up their sleeve, now arriving. Yeah. Breezy's going to deal with one with a nice little one-tap there, but nothing else presents itself to him. 100 Thieves going to kickstart this second half with the pistol round, and that was much needed if they wanted to have any chance to recover here on Mirage.
Yeah, there's a start of something potentially, Harry, but let's see how far it can go, because EG, no bomb plant, but they're still forcing up, and that really shows the level of confidence that we have right now for these North Americans. I don't really blame them. It's 12-4 after all. Gonna have that B play as to be expected in round number 2. Betway loving the Evil Geniuses right now. Rush looking beautiful as ever, side of his face. Nice little mug shot there. And here we go, EG. Only 2 players on this B site for them to run into, but Liaz missing the timing. That could actually be problematic, as that smoke might fade before he's back up into position, but he makes it this time. Does make some noise with it. Wonder if Tarek heard that.
Oh, Azza lining up this pop flash, and this is such a good flashbang to have. This is one for your matchmaking games for anyone watching at home. Pops right there as it goes through the window. Ooh, Liaz spotting one, and now more players seen. Rotations coming in for 100 Thieves, but they've got to hold the line at B, and that in and of itself is proving to be a bit of a challenge. Luckily, Liaz not budging, not giving up this site just yet, but Breezy's Deagle. Oh my goodness! Finally, Gratisfaction has come in with 3 in that round there. And a much-needed hat-trick from the man who was absent until round 14 as he puts Breezy back in his place. It looked like he was about to pop off with that Deagle. And in all fairness, he got 3. That is still popping off with the Deagle. But that one was a round that so nearly gets out of hand. Look at this. Boom! Man. Oh, it's so disgusting watching EG play, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Thank God Grat got back into that site in time. He gets more kills in that round than he's had the entire game put together. So very, very good stuff. That CT side, the swap over, Harry, it can mean everything. If you have a rough first half, just switching sides really lets you, change it up.
Bit of a conversation from inside the server. Liaz just asked for Breezy's resolution after that one, so can't say I blame him. But now just the pistols for EG. I don't want to count them out of finding damage, though. That's the thing. I mean, I haven't been able to count EG out in any of these rounds yet. But this is one that 100 Thieves should be picking up, even with the 3 MP9s. They're actually pretty great up against the unarmored opponents.
Ooh, playing a headshot angle versus Breezy with a Deagle is not to be rifled with, or trifled with.
It's like playing a headshot angle versus a guillotine. It's like, who wins that? Well, go figure, man. Liaz dealing with one. That's pretty much it for him over at B. That smoke goes in, and that should scare EG away. JKS has dealt with Tarek as well. And EG, whatever they had planned is out the window, and they're just going to group up and try and look for these kills over in mid.
Oh, Grat switching weapon a bit too early. Maybe thought he already got the kill, but 2 bullets left in the mag, and Azza will swoop him to save the day. Flawless round there from 100 Thieves, and that is exactly what they need if they want to build this comeback. They're going to need money to fall back on for when EG eventually pick up a T-side round. Nothing worse than trying to come back and instantly being put to eco the second you lose your first CT round, but that luckily won't be the case here for 100 Thieves. That being said, Bai is coming in for the T's. Couple of Kriegy boys and some AKs alongside it. EG, fast mid smoke, and they're going to try and move into position. There's a top mid smoke from 100 Thieves, but no one playing behind it, so EG don't respect that decision, and they just go powering through with a flashbang. Molly into the window as well. They're expecting a lot more resistance here in mid because of that smoke, and it's actually making them waste a lot of their very limited set of utility. So, smoke having significant value for 100 Thieves, even though they don't play behind it. And EG, now that they've figured out mid is theirs, they're just going to hold this default. Ethan outside of A, we've got Tarek up in the apartments, and the rest of them just mulling about mid.
Yeah, it's not uncommon if you give up mid control to try and take even a bit more ground elsewhere. And so we see JKS going aggressive down at the A side. And that's going to be pretty great for him. He's got that MP9 holding the close position. Now, usually, you know, you'd see a team, if they're going to do this, they either keep him here or they try and run a bait and switch setup. And that's still a possibility with Jacob being nearby. Ethan waiting for this ramp push, and he will spot JKS there. Flash goes out, and JKS not looking for this fight. He knows to pick his battles, and this is not one he thinks he can win. I'd agree with him here. AK up on top of the roof. They're going to see your little tiptoes before you even get down the ramp. Doesn't matter. EG, this man over at A is just getting attention while the real play looks to come in at this B side of the map. Azza's got to lock it down. He's got Gratisfaction with him. The 2 players that are left for 100 Thieves are both here. They're fighting back to back, and Gratisfaction might have been quiet in the beginning, but here he is now. 5 seconds left. No time for Ethan in this round. And so EG, they run into the final 2, the last bastion of hope for 100 Thieves, and both players managed to hold their own.
Yeah, great round from 100 Thieves. So you are really starting this comeback right here, right now, Harry. And 7 on the CT side now under their name. For the side of EG, no bomb plant, so no buy is really how this one's going for them on the T side. Luckily, one saved rifle. They can invest pistols around it and try and set Ethan up to be the hero of this upcoming round, but got to get a little bit worried here if you're EG. Orp is out for Grat as well, and he has really turned things around coming into the second half, which is what you like to see. Now with the AWP, he's going to be in his element, but fast A play right now from the T's. JKS hiding on the site, getting wrapped from the backline, and Breezy's got himself a gun. That is how these rounds get very much out of control, but Jacob will control his spray well and take down Ethan. Cirque getting flashed through the smoke. They're both blind, and he's found one. Grat with a trade, but the bomb has been planted, and the retake is on.
Yeah, these Deagles still finding success, but now it's only Stanislaw. Azza's not ready for the close position, and now Gratisfaction versus Stan. Grat, a man who got his first kill in round 14, who's now on to 11. He's been a savior time and time again for 100 Thieves. He'll tap the bomb, tries to bait the peek from Stanislaw, but he's got ice in his veins, and he plays the time well, peeking wide at the end, and that will be EG finally putting a stop to this little resurgence, at least for the time being. A 13th round solidified and a chance to build upon that even more.
Yeah, and where's the money gone, Harry? It's just completely absent right now. That's the danger of the CT side, right? If you don't take convincing rounds, if you don't take rounds with a minimum of 3 players surviving, all it takes is all it takes is 1 for you to lose, and you're straight back to an eco. So fast is Cirque. He's already got the kill before we're back in the game, and 100 Thieves, they're on an eco right now. They have nothing to play with. Azza with the only pistol investment, and Tarek has taken down Liaz as well. Breezy going down to the USP of Grat, but he can't really escape from this position. If he goes into apps, he'll bump into Cirque. If he goes into mid, well, Tarek's waiting with Stan, so good luck. They've got him locked in position, and he's got to fight to his death here. Oh, he could have got that kill, actually. No one was watching it, but there it is. Stan finishing him off, and EG back all over mid. They can even push into the B site if Cirque wants to go through those apartments.
While we're only up against these pistols, and this one now seems like it should be a lock-in for 100 Thieves. Actually, Azza, we'll get one, maybe another. Oh, Tarek's gone as well. Azza, they might just let this one get out of hand. The wrap is coming in from Ethan, but Azza's ready, turns back on the spot, not quite. And Evil Geniuses, they're going to get a 14th. Now, as I was about to say, before Azza impressed us with those 2 kills, let's remember, Hugo, in round 14, Azza got his first kill of the game, putting him 1-13 on the scoreboard. And
wasn't that Gratisfaction?
That's what I meant. I meant Gratisfaction. Wrong name. Sorry, we were just speaking about this man in question. Gratisfaction, yeah, gets his first kill in round 14, and now he sits second on the scoreboard for 100 Thieves.
Wow.
So that is in 8 rounds' time. He's gone up to second on the board with 12 kills. Individually, stellar resurgence, stellar resilience, and Jacob's now offering up a bit of a performance of his own from Love with Jacob at the helm, and I said that the wrong way around, but it doesn't matter. Everything's upside down. It's topsy-turvy as Cirque's in with a double. This round is chaos. I'm almost lost for words, but I've got to keep churning them out, and now Cirque finally put down Jacob. Oh, 4 kills there.
I don't know what's more entertaining, Harry, the game or you, to be honest. I'm loving it. From Love with Jacob.
Yeah, From Love with Jacob, man.
Oh, that could be his book, his autobiography.
Yeah. I bet Jacob would have one hell of an autobiography as well, because what a storyline for this guy, right? Just fades into obscurity for the longest time. You know, there was a time where he was kind of touted as one of the real up-and-coming stars of Counter-Strike, then fading off, joining this Renegades roster back when they were Renegades, originally as only a stand-in. And now, like, he's become a part of the family. He's basically Australian by association. But this fast B play, EG trying to break the hold. 100 Thieves, they answer with the first 2. And now 3 players still alive, and they will both get a kill apiece here inside of B. The kills are coming in. It's a 2 versus 2 now. That bomb's out in the open, and it's another scrappy round that comes down to these late 2vx's.
And Tarek's got a chance to plant the catwalk. Cirque can just play this bomb like a genius. He can just fall right back, and this could just be an EG round off the back of that. Tarek risking his life to grab a grenade, but it's worked wonders as he smokes off the market. He can hold the front of that doorway. Window now being watched by Cirque instead, and this is going to be such a hard retake right now. They have a kit. Molotov's going to make Tarek reposition, but he can just play that smoke again. Cirque catching Liaz on the edge of one, and JKS a huge clutch to find, no health to find it, and it's going to be EG taking 15 on the T side. A really nice attempt at a comeback so far from 100 Thieves, but it may all be in vain on the CT side if EG can just find one more.
Yeah, 7 rounds consecutively needed here from 100 Thieves. They were able to put together 4 in a row to kickstart this half. They've got to do that and more if they want to send this to overtime. And look at the buy they've got to try and see them through to the very end. Gratisfaction is the only rifle in play in this round. Now, that flashbang is all right. It delays that peek from Breezy for only a moment, though. And the kill still comes in favor of EG. 4-on-4 though, thanks to the man in window. Jacob taking up a position. He wants to get that gun, but as he does, Stan is just waiting. He puts the bait out. He leaves the weapon there. He knows the kill will come to him as a result, and now he's got a foothold over towards jungle.
There's cheese in the mousetrap, and there's no taking it today for Jacob. He's going to get his legs absolutely ripped off. And EG 4-on-3, make that a 4-on-2. JKS is close on ramp. They will check it. Stan, heads up play, knowing that 100 Thieves have got to have some control towards the A site. And it was pushed down on ramp where the last man was. Liaz off for that B rotation. And this should be a read for EG. They've got it under lock and key. 16-8. That's going to be the map taken by EG on the pick of 100 Thieves. It's not enough as they only get 3 rounds in the first half. The comeback just wasn't there. Now we're going to have to head to Nuke, and there's a chance EG are looking to 2-0 this best of 3. Can they do it? We'll have to wait and see. Join us after the break for the analyst desk and the second map of this series.
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is game fuel. It's domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, The Road to Odense, Betway, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and Pay Safeguard.
One through 11, all unanswered. In fact, a very slow start, if that indeed, for the 100 Thieves. Evil Geniuses come out on top, 16-8 here at their their upper bracket semifinal of what is Group A. Right now, things have gotten just a little bit topsy-turvy. When you look at it, this one was rough for the 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm going to head out, boys. Look, that did not go anywhere near the way I expected it to. EG continuing that form from earlier in the day against Fnatic, looking extremely assertive on that CT side, continuing that pace and stifling 100 Thieves' game plan so early. That's the difference maker. That's it right there.
All the individuals showing up, right?
Yeah.
You had every single player from EG having plays throughout that first half. You have Tarek, with another great game as well. And it's like when you can enable 5 players at the same time, then you have something good cooking for you.
Especially for these 5 guys right here who, even during their downtime, even during their breaks, they were seemingly ecstatic about the game at hand. Of course, when you're winning, that's how life goes. But when you're losing, well, it didn't look that way on the other side. Let's just put it that way.
No, like Grat had his first kill in the 14th round of the game. Azza had a couple of consolation kills. There was some moments where JKS went absolutely huge. Like pistol round, he gets that 4K, I think it was, or 3K or something along those lines where he could have converted that. Had another round where he's whipped out the A bomb site. He's almost clutched that one. And then eventually the clutches did come through, but it wasn't through that of JKS. It was through that of Liaz, who put the second round on the board with a 1-on-3 there. I think it was round number 13. But the opening kills were a problem as well. Look, these are highlight moments. If you look at some of the rounds from 100 Thieves, damn, this game's close, but realistically, they were all in vain. They were too late, too little, too late.
Yeah, and showing up late, I guess, is better than never. But at this point, they basically didn't show up on Mirage. Now they're going to have a shot at redemption over on Nuke. However, what else do we take away from it, Jacob?
I mean, it was great to see, despite Gratisfaction having that horrendous start to the game, he did come after it. I think he finished on 13 kills. He had a few vital rounds on that CT side. There was a retake on the B-bomb side in particular, where he got a triple K and kept them inside the game. So him tanking a little bit of confidence coming into Nuke, that's always a good thing, because had he not done that, he's going to be needed on Nuke. He's going to have to be there with a presence with the AWP, and he's going to create some space and lock down some areas for the 100 Thieves guys.
Do you think, though, that they would be expecting Nuke? Because this is my biggest problem. I wanted them to come with high energy. Now that they see Nuke as the map pick, it's not something that I think they would have prepared for. When you go up against EG, you would have been focusing on your likes of Inferno or your Dust 2s. To have Nuke come through in this regard, right, I think that's already thrown the spanner in the work of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and the 100 Thieves need to kind of get their boots off the ground at this point. We're looking at 100 Thieves that need to get started on the second map, and, well, they're going to have that opportunity. However, for the time being, are there any takeaways that they could possibly have going into this next map with everything in mind on Mirage?
JKS was playing well, he was hitting shots. That's a positive sign. They are going to get to start on the CT side of Nuke, so there's another positive to take away with that. But I think that they're going to have to go in Trace with their game plan. You can't go in and counter-strat now. You haven't had time to watch any demos.
Yeah, that ship has absolutely sailed. Speaking of sailing, it's one man named Tarek, or you might know him as the Watermelon himself. We got some words with him before we jump into this next map. Whoa.
I've got Tarek with me from Evil Geniuses, and they had a dominant performance with a 12-3 first half, managed to close it out in style. Then that was their pick, looking pretty confident, and even a better improvement from when you last faced them on it. So was this just EG feeling more comfortable? You guys continue to get better because you guys are just smashing it in general?
Yeah, I think we're starting to heat up. It's looking good for us, and I'm proud of all my teammates because everyone's playing their game, and frag distribution is really tight, so it just shows that everyone's doing really well, and yeah, it's looking good.
Now on Nuke, this is going into your pick, a very comfortable map for you guys anyway. Is there any worries about what preparation they might have been able to do on it, though, coming into this match?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be a tough game, especially since we're starting on the T side, so I think we're going to have to make sure we have a solid half. If we get at least 6-7 rounds, then I think we'll be off to a good start.
Now, there's that meme going around, right? When you go to China, you guys struggle a little bit more in terms of the jet lag and things like that. But this time around, how are you guys feeling overall? Because I was speaking to Stan, he said his confidence is high, it's not too bad, but what's the overall feel for you at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, things are flowing. I think jet lag is obviously always a thing when you travel overseas and so far away. But for us right now with our schedule, it's just like jet lag doesn't even exist because we've traveled the whole world constantly for such a long time. I don't know. I mean, I feel good personally. I think the rest of the guys feel good as well. So we're playing well, and I think that's what matters the most.
Well, it's all working out so far. I'm going to let you get back to the game. Good luck on Nuke, mate. It's time to go back to the desk. And before we get into the game, it's going to be a banger. Let's see what EG can pull off this time.
The Evil Geniuses finding the rhythm, finding the rhyme, and we all know it's Counter-Strike time, Chad.
Yeah, was he just having a staring match with the camera on the out there? I don't know. I think he would have won. But look, going into this new game, he just mentioned they will have to start on the T side, but they've recently played it twice over there at ECS. They played against NIP, they played against Astralis on those maps, and they picked up victories on both of them. I think both times they were starting on their T sides as well. Yep. 5 rounds against NIP and 6 rounds against Astralis, so pretty decent haul.
Let's hold it all right there. We're going to have to go to a break, and when we come back, we're going to have that second map of the series, one that could conclude this entire thing right here in the upper bracket for the 100 Thieves. Or, well, the Evil Genius could falter, could take us to a third. Anyway, we'll stay positive. For right now, Evil Genius is heavily in charge. We'll be right back after this break.
Yeah. Ay, push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, about too hard, yeah. I'm killing your favorite rapper with minimum effort. Yeah, your corpse getting severed. The industry dry as a desert. Do whatever it is that you think that you're doing, I'm doing it better. Straight double use, that's my letter. Don't got no snakes, only ladders, ayy. They tryna figure out what's on our plate. Infinity sideways, we already ate. Skipping is basic, skipping is classic. Stay out of trouble, now I can relate. Nevertheless, again, I'm doing great. I just finished this thing, ain't no debate. You ain't my dog, you ain't my family, and sure as hell, you're not my mate. Yeah, I take my place at the summit. I can't wait till we countin' them hundreds. I cannot lie, I ain't rich, yeah, but when I say my time coming, it's coming. And some of y'all got ahead of me, to be honest, I wasn't even running. But very soon I'ma run it. I demand it, man, I want it. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big. I keep it large, okay. Live it up. Cause it's fake, better give it up. Young, but I feel like I've seen enough. Numbers going up, better keep it up. Ain't slowing down, better live it up. About too hard, ayy. What about too hard? Ayy, what about too hard? Ayy, about too hard, ayy. They not gon' like this, don't like surprises. I cause a crisis, man, I'm a scientist. With the music I spice things, up to my liking. Man, I want nice things, nice things. That's not an AK, it's a Uzi. I pull up and shoot it to movie. I'm chasing the bag, not a coochie. Cut ties with the fake, now it's Gucci. Word of my niggas from the 021. You count 6 shots and I count 2 guns. Some people still think I rap just for fun, but soon they look up to me just like the sun. Yeah, you can come over here. Swear it's like no career. Swear you got no idea. Soon you have no career. Take a good look in the mirror. They need to know that I'm here. Don't you act like it ain't clear. Yeah. Push start, ayy. Ball so hard, ayy. Raise the bar, ayy. Turn into a star, ayy. Play my part, yeah. I aim too far. I do it big.
And there it is, the lovely Denmark that we all do love to see. It's rather chilly outside. Things have gotten festively hot inside, though, as this matchup does carry on. 100 Thieves versus the Evil Geniuses. EG looking strong in the first map of the series, taking Mirage pretty handedly. Leaves us on the cards for Nuke. This is where things could start to change, or at least turn around for the 100 Thieves. Me and Chad are going to be over here drawing and doing all kind of like arts and crafts stuff. So, Chad, first and foremost, nice jacket.
Thank you very much. I can say the same for you. And look, I thought we were out here to clean the thing, but I guess we can break some stuff down.
Yeah, let's do just that. Let's talk a little bit about Nuke and perhaps some of the things that are the key ingredients, some of the necessary elements that you're going to need here.
Yeah, well, this is the EG pick, so we want to focus on what 100 Thieves need to have going well for them here. So let's focus on Gratisfaction, who's going to be the AWP round. Well, that's Azza. So let's hit clear screen. All right, that works. All right, let's try that again. Gratisfaction, he's going to be AWPing outside. You're going to have Jacob, who's like, I call him the game helper. He's going to be all over the place, coming up secret, helping yard, and Azza will be the main player. Now, these 3 players here are the most vital to do with rotations, to do with stopping these wall smokes. Now, something that I noticed from watching the demos recently of EG is they're throwing these two smokes from spawn quite late in the round. We're talking, with the 40, 50 seconds left. And what that means is that most of the CTs, their utility will have been milked at that point. Now, the reason I want to focus on these three players here is because if they can just stop any of these outside pushes, or they can rotate well enough that it's going to completely stifle EG from getting the lower bomb site, they're going to find themselves in a very good place. And now if you hit clear screen, Trace.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you could also play around in these smokes here. It gets a little out of control,
Yeah,
right?
so here, let's do this. Hit smoke here.
Okay.
And now whack that smoke right here.
You want it right?
Yeah, right there. Now this boy, Jacob, he plays behind this smoke with Gratisfaction overseeing with the AWP, doing exactly what Trace was mentioning. So if those wall smokes do come in early, he can be a bit of a nuisance. He can either go to attack and make sure they don't have all their players going into the lower bomb site, or he can just sit and hopefully get some information so his teams can rotate.
Attack, protect, that's what it's all about here on Nuke. A little bit of give it, a little bit of take. Chad, what else is it going to take, though? Because it's going to be just a lot more than the 100 Thieves to get this one started.
Yeah, look, I think that they obviously all need to fire up with that energy that we're talking about here, and that is something which after map 1 and after the way that they just copped that beat down, I'm not too sure they're going to have anything left in the stock, Jacob.
They definitely need some fight. Jacob Pimp Vinicky, of course, here on the desk with us now.
Tried to get rid of him.
A little bit of Nuke. Yeah, we tried to get you out of here, but, well, I guess you're stuck with us.
You guys did good up there, man. I think Evil Geniuses still have to continue what they did on map 1. I think right now you have 5 players who's feeling it. Tarek seemed pretty confident in that interview as well. If 100 Thieves want to stop that, they need some serious preparation. They need a serious idea of how to play Nuke against Evil Geniuses. And I think you hit the nail on the coffin before when you said, I don't necessarily think they expected Nuke to be part of that map pool, especially now considering this is the second map moving into it. So I think right now that 100 Thieves are in deep, deep water.
Oh. Well, yeah, especially given, you got the slowest of starts. You did see a little bit of life there at the end. This is your chance to get back in the game. This is your chance to turn everything around on Nuke and send it back down to the Evil Geniuses. What we're going to do now is get this game underway, because that's what we need to do. Let's go ahead and hand it over to Harry and Hugo, who are sitting patiently by.
Yes, we are, and we're ready and waiting to get into this one. Now, 100 Thieves, you'd have to be a real Halo MCC fan to get behind them, because I think for them to take this map feels like a bit of a reach at this point, right? I mean, thank you, Hugo. Yeah, they did get it really stuck to them back on their map pick and Mirage. They were able to recover. They managed to make it look like there was a chance. But their chances here on Nuke could be few and far between. If it's the same EG from the map prior, they'll get out into this A bomb site nice and early, but they have sustained casualties, and they have been kept away from getting that bomb down. JKS has even wrapped through the lobby. And now they hear these footsteps, but he's one step ahead of Breezy. That bomb goes down inside of the B site, but it's a 5-on-3 retake versus low HP players for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, they tried to nade out the door, and they actually did a lot of team damage. Tarek was brought down to the red before the round even started, really, and it's just Ethan alone. Surely not a winnable clutch at this point. 20 HP the difference, or 10 rather, and one bullet will seal his fate. A team ace from 100 Thieves. No one getting 0 kills at the halftime this time. They're going to get on the board with a pistol round on the CT side. That's what you like to see. Obviously, with this being EG's map pick, 100 Thieves did get to choose that favored side. And that's going to give them a chance to bounce back in this series, try and start things off on the right foot rather than go 11-0 down. That's how the previous series, or previous map went rather. And a nice pistol to start things off at least. But bomb plant down for EG, Harry, you know they're forcing every time. And there it is.
Yeah, they've done exactly that. They've thrown Galil onto the back of Cirque, pistols, and a UMP for everybody else. Not a lot to work with, but definitely something you could try and do damage with in this round here. Smoke's getting lined up towards outside. Now, one of those has missed massively.
Yeah, they actually focused on utility rather than getting the rifles in, because you could have got, AKs or Galils here, like multiple, but instead they went for all these smokes to get themselves down towards B, and I like that play as well. Still got some left in the reserve, some Molotovs, which are very useful in secret for throwing towards the stairs and forcing CTs away, but unorthodox positions taken here by 100 Thieves. We've got Azza in the vent ready to swing. We just want to fall out and get caught mid-air. Tarek getting the trade on that frag, and the grenade just missing. Jacob staying alive in the back of Decon will deny this bomb plant down towards B alongside JKS, but there's that ramp split. JKS getting pressured. He needs to try and find cover, but he can't move out of the site. Ethan's going to come in from below, and now a rotate's coming down through vents. They found the bomb. Those are massive kills here for 100 Thieves, but immediate trade from Breeze with a dig. We know what he can do with this gun. 3-on-2, no rush here for EG, but they have only got 30 seconds to get that bomb down.
Yeah, and right now it's still under Aussie control. Gratisfaction and Jacob here. And, well, Grat does get bested. Jacob now alone in the 1v3 and 10 points of health. One shot is all that is required. And Tarek has no problem connecting exactly that. So the force buy for EG yielding them some immediate results here in the server as they get that first round on the board nice and early. And with it, now the force buy has to come back in from 100 Thieves. We're going to have this back and forth until one of these teams wins 2 in a row.
Yeah, that's an impressive round win from EG. If you look at the things that 100 Thieves had in their favor there, it really should have gone their way, right? They had a heavy setup down towards that B site. They had initial trades going their way down in secret. They even had the bomb drop for them. So impressive for EG to bounce back in that round. And they are going to bounce forward in this one into the A site. That scout finding 1 kill as EG take control of A. Guns out for Stan as he covers up the heaven. One of these scouts have wrapped round towards Mini, but a re-smoke down is going to completely deny Gratisfaction anything here with this weapon. Can't go through that smoke with just a scout, and EG might have locked in their second round here as 100 Thieves definitely considering a save. Not just considering, but going for it. 4 players going back towards the CT spawn, and that's EG off to a 2-1 lead already. I guess the force buy wars aren't going to be continuing, but at least 100 Thieves will have weapons to play with in that upcoming round, plus these pistols and armor. Even so, likely going to be seeing this 3-1 lead here for EG to start off this map.
Yeah, it's a shame, right? If one of those armored players had stayed alive alongside this, we could have maybe seen like a famous force buy in this round. But that's not the case, right? It's just those scavenged weapons that are held forward. And the vast majority left armorless. So Azza and Jacob going to be donning the armor in this one, and a chance that these pistols can maybe get away with a bit of damage. That's really what you're hoping for. Let's see if they can do exactly that. It's rifles almost across the board for EG, and they just send all 5 over here towards the ramp room. Justin Savage on the other side. This shot from Azza there on the scout. JKS good for 1 on the Deagle. Now the scout finding some chip damage across the board. Brings 2 players down very, very low. And gives these pistols a bit more of a chance to find that killing blow in this round.
Oh dear, Grat opens the door to try and take a fight, and it leaves Jacob up on the chopping block. Cirque takes him down. That is unlucky. And now Grat's got to fall back, because really this round is lost. It's all about just minimizing the damage here for EG. They've got 2 low players. Oh, the spam. Oh, Liaz is on 1. Get out of there, run for the hills. We'll see if he can escape as Grat gets tagged up as well.
Ethan hasn't even been hit once, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's a scout versus M4, though. You got a lot more ammo. You know, if Ethan was firing 1 bullet a second, it'd be a different story.
Well, he goes hunting for these little pesky vent dwellers. 100 Thieves, unlike the Vault Dwellers, they can't deal with the fallout from this round. It's going to be a 3-1 lead for EG to kickstart this one. Cirque even managing to survive despite being on 1 point. Is at 1 point of health there. Damage found, but not enough to really write home about. But here's the investment for 100 Thieves. Notably, they're not going to have that AWP on Gratisfaction. And I really want to see him get off to a good start here. I think, you know, he's really got to try and carry that momentum forward from the previous map. Not having that AWP, let's see if maybe that hurts them at all in this round. Luckily enough, there is, oh no, there is one over on Cirque's back. He's bringing that into this round. And he's taking it over towards outside.
Yeah, risky cross for Grat, but he's going to do it successfully. No one stops him from getting into secret here, and that usually is a longer wrap round if you go through the ramp room and flank up from the secret. But safely get into position. Molotov towards the red box. EG making sure that outside is clear as can be. For the time being, it is. No one here to stop them just yet. These are deeper smoke, which allow them to cross closer towards the garage, go for an outside split towards the CT spawn if they want, but Jacob has gone up and above. There's still a player on a silo he's got to watch out for. He's getting spammed and he doesn't realize. Ethan finds that kill. Smoke in front of Secret, but Grat has a one-way, flashes him, but it's not good enough. It goes past him. He gets one and doubles it onto Tariq. Grat, great frags as he falls down towards the B site. The lack of orb not being a problem here in this round, and EG are going to double back, leave the yard and go in towards the lobby for another go.
Yeah, now this A site is pretty barren for 100 Thieves. There's one man inside of it, that's Liaz, and JKS now moving up into the heavens. Wow, my rush is just one step ahead. Liaz holding this position. JKS gets removed. Are they ready for the hut man? Well, Breezy was not, but Cirque and Ethan, they're ready for all the peaks. Gratisfaction lines up two at the very end, but it's not quite enough there as Ethan gets the better of him in the head-to-head. Another round locked in for the side of EG, and once again, no money for 100 Thieves.
That's such a rough spot to be in as well, right? 4 on 3. Grat does everything they need by getting those 2 kills outside, and then the one place that isn't defended is A, and that's exactly where EG end up. And even though that rotate comes in from JKS, like you said, Serg, crucial kill with the AWP up into heaven here to find that opening kill. And that's going to be EG 4 rounds deep already on this T side. Flashes outside. We're going to see very pushed up Gratisfaction. And it gets checked, so Stan staying aware of the possibility. I think the flash gave away the chance of him pushing up. Breezy. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, that's really tempted in now. He's been waiting all round for this peak. Here's the drop down, and there we go. He'll finally get it. Azza gets annihilated. Now, Liaz going back up on top of the hut. Breezy, I think he believes he's dealt with the hut player, so whether or not he's ready for a second man now in this position, we'll have to wait and see. Could be a kill there, and indeed it will be. Liaz getting one, dropping down from the hut. Cirque hears him fall, so now they know that would be the unexpected. They get back up on top of the hut after you drop down, but it doesn't matter because EG, they don't want anything to do with this A-bomb site. They've seen so many players towards this side of the map that they're reading into this as a bit of a stack, and they would be right in that assumption. They're going to go down towards B, get that bomb plant pretty much for free. And with Liaz Krieg in hand, it's a round that 100 Thieves definitely might give a look in, and with that Deagle kill coming in from Jacob, you bet they're interested in this B-bomb site now.
Yeah, Liaz gets info on 2 players as well. He gets shot from the rafters, and he knows the bomb's been planted at the same time, so just trying to figure out where their third man is. It's Cirque with the orb looking towards the window, playing the timing. I think he's realized as well he's going to jump up. 2 players, though, coming from both sides, and Cirque gets preoccupied with one. He gets double peaked. Liaz finding that kill and taking the advantage back, but the time is not in the favor of 100 Thieves, and they don't have a kit to play with. Ethan doesn't need to fight. He can just tuck in and wait for his teammate to make contact, and that he will, but they both go down, and I still don't think there's time. 100 Thieves are going to have to ditch a site even after they find the kills. That is very unfortunate, but regardless, yeah, okay, JKS, that's not going to work, buddy. Tries to escape and then goes back in towards Decon. And with no armor, he will be up for the chopping block. That bomb taking him down. And it's going to be an EG round. 5-1 right now on the T side, Harry. That is scary stuff considering how favored the defense is on Nuke.
Boop. But yeah, I mean, we do need to see a little bit more out of the 100 Thieves. Now, thankfully, you know, it does come with that kind of caveat that they've not really had this full buy before with that AWP in hand. Now we've got that over on the back of Gratisfaction. Cirque will have some competition in the server. Grat's going to be holding this smoke cross, and a player does get down unscathed. It's Tariq to run the gauntlet and get a bit of ground, a bit of presence down here towards Secret. Now, he might just hang around. Isn't in a position where he has to make a move just yet, right? There's a minute, 20 seconds left, and if you're EG, you know that just having the illusion, the idea that there's a player down in Secret is something now that 100 Thieves have to constantly bear in mind, and they've had to dedicate Jacob just to holding this B-bomb site as a result.
Yeah, Serg waiting for his duel on ramp. He misses the shot versus the jiggle. Going to choose to give that up. JKS just mollying off that position. The rest of EG still waiting in the lobby with the exception of Stan, who's come to join Tarek down B. Now, I don't think they've realized he caught a timing with no smoke down through Secret. So that's 2 players here. But obviously, those smokes earlier mean that 100 Thieves know there are players in lower, and Jacobs kept them in position with that smoke in Secret. In the meantime, a man advantage gain towards Mini as Ethan finds that kill. And Jacob just waiting for contact to be made. 35 seconds. It's going to be that ramp split once they push him out on B. He's sticking in the Molotov. Ballsy cool, and it won't work out. I like the attempt, but Stan's going to find the headshot. And now that ramp play coming down. There's no one on ramp. JKS is rotated to B, and Grat's not ready for them to be here, but he still gets a shot off. 20 seconds as the bomb gets picked back up, and if only he could stop it in its tracks, he might have won the round off the back of that kill. Instead, B is open for business, and the only man here to save the day is Liaz.
Oh, he draws them in with the door opening. There's a chance where he can deny this, and now he knows that other man is behind him, and that leaves Ethan alone inside of the site. Tarek's going to get both kills in about 2 seconds, and Graz Faction runs for the hills, knowing that he's locked this round in. A hero play there from Liaz at the very, very end. And a bit unfortunate, you know, I think all it would have taken there for that bomb plant to come in was just for Tarek to have not given up. He was on the flank, but he wanted to try and get that kill while he thought he had it. And that missed shot costs them dearly. You saw the light bulb in Liaz's head, right? Oh, well, one of them's behind and there's 8 seconds left. I'm taking this kill. I'm taking this fight. And with it, denying the bomb plant, huge for 100 Thieves. Picks them up that round. And they will be in with a second. Sometimes it's breaking that first streak, breaking in and getting your first on the board. And that's kind of what I'm going to count that as, because so far they've only had the pistol.
We just saw that little stat on our screen saying that EG have won, in the last 3 months, 47% of their T-side rounds on Nuke. That is phenomenal. To be, you know, 50-50 is pretty nuts on such a hard side to convert rounds on. Doesn't spell a pretty picture for 100 Thieves, and fast A play coming through. That Flash has done everything. JKS getting blinded, dropping into the site, and even though he lands the drop, he's still going to get dropped. EG in a 5-on-2, and Grat looking to save the AWP. Jacob alongside in Secret, but Breezy is on this wrap, and he might just have the drop on him. Oh, there's the first. Doesn't know about Drat, though, and Grat's just waiting for that repeat. He gets it, but now they can begin the hunt. EG may as well look to try and take this AWP away from him, but he is not going to go quietly. Takes his second, goes back down lower. Cirque now coming around the corner, and he's going to get denied as well. These are some great exits from Grat. Can he stay alive at the end of the round? It seems to be so. EG don't want to throw every single player at him. They've already lost enough money as is. And so Tarek, yeah, walk through it. Walk through it. Do it. Do it. Oh, no. Oh, no. He even gets the kill. That's perfect. Tries to go for the knife initially, but yeah, that's going to be the AWP taken away, and that's a free gun dropped over to Surg.
I tell you what, though, Graz Faction, he really deserves a pat on the back. I think few players could go 0-13 down back on Mirage, turn it around there, and then keep that form going here into Nuke, as he's currently sat top in the charts for 100 Thieves. In a lot of these rounds, he's been the guy keeping it close. He's been the man keeping it interesting. And in this round, a lobby crunch from the Aussies. They get all this information that lobby was empty, and so they preemptively rotate a number of players down towards that B bomb site. They're also very, very wary about this hell position, moving Azza and JKS, the two old boys, into position to try and hold this side of the map. Deadly little crossfire with these CZs here. It's a man up in heaven that could make a bit of a difference, right? He's already cleared the A site. Sure, Breezy gets blindsided, but now you know there's 2 down beneath you. That might not matter. The kills are coming in. Tarek catches the first man by surprise, but Azza now is more than aware. Actually going to Molotov himself out of the heavens, but he makes it look intentional by moving up onto the rafters. I meant to do that. I'm letting them, or I'm blocking them getting up this ladder. Azza's moved away, though. He's gone up. He's gone climbing. He's gone walkies up into heaven, looking for Tarek, who's just holding down the angle, but Azza's on 3 and not missing a beat, looking for even more, as now a 2-on-2. This isn't undoable for 100 Thieves.
Oh, but it's all going to be down to Azza. He's going to need to ace this round, and he needs to do it fast. No kit to play with. Bomb on his side. He's going to be able to force a peek with a tap, but Stan taps him back, and EG pick it up regardless. 7-2. unstoppable right now, any situation. Even with the info there for EG that, like you say, lobby was clear. They stack up on that B-bomb site, but of course it's not a secret play coming in for EG. They wrap hell, they get behind enemy lines. Tarek with a big impact off of that Heaven play as well. And no way for 100 Thieves to get back into that one. But remember, that was an eco, and they bring it down to the wire, so good damage. But at this point, Harry, damage isn't the intention. They need rounds. EG have already won their T side. Anything else is just the cherry on top. Tarek down the vents in this one, but he takes a lot of damage on the way.
Yeah, he's taken a beating to get this position for EG. And so as a result, he's likely just going to try and approach this how he did a few rounds ago, where he was able to get down secret, because that's the thing, right? Even though he's low HP, even though he's not having impact in terms of the frags just yet, and maybe not at all, considering he's only on 6 points of health, just his presence alone down the vents has meant that 100 Thieves have got to keep 2 players here. Gratisfaction, holding down secret, looking for a third, and Breezy finally bests him there, but the AWP has already done enough for 100 Thieves. Man advantage taken. Tarek is almost dead from earlier on in the round. Things are looking good for the Aussies to scrape by and get themselves a third. This is where Breezy and Cirque have got to deliver for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, they know JKS is lower as well, considering he just got a kill onto Tarek, so they're going to avoid him and just go back towards that top site. Liaz has cleared the lobby, and now he's realized Heaven is going to be the next point of rotation. That or Mini for EG if they want to go towards A. It will be a Heaven play. But while that is favorable as a T, if the CTs know that you can be there, they can just position appropriately, and with 25 seconds, they can just play for the bomb, not for these fights. So they're going to try and draw their attention away towards Mini, but Liaz ain't falling for it. He spots a player up in Heaven. The grenade is good as well. Cirque's down to 10. Breezy needs to get 2 kills in 5 seconds right now. Cirque gets 1, traded immediately. Breezy sneaking on this wrap round, and Liaz doesn't realize how far he's gone. Breezy with 1, but there's just so little time. He needs to stick this bomb plant right now, and he doesn't realize JKS is on the site. The plant comes in, but he's surely not going to be ready for the repeat so quick, and still he gets the kill. 4 frags in the round. Breezy absolutely lights out here.
I'm lost for words, Hugo. I don't know what else to say. There was half a second left for that bomb plant when he gets it in. And then is able to flick onto JKS, a man he was not ready for in any capacity, still managing to win that fight. Is there any situation that this man cannot excel in for the side of EG? I mean, this is just nuts. And what a brawl, what a game from the North Americans. Liaz here from atop the hut while he does deal with the first man and spots that bomb. He's in a world of hurt. Breezy getting that trade. And now a 4-on-4. The A-bomb site afforded to Evil Geniuses, but it is at some cost. They've got a man down in the process. 3 versus 4 in the post plant here. And still these pistols, these SMGs, now getting upgraded onto these weapons. Azza retrieving a Kree, going back into the lobby and besting Ethan. The Molotov that he's gained as well is going to be used to flush Breezy out into the open. And 100 Thieves with just pistols on a force buy managed to lock in a 3rd round.
Yeah, as well, you talk about Grat having a great recovery from that previous game where he was having a rough start. Well, Azza, same story, man. He went down 0-11 as well, and right now on this game, he is performing out of his mind. He got 3 kills with a Krieg on that eco round that they almost turned around, and even 2 right there on the retake. So nice stuff from the in-game leader here for 100 Thieves. And another round found, 3 to their name. EG still not going to be worried, but they will be out of money, and that's going to give 100 Thieves a way back into this half to at least try and find a couple more. Just going to have to be pistols here with some utility. Tarek has a Mac 10. Only player brought up into this round. Let's see if we can find any value with it. JKS immediately removing a face, but Stan midair takes one right back. The drop down to B does come through successfully, and Azza can't find a kill on these retreating players, and maybe he should have been the one retreating because Tarek's found that kill, and that's a Creed dropped out in the open. They're not going to go for it. They'd rather just drop down B and take the plant.
Oh, and they're trying to manhandle this guy. You push him, you shove him, but that's how you get Gratisfaction. 2 kills there before he's traded from Tarek, and now he's left 100 Thieves in a very doable situation. Stan is trying to make a big brain play by hiding in this smoke. And bomb is still ticking down. There's a timer on this play, though, and he's been spotted. Liaz going to remove him there. Defuse will be found and locked in for 100 Thieves. They'll get themselves a 4th on the board as they try and stagger back to their feet.
Yeah, but that was only an eco from the likes of EG and a fast ramp play down towards B. Still nets them 3 kills in a plant, so they'll take that every day of the week. They're going to get all the money now to work with for this next rifle round. Gratisfaction, nice hold down lower as well. Multiple kills with this AK in the corner. Even though they get the trade, it's going to be enough for 100 Thieves to get that retake going. Krieg's out. Cirque on the AWP once more. He's going to take that towards a yard, but flashed out early and boosted up. Grat, will he be ready for this angle? Yes, he's already pre-aiming it. 1 step ahead. Knows that Ethan made it to the roof of the main as well, and he's going to jump just to confirm that fact. Dropping back behind it is Ethan, and Tarek's taken the AWP, but not for long. Gratisfaction strips it away as well. Ethan still getting tagged up by this M4. The grenade will certainly hurt as well, but that bullet in the face of Jacob gets the trade. This AWP deciding to back off, but rerouting his Gratisfaction for his 3rd kill of the round. This man is 17-8 right now. 100 Thieves, only with 5 rounds to their name, but Gratisfaction making everything look winnable.
Man, I'm lost for words at the resilience on him. I really didn't know if Gratisfaction would be able to pull such a recovery after looking like he was in such a bad headspace earlier on. EG were doing such a good job of just negating him entirely. But here on Nuke, man, he's showing up. He's risen to the occasion.
I think it's clear what happened, Harry. I think, you know, that first map, first game after he shaved his mustache, he had no hair, falling apart, he's not the same. But since that game, he's had about, you know, half an hour to an hour, and those hairs, they're growing back slowly but surely. They're coming back on his face, and so are the frags reappearing in the server.
I like your theory, and, well, I mean, as we know, correlation is causation, and vice versa every time. So you're probably bang on, Hugo. He's leading the charge in the server, topping the charts. Fantastic all-star performance from Gratisfaction. And now we just want a few more players to step up around him. And 100 Thieves, realistically, they could pull this back still. 8-5. But it's been a while since EG had a round on the board, and that's not going to change in this one. They've only got pistols to work with, and this nade... Oh, it could be so good. Please, Liaz. There it is. It goes out now. It finds a lot of damage still, in spite of being a little late. Cirque doubling down. Ethan in with 1, but so much damage is done to these 2 remaining players. Cirque, surely not. It's the head-to-head. It's the clash of the Titans. And Cirque on 17 points of health, waiting for this peek from Grat. Now going to duck down through the vents, tuck tail in towards the B-bomb site, and he's at least going to get away with getting this bomb planted.
Yeah, right side plant as well. That lets him go really anywhere he wants. He knows Grat's coming through the door, and he will shut him down. Cirque, low HP, no armor, and the AK, and he's going to get it done on his own. Fantastic work on that A and B site. And that's another round just to add it to the list here for EG. They have got plenty of them. 9-5. Last round of the half here for 100 Thieves to try and bounce back and make something happen on this CT side. But even so, with a maximum of a 6-9 scoreline, that is going to be so favorable for EG, as you would expect, right? Coming into this series, coming into this map, a map up. Let's see if Cirque can battle back in this round. He's got his AWP once again. Grat's in secret. He has been prominently in this position. Did he get spotted, though? I think he may have by that player on silo jumping out into the open. But no, Ethan not watching it, so... Still going unchecked for now.
And as they work their way up towards outside, you're going to have flashbacks of Gratisfaction's AWPing here. Still an unknown entity over towards Secret, but he's going to have a hard time dealing with these players the closer they get to Jacob, so he's got to try and deal with this responsibility alone. Grat would love to go for this trade, but it's such a horrid angle to have to re-peek into. It doesn't matter. He makes it look all too easy, and he keeps the advantage in favor of 100 Thieves. Man up now, thanks to Gratisfaction. JKS is going to try and hold down ramp room. But he will fall at the capable hands of Tarek there. This B site looking to be the final destination for EG. Breezy looking for the man on the wraparound, and now that they've found Azza, now that they've removed him, they don't even have to commit to B, but the time for that is running out. 20 seconds, they've got to make their mind up. And they're going to go in through heaven, back to the A-bomb site.
Oh, Liaz is here, though. He could throw a spanner in the works. All he needs is one kill, well timed, but Breezy coming in through the back line, and Tarek to shut it down. That's going to be 10 rounds at the end of the first half for EG, and really showing up on their map pick of Nuke. What a T-side. Let's see if they can do it again, moving over to the defensive side, or if the 100 Thieves can fight us to a third map. Join us after the break for what could be the end of this series.
Sitting on a bench, waiting for the time to pass, dreaming of what happens next. I see what I wanna be, questioning my destiny, only knowing what I see. I don't even realize I've already made a path, and I can change it anytime. I can't take it back. I know what I want, but it seems so damn far away. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said then you better use it. Tell yourself day after day it's time to prove it. No days off, keep the hustle moving. Wanna see you be what you want it to be, prove it. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh. I know I empower those who dream like me. I know I sound crazy to the ones who said oh.
.5 at the half. EG sitting in prime position to close out this map and the series as a result. Their T side was absolutely ferocious. Let's see if their CT side can hold the test of time and the test of the 100 Thieves as they look to steal away some rounds of their own.
Oh, they most definitely do. We're getting ready to head into this one, and what a series it has been. We've had highlight moment after a highlight moment. It feels like 100 Thieves now moving into the T side. They're going to be setting up utility here. 2 smokes down to cover this outside push and allow these 2 players in Jacob and Azza to get down pretty much unscathed.
Yeah, these 100 Thieves burgling the B bomb site right now with EG having to rotate down, but it's all a fake, it's all an illusion. Upper site has been taken after these smokes were spotted down towards the yard. EG gave up A, and now they've got to come back in for the retake. A 5-on-5, not the most common on Nuke, but they have a double flash kit. Stan could set these players up through heaven. That's a very common setup, and he'll be doing exactly that from the CT spawn, throwing in these flashbangs to let his teammates get back into A. 100 Thieves, are they watching for this position? JKS is on the site, but he's playing anti-flash, dodging that first, looking back, and Ethan takes him down somehow, but still Grat coming alive as we know he can with 2 on the Glock. The trades are in, but I don't know if there's going to be enough here. Stan alone up in heaven, and Azza finds a double as well. It's the pistol round for 100 Thieves as they yoink themselves back into position.
That said, they were able to do it back in the first half, and we saw how that one panned out, right? There was a force buy immediately from EG that yielded some great results for them. So let's see if that's the decision again. I love how much we're highlighting the new smooth boy on our screens because, you know, rightfully so. A, he's smooth as a baby's bottom, and B,
he's got 21
great
kills
in the server.
Oh, well. Those are some odds right there. Yikes. Nice vent dive from JKS. Very, very well done. Nothing better than vent diving on anti-eco. You just know those CTs aren't going to have the util to stop you. You're not going to have rifles to spam the smokes. And JKS can just keep these players occupied down on B. Tarek not committing to the fight. Going to go out wide eventually. JKS dodges it, but there's a trade immediately there for Stan. Hot in pursuit. Back into a 4-on-4.
Ooh, and the SMGs are coming to life now. Luckily enough, the trade is there from Gratisfaction. He'll go pushing in into the 5-7, and it's 1-for-1 across the board. But as long as they do that now in this 2v1, they'll be right as rain. And 100 Thieves, they'll get that 7th round. They deny the force buy of EG. And now an 8th should be looming. This is looking like they could be getting back into the swing of things now as they're trying to take us the distance.
Yeah, I mean, baby steps, right? You're getting at least into the first 3 of the half, but you know as soon as EG get those guns out, that's when your task is going to be so much more difficult, especially with that AWP on Cirque, man. He has been an absolute talent all goddamn day versus Fnatic, back on Mirage, even here in the T side of Nuke, getting numerous rounds off. Cirque fighting outside, going to get dropped by these rifles. Remember, only pistols here for EG. Ethan gets 1, but that should be one of the only kills that we see in this round. They have 2 grenades, and they're saving them suspiciously long. So I feel like they have a game plan coming in with these. Maybe to try and stop a bomb plant potentially, but both these players split up right now.
That's what I mean. That's the one thing that makes me like hesitate on whether or not they've got much of an idea or if they're just holding on to it to see if they can find any damage from it.
Let's see.
They might try and group both of them up in heaven and go for some sort of nade waterfall. That would have been fantastic if that was on the bomb plant. But yeah, Liaz, man, he's no stranger to a bit of dodgeball. Favorite pastime. Come on, there we go. Oh, no, JKS has stolen it. Of course he has. Story of his career.
Fire.
Oh, Stan's now playing the trigger discipline, but maybe playing it a little too long as he gets picked up as well. And yeah, this pistol round has been dealt with very well by 100 Thieves. They don't let it spiral out of control. They don't let any damage come off the back of those USPs. But now we've got that buy round back in for Evil Geniuses, and it's going to have pretty much everything they could possibly ask for.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to throw those grenades for the plant, but the molly came down in heaven, and that kind of denied position there for EG, so they couldn't really get in time. They go in after the bomb's down, but at that point, Liaz, he sees it coming, he dodges it very well, and the grenades find nothing. So, nice try. I like the idea. I like the attempt. You know, throw something else in. A nice way to potentially get a kill at no risk of going down at the same time. So, just a little idea there for EG. Cirque's on the AWP. Could that be the make? Could it be the break? And for whom? Grenade is pretty fantastic there, taking 60 overall damage. Gratisfaction lining up utility towards the yard as well, and those smokes are going to go out deep towards the main. Zorb's going to actually rotate out of ramp. A big risk for EG, leaving the ramp position, and that's exactly where 100 Thieves are heading. They've got them right where they want them, and that is completely preoccupied with this outside position. These T's are going to start to move in. Breezy going to turn back, though. It's all about the timing. Will he go back towards the ramp room? Cirque's coming in with the AWP as well, but they're already heading down B. Tarek with a nice off angle to find Azza in that lower site, and 100 Thieves are all over B.
Yeah, they're smothering it, but they've got to smother one man. Tarek hidden in this little cubby corner. Ooh, Liaz thought he had him dead to rights. Tarek very confused as to what was going on there. He gets shot, spammed in through the doors. 3-on-3, not undoable for EG, but not easy either. You're walking in to these Kriegs, to these AKs, into the domain of Jacob. As he holds this angle, instead they're going to look for an opening over here. In Decon, rather. Cirque with the AWP, Cyclops here, and there we go. Smites down Gratisfaction, tries his hand at the wallbang, but there's no one there. It doesn't matter because all the kills come in for EG. Defuse to boot, and they're straight in with a round when those rifles come out.
Yeah, it's kind of what we expected. Right first, right round for EG, and very successfully done. I like that little goblin position from Tarek playing behind the... I don't even know what you call them. Just the generators down in secret, catching that one lurk that was outside. Here we go. Whatever you call those, mini silos maybe. The little cylindrical objects. Gets 2 kills in the round. Cirque, similar story with the AWP, finding success, and 11-8 here. 100 Thieves, last buy before they put to Eco, and if they get to Eco at this point, there's a good chance EG just run away with the map. So 100 Thieves desperately looking for this 20th round, crossing behind these secret smokes, getting everyone down on B. And EG, they've been dealt a fake in the previous round with these smokes, with only one player committing behind them and the rest coming down ramp. So you can understand why they're late to rotate off this ramp position. Breezy's still hanging around. There's only one player down on B. That's Tarek, and he should have been spotted there from the windows, but the door is open and he's looking to get behind that smoke. Has a little gap as well. He's dropped the bomb. That's a huge kill for Tarek, but he's got to watch his backline. This player's coming from every other position. Grenade into the window, not connecting, and he sprays, he prays, but he won't connect the kill. Liaz down to 6 as the rotations come in towards B.
Oh, they just heard Stanislaw in the vents, and they're keeping an eye on it, but that is Liaz's demise. Azza tries to go in, tries to fight up close, and versus the MP9, he'll fall short. 100 Thieves, they've seen 2 of these players. They don't know about the AWP that currently resides over on ramp. They don't have that bomb either, but they've got vent control. Jacob offering himself up to Ethan, leaves this in the hands of JKS now to try and see through to the very, very end. A 1v2 required from this man. That bomb still dropped out in the open of the B bomb site. He's got to go back into the waiting arms of Cirque if he wants to grab it, and Cirque homed in on the angle, misses the shot the first time around. 20 seconds though, he's just trying to waste time on this clock. JKS not able to grab the bomb, and Cirque locking that one in, making it so. Very well played to the 2 remaining players there for EG. Very heads up for Ethan to dart up through the vents just to waste time. Cirque doing the same over at ramp, and no one gives JKS an avenue back into that round.
Yeah, I love how Ethan and Stan play together there in the vents, just trading out fights, trading out positions, and every time 100 Thieves try and get their attention on one of these 2 players, the other one ends up swinging and killing them. That's some really nice, duo counter-strike right there from EG. And in a 3-on-4 rotating into B, they managed to pick up the round again at a big disadvantage. Azza gets down vent with a bomb. This is a full eco, so that's a huge bomb plant coming in, and no one's going to be here to stop it. There is a player on the site, but Tarek moving in a little bit too late to the party. The plant is in. He may as well just stick it at this point. Everyone else is on the top side of the map, and now they are all dead as well. It's going to be a 13th round here for EG, but that is everything that 100 Thieves wanted and more. A bomb plant is really the intention of that entire round. So that comes through. And that's going to give them money to fight back up against 13.
And that's the thing, I think you've got to give some mad props to EG in this one. They come into this second half, it's 1 round between them and 100 Thieves. It was a 7-8 half in favor of EG, and, or sorry, no, the other way around, in favor of, wait, did I say that right?
It was 10-5.
I'm just, yeah, no, I know. I'm thinking, mate.
10-5.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, it has, Harry.
It's been a very long day. We've seen a lot of Counter-Strike.
This is our 8th cast. It's
And,
okay.
you know, it's too much for me. Is it too much for the players in the server, though? It's been a long one. And EG are looking to get this over and done with. Hugo's giving me a hug because he knows what the embarrassment of that is like. Cirque trying to set up position over here in secret, but he's going to get mollied out, at least initially. I imagine he's still pretty keen on taking this fight. Jacob up on top of the hut. Now, Cirque did just jiggle up to try and spot this. Jacob's hidden, but now has been seen. Cirque going up, but Jacob is very, very fast. Man advantage gained. Now turning their attention over towards Ramprum and Tarek here to hold the line. B-bomb site's fallen though, and nobody here for EG. They'll get a player down vents. That's Ethan. He's going to struggle to have much to say though, as they're into the site already. Bomb. Oh no, it was planted over on his side, and now he's going to Molotov it just to buy even more time. He knows there's only 35 seconds left, so every second is so valuable here. To the side of EG, Breezy's not able to connect, and now Ethan's got to do this in the clutch, but so many players aware of where he is, and with a man holding secret as well, they had the info that he hadn't left decon, so they knew to a T where Ethan was, and everyone there is homed in on that position. A 9th round on the board for 100 Thieves. Still trying to close this gap.
Yeah, we're seeing signs of individual brilliance here from 100 Thieves, but it's just such a hard comeback to crawl through. This, however, would seriously open up their chances. They could put EG on Eco right here, right now, if they can pick this one up. Not only that, but find double digits as well into their T side. Looking to bring us to Inferno as the 3rd and final map of this series. But EG, they're only looking for 2-0s, Harry. They don't want to play any more Counter-Strike than is necessary. They want to get that playoff spot. They might just do it. Jacob with the mollies outside, making sure that no one is fighting behind the red box here for EG, and Stan just meeting them with a host of utility. Smokes on the outside here for 100 Thieves, so they can cross as many players down towards B without giving away the information to EG. Tarek's already in rotation, though. He's found himself down lower, the only man on this bottom bomb site right now for the CT side. He's got a smoke, though, one of the 2 bits of utility that EG even have in this round, so can use that to delay this B play if he wants to. Just going to tuck in the corner, though, for now. And, oh, okay, I like that. I like it. Playing ahead of the smoke here. They've heard it, and he's going to just go around the corner. I think he anticipated they would be a little closer than that, but Jacob is going to get the shot right in his face. And Stan is on the hunt from behind, but Grat goes back up, and now Az has dropped into main. There's still 2 players on this top site, so if 100 Thieves change their route, they're going to still be walking into the stack.
Oh, and Ethan hidden here. He's lost his teammate. Are they going to anticipate so many bodies? It certainly feels like they are. And now they know Cirque is up in heaven as well. They're even hunting for him. They don't want to let him get away with this AWP. And Azza is ruthless in that hunt. Another round locked in for the Aussies as they're bringing this closer and closer. 10-13 now. Remember, this was a 10-5 half for anyone who was like me and forgot. They've done a great job of getting it close, bringing it into a very doable scenario here, because once again, they've broken the economy of evil geniuses, and now the odds are you get an 11th round here, unless something quirky, something a little bit wacky comes out from EG, and it just might, because you'll note they've purchased up into this one.
Oh, that's a big investment. They've still got the loss bonus, right? So it's okay. They're still going to be fine somewhat. Actually, no, they're on double eco. Ignore me completely. They've only got 2 loss bonus, so yeah, that's a big buy for EG here. They've got to find something with it here. Cirque's already been tagged down outside and been spotted with this scout. They boost above the main smoke. I like that play. Ethan gets a kill from it, and they can back off into that A site. Lia's gone immediately. It's a boost I've never seen anyone do, and Cirque's even going to win his battle as well. Not like this. This cannot afford to be the round that EG pick up with so little to play with, and Tarek has so much to play for. He finds that frag Kassab with his head in his hands, and I don't blame him. This is falling apart, Harry. They don't even have armor, and it's a 4-on-1 outside.
Oh, Jacob. wondering what went so wrong in this round, as now the rest of his team are just spectators, just onlookers, and they have to witness what is either going to be a miraculous feat from Jacob or a crushing blow to this 100 Thieves squad. And they're really just having to soak in this one, right? As they watch Jacob try and navigate this 1v4. He does manage to carve a path down towards Hell, and now over into the ramp room. Tarek has just cleared outside, and they're going to hear these footsteps, so now they know where this play is coming in. The rotations are now coming through from EG, but Jacob is at least going to get this bomb down. I'm not going to say that gives him a fighting chance, but it gives him something to work with here. If he can get this kill, maybe. But now the player's out from double doors. The man in Decon just wasting his time, and Evil Geniuses with only pistols and one player on armor, they're going to find that round.
That is unbelievable, man. That's a lot of investment from EG and would have left them on double eco. I think, it was double eco regardless, right? They had no money in the first place, but yeah, they should not be winning that one ever. And some incredible shots from Cirque on the scout and Ethan on that boost, able to lock it down outside. I think they just had the read, right? They know that 100 Thieves have been consistently going towards his outside position. That's all they've really been doing on this T side. Either ramp splits down towards B or outside plays or fakes. So yeah, just putting a lot of presence in that yard, having a man in secret to re-peek as well after those 2 initial kills come through for EG. And I think that secret player is such a surprise as well. So I love the call from EG, but man, you've got to feel rough if you're part of the 100 Thieves lineup right now. You were making this happen. You were beginning the comeback after, like you said, like a rough first half, 10-5 on your CT side against you. And they still managed to get up to double digits, only to fall to the pistols. They're not out just yet, though. Don't count them out here. They've got money, they've got to buy, but EG only 2 rounds away from closing out this series.
Oh, you can feel the tension.
The music certainly helps.
It really does. It sets the scene so well, man. And that's what I love about it. I mean, 100 Thieves. This is the comeback that looked like it should have been and maybe never was. All on the back of losing that round there. Investing into this one, taking their time to try and figure this out. They're at least going to have the AWP in the hands of Grat if they would like. They've at least got that to look forward to. But I was believing, man. I was, as you were saying, if they get that round there, there's no way it shouldn't go 12-13. And they're the rounds that haunt you. They're the ones that stick in your brain till the end of the game, especially in one as close as this. Wow.
Magic tricks. Where did it go, Harry? It disappeared.
If you were watching that on 120 or 240 hertz, you'll know the answer. But if you were watching on 60, yeah, you probably are wondering, yeah, mate, where did that come from?
Trying to sell some monitors here, Harry?
Of course I am.
Get some commission. This is a great boost. Not seen this one before. It's kind of like, boosting around that stairs and jungle smoke on Mirage CT side. I kind of like the idea there. EG throwing new things in. Left, right, center, behind, in front. All directions, Harry. But the boys from Upside Down are going to need to turn this game around if they want to keep it alive on Nuke. They've got the buy. Mate, there are 4 Kriegs on EG right now. EG have more Kriegs than 100 Thieves, and they're on the CT side. That is despicable. Welcome to the meta, ladies and gents.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Like, Kriegs have fallen out of favor somewhat since the price increase, so it's pretty insane that you've been able to get 4 over on the side of EG. Obviously, really all coming off the back of that pistol round all week, trying to look for a gap, but Jacob's the one to exploit it, and he'll take that all day long. An opener found for 100 Thieves in such an important round. They're trying to deny match and series point to Evil Geniuses here, who already sit 1-0 up in this series after a dominant Mirage. At Liaz getting dropped down towards the B bomb site in the meantime, and that's now a bit of weight off of the shoulders of Evil Geniuses. Stan is holding for this wrap in through hell, and will 100 Thieves be at all ready for this?
I mean, this is a real sweaty setup. The only issue is the scope can kind of elude some of your FOV here, so Stan needs to be careful when he looks back at the right time. Can he get any more? The spray not connecting, and Jacob is going to take him down. Great molly into the A site as well, but Breezy responds with a double of his own, and that's dropped the bomb. 20 seconds for Jacob to find a 1-on-2. He knows where the first man is, but Tarek won't miss, and that's going to be 15 rounds locked in and loaded for Evil Geniuses. No bomb plant, no money. Say goodbye to that full buy.
And now match and series point for EG. And at a cursed time for the side of 100 Thieves, that cash that they once had is now a distant memory. And they're going to have to cobble together whatever they can to try and deny the victory the way of the North American squad. It's a couple of MAC-10s, it's an AK on Jacob, and a fast A play that might just end it all. Jacob, even in amidst the madness, brings down his teammate, and one by one, they're getting torn apart.
2 players left up here for 100 Thieves, and not even a kill to their name in this round. The only frag they find is their own teammates, and this is looking like a done deal, Harry. Signed and delivered. EG, 1 kill away from this 16-10, 1 kill away from this 2-0 victory. And Gratisfaction maybe just delaying the inevitable. That will be it. Stanislaw takes him down, and congratulations, EG. They are going to be locking in that top spot right now, finding another victory, adding it to the tally. And 100 Thieves, you've got to give it to them. Great resilience, coming back on that second map, even into the second half after having a rough CT side. They make it double digits, but it's just not quite enough.
Yeah, I think, you know, for 100 Thieves, that's the main focus, right? Is they remained resilient. There's a lot they can walk away from here feeling happy about, and there's a lot that maybe they're going to kind of regret, right? But for EG, stellar stuff across the board. They looked fantastic. We are really looking forward to seeing how they can come alive in the rest of the event now. We're going to bring the analysts in. Trace, what did you make of that one?
I made a few different things, and ultimately one of the things that are going to stick out right there is just the round of applause that you two deserve. Please leave your headset on so that we can all appreciate Hugo and Harry right here. Hugo,
I'll take Hugh, whatever.
Congratulations, guys, you survived today. Anything you want to say to the friends and family at home?
It wasn't that bad. It was actually all right. I enjoyed doing that much CS.
I just love Counter-Strike, man. Give me more.
That's a good vibe. That's some positive vibes as we end out this broadcast for the day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll let you get on your way for the time being. I do need to start discussing a little bit of this matchup at hand because the 100 Thieves, well, that's an L.
Yeah, big one, right? Like, I think coming into this series right here, I expected it to be a lot more competitive on map number 1. Coming into map number 2, yeah, sure, it was closer with the scoreline, but the first half was pretty bad. It was just Gratisfaction lighting him up. And then in the second half, when you lose to the low pistol buy rounds in the late stages of the game, that's the mistakes or the issues that were plaguing them earlier when they were playing EG in other tournaments. So, rough one overall here.
I personally expected more coming out from the 100 Thieves right here. I think they will be able to make this, as you said, competitive. I think they will be able to pressure Evil Geniuses. The first map in particular on Mirage, that was just not good enough. But when you look at the fracking ability within this Evil Genius lineup, I think this outlines the problem with the 100 Thieves. Whenever they're not really feeling, you know, that synergy in between the lineup, whenever they're maybe getting thrown off in a veto, not really expecting New to come into play, they seem to be lacking a lot of firepower going up against teams like Evil Geniuses. So I think it was to be expected. That being said, though, personally a little bit disappointed. I thought they'd be able to make it closer despite this guy, you know, making up for the horrible start he had on Mirage.
Now, listen, Gratisfaction came in here with a mustache, and now they're leaving with no mustache and 1 loss here at the ESL Pro League Season 10. So, I mean, they're still alive in the tournament. Let's not just go ahead and deflate them completely. But the reality is that this is a rough start for them.
No, and this is, you know, you have some of the best teams in the world going toe-to-toe here. And EG, I think, you know, would be pretty confident knowing that they've beaten them handedly before. I think, you know, we mentioned it. I think Nuke coming out here as the pick of EG probably threw 100 Thieves for a little bit of a loop. Maybe not expecting that one. But that could be a good thing, right? Sometimes that preparation that we always talk about, it can get in your head. It can cloud your judgment. It can make things a little bit icky. But regardless, didn't work out for the boys, the real boys.
Yeah, the original, the OG boys, actually, if you kind of look at it, step back and say, yep, well, that was the boys at one point. Now they find themselves stacked up against Sharks in the lower bracket. That they should kind of breeze through.
That shouldn't be a problem at all for the 100 Thieves. I think so. I think they're still, you know, they're still a good team. It's not like they were blown out in this game, but I think that was down to the individual star power of Evil Geniuses and them playing well. going up against Sharks and moving on into the tournament, and not that I'm afraid that they're not going to do well.
I just gotta get this. The name Renegades, I think, screwed us over in the bracket because 100 Thieves are playing FaZe Clan.
Oh no, it didn't get us all, did they?
Did that to me.
And Renegades, aka Greyhounds, are playing Sharks.
Okay, yeah, you're right. I got that backwards.
Well,
But
forget everything I said, you know.
FaZe is going to be a tough one. Kassad versus old boy Yanko. That's going to be a rough one. And it's elimination.
Yeah, and you know what? We're going to take a look at those brackets, but not quite yet. We're going to hear from the victors who do get to tell all the stories.
I've got Cirque from Evil Geniuses with me, and again, 2-0, looking confident, looking strong, but you guys have had a phenomenal day regardless of all the travel and everything like that. What's been so good about today for you guys? You've just been feeling it?
I don't know. We haven't switched anything. We're just playing our game, and we played good today. I'm happy.
Now, in terms of what you saw from the 100 Thieves lineup, it certainly was easier than the last time you guys faced off against each other. Is it just that you guys are in a better spot, or maybe they were underperforming a bit? How did you think of it?
I don't know. I think we played very good. I think today we played better than we've played for the last probably 1 month. So I think that was a factor, and yeah.
Well, you definitely are playing better, and we want to see it continue. But you're going to be going up against Navi next, and they've been looking very dominant in their games as well. What do you make of their lineup since having obviously Simple move away from the AWP? He's changed on to Rifle and being secondary AWP, and Guardian being in. It's quite a different dynamic to the usual Navi.
Yeah, we haven't played them with this. I don't think we've played them with this lineup yet. So I'm really excited, and this tournament they've been looking really good. So it's going to be a good match for sure.
And what do you think about going up against Guardian? Because he's come back into this, but he's not maybe at the level that he would be, or say the level of Simple when it comes to seeing those AWP moments where you've been hitting some phenomenal shots. You've been killing it.
I mean, Guardian is a legend. When I was coming up to the team, I was looking up to him. So yeah, I have much to say. I just know it's going to be a good matchup.
Ultimate respect, I like it, but I want to see you dominate when it comes to that server. Congratulations on the wins today, though, man. And we're wrapping it up here. I'm going to leave it to Stunner and the guys on the desk to close it out for today. See you later.
Yep, there we have it. That would be the last interview of the day, but we're not quite wrapped up here on the desk yet. We want to keep you in touch with all the things that are going on here at the ESL Pro League Season 10, and to do that, we need to do a round-by-round breakdown with Chad. What do you got?
So we're going to start with round 1. Now, I just want to show off my toys. So now, they've built me, well, we've used it before, but it's a round timeline. I want to focus on round number 8 here, and what I want to be talking about here is the individuals from this EG roster. When they're hitting shots, they can play basic Counter-Strike. So let's get this underway. I don't usually point out mistakes and hold players hugely accountable for over-peaking, but here we're going to do that with Liaz. So sorry, Liaz. He's going to throw this Molotov, and this is to stop a rush. It's not actually to land in the heart and push players away from the angle you're about to see him die from. Now, look, he's now spotted that. The Molotov is still there, but that just means he's safe from a rush, not safe from a pick. So watch what happens as he re-picks this angle. Oh, okay, well, you're dead. Now let's see that from Breeze's angle right now. We know he's a phenomenal player, but he has the SG, and he's just going to be posted up. Look how delicious this angle is. He's got scoped on in. He gets that headshot. Now, what does this opening pick facilitate? That's what we're going to talk about here. Now we're going to get back into Skybox. What I want to start with here is towards the outer yard, we're going to see some standard nades coming in to bait out the utility. Keep the focus from the 100 Thieves towards yard. They're going to throw a late set of wall smokes just here to block the vision and force that to be respected. But what they do now is keep it very simple. Look at old mate Mr. Cirque. He's going to go straight into this hub position, as you can see with the glass walls up here, and they're just going to walk onto top side, knowing they have a 5v4 advantage. Now watch this flash. We've got the radiuses on right now for this flashbang, and look at this. JK is completely blind. Got the little indicator right here that shows you he can't see anything. His only option right now is to drop into the site. Now what has also happened is Jacob, in the meantime, has gone down secret. He's cleared it out. He's made sure no one's yard, which has forced Azza to be in transition going over towards main. He's now caught out of position, and what we can see here, as the T's have come out of hut, they can look directly at his position. The top side's been destroyed, everything was simple, and all they had to do was get an opening kill and throw a flash. Easy as that, Trace.
Could have been, should have been, and I guess it was for some there. Thank you very much, Chad. We're going to continue down our path in understanding what is this Season 10 and how it all culminates together. Again, there were 48 teams that ran through at this point, and now we're starting to send some of them home.
Season 10.
Yes.
Or X in Roman numerals for everybody playing at home, just in case you haven't learned that at school yet. That's probably a good place to start. Look, I think there was also 35 different countries over all of these things. 5 major regions, lots of numbers.
Basically, we have our own summit here, if you think about it. Anyway, we'll continue down that path, and the path being the brackets, which is where we're going to start with this this entire explanation. Navi versus EG for the upper bracket final is where we find ourselves, and what that would mean is some teams have been laid to waste in their path.
Yeah, I think the MIBR Navi game was a blowout. I think they steamrolled them in that one.
Yeah, now we also saw some rumors in regards to that MIBR lineup
Yeah,
that they made
that's
change as
wild.
well in the middle of a tournament. Feels like we've been there before, though.
How
with
many
MIBR.
times, Jacob?
I have no idea, but it's too many times. It feels like every second tournament they turn up to, they're going to play with, you know, a dead roster, so to speak. So not optimal for MIBR.
It is rather, it's kind of disgusting in a way, but it is the way that teams
Just
evolve.
annoying.
We're talking about some replays right now from what would be Navi versus MIBR, but the news, in case you have missed it, in case you do sleep under that rock, is that they're looking and perhaps fishing for a replacement for Lucas.
Yeah, the Mayan from Sharks, who was also here from Argentina. So the Sharks is a Brazilian roster. But
see, we don't know what the problem with MIBR is, right? We can maybe speculate that Lucas is not fitting in within the playstyle or whatever that is, but looking from the outside, just player by player and the way MIBR is playing right now, I wouldn't necessarily say so Lucas is the problem with MIBR.
Maybe he misses playing with his brother.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Hey, look, the family vibe, you want to keep that close. But what I was really happy to see today was Navi with all of their individuals on point. It's been quite some time since we've seen them play an official, and they had ups and downs. When I first saw them, I got really excited. When I saw them again the second time, not so excited. And when I saw them today, I'm like, okay, well, Blade's had some time, and it looks like they're getting on track. Still some missed AWP shots coming in there from Guardian.
They were absolutely dominating, though, and it was a pretty good performance by them. But now we're going to flip over to Group B. Astralis versus G2. Mouse Sports is going to have Liquid on their plate. Now, if there's one team that's going to sleep well tonight, I know it's going to be Team Liquid.
Yeah, they came in a little bit jet lag, right? Tired after traveling for, what was it, 26 hours or something from Dallas. So good for them that they could get the job done against North. That was a decent performance, though, from the Danes.
Yeah.
Once again, they don't get the job done, but they put in an okay performance. You know, they push limits to the Liquid team.
As a Danish man yourself, are you getting more convinced by this iteration of North?
Nah.
Okay. Well, I guess Jacob has spoken.
No, it's just, you know, it's the same story over and over again. They show potential, they show glimpses of what they can do.
They have star power.
Star power, they just never ever win games, which is kind of boring to see.
People don't hit shots, and there's also this massive shadow, this basically an eclipse casted by Astralis.
They should move country.
Yeah.
Don't be Danish. Move to Iceland or something. They don't have any Counter-Strike players that I know of. Sorry, Iceland.
Probably be able to qualify pretty easily over there if I had to guess, but maybe not.
Icelandic qualifier?
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Okay, actually, that's not something I'm trying to sign up for. What I am trying to sign up for is more Counter-Strike tomorrow. We can kind of dive into what the schedule is going to look like. We have a full day of Counter-Strike, and for one, I am kind of excited for it. I can't wait to see what actually blossoms out of these groups and who actually comes out on top.
Are we starting with Sharks 100 Thieves?
We could be.
No, that's guys. That was the callback to the Renegades.
Yeah,
Sharks.
we got it.
Yeah, well,
we got it. Chat.
Can't fall for it twice.
I told a dad joke on the EPL EU broadcast, and nobody laughed. So I want to try it with you guys, right? So I was out at the shops, and there was this guy who was selling stuff, and he comes to me. He says, "Yeah, mate, do you want to buy a coffin?" And I said to him, "Look, that's the last thing I'll need." Oh, come on. I got the same response from Alex.
Ooh, I'm trying, man. I'm trying one more time. I'll get you to explain that one in just a moment. For the meantime, though, let's pause this all on me telling you that ESEA is where you want to play Counter-Strike right now on client, 128 tick. This is the place to be. ESEA Season 33 registration is open, and that also means that you can get yourself situated in some brackets with some friends and have a good old time trying to conquer the world online. Of course, the digital online world, that is.
I miss playing competitive Counter-Strike. I went home and I played a couple of pugs, and I hated it.
Oh, you did? Did
you
lose?
No, because I wasn't playing with like 4 other people who I kind of enjoy playing with. It was
You
just
want
me.
that communication going on.
Well, you need to be setting each other up, flashing for each other, doing the boosts, thinking you know what you're doing.
You also need promo code Season 33 for up to 50% off. But anyway, that's a totally different story that we will, and I'm sure of, tell you about again tomorrow. That does it for us here at the first day of the ESL Pro League. All the matches are done for today. 4 best of 1s done, 2 best of 3s done, at least over on our stream. So make sure you go show the B stream some love. Meanwhile, we're going to bed. We'll see you all tomorrow for another day of the ESL Pro League Season 10 Finals.
Pour a drink till I make it past the midnight hour seems to come and go, but I know you're coming up with a drink in hand, sipping mixers 'cause you can, and all the lights begin to switch on. You're chasing the light, holding on for life. chasing the night, chasing the night. Hotels and city squares, champagne bottles, drum and snare. The sights and cities seem to fall away when you stay. Locked in love for a night or two, losing sleep just to get up here. Day to day, you wanna stay out, chasing the night, holding on for life, feeling the high, chasing the night, chasing the night.
Yellow skies, dreaming big and aiming high. Name the clouds passing by, wishing we run away. All we need is our passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
At the highest level of play, there can be no compromises. Gamers demand the highest clock speeds to give them the FPS they need to perform. Rise to the moment. Intel Core i7, the official CPU of the ESL Pro League. Game, record, stream without compromise.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
This is game fuel. It's domination in a can.
Tastes like loser tears.
New Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always nights, never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how loud, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm. Far from calm, I know you feel me, brother.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there. And